order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly flexi-buy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hello, I'm Carol.
And I'm Hayley.
And together we are the Dreamies.
Dreamies have been around for 11 years now. We started with CD-ROMs, we've developed into stamps, paper pads, dies, we've now got the Dinky Inkies range as well.
We design everything in-house and we manufacture in the UK. We produce tutorials to inspire you to get the most from our products.
On the Dreamies shows, we hope to further inspire you with all the techniques and tips that we can offer, hopefully getting you to use all of your inks, your flower making techniques, and really build on all the skills you probably already have.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Imagine the extraordinary garden of a daring and whimsical queen. A garden where singing birds, jewels and flowers mingle, where wild strawberries and giraffes meet. A perfect opportunity to get lost in the maze, to walk under flowered arcades and to gather inspiration for Baroque patchworks. Put on your embroidered shoes, let yourself be carried away by the intoxicating scent of peonies, and enter the fascinating garden with Adele. Thus are the beautiful fabrics from the Jardin de la Reine from Odile. And of course, you can have them in a 5/4 bundle, those beautiful projects that you can create. Those beautiful fabrics, of course, deserve a very, very expert and beautiful herself guest to explain it, what you can do, of course, with Natasha. Hello, Natasha.
Hello, how are you?
I'm very well. It's lovely to have finally be together because
It's been a while.
It's been.
Really, and nice not to have all of this.
Oh, yes, absolutely.
I'll just throw some fabric at you instead. You know, that's. It should have been protection.
There
you go.
Of course, we are in a whimsical world, so
We are in a
maybe
whimsical world.
flowers are falling off.
Maybe.
You know, that's why.
Odile Beaulieu is a French designer, and whimsy is her thing, and it's just beautiful. It's a dream world in fabric. It's just stunning. You've got birds with crowns. You've got giraffes with bows. It's just absolutely divine. And I mean, if you peel back to that blue one, look, you've got embroidered shoes, you've got there your giraffes with your butterfly bows. It's just stunning. There is something for everyone in here, and it is utterly gorgeous.
It is absolutely beautiful. I love the vibrancy of the colors, but also you get the softer pastels as well. So there is that contrast between it. I love how you are getting some of these more, you know, kind of some more geometric blend sort of fabrics.
Of course. So, you know, nothing is plain, but you can use it as a plain, which is really, really beautiful. Odile does a lot of velvet ribbons as well, and she brings that opulence that she puts into her velvet ribbons and puts it into her fabrics, and it's just divine.
It is indeed. Now, of course, there is a little bit of an extended delivery. It comes from the Netherlands, so there will be dispatch in 17 days. So it will be the 21st of June. Now, of course, these beautiful fat quarters are American fat quarters, aren't they?
Yes, yes. They're from. So Odile designs for Free Spirit, and Free Spirit is an American company, so when they do fat quarters, they're American fat quarters, which means that instead of it being a quarter of a metre, it's quarter of a yard.
Okay.
So it's 18 by 22 inches as opposed to 20 by 22 inches. So it's 18 by 22 inches because it's American.
American. But it's still, like most projects that are for the traditional fat quarters, they will be absolutely fine with them.
It's still a good chunk of fabric.
Shall we show
the
fat
very
quarter?
versatile. Just look at that.
Look at that. So, of course, in this bundle, you are getting 10 fat quarters. They are absolutely stunning designs in here. And you know, it really is whimsical, because when I look at it, you see the birds, but then you see the pearls in here as well. That kind of beautiful, like jewels in here. Look at the crown. Look, they even have like a flower band that they are carrying, or a crown there. Look at the gorgeous, look at the detail in the, look at the strawberries. And this is just one single one of them. And look, oh, is that a lady? Look at these, they are tiny
the more you look, yeah, absolutely, the more you see.
Oh no, that's the strawberries, but it is kind of, this is the ones that you don't even have to do that much patchwork with it. You immediately have something to look at, the beautiful.
Now, I wanted, when I got these fabrics, I wanted to create something that would really allow you to see the fabric. So I did a bed tidy. And normally I would do the pockets in fabric, but this time I did it with sewable plastic so that you could see through the plastic. And I mean, there's going to be absolute hell at my home because that's the remote.
That's
Get outside,
the
kids.
remote.
There we go. But see, it allows you to see the fabric. And we've put that, because we don't have a bed, obviously, we've put that on the set. But it allows you to see glimpses of, you've got the shoe there, you've got the drafts with the bows, and however much or however little is in there, whether you've just put your glasses and your phone and your magazine or whatever in there, it just allows some of that to come through.
Look, I mean, it's just a beautiful project that we will have a look later, but look at this amazing fabric as well. I mean, it's just fascinating. Look at the giraffes with butterflies.
This is the same fabric but on a smaller scale. So Odile has played with scale as well. So the blue that we've just seen is a much larger scale. This brings it down into smaller chunks.
I'm going to show the blue as well closely, because I think this is when you can see all the larger scale in here as well. Oh, look!
I know. Look at the giraffes and butterfly bows. I mean, I don't know how someone's brain thinks to go, I know, these giraffes need oversized butterflies as bows. I don't know, but I salute it. And
it's either very
totally appreciate it.
Yeah, it's either a very big butterfly or a very small giraffe.
I mean, yes.
That is just, but it's whimsical.
It could be a tiny giraffe or a massive shoe.
Oh, absolutely. Oh, look at the person that wears those shoes. But, there is such a beautiful colors as well. I love it. And, it's kind of, one of the things I look at it is just that the fact that it can go into a kind of country cottage, or also a very modern kind of house.
In a way you like it.
It's just gorgeous, absolutely
because
gorgeous.
It's whimsy and it's playful and it's about your imagination. And also I think this is a fabric that transcends ages as well.
Absolutely.
I mean, you and I love this fabric almost as much as my daughter loved this fabric. Absolutely. And for her, she was just finding everything in there, pointing it all out, just absolutely loving it. Now, this fabric is beautiful for a sashing.
Oh.
Yeah.
And look at, there is like kind of hidden eyes.
Just
or it
little
could be
bits and bobs in there. It's just...
It's just beautiful. And of course, talking about the quality of Free Spirit, because we know like Tim Holtz and others kind of have their fabric.
Facet,
of course. So we are talking about high quality cotton, quilting cotton as well.
Yes.
Look at that, and it's one of those things that you spoil me, because when I started quilting, it was you know, it's like legalize a free spirit that makes the whole thing a
didn't
joy.
spoil you. I enhanced.
Yeah.
I enhanced your hobby. That's what we
You
did.
made it, so I kind of just like enjoy working with good fabric, and this is why free
Yeah,
spirit
but
is one of
Paola,
them.
you are that woman that enjoys quality and class.
Absolutely.
Like, I've seen you. Rather than have a massive bar of chocolate, you'd rather have a smaller amount of a good quality.
Indeed.
And that's okay.
Yeah.
You know.
Absolutely. All right, now if you want to experience these beautiful fabrics with that kind of amazing kind of undertones of whimsical and color, 012-952 is your item number. Now it will be dispatched on from the 21st of June. And now you have a £6 saving, and remember you are getting 10 fat quarters, which are the American size based on a yard, and of course £31.49 is the price that you're paying. It's absolutely stunning, beautiful fabrics. Now if you are you know, you want larger pieces, we have a pick and mix of the fabrics. Now that allows you to choose any half meters of the Jardin de la Reine by Odile, and of course here you choose any two. Now, I know what I would do at home. I was like, I cannot choose just two, so I would go for 4, because, I mean, those beautiful pinks and those beautiful, it's a kind of a red with a turn of, almost like a Rioja, you know, that sort of winey kind of red color, but a little bit of, you know, not quite as deep as that.
Are we meant to say it?
Rioja.
Yeah, no, I never say it. But it's good to know how I should.
That's the wine, the red wine in Spain. But you have in here, I love the way that you have got like cooler tones of the blues, the warmer tones of the yellows, and then there's kind of pinks and reds in here that kind of bring it all together. Now, of course, you're choosing any two, so you could maybe go for, it's like, oh, I like the 2 blue ones, so they're kind of a smaller with you know, smaller print, and then the larger in blue. That makes a fabulous contrast. Now, if you were like me and you wanted to go for 2 sets, then you could go for one of the more kind of, I would say, more plainer is not the way to today. It's more of a blender. Yeah, exactly.
They're your bread and butter fabrics. They're the ones that allow the other ones to shine.
To shine, absolutely. Right, remember that you can see them all on the website. So you go to the website, so you put it in there. Of course, you can see, for instance, I would go definitely for a Sky the Queen's Musicians. That's one of the ones I would go. Oh, I don't know. Ooh. So the most popular is actually the gold, the Queen's Jewels. Oh, I'm not surprised. It is absolutely stunning. And of course, that features the beautiful birds with the crown and with those beautiful pearls in there, and the strawberries as well. That's a really, well, it is your choice. You choose any two. And of course, for £13.99 is your item. Sorry, your price. And your item number is 342397. And of course, you choose any pig, and there, of course, you can choose. Now, I would go. Can I select a Sky the Queen's Musicians? And of course, I don't know which one. There are so many to choose from. And remember, you can go for multiples if you wanted to. So you kind of put 2 pick and mixes. And of course, you have got the option to go for the fat quarters or the half meters. Or you could go for both. Knowing myself, I would probably go for the fat quarters and then add 2 half meters. And you know what I would do? I would go for one of the blenders in the half meters, just because I know that that's the one that I would probably use the most. I know, silly, but then that is, well, it's your choice. You don't. I'm doing my shopping list. Am I not? I am. All right. Do check out your baskets if you want it. 342397. That is a pick and mix. Right, Natasha. What are you gonna be showing?
Oh, what should we do? What should we do? Let's start with a small. I was just having a little play with leftover blocks. Really, it's just playing, isn't it? It's just seeing what we want to do. So we're going to start off with a smaller project today. And if I can find it, what have I done with it? Here we go. We've got a little bit of the cork left.
Okay.
I managed to get hold of another roll, so we've got a little bit of that.
We have those
left.
ones on the show, don't we?
Yeah, we have. And I wanted to show you, because every show that I come on, this ends up being like my last demo and I run out of time. So I'm going to start with it this time. And what we're going to make is this. Ooh. And so this, you can pop a little popper on it, no problem at all. And it's it's something a little bit unusual because of the fabric, because of the texture. But what it's absolutely perfect for is keeping your masks in. And I mean, that's not a bad mask, is it really?
It's gorgeous.
It's rather beautiful. And it just means that in my car, it just doesn't get knocked on the floor like everything else, you know, and muddy paws or boots or whatever put on it. So it can just be kept in the glove box, and I know that that's what's in there. But these fabrics are beautiful because you reveal something as you open it up. And you can fussy cut, you can do that however you wish. It's entirely up to you. I like to use a slightly unusual fabric. The quilted PUs work really well with this. The glitter PU that we've got on the show, all of that will work really beautifully with this today. So it's just to give you an option.
That is, of course, all those different materials that Natasha has mentioned are on the show, including the Earthen Flag Accord, which details are on the screen. You are getting a ½ meter. 732321 is your item number, $12.99.
Now we're working from this pattern today. This is the any size envelope pouch, and you can see that's done with just a plain PU, pleather, leather, whatever you want to use it with. It works with all of those things. And you can make it any size, and in it I explain how to make your own templates to make whatever size you want. So you can go really big on this and make it into a clutch. You know, it's entirely up to you how you want to do it. Or like I said, this is one of the smaller sizes. It's your call, but it shows you how to make one of these templates. You can see this has been well used and well loved. So I'm going to put these right sides together like so, then use my template to draw around
those corners.
Here. Yeah, it is a very simple make.
Yeah.
Sometimes
we like
simplicity.
sometimes simple.
Yeah, and also this is my go-to when it's, you know, I've got incredibly trendy, gorgeous nieces who don't, you know, they having something home handmade or whatever isn't necessarily cool.
Yeah.
And they just want the cash. Because they're teenagers, right? And cash is king. But being a craftsy aunt, I'm like, right, you're going to have something made. And so this is just something, a little something that I can make out of beautiful fabrics that's a little bit different that they can use, and I can put a gift voucher in.
Oh, of course.
So I feel like I've given them something, and they've actually had what they wanted.
They get what they want, but you also have made something.
We're all happy, right? We're all happy. So I'm just going to start along here, and again I'm going to use 1/4 inch seam and sew all the way around. Now, where I've drawn in those V's, that will be my guide. If you want to, if you're not comfortable with what 1/4 inch looks like, I mean, I've been sewing, let's just say, a while. So, you know, 1/4 inch.
It's almost automatic.
Yeah, sort of. And also it's the guide on my foot. But if you're, you know, you can always draw that 1/4 inch in if you want. You know, it's entirely up to you. Go slow, go steady. If you're using the quilted PU, which makes gorgeous pouches, by the way, I would pop a walking foot on.
Okay. Because that helps it with the
There's
bulkiness.
a small amount of stretch in the PU because you can use it for dressmaking. So there's a small amount of stretch. So the walking foot will just mean that it's evenly fed through. That's all. But what it means is that it's actually also very forgiving.
Okay.
So, you know, there are pros and cons to everything, right? So we're just going round, and this, like I say, this is, I've lost my pedal. Whoops. Hang on, my foot pedal's just gone disappearing off. Let me just reverse back up to my 1/4 inch. There we go. It's shot under the desk. I've just got a little end of it poking out. I'll rearrange that in a minute.
Okay.
You want to leave a
turning gap.
Hang on, let's go. Oh, it's actually now jammed. There we go.
Oh, I see. It was like
and it's still sewing.
It was
What's
like
going
the
on?
ghost of the
I
studio.
know.
Yeah.
Oh gosh, that's not what you want, is it? Let's just check we've got the stitching where we want.
Okay.
Well, that's fun, isn't it? Never had that happen before.
Well, you know,
I do have. Sometimes my daughter likes to help.
Oh.
and that's
Oh, that
when,
can be dangerous.
Yeah. I have to be really, really careful. And if she's in my studio when I'm sewing, I normally switch over to my NX7, which means I can just lock the screen and lock the whole.
You're
the whole
using
thing.
a kind of mechanical sewing machine now today, aren't you?
So this is like a tabletop industrial.
Oh.
It just does straight stitch. That's all it does. But it's like Pareto's law, isn't it? It's the 80-20 law. 80% of what I do is just a straight stitch.
So
this just does a straight stitch. That's all it does, but it does it insanely well. Now all we're going to do, and also it's just lighter to bring.
Oh, that's the key. Yeah, that is absolutely the key.
So we're going to snip those corners. We're going to cut right up to our stitch line, not through our stitch line, and then cut those notches out.
Okay. So you cut it under, and then. So that's going to be the corners, isn't it? The envelope sort of.
Are you working it out? What
I'm
bit
trying.
works where?
Yeah, I'm trying. My little brain gears working.
Yeah, it's one of those things, I guess, because this is one of my favourite patterns. And when I first wrote this, I was like, oh yeah, you know, I really loved it, and I still really love it because I love big prints, and I love the surprise and the drama of opening something up and having something really beautiful there. So there's my turning through gap. I've interfaced the fabric, by the way, just because the cork is really
stiff.
Is really thin.
Oh, thin.
Yeah. It is really thin, so it's more like having just another cotton. Yeah. So I have interfaced it just to give it a little bit more
more durability.
If you're using a thicker leather or PU, you might not need to.
Oh, right.
You know, but it's only because I've used if you were to use, so say for example you were just to use 2 cotton fabrics, I would just put a medium weight interfacing on both.
Medium?
Yeah.
On both,
Yeah,
right. Okay. So something like a
Vizolina medium weight will absolutely do the job. If you want it plush, then use something like an H630.
Okay.
Which would be fab. Now, this is not it's not looking like the one on display, right? But it's pretty much there. Let's now just use your finger and work your way around those seams. The beauty of the cork, and like I said, I don't have very much left, but I do have a little bit, so I've put everything that I've got on the show today for you. And we've used these for bag bases and all sorts. I haven't quite caught that seam, but that's not the end of the world.
Okay.
I'm not going to turn it.
Oh, look at the fabric. I mean, this is that far quarter from... and then you can do this. How many you could do out of a fat quarter of more or less that size? You could do probably about 4.
Well, this is an 8-inch square.
Okay.
So absolutely 4.
4. So then it means, so if you have got 10 fat quarters...
Yeah, I mean, you could do 9-inch ones, you could do 4 9-inch ones.
Wow.
Yeah, absolutely.
So there is like, you can make, if you go for the fat quarters, you will get about 40 pouches of...
Yeah, you know, make and sell. These are really useful and very, very pretty.
Presents as well, that's kind of fun.
Exactly. Now, it doesn't matter how many times I do this, there's always one corner that I just forget to just push out.
Look at that.
If you've got a little pokey tool, then go for that. And then... Sorry, the old hay fever's out today. And then just press. And then we're going to top stitch all the way around. Okay? So I'm pressing my seam under where I turned through.
Okay.
And the reason that I am doing that is because when I top stitch around, that top stitch should just catch that. If you've got any little corners that you just want to pull out a little bit, then do.
Just the lato, yeah.
And then, again, top stitch around, which is what we're going to do now. And then it's pretty much done, Paola.
Oh, and you need to put the popping thing, right? The popping thing.
The popper is the finish.
Popper, yeah.
That's it.
Okay.
And then that's it done. So
it's
not
quick.
Huh?
It's a very quick project.
I know, right? It really is ridiculously quick, insanely easy. really effective.
And with these beautiful fabrics that are such a statement fabrics, it's perfect. Now, of course, now you not only have closed the turning gap, but you are top stitching throughout all the edges, right?
Yeah. It's just going to hold everything
Stronger.
in place.
Yeah.
And if you can manage like 1/8 of an inch around, but again, if you're unsure, draw it out, mark it out, do whatever. No one's going to come and measure it afterwards. Trust me, they're just not.
Now, we have got new sewers all the time and people who have never sewed before. Do you think that this could be a project for a brand new beginner, like the first ever project?
Why not? Why not? You're
Well-
sewing straight lines.
Yeah. Well, Kirsty, who is, Kirsty, our producer, lovely producer, is like, well, I want to make one. And she's like, I don't know how to sew, but I want to do it.
Because there's nothing. I've just need to
Now,
pull that out. There's
she
nothing
doesn't-
difficult
Kirsty
here.
is like, I don't own a sewing machine. Could she hand stitch it if you?
Yeah, absolutely.
Ooh.
And if you're going for a real leather, then hand stitching it would be.
Kirsty, my
really
birthday is in
beautiful.
December, so you have got
Just
that
so that you know,
to make
just so
one.
you know. Just saying.
She's like, Kirsty's birthday is in January, so you can return the favor if I make you one for, like, yeah. Oh.
But yeah, it's just, and you see, all I'm doing, because I don't sew 1/8 of an inch all the time, I'm just double checking that turn.
Yeah.
So there's another stitch, and yes. Oh, it's gone onto the table again.
Oh,
Keeps doing
there
it.
is definitely
I know.
a ghost today in
Gosh.
here.
I know, it's just
plain.
done that, isn't it? It's gone under the table again and got jammed. So I will unstitch those. Oh my goodness.
Oh. Okay.
So there'll be a few extra stitches that we weren't quite expecting, but that's okay.
And then you are just finished that, yeah? Oh, okay.
So now all you need to do is decide what you want to see when you open up your pouch. So do you want it to be that? Do you want it to be that? Quite fancy.
That's
seeing it.
that's definitely the way. Oh,
That's it.
yeah. All right.
So now all you do is put your popper through those 3 layers, popper on there, and it's done.
See, I have. Well, I'm afraid of putting a popper in.
Okay.
Could you put a button or something like that, or
You'd sew through, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I'm going to use my stiletto to just poke through those layers there. And then, yeah, just I mean, gosh, these are, let me just find my other tool.
Well, it's all right. I mean, you don't. We're looking for the popper.
I know, I've got the poppers here. It's whether or not
Okay,
I've
you
actually got
found
the
it.
closing tool. So the popper, you can use plastic ones, you can use metal ones. It's whatever you've got in your stash, basically. And all you'll want to do is find that point that you've just, she says, completely losing it. And if you need to, go back in
So you
to
make
refine the hole.
Yeah.
And then,
I
because that,
see.
there it is, that's where I'm going to then put my popper through. There it is. So that goes through there. That will then go through the next layer there. And then that will go through your final layer there. Like that. And then your popper goes on there.
So that's actually much simpler than I thought.
Yeah. And then you somewhere in my trolley of things
You have
is
got
my
the
tool
closer,
that
yeah.
just squeezes
Perfect.
it shut.
Oh.
And then all you do is fold that over and find where you want it
And
to
then-
close, and then
perfect.
put the top one on there. And that's it
Fabulous.
done.
Thank you, Natasha, for showing that. And of course, we will rejoin Natasha for the next demo in a very short while. I just want to give a reminder of the beautiful fab quarters. Now, you are getting 10 of them. And after Molly has rearranged them again, thank you, Molly. I'm just going to ruin it again because I think that you have to look at them. Now, of course, they will be dispatched from the 21st of June, but look at the the most amazing, beautiful detail. And of course the colors in there, those beautiful, the pinks, the blues. But when you come in, look at the pomegranates in here. Look at the beautiful peonies, and the jewels in here as well. Look at the pomegranates. I love how one of them is open. Look at the jewels inside it, because this is the gardens of the Queen. This is the whimsical kind of worlds in it. It's a secret garden in which you walk and you can see the flowers blossoming, and you almost smell the beautiful peonies in there. You can kind of see the colors, the richness, you can hear the birds singing when you look at these beautiful fabrics. It's almost like the most beautiful garden that you walk in, and then it's almost like hidden kind of magical creatures in there looking at you. And of course you can see the eyes in here, which is kind of, maybe is the kind of the blue eyes, and look at that. And then you have also those blenders, and the blenders are the ones that allow the eye to rest, to kind of make the contrast, to let the beautiful big bold patterns sing and take center stage. Look at this. Look at this beautiful giraffe. You can see that garden. Suddenly the creatures, the giraffes and those big beautiful butterflies kind of come in and greet you. And this is what you see in there. The beautiful embroidered slippers in there, that kind of the very, Versailles, kind of the uplands.
It's very
Versailles. Yeah. It's the French uplands, that richness, that kind of gorgeous craftsmanship as well. And when you look at this one, it's the same sort of print, but reduced in a scale, and with that kind of pale blue background, or this is kind of a beautiful blue. You have, again, the ability to, for instance, if you wanted to paper piece with a bolder, kind of a hexagons, this could be absolutely ideal for that. And then, of course, we have those gorgeous, rich pinks in here. This is a peony dark pink. That's kind of romance sort of flower. And then, this is, I think, one of my favorites. I'm going to open it up. Sorry, Molly, but look at this one. Isn't just absolutely stunning? The bolder flowers in there. They're almost like impressionistic kind of brush strokes of the color. And then, of course, the birds in there. And of course, that is all about the Jardin de la Reine, or the Queen's Garden. And you can see that, you can imagine a Versailles, a secret whimsical garden in which you walk, and you can see like jewels hanging out of the branches. Oh, look at that. We are kind of in a magical world, aren't we? And of course you are getting the gorgeous oranges in here. That kind of, it has got such a summery vibe as well. And then of course that gorgeous geometric, which kind of almost, it's both Versailles and also Japanese pattern. It's almost like it's a maze. It's a maze, because it is the kind of the gardens, the maze gardens again. And it's just beautiful. Did you know the difference between a labyrinth and a maze?
No, and I've never even thought about it. Now you say I have no idea. What is it?
So basically, a labyrinth has only one way. So it's kind of a really convoluted, but it's only one way. Like you cannot get lost. And a maze, you can get lost. Apparently, that's the technical differences. But anyway, I think this is a maze, so you can get facts for you at 7 a.m.
Well, the whole story of the Minotaur, the labyrinth, because there was only one way
to the Minotaur.
So he didn't need the ball of wool.
Well, because the problem...
What a waste of wool.
Yeah, exactly. No, but the problem is that he needed to get quickly out of it. So
okay. I'll let him have his ball of wool. Then.
Yeah,
that's fine.
So
that's
if
fine,
you look, there is only one way. Anyway, if you want to go for the beautiful fat quarters, of course, remember they're based on a yard, not a meter. So they're American fat quarters, because Free Spirit, the manufacturer of these fabrics, it's an American company. But you know the quality. You know the K Facet, the Tim Holtz fabric. Those ones are the Tula Pink as well. They are the manufacturers for those companies, so imagine the quality. 012-952 is your item number. £31.49 is your price with the saving there. Right, and then we are going on to the half meters. By the way, the fact about labyrinth is a maze, and now I'm kind of doubting myself, but I'm pretty sure I read it recently, so I'm pretty sure it's a fact. Now I'm like,
fact. It is now.
Anyway, because labyrinths are more ancient, where the maze are more a modern incorporation to, kind of. Yeah. Anyway, Going on to moving on. Very busy for the half meters here. You are choosing any two of these ones. Remember, half meters means that you have got much more to play with, and that allows you. Shall I open one of the fabrics? Oh, the gold, this one. Yeah, that one. Oh, I'm doing. Sorry about making that whole mess. It's like, you should see my house, it's very messy. But you can see in here, look at that. Now, this is a half meter. You can see it's twice the size of a 1/4. Now, we are approaching 70% of the beautiful gold crowns. I think this is the one that's called Crown Queen. Gold Queen's Jewel. Gold? Okay, let's see. Oh, gold, the Queen's jewels.
Nice.
So this is the one, yeah. So if you want the Queen's jewels, well, you can have them, but 70% of the stock has gone with this beautiful rubies. We are trying to get. We don't know if we can get any more. So therefore, if you want this option, do make sure to check out your baskets. Love that because it has got like lots of rubies in here and emeralds and hidden. And of course, those ones are kind of. This is one of the discovery fabrics. Those ones that you can see the bows in there with those beautiful colors as well. And then, of course, if you have got more options. All the different options you can find on the website in there. Now, let's put it. But now, on the website, you can see all the different options, and you can see this. And of course, you have got them for £13.99. You have got 2 half meters. I definitely would go for half meters. I would. The Rose Palace Maze and the Rose Queen's Sky is a fabulous combo, but also the White Royal Expedition is small, or the Teal Royal Expedition is fabulous. Oh, somebody likes the Orange Palette Arcade. Oh, that's kind of cool, isn't it? And then you have also, of course, the exotic Voyage. Oh, the sky is good. Oh, I love it. Or the Green Palace Topiary. There are so many different options. Remember, you are choosing. We are not choosing for you. You are choosing whichever to pick and mix. Right now, we have also Moda beautiful solids in here. Now, it is a pick and mix. There are half meter pieces as well. You pick any two, and I can see some shark cotton. I know because that looks like the artisan. They're beautiful. You can see in here that it's that kind of mix of white and grey. So you have got that beautiful, almost like shimmer, isn't it? It's not, but it's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, look at that. Ah, that's beautiful. Beautiful. I love that. And of course, this is seriously, I don't know how to fold. I just like, that explains a lot. It's a magical skill that I clearly miss out on training day. But you have got the Moda solids, so you have got pick and mix of course, you can choose any two. There is, for instance, a grunge one here as well. So that would be basic gray, sort of the range from Moda. But then you have got the solids, quilting cotton white. Of course, on the website, you can see them all in detail. And of course, that will be the best way. There is beautiful reds. I would go to, $9.99. So I kind of would look, for instance, sorry, look at that. If you go for one of the half meters, you can see how the red will work so well with this one, bringing out. But then, sorry, look at that. If you can bring in even the orange, and even the teal, that kind of, the green as well, that works as well. This is kind of more olive. All the variants are at the bottom of the screen, and of course you will find them on the website as well. You're getting to choose any two half meters for $9.99. 724433 is your item number. Now, this one, of course, just to clarify, of course, it is dispatched from the 21st of June. Now, moving on to this one. This was different, Natasha.
Quilted PU.
What, PU?
So this is what I was saying. Those little pouches that we've just made look amazing in this. Absolutely amazing in this. It's really, really soft. really soft. It makes great bag bases for the contrast bag base that we've got for my patterns. So the contrast bag that we've got on the show today, I actually use the glitter PU, which we'll show you in a minute. But you're going to get, you choose between the lights or the darks. So this is the light option that we've just shown the dark
darks.
That's your dark. So you get your black, bronze, navy and champagne.
Ooh.
That's your darks.
Yeah,
and then your lights, if you flick those up, there we go, perfect, is white, silver,
silver,
gold,
Ooh.
and rose gold.
Look, you know what? I'm not sure which one I prefer. I mean, they're both stunning.
They
probably
are
darks.
They're really large fat quarters, because a fat quarter will always be either a yard or a metre cut into quarters, but because this was a much longer, because it's used for dressmaking as well, this fabric,
so
it's a longer bolt, so it's wider, so you're getting far more on there.
Yeah, you can see there. Now, both options are they are kind of very popular, both of them. So just make sure that you check out your baskets. Otherwise, you might miss out on your preferred option. Now, of course, a 371-532 is your item number. Whichever option, the darks or the lights, £16.99 is your price for that one. Then we have the
Sewable plastic.
Plastic.
I like to bring you slightly different things that you won't necessarily see. So that's your glitter plastic, and it is fully sewable.
Now this, so I'm kind of thinking, if you're sewing with this, do you need to change your needle or a G needle? No. Wow, and
I'm sewing with an 80, which is a really fine needle.
now this is, can I ask, if this is Natasha makes, right?
Yes.
No. So if I wanted a longer piece, like if I multi-buy it, would it be just one?
Normally I would say yes, but with this, because I wasn't sure how much was left on the roll, we've pre-cut it into half meters.
That's
but
all
it
right.
would be unusual for you to use like loads more.
Absolutely, yeah. And of course, you can do that project of the bed tidy as well.
That's why it's on the show for that. And also, if you get that, you've got enough for the bed tidy, but also the hanging storage and the pick and mix of the patterns. That also uses that sewable plastic. So you can use that as well. And there's a pencil case on there as well, a clear pencil case.
I mean, the glitter is so iridescent. Look at that. It's just such a... Oh, look at that. You can see.
It's a proper Aurora Borealis, isn't it?
Yeah, it's proper. That's really great. I think for girls, also, you know, if you want to do like a tablecloth or something like this, just plain, and then maybe do some edging or something.
Yeah,
like that.
I mean, we've used it. The other projects that have got it in are the... I've used it for a pocket in the block keeper. That uses it as well, an optional pocket that you can use, and then you can see all the bits and bobs of your patterns and whatnot in there. So there are at least 3, if not 4 projects on the pattern pick and mix that uses the sewable plastic. So it's only fair, because it's quite hard to source, to actually bring it to her to give you the chance to get it. Whether you use it today, whether you use it in a few weeks, it's entirely up to you. It doesn't go off.
That's true.
Yeah,
It doesn't go off.
It's going to be there for you whenever.
The $9.99 is the price. You have got the glitter, and of course you have got the other option, which is the clear one. No, sorry, that we are going to have a look in a second. 330622 is your item number 4, the glitter one. Then we have got the plain one, which I actually think, even if you don't have a project in mind, I will go for this, because it's not that easy to find, and of course it will be protecting a lot of projects. I also think it would be really nice, as now that the weather is nicer, to do like a seat cushion. So underneath is this. So then for a picnic.
Oh, yeah.
So you don't have to take a blanket, you can just put that, and that of course will protect.
This is really hard wearing. For the last year, I've had the carpet in our conservatory covered with this, and I just taped around the edge of it because my daughter took to painting in there, and she's 2. So you can imagine the carnage. Yeah. So all I could think to do, we had a roll of this just in, I'm like, I wonder if this will do. We have walked over that every day, and it is still, there's no rips, tears, scuffs or anything. It is really, really durable. It's not meant as a carpet cover, but we've used it as such, and it's been amazing, really amazing.
Right, so of course remember it's a half meter, so it's a much larger piece that I'm like that. It's like
Yeah, there's. I mean, it's not the best TV, is it? Because let me show you this see-through thing.
Is that all right? Of course, your $9.99 is your price. 263464 is your item number. Then, oh, sorry, I just need to put this in here because I don't know how to fold.
Whee! Right.
Nobody saw that. It's transparent,
Very durable.
right?
It's fine.
All right, and then we have got the gold glitter. Oh my goodness, that is like, this is just absolutely glorious.
I thought you might like this.
Oh, it's just like, I don't know, it's just different. It's just beautiful.
It's ridiculously decadent, and if ever there was a show that had ridiculously decadent things on,
Yeah.
it's this one.
Absolutely.
It's
I mean, this is
one.
Versailles we are talking
I know,
about.
I know,
You know,
I
it's just
know.
like, you know. And of course, you can see it here as well. You know, of course, that it features the gorgeous. And look at that! Look at that! It's just absolutely gorgeous there. Look at that. Oh, gorgeous.
So that's So that pattern is the contrast bag, contrast-based bag.
Look at that! I love it. And of course, it's at the bottom, so it will be quite durable.
Yeah, yeah.
Look at that!
And waterproof as well if you pop it down.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because it's plastic. It's PU. It's leather. It's vegan leather.
Ooh. Now, so okay, I'm gonna put it there, back in there, and you can see you are getting a full half meter for just $9.99.
It's a big half meter as well because again, it's a much longer. So your quilting fabrics are normally 44 inches selvage to selvage. I think that's 56 inches.
Yeah.
So it's a big old chunk.
I mean, it's almost as you can see that it's almost from the floor to my chin,
I mean, you
basically.
could dress make out of it, Pam.
Oh!
There's your evening dress.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, I would need a couple of more of them. Otherwise, the back will be a little bit bare. But
Daring. I would say. Molly's just laughing, our floor manager. But yeah, daring. It's a look.
Oh, I could do it the other. Anyway.
I've seen what you can manage to make out of a half meter of fabric.
Anyway, so that's available, and then of course we have got the ever popular, and of course make sure to check out your baskets because it always is super popular. The earthen flag cork half meter fabric, again £12.99. Again, fair, you know, it's a wider need.
And again, if you're wanting to use that for a bag base and you want the pattern for this particular cork, because it's not the quilted cork, go with the contrast bag pattern.
Oh, definitely. Which is the one we show.
Because the quilted the quilted cork I did the cork base bag for, but this is a much lighter cork, so the contrast bag pattern is the one for you for that one.
Fabulous. $12.99 is your price. 732321 is your item number. Now there is two more items that we couldn't fit on the counter, and they are the Natasha Makes is the this is the Alcock collection. Pick and mix. You choose any two of them, and they are patterns by Jane Alcock. £15.99 is your price, and you have got four different options: the Vargella quilt, the Catherine Wheel mini quilt, and of course you have the Arrow Star cushion as well. And of course you have got the Calms quilt.
Quilt. Yeah, William Morris. It was done with William Morris layer cake. That one. You just need 10-inch squares, and you can create that. So Jane Alcock does a quilting show on my Natasha Makes channel on a Wednesday. So we just thought, I suddenly thought, you don't have any of her quilting patterns, and she's such an incredible talent. It's really lovely to be able to bring them in for you here.
So you choose any two for £15.99, and of course we have got more to show you, which is the Bed Tidy kit, and of course that includes the non-slip liner roll and pattern. £14.99 is your price for that one. Now, of course, I think we have the non-slip line, the roll as well on its own, and the show as well. So if you have a look at that, 190838 is your item number. And then we have the Natasha Makes Patterns, design strips, zip pouch. There is so many different patterns. They are such a quality patterns as well, and very versatile. So many of them you can adapt for different sizes, like the pattern just demonstrated. 475729 is your item number. £11.99. This is the anti-slip roll, which also we have. I think it might be an end of cold offer, but we will check about if you want to get it on.
I think
on
it's just with the pattern.
Oh, it's just with the pattern.
It's just with the pattern.
It's just
yeah, because it only works with the pattern.
Okay.
So yeah. So it's bundled with the pattern. So if you and that roll will make 2. Okay. So that's just when you get it, just cut it in half.
Fabulous. All right, if you want to, the details are on the screen. £14.99 is your price. Right, Natasha, we have got about 10 minutes left.
We can make a start. Okay, so this might be a demo that goes over 2 shows, so you can come back at 10 and we'll show you the rest of it.
Fabulous.
I've done some pre-cutting out because we're looking at some big hefty pieces of fabric here. So that's going to be my backing fabric there. We're going to use this for the front of the bed tidy. Bed tidies are ageless, Everybody has a bed, and I'm sure they've got a bit of clutter around them. Molly's going, yeah. So why not tidy up? And also then you know where your phone is, you know where your remote is, you know where your glasses are. Just stuff them in the pockets, and then they're always to hand. Always to hand. There's no knocking them off the side. So in this, what we're going to use, I've gone ahead and put some binding just on the edge of the sewable plastic, but you can see it allows that pattern to then to sing. Absolutely. In the pattern, it shows you how to do fabric pockets. So if you want to use just a plain fabric at the back, and use this sort of fabric for the pockets, it shows you how to do that as well. So you've got so many options with this pattern, but it did strike me that for this particular one, it's absolutely perfect. Your plastic will come folded. If there's a crease in there, it will generally just come out, but otherwise get a gentle heat on your hairdryer. And you can manipulate it like that. For goodness sakes, don't go in with your iron.
No, I was like,
yeah, no, don't do that. Don't do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I have
because
been
that
known
would melt, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, I have been known to go in with a pressing mat over the top on a really, really cool iron. But if you melt it, that's your
just
on you, right?
Yeah.
That's on you. I didn't tell you to do that. I'm just going to press that crease out of the middle of that, and then. So the hardest thing when I came up with this pattern was actually sourcing what would keep it in place. And that's what, I mean, the roll looks like the most unassuming thing, doesn't it? But it's this. And it's a non-slip plastic fabric that you can sew through. So
because that's the thing, that you can sew through it and you won't break the sewing.
Yeah, now I always sew with an 80 needle, sometimes a 90. So I use a fine needle and it's absolutely fine. But what happens is this goes between your mattress and the base of the bed, and the weight of the mattress and the fact that this is non-slip holds it in place.
Right.
And then it just drapes over the side. Okay, so we've got it underneath the counter there because that was our only way of holding it in place. So basically the counter is emulating the mattress for us today. That's it. So you're going to make a little sandwich here, and when this is first unrolled, I'm going to be honest, fabric weights might be your friend.
Ooh.
Okay. Just to hold everything down, and I'll just get that crease out of that as well. Oh, I've got everything. I was just having a little play, leaving everything there. Right. Okay. So you're going to make a sandwich with the plastic in the middle.
Okay.
All right. And actually, this has been uncurled for a little bit. It's far happier. And so right sides together with your giraffes and your lining fabric. Okay. So this will be at the back of the fabric. And if you do need to, just in case it springs up, do that. But just clip it all together so that at the top you have one long length to sew. and clips are just going to hold it in place. This again is not a difficult make. It's just that some of the fabrics can be a little bit slippy because you're using plastics and things like that that are they're just a bit unusual. But that never stopped me.
Exactly.
You know, if you're worried, pop a walking foot on.
By the way, we have an update on the half-meter pieces. That we have had. We just can confirm that with days that we cannot get any more, and therefore, we have got 2 sellouts. So we have got the skies. So that is a technical sellout. So if you have it in your baskets, that's option. Please, you need to make sure to check out your baskets. And so gorgeous. And the other sellout is, of course, another technical sellout is actually one of them has bounced back, so if you want it you could have it, but you need to check out your baskets right now to get this one. Remember, it's a technical sellout, which means that all the stock is allocated. There is no more stock of this, so if you want it, make sure to check out your baskets right now and get in the half-meter pieces of beautiful O'Gill's fabrics in here. 342397 is your item number. Let's rejoin Natasha. So you are sewing those.
I'm sewing those 3 fabrics together. So I've got the non-slip grip stuff in the middle. I've got the giraffes one side, and I've got my back lining piece, which you don't really see that much of. So you know, you could do that in calico if you wanted to keep costs down. It's entirely up to you. I mean, I think you've got the actual one there, haven't you, Paola? You're not really going to see it that much.
But it is a great project as well. I was thinking, especially for a children's bedroom, you know, to have all the things that, you know, they like. My niece likes to loves a bed and how to say bedside story? No,
a bedtime story.
Bedtime story.
Yeah.
So kind of always has little books in there and little things, and she likes a light, and she likes, you know, her toys as well. And
there's stuff when you're small that you need at bedtime or at any age, you know.
Well, I'm a small, you know. I mean, I'm not young, but I'm a small. That's never going to change.
So when
I
you've
need
sewn
things
those,
at all the time, yeah. No.
What you now have is your non-slip in place.
Yeah.
Okay. And then you just want to very gently finger press or press these fabrics away. Okay. And then what we're going to do is for this bottom piece here, on the back of it, so on the wrong side here, just bring my pressing back there, is we're going to apply a stabilizer.
Right.
Now, what you use for this is up to you. It's entirely up to you. I'm using, is it S520? Yeah, S520, which is what you use for pelmets.
Oh.
But it's fusible.
Okay.
Okay. And that will be fused onto the back of your back piece. Okay, so the wrong side of your back piece. Now you'll see it doesn't come all the way up to the top, and that's because this will still be under the bed, so that you've got enough of a gap that this fabric will flow over the side rather than you seeing any of that plastic. That will be hidden by your bed the whole time. Okay. One side of this, and I can never remember which, has got an adhesion on it. So we'll pop that, and again, this is where getting your weights out, again, because these things come on rolls. But you can use, if you've got other stabilizers, then great. Use those. Use whatever you've got. It's absolutely fine. And we're going to press there, and then next hour we'll start putting on the pocket
Absolutely.
and show you how to do that.
By the way, I want to remind everybody to check out the baskets, especially for the pick and mix, the teal option that you can see that the finished sample that Natasha has made is absolutely glorious. That is really, this is the royal teal. It's absolutely very busy. So if you want it, it will be the next one to go. So if that was one of the options that you had in mind to get in your half-meter pieces, please do check out your baskets. Natasha, we have got a minute left, but
Yeah, it would have helped if I'd actually tried to, you know, adhere it to the sticky side. I did a great job of sticking it to my pressing note. Well done, me. So I will press this, and then we'll be ready to go at 10 o'clock.
10 o'clock with
Yeah,
Derek,
yeah,
and of course do join Natasha and Derek for that, because of course you will have another look, and Natasha will complete the bed tidy, and of course this is the finish, one of the finished projects you could be making. Now, if you wanted to make it exactly as it is, well, the option that you need to go is for the royal teal, and of course that one is very, very popular and busy. So make sure to check out your baskets, whether you want them in half-meter pieces or the fat quarters. The choice is yours. Of course, the half-meters gives you more of the same fabric, but the fat quarters give you all 10 beautiful patterns. Do check out your baskets. Stay tuned though, here we go, because we have another look at the one that's special. Natasha, we'll see you at 10 with Derek.
Oh, thank you, Paula.
All right, we'll see you later. Well, Charmaine and Derek are ready to delight you with Dolly Dimples One Day Special. Then at 10, or at 9, sorry, 13 Arts and Mixed Media with George Hannon. And then Natasha is back at 10.
Kay Fassett is a distinguished artist, designer and author who has used his background in knitwear design to create an expanding range of bold and beautiful fabric prints for the patchwork market. I will be bringing you a wide selection of beautiful fabrics at fantastic prices.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Fingers. I've been sewing for most of my life. It's a passion of mine. I really enjoy all aspects of sewing. I'm creative in lots of different ways as well, but sewing is the one I'm most passionate about. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me.
More morning, everyone. Welcome to the wonderful world of Dolly Dimples. Welcome to the One Day Special. It's really, really fabulous, this one. If you love cake, if you love wandering off in lots and lots of different directions, this is the One Day Special for you. Of course, Dolly Dimples is nothing without the amazing Charmaine Bennett. Good morning.
Oh, wow. And the name change.
Oh, have I changed your name?
Yeah, Bennett.
Bennett.
I do get that on poster, actually, quite a lot.
What have I... What?
Barrett.
Barrett.
You know, like the houses and shoes.
Barrett Bennett. Why have I got Bennett in my head?
I don't know, but
I have
quite
no
a few
idea.
people do that.
Anyway, Charmaine, you're like a legend, aren't you? You only need one word, don't
end.
you? like Cher or Scylla or Adele. It's Charmaine. Well, there we go. Change your name every now and again.
You're so cheery in the morning,
I
Darren.
know. I do
Where
like.
does it come from?
I have no idea. As soon as that red light goes on, that's
Ping!
it. I'm
We're in
ready.
action.
I'm ready. Right, now, listen, we have to talk One Day Special. We have to talk everything on the show, because actually last night we said goodbye to quite a lot of bits and pieces, didn't we? We had lots of sellouts.
And I'm like, now I'm having to mix my demos up a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely. But if anyone can, you can. So let's have a little look at the One Day Special. And it's all about, cake. How dare you bring us cake so early in the morning?
I know. The viewers will be like,
grumbling.
Shall I just go get some toast and jam now?
Yeah. Shall I have that boring grey, like, cereal, crunchy stuff that's really good for me?
Yeah, the one that's really healthy.
Yeah, or
like
shall I have a bit of cake? And I think cake wins. Right, let's talk about what we have got on offer. Your One Day Special are these 5 glorious stamps that you can see, and we've got the details for the 5 stamps, which is the official One Day Special at the bottom of the screen there, 215325. But we kind of want to, if you want just the stamps, then of course you can, details at the bottom of the screen, but for just a smidge more, in fact I think for Freedom members we're talking like 99 pence more, so it's like, of course you would. How about 3 gorgeous, gorgeous stencils, which you will use forever and ever and ever in the collection as well. So this is brilliant. Freedom members, you are lucky. And if you're not a Freedom member so far, I mean, how many reasons a day do you need?
I've just twigged the maths because I'm a bit daft on maths.
Yeah.
So that is basically like paying for 4 of the stamps.
Yeah.
And another one joins the party. Hey ho, no cash.
Yeah.
And the 3 stencils as well.
Yeah.
All right, I really goofed up.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's good.
I'm a goofer.
No, it's really, really good. Right, we get her to agree to these things really, really quickly and then say, OK, see you on the show. That's what we do. It's amazing. Tell me about these cakes, Charmaine.
Oh, they're absolutely gorgeous. You could visualise eating some of the cakes. So as Sandra did the cakes, and please show that sample.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
This has got cake recipes
Samantha
as well.
has done this as a cake recipe book. And she's wrote down all the cake things and mixed them all up and done what I call like a flip book, which I love doing this because you can have extra little pieces popping out from behind. So when it's closed, it looks really exciting to open up and just keep going. One of the things that I did want to do was Sue did a measuring stick with the mushrooms and way back a few years ago. And I thought, oh, I'd like to do that, you know, like for birthdays for a child. So you take a long piece of 2x2.
Yeah.
Put your measures on it and then have your cakes going up for the different years and things in the heights.
Oh, that's a brilliant idea.
Didn't get around to doing it, but I think with other cakes that'll come, because there is actually 20 in the range. At the moment, I think we have 6 and 5 out, so that's 11 out of them.
They are, I mean, they are gorgeous. They are so Dolly Dimples because they are...
They're quirky out.
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, who wouldn't love a cake with a toadstool on the top of it?
Yeah, absolutely. It'll be an edible one, you just know it. One of those spongy ones.
Yeah, that's from Alison. We just love mixing things up. So obviously using it as a hat, or maybe he's carrying a cake with his house on the top. So that's the little Mad Hatter down at the bottom there. So they'll be coming up later. They do mix in really, really well.
I just love them. Just so I'll show you a little selection of them while we're here. Let's go right.
You make a mess
as well.
behind there with them. They're all sorted.
I know. I'm so sorry. I just realised that as well.
I've put them all in order so you could pick from different piles.
Listen, Charmaine, you know that I am Captain Chaos. And you've got 2 hours of Captain Chaos, I'm afraid. I'm so sorry. Everyone knows now. I'm going to knock everything over. Everything will be out of order.
I'm glad
this is
you're in that
glorious.
position, because that would be me if we swapped roles.
Yeah, they're definitely. Yeah, definitely.
I think we should do that at some point.
If it has a candle in it, the calories don't count. I am loving that.
Of course not.
Definitely.
Yeah. So,
Definitely.
you know, buy some sweeties, stick a candle in it.
Absolutely. So, in the complete bundle, you are getting your 5 beautiful cake stamps, all so different. And again, you can use them in lots and lots of different ways, as we've just seen there as well. Plus, you have got the 3 stencils, and the stencils are so versatile, aren't they?
They are, in the previous shows at 6 and 8 o'clock, I put them through a embossing machine, which you have to get your right plates ready to go with it. Instead of using like an embossing folder, you take your rubber mat in there and I emboss through them and then put paste and things on. And the samples are further down that I did. But you can draw through them, you can ink through them, you can, you know, anything that you do with stencils, basically. Very simple.
Oh, yes, I will show you, actually, the 2 that Charmaine made last night in just a moment. I just wanted to show you this, because this is great for a door. No cake, no entry. I love that. That's superb. Now, he says, right, let's have a look at your samples from last night, because this is also incorporating some gorgeous, I mean, absolutely divine, I've never seen anything like it before, handmade papers, which are huge and beautiful.
Yeah, I mean, the dies that are on there, they sold out. Just quickly coloured in and then added some pencil over the top of it for the cake. I fussy cutted it and I stamped underneath it, so nice and simple. So the handmade papers do take quite a lot. Now that one that you're holding up has got embossing powder on. With the embossing powder on the handmade papers, you can get a couple of different effects depending on the style of the embossing powder. Sometimes it'll kind of sink in, so it almost looks part of the handmade paper as well.
That is glorious. I love the colour of those flowers and these levels here. I mean, that's just divine. And then, of course, you've taken that out to the side of the card, which is so Charmaine.
Yeah, I don't like things straight.
Lots of lovely shapes. No, I love it, though. It's brilliant because it gives you so many ideas and so much inspiration as well. Listen, please make sure that you check out as quickly as you possibly can, because the one-day special, the complete bundle has been so popular. The one-day special has been sitting there available, but of course, because we're talking like 99 pence more.
Yeah, why would you?
Yeah, exactly. Why would you? And it's such a brilliant saving. And you've got flexis as well, remember, which is really good. I love that, to be able to break it down by 2. Because, you know, actually, just if you're... every now and again, you lose your crafting mojo, don't you? You just kind of think, oh, you know, I feel like I've done it all and whatever. And actually, the great thing about Dolly Dimples is it kind of... You know how some drinks you have to shake to wake? Well, sometimes you need to see something very whimsical to kind of shake you and inspire you again. And I think this does it beautifully. I really do. 129632 is your item number then. Grab that as quickly as you possibly can. Now, to go with that, to extend your beautiful imagination, we've got papers. And it's something that Dolly Dimples are absolutely brilliant at doing, is getting the right papers for the right projects. Now, I love the fact that actually the papers here are not going to compete with the images on the stamp, so they're the perfect stage, if you like, aren't they?
I mean, sometimes what I'll do is like miniature images to go with, but I wanted papers that would mix with other things as well.
Yeah.
So they'll work across the board. But you've got soft, subtle tones in there, and you've got some more vibrant ones as well.
I love this.
Generic, funky.
Yes, because it's a really nice mix of textures as well. This is what Dolly Dimples do so well, because sometimes when you buy a pack of papers, it's variations on pretty much the same theme. Do you know what I mean? Whereas this takes you in lots and lots of different directions. I love that. I love that kind of finish. It's got amazing texture to it. And again, yeah, it does. It looks like you have spent hours and hours and hours making them as backgrounds, you know.
Maybe somebody did.
Well, someone did. Someone did the hard work, so you don't have to, which is brilliant. And I love the texture of this as well. It's really lovely. It's got that slight gloss to the paper as well, which again...
Yeah, but you can still go in with your mediums on top of it, because anything that's too shiny, you've then got to be careful of what mediums will actually go on it.
Of course.
So these will take all, you know, mediums that you want to throw at it.
Yeah. And I
You can
love...
change the colours and things. So everything that you can do with paper, you know, die cutting, cut it with the scissors, colour on it, put your stencils over the top and change it up. do
Ooh,
your
I'm
fussy
liking this
cutting,
texty
paper
one here.
piecing.
Do.
And if you want to roll it or even put it on some of your boxes and things like that, you can do. As long as you don't put too much glue on and
Yeah.
you spread it out properly, perfect to go.
Yeah. Is that a bit
Text
of...
is amazing
that
until
a
you're
bit
not
of
going to try and read it, are
That's
you?
a bit of Latin, I think, in there, isn't it? Yeah, I think that's highly Latin, isn't it? 594165, I didn't go to that class, ever. 594164 is your item number there, £11.99. Now, the stamps also are available individually as well. And I know we're not getting to have a good squiz at this, but you've got to check it out. Go and have a look at the handmade papers because they are absolutely divine. You can construct with them, you can sew through them, there's so much you can do with them. They are absolutely delicious. So grab them as quickly as you possibly can. You will find them on the website. Along with so much more as well. The die set actually sold out last night as well. So they'd gone already last night, but you've also got Dolly Dimple's cream card there. There's mixed media card stock and lots more as well. So check those out. Can I just show you this? Because this is the most divine. Now, I've never been able to grow a sunflower, and I know this isn't a sunflower, but I mean, what a divine flower to have in your life, made with those handmade papers which are on the show. Seriously, you need to check them out. We'll see them in more detail later, and we'll love them and caress them and everything else, but that is just incredible. They are. They're gorgeous, though, aren't they? I mean,
I'm going to be catching you stroking.
yeah. Oh, well, I might make... While you're doing your first demo, I might be over there making myself an outfit.
Big enough, aren't they?
Yeah, you could carry that off easily.
Okay, I'm
Right.
going with stamp number 4.
Okay.
So stamp number 4's got 3 candles, and at some point we're back together
At midday.
at midday.
Yep.
And all you got to say to me is 4 candles.
Okay.
Okay, I was meant to do it in a live, and I did one, and I didn't get around to doing the other one. So
Okay.
I've inked up the stamp, and I'm using a hybrid ink pad, so I can change my mind on what I want to, what medium I want to colour it in on. Here we go. And I'm using the Stamp to Impress. So you can see you've got these lovely flourishes, but actually in the stamp set you do get, let me show you the cover, you do get the words in here. So if it has a candle in it, the calories don't count. Of course, you can chop your words up and mix them all around to make other words as well if you so wish. One of the first things I do is when I get my stamps, I test them, and I test them on paper, and then that paper becomes my mask. So if I want to do a few cakes in a row,
Okay, yeah.
why not? Who
Yeah.
wants just one cake? 'Cause,
Absolutely. Yeah.
I can do, so I can mask off, and then I put it back on my carrier sheet. So that's a little tip. You also get these little dinky flowers in there, so we'll come back to those. So I'll put that back in. And they mix and match across the board with all the stamps. So you can move the elements around. Some of them you've got some beautiful little dragonflies and butterflies in there. So you can mix all the elements up with each other, if that makes sense. So, right, colouring. Here we go. So we're going to use a alcohol pen, and we're going to use a light colour first. So I've got 2 shades of pink, and we're going to go with the light pink, and we're just going to colour, avoiding going to the edges because I'm going to fill that in later. So I'm going to give it a quick coat of colour. Again, like I said, avoiding the edges because I'll go back to it. And the same on the bottom piece as well. So a quick coat of colour, and see that okay?
Yeah.
Yeah. And miss one because I want to do it 2 different colours. And up and down. So this to me is my base layer. So if you're not overly confident with alcohol pens, because there's lots and lots of tricks with alcohol pens, but you've got them in your stash, get them out and get them used. So that's going to be my base colour. So I'm going to carry on like that on this bit, and I'm going to change the colours from the pink in the gaps to the turquoise. So here we go.
I'm loving those colours.
Yeah. There we go.
So busy for the complete. I'm not at all surprised. I'm not sure I mentioned what the stock levels were right at the start of the show, but I probably should have done. My bad. I'm so sorry. But we're approaching 70% of the entire day's stock of the complete collection, which of course everybody is going for as well. So again, I get a wriggle on if you like these and you love Dolly Dimples anyway. What's not to love? It's so beautiful, and again, just takes you on this whimsical journey. Grab them right now. 70% of the stock already.
Right, okay, with the alcohol pens, what I do is I choose 2 shades and I go in with the darker one over the top. Have I actually picked the darker one, or have I gone to the lighter one? Yeah, you did.
You going over the same one?
Yeah, well, that's just about right for me, isn't it?
It's all right, it's only early.
So you can actually go over the darker one again.
Yeah.
So, and then I'm going to do exactly the same. So I'm visualising it being lighter in the centre. We do put artwork on the front of the packaging as well, so you've got a guideline to follow if you want to go for that, and then mix it up to do your own style, so there is some inspiration there. So I'd go in with the pen to give it another cut just out at either side of that one, and then we do exactly the same with the what's it called, the turquoise one. So I'm going really quite strong colour over the top of that one. Get that one in.
Why did you say avoid the edges again? Sorry, Doug.
Because there's no point in me putting it on the edges because of what I'm going to do next.
Ah, okay.
Jump the gun.
Right, sorry, cart before the horse.
Right.
Wait, Derek, just be patient.
Plus, with an alcohol pen, I'm trying to do a bit of problem solving here, Derek. It doesn't always work like, but when people are talking to me about what they do and where they go wrong,
yeah.
Alcohol pens bleed out, so if you leave a pen on, it'll bleed out. It just keeps spreading and spreading and spreading.
I get you.
Not like gin tonic does, that doesn't spread as much. But then we go over the top and we can blend the colours out. Because I go back in with like a pencil over the top, or a fine liner if you've got fine liners instead, I don't need to do the edges. Does that make sense? The other thing is, when I get these, when I use these colours together, which I'll show you in a second, I will do this area here, because when we put these 2 colours together and it mixes, we get the colour that I really love the most.
Ah,
there we go. So, hence the reason why I use them. So then we get the pink. So if you cross-contaminate over the top, you get this lovely sort of a purpley colour. And if you use it's like a purpley pink, and it's going to be a perfect match in there because I've only used the 2 colours to them, and once you're mixing them together, it's going to be a perfect match because it's of those 2 colours. Does that make sense?
Yes, absolutely.
So you're not having to dig deep for all the other ones.
Yeah.
Okay, so if you get the cross-contamination coming over, can you see just here?
Uh-huh.
Yeah?
Yeah.
We can disguise that later, so I'm just going to speed this up. Yes, she says. I am really slow at colouring in, and as I said to a lot of people, some people are really fast at colouring in, some people are really slow at colouring in. It doesn't mean to say anybody's any better than anybody else. I do what's easy.
Do you know what though? I mean, sometimes, I mean, actually, you have done that quite swiftly, obviously because we're on the telly as well. But it looks very, very effective. You can see straight away that using those darker colours either side, and then, leaving the middle slightly
lighter.
Yeah. Exposed.
It just gives it the illusion of it being curved. Without the effort. Now, if you're a fantastic colourist, you can make it look even more three-dimensional. I've just gone round following the line out with a pencil because when I was a kid, I don't know about you, the first thing that I ever really used, apart from them really chunky crayons, which are great for melting, was a pencil. So I'm really confident with the pencil. You can get a nice sharp point. If I was using the alcohol pen to do this, I have to with the point, I have to hold it upright like this to get that
get the tip.
Yeah, and that's not very natural for me.
Yes.
So find an easier alternative. So that is a pencil. So whether it be a watercolour pencil, whether it be a plain colouring pencil, whether you just want to get a grey pencil out, and I follow the line out. And
I suppose as well, if you've got and I've noticed recently I've got just because I've tried drawing and using markers, etc., that I've got a less than steady hand, less steady than I expected. Then a pencil is a bit more committal.
So this time, it depends. If you are going to cut the object out, then colour outside the lines.
Yes.
Slap it on.
Yeah, it doesn't matter.
If you don't want to, which with this piece I don't want to cut it out, I want to leave it on there, then avoid going to the edges and fill it in with your pencil, which you've got a bit more confidence. So
that's a brilliant
idea. One of the reasons why. Plus, I'm working on my mixed media card, so if I want to get texture to this, I can do. And if I want to funk this piece up a little bit, I'm going to, if you colour in, I haven't done the bottom bit yet, but we can visualise with the top, to a white gel pen. Cooly wooly with a white gel pen. Because if you don't think your colouring's great, go make yourself a brew and come back to it, because if you've got your head right down here like this, and then you're looking at it and looking at it, you are staring at what you think your faults are.
Yes.
Yeah? Okay, what we're going to do is we're going to add some, we're going to get the ball rolling. There we go, we're going to add a few little white dots in there. And this disguises what you think are your flaws. What you like is not necessarily what somebody else likes. So if you're looking at your piece, I'm not going to do that one because I haven't finished it. If you're looking at your piece and thinking, it's not right good, I'll tell you what, I bet there's somebody else who will really like it.
Yeah, no,
we
absolutely.
are worse at criticising ourselves.
That's the thing, isn't it? I noticed that quite a lot here, is that people will say, oh, please forgive the XYZ, that actually if you'd have given me that as a finished card, I wouldn't have noticed as the recipient.
Yeah.
But always the maker will say, oh, you know, on any of the shows, if it's fabric, they'll say, oh, don't look at that seam because I slightly missed or whatever. Do you know what I mean?
The stitching's a bit wonky.
Yeah. We've had an email in from Nina, who has said, just lovely how you've created these beautiful cards with these stamps. Oh, as a result, I've had to order the collection. Yay! Oh, we'd love some more inspiration. Well, here it is. You see, I love it.
The samples that the girls have done, I'm going to rinse and repeat this, and I've got one pre-done.
Right.
If you want to show samples rather than watching me colour in the same bits in the same way that I've just done, and then we can go to the next bits.
I will, because they are
Amazing.
divine. I mean, your design team are just excellent. I mean, look at that. You were using the mixed media card there as well. Is that because you kind of think, well, on the journey, I can then pick up anything that I want to and add it to it?
Yeah, he's got a slight sort of tooth in it. So if I want to use the pencils over the top, it takes the alcohol pens really nicely as well, and it doesn't soak up my alcohol pens, if that makes sense, because some cardstock has got a lot of chalk content in and kind of sucks the life out of it.
Yeah.
The girls have used like the creams card. I have got some white smooth card. I haven't got it on here anymore. And they've used the mixed media card to do a lot of the projects, and obviously my black card.
Yeah, we've got the black, white, and the cream on the show. The mixed media card is at the bottom of the screen there. Again, fabulous value for money. I've got to go back to this. This because this is divine, because this is using what four of the cakes here, and this also includes the recipes. That's quite good actually, as well, as it's a good way of you know, if you've perfected a recipe for something, and it doesn't need to necessarily relate to the stamp, but if it's some kind of cake, then so much the better. But it's quite nice. It's a lovely gift actually to pass somebody on your recipe.
That's a gift in itself. It's not just like a card. It is a gift in itself.
Yeah, it is. I think it's really lovely. If you've done something like that, to pass it on is a really generous gift actually. And somebody always loves your cake. Look at that from Sam. I mean, I love that. I love its depth. It's beautiful. And this one I think has to be my favourite. No cake, no entry. Lovely. Definitely. I love it. You can create everything that you have just seen using the complete collection, which comes with the stencils as well, by the way. So it's the one-day special plus for a smidge more, and I do mean a smidge, not even a smidge actually, we're talking, if you're a Freedom member, just 99 pence more, the addition of the free stencils. Well, it is ridiculous, it's absolutely marvellous, but it's what we've come to expect from Dolly Dimples. It's kind of like
ridiculous.
It's an avenue you've led us down, and now that's it.
Of the ridiculously bonkersness.
Yeah, absolutely. It's not about the numbers, is it, really? It's all about just bringing us joy, and that's what we need in our lives, isn't it, right now? Lots of you checking out on this. Please make sure, because stock-wise, we are over, would you say over 70%? Approaching 70%. So for every 10 that we had, almost 7 have sold out and gone, all the way through. Do you know what I mean? That's crazy. And this is only the 3rd live hour of the one-day special. Will it last through until 6 o'clock tonight? I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Well, yeah, I mean, we're all hoping we've got something to do later, but if not, you know, we can just watch more inspiration with Charmaine. That's what it's all about. We've got the papers to go with the collection as well, which again is really, really nice, because again it just gives you that starting point. 120 GSM, so a little bit lighter weight, lots and lots of different textures in there. You've got stripes, you've got almost sort of classic flock in there as well. There's everything going on. It's really, really lovely. Let me just show you my selection here, because they're lovely. I love the texty one, because it's just so subtle and muted, which is really, really nice. And then you've got the stripy ones, which might be a bit much for your TV. It might be like, oh, magic eye picture. But in reality, that's beautiful, because it's really, really nice shades working together. They are delicious. Yeah, so I'll have to hold those ones still, won't I? Yeah. This is where my less than steady hand is not going to work. There you go. Love that. And again, you've got lots of lovely shades, which are, I have to say, for you, Charmaine, they're quite muted shades, actually, aren't they?
Yeah, I mean,
you've held yourself back here, haven't you?
No, in our collection of backing papers, which is massive.
Yeah.
I have vintage style. I have sepia style. I've got all ranges, and my personal style is so crazy, you know, like music.
Yeah.
You know, when I turn around and tell you I like this group, this group, this group, you really?
Yeah.
Yeah. A real crossover, and it's the same with our papers.
Yeah, I love it.
Try to cater for all, and it depends what mood I'm in, to what I want to use.
And it does make it so more versatile as well, doesn't it? Because you can take these in lots and lots of different directions. I love it. Again, it's not all variations on one theme. There is nice variety running through it as well, which is lovely. So it's, is it 14 designs and 2 of each? Is that how this works? I think that's how it works. It is,
14 designs, 2 of each, so you get 28.
Fabulous.
Yeah. And I think is there a £5 saving on that?
There is a £5 saving on that. You're quite right.
Yeah, I did maths.
Well done. Well done, you. 594164 is your item number for those. Oh, I am in love with what's over here, I have to tell you. Because it's not just the texture and what this is, it's the size of it. It's enormous. 32 by 22 inches, every single one. And you've got 30 sheets of this just glorious handmade paper. Now, the texture of this is awesome. I mean, I know straight away as soon as I see it, you can do absolutely everything with this, including if you wanted to make a handbag out of this, you can sew through it, and it's strong because it is handmade. So the papers are bringing it together so beautifully. But you can also change its colour as well if you want to, Charmaine, can't you, with this?
Yeah, we're doing that in the next demo after this.
Oh, are you? Oh, yeah. It's like I read your mind there, isn't it?
Yeah,
that's spooky, isn't it? Now, your contents may vary, but I tell you what, in terms of colour mix, isn't it, Charmaine?
You get 2 sheets of each.
Yeah.
Of each. You're going to get 30 pieces.
Yeah.
And 15 varieties, if that makes sense,
yes.
and two of each. So we've tried to match them up as close as possible, but the colours will vary, so you're not guaranteed to get what's on the counter there.
Yeah.
Because we bring such a large stock of this, and it's so big to sort through. It's a mammoth job.
Oh,
it
I can
literally
imagine.
takes up so much space.
Again, well, if I just hold one up as well, because I think, you know, a lot of papers that we buy
Yeah, it comes folded in half,
Yeah.
but it's the type of stuff that you can screw up into a ball, and then if you put PVA on and smooth it out onto something, you don't notice. So all your tiny little scraps are great to use. You know, it's awesome. But you can just wrap boxes and things with it and decorate things up. You can seal it with like spray varnishes. So if you're going to put something in the garden and stuff, and we're doing the lights out now.
Look. I just think, I mean, how exceptional.
That was a beigey, creamy one to start off with. And I've used watercolour to colour tint the colours. And I've used some scrap pieces that were left over and kind of like mulched them into sort of sausagey shapes to fill in where I wanted to do the petals and things.
Ah, okay.
And I did it actually it's a glass, and it's just glued with PVA.
It's divine. It's absolutely stunning, isn't it?
Because the glass is on the inside,
yeah,
and the candle, the light inside is not like a really high wattage one.
No.
It's not going to burn the paper through.
No, there's very little heat.
Glass. Yeah.
And of course, a lot of these modern bulbs don't generate as much heat anyway, do they?
Yeah.
I just want to take. I don't know whether you can get a shot of this, Webster. I'll bring it forward if you need. Let me just turn that around just to get the lights out of it. But this piece of artwork as well has been made using the papers. It's stunning. I could make you an offer for that. Do you know what I mean? I mean, that could go to a gallery tomorrow, couldn't it, at several £100s?
I've had a few in galleries. So
yes.
It's one of the things that I do. And believe it or not, it's mixing it up with, it's random plain, it's very, very simple. And just, you know, paint that one particular painting in sort of squares, really, and we can all paint in squares. Mixing it up with bits of rubbish. You know, sweetie wrappers, there's gilding flakes are not rubbish, gilding flakes in there, little sticky dots. Do you remember the sticky dots that you put your cards down on? There's a bit of that in and from something on the top.
Yeah.
I've stitched in some recycled sari thread in there. There's acrylic paints and, oh gosh, metallic paints on there as well. So all your sort of mediums, you just throw out and fuse them together.
It's awesome. Oh, I love it. I love it, love it, love it. Okay, £32. Yes, £32 and 97 pence. Oh, actually, gosh, that's right. Sorry, I thought that was going to be one of the flexis there at £32.97.
Yeah, used to sell them at £3 a sheet.
Which would make this £90.
Yeah.
And it's very far from £90, as you can see. And again, sorry, I'll get one of the lighter colours out just for a second. Sorry, Kirsty, I'll be back in a sec. You know I go wandering off sometimes. It's about the size of these pieces as well. They are enormous. 32 by 22. And can you see the depth? You'll see on the closer shot. Look at the depth and the texture. It's stunning. You need this in your life, because there's nothing else like it. And actually, for the price that you've got on offer today, I mean, actually, I imagine going to art retailers and picking up, in fact, and I have seen similar things, but actually that would be cut in half. And you might be like, you know, like £3 each or something. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, half the size.
Amazing. Right, next up for you. I'm going to bring this over here. We have got, we've got two options here. There's set 1 and there's set 2. I'm going to show you set 2. Set 2 has over 1,500 pieces in it. Now, this is Charmaine. Charmaine's back again here.
I'm going to be using the base.
I love this. How much is it? No, hang on a minute.
£9.99.
Hang on a minute. Right, so how many different sets of...
There's 10 packets, and if you want to count the bling, it's there for you.
1,588 pieces.
Now, if we look at one of, like, say, one of the bigger pieces, like an X or a Y, that's classed as 1, so we haven't count the individual gems. But if you wanted to chop them up into little bits, obviously you've got more gems. Some of the packs we'd retail out at £3.50, £3.99,
Course.
£2.99. So it is a good saving on them, and they're decent quality. They're not the really naffy ones.
Yeah.
If you want to colour tint them, which is one of the things I'm going to do,
Yeah.
put a permanent pen or an alcohol pen over the top of them, and it changes to the colour of your choice. But it's a perfect match with what you're doing if you're colouring in.
Charmaine, I've wasted so much money that I didn't need to, because I should have...
On coloured bling. Yeah. I mean, it's
Yeah.
nice to just grab a bit of coloured bling
course
every
it
now
is.
and again. But yeah, I much prefer the clear or the pearl.
But it's all about choice, isn't it? And this gives you choice. Here is set 1, again, just shy of 950 pieces. And again, I'm guessing that the letters and the numbers, they're counted
Yeah, and the
as one.
butterflies. I mean,
Yeah.
on the lamp behind you, Derek, and
Yeah.
I did that last time I brought them, is
Yeah.
the butterflies on that one, and then a long strip I've put around the top of the lamp as well.
That's delicious. That's really, really good. Oh my word, right, okay. Never mind set 1, set 2. You know you're going to need both, so I would just do that right now.
People did last time I got them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, when you've got a £25 saving, whether you just go for one or whether you decide to take both of them. So you may as well do yourself a favour, because actually the more choice that you have, the more you'll decorate. 058 294 is your item number for these. Congratulations if you've got yours. If you haven't, absolutely grab them right now. Okay, let's go and have a look at the Alice stamps. And again, they are extraordinary. I mean, really, really beautiful. They've got so much detail in them. They've got so much fun in them. And they are awesome. And this is a pick and mix on this one, which is extraordinary. I love it, love it, love it. And I will show you some examples using the Alice stamps as well. Because again, it's about going on a journey here. So choosing any two for... How many... What's the price, darling? Sorry.
It's kind of buy one and get another one.
Oh, okay, so it's buy one, get one free, basically.
Well, buy one and get another one.
Nice. Love it.
So I sell them for £10.99 each, and you guys have got them on a pick and mix of choose one and add another one.
Fabulous. I'll get you the details for that up in just a second.
Is it £9.99 or £10.99? One or the other.
It's coming.
£10.99.
It's coming. £10.99.
£10.99 I sell them for, but you're getting two for £10.99, and you're getting to choose, because we've had them in collections, and you may have missed some. And sometimes you only want to buy one, so this way you can choose the ones that you haven't got.
There they are.
Yeah.
So there we go. We're saving exactly what we're spending there. So yes, it is buy one, get another one. Superb. And there is so much detail in them, and I love them. I mean, it's the level of sophistication, isn't it? And it's, yeah, I mean, just completely and utterly awesome. And
So
the different things.
that was done at the 8 o'clock show, mixing in the cakes in with it as well.
Which is brilliant.
That's
It works perfectly, doesn't it?
And on fabric, just stunning.
Is that a little bottle keeper?
Yes, that's a bottle keeper.
Bottle.
I have actually got a large quilt as well, which is done
Oh,
in
have you?
panels. I've got a cushion that sits on my chair, which is done with, like quilter block as you go.
Nice. And look here. Is that one of the stencils that's on today, or that's an example of
that's one of the
stenciling?
stencils that's on the pick and mix, that one.
Oh,
I think.
cool.
Yeah.
Lovely. So there's plenty more to see. Oh, let me just show you this. Look.
Yeah.
Look, 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 look. Ta 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 ta. Going on a little
So you
journey
can use
here.
elements of them, and you don't have to use the full piece
Yeah.
and mix them all in. It's obviously they're a story, aren't they?
Yeah, of course. Definitely.
And it's license free, so you can make to sell as well.
Oh, can you?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. With Dolly Dimples, we don't do anything unless you can sell it. If
Yeah.
that makes sense. So as long as you physically make something and sell it, that's great.
Fabulous. OK, you can go and have a good little peruse around those pick and mixes there. 042 867 is your item number. Right, okay, so we're using the bling now, are we?
Yes, so that's as far as I got, so I thought I'd show you that one and then move that one out the way. And did you see that? Did I do that too quick? So that's sorry guys, that's the one that I was doing. So I haven't finished it, but you can see where I've got there. And this is the one that I've done previously. And what I've done is I've added, if it has a candle, and I've done 2 colour ink in with my stamp on here, and then I've added glossy accents to the top of the candles itself, and a little bit on these little twiddly bits. Okay, so I'm going to put that to one side and I'm going to create a background. So I'm only going to do part of it because then I can show you one that I've already done. So I'm going to take pink ink, I'm going to take the 2 little flowers that come with the set. I've been really good throughout the shows of not mixing them too much because I like to mix my stamps.
Yeah.
But I've tried to keep within a stamp to the stamp, if that makes sense. So I've got the 2 on, ink on, and we're just going to do a little border, ink and stamp. Here we go, and we'll go like that, and ink and stamp. So just having these as little add-ons are cool for a background or for your matting and layering, or if you want to go in and fussy cut. So I'm not going to do any more because I have got one done. I'm just going to pop that to one side. Then I'm going to take the bling. Bling bling. So these are the pearls. So I'm now going to take a pink pen and we're going to colour tint them. So obviously I used a darker one on the other 2.
Is this your alcohol markers again?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
So you could just use, you know, the permanent pens that you pick up.
Oh, yeah.
You can use those, your permanent markers. You can colour tint with it. So anything that's a, you know, a permanent pen, just scribble in like that. So I can do it on the carrier sheet. I've actually done it before where I've stuck the item on and then decided, yeah, you want to colour that in, and just hitting the top and not going, you know, around the edges to get the bottom bit, because basically you're just going to see the bit on the top. So we'll just do 1 more of that.
Well, it keeps that pearliness, doesn't it?
It does, it does. Should we do that wiggly wiggly? Wiggly wiggly. So,
oh, yeah.
So,
nice.
And that way I've got one sheet and I can have whatever colours I want. So then we pulled that one off. Did I wiggle it right? Just a little bit.
We arrived just as you finished, but it's fine. Don't worry.
Okay.
You can have a wiggly wiggly when they're stuck on. How about that? But you can see when you were drawing
Wiggling.
on them, you could see that it was keeping that pearliness.
Okay, you see these come in strips. So if I just remove this one, so they come in strips like that. And if you want to cut them one while they're on, and you want to use them as individuals, can you see how I've just cut into the pieces there?
Oh,
so cutting away the glue.
Yeah.
You can actually do it like this, where you place it down and then put something in and kind of pull away like that.
Yeah.
It's actually easy just to snip into there. As soon as I forgot, I'll pop it in like that and pull away and then stick it on. So that's what I'm going to do. That's what I've done. And now we're just going to take from there to this one. So you see we've filled it up, I've added a little bit of pen around the outside edge, and then we're going to pop that one on like so. So you can raise it up on foam. You can mat and layer it onto coloured card if you want, or just take a larger piece. So if we just use this one as scrap, like that. So it could be plain like that, or what you can do is choose one of the colours that you've used, and then you can just, if we just take it from here, you can just give it.
I love that, but what it really shows you that actually the bling again just gives you those choices in terms of, you know, what to decorate it with. I mean, the pearls are absolutely brilliant. Let's just have another a little look, because so many of you are going for the bling. But just think in terms of that cake decoration set, because, and it's difficult to see on the camera, actually, you need to see them with your own eyes, really. But actually, these, which look like diamonds, are, let me see if I can do a wiggly wiggly. There we go. Can you see they're more kind of diamond-like, really, really beautiful. But see these buttons down here as well? I definitely pop those and integrate those into the cakes as well, because they're just great fun. You've got little florals going on here. You could actually fussy cut the flowers away from the pearly bits here and decorate the cakes with those. You could put a big butterfly in the middle of the cake. You could colour the pearlies like that. You've got all of the numbers there, so if it is a significant birthday or, you know, a number that you won't get hit if you say out loud, then you could use the numbers. These are a little bit more iridescent. Let me see if I can get the colour for you. Can you see there's that hint of colour in there as well?
It's not just your card making either, Derek.
No, it's for everything.
You can stick them on shoes, handbags, wherever you want to put them.
They are so good.
On a mirror, you know. So
can I show you set 2 as well? Because you've got to get both of these, I would say. Set 1, £9.99 for the whole lot. Brilliant. Just feels too good. This one is set 2. This is also just £9.99. So I'd go for 1 and 2 because it just makes a lot of sense. So you've got pearls in the middle of little crystally flowers. You've got a mix of textures going on here with the squares and the rounds. You've got more colour going on here, which I love. Again, decorating those cakes, even if you don't want to colour, you know, the colour is there already. I love that. You can make those magic eye pictures out of that kind of thing. You've got a full alphabet, which is superb. So if you want to multi-order this to keep getting more alphabets, then do while they can, because Charmaine's gone out and done the hunting and found them. I don't know if you can get in and see the pastel-y tones on these, because it's a little bit more pastel. They're glorious. And then lots and lots of different sizes to choose from. And you just get so many. And see the colour of these? Difficult to see, I know sometimes. Look at that. Awesome. So that's set 2. Can I just say, word to the wise, get both, because, you know, there are bits of both that you just think, yeah, I need them in my drawer. And actually, in set 1, yeah, they are, all fine. On set 1, there's also a smaller alphabet, too. I hadn't noticed that the first time around. So you just keep, it's like the gift that keeps giving. I love it. Really, really lovely. 058294 is your item number for that one. Check it out as quickly as you can. Set 1 and set 2, I would say. Let's go back to the Alice stamps, because you're loving those as well on the Pick and Mix. They are really, really popular. Let's have a little look. So any 2 for just £10.99. And the images are completely and utterly awesome. And I think actually what switched a lot of people on as well is that lovely angel policy as well, which says, okay, well, you're not, if you're, as long as you're...
Everything I sell. I'm a crafter first.
Yeah.
And how did I start? Well, I used to make jewellery and I used to sell jewellery, and that's what got me into the crafting.
Right.
I started making cards when I was very young with my mum and my granny, and when I was selling things, it was jewellery. And I'd sell them, make some money, go buy some more bits. So you kind of need that. Kind of need to be able to sell things as well.
Of course you do.
No.
Yeah.
A little bit helps.
Absolutely.
Shall I use the Alice next?
Yes, you use the Alice.
Okay. I'll go back to you and I'll just grab me a couple of bits.
Okay, I'll grab some samples.
1 minute.
Very, very quickly. Oh, blimey, awkward moment. Do you want to go back to the web for a second? Do you want to go back to the web for a second? I'm just going to go and grab some samples of the Alice. Thank you, darling. And then I can show you, because they are absolutely delicious. I mean, really, really nice. I mean, we've got oodles of samples here. Team are amazing. This one from Sue here, using the stamps and the papers there. Again, are beautiful. I would use this with the handmade papers. I would definitely get those involved.
That's on cardboard, isn't it?
Yes, it is. Yeah, yeah, it's delicious. It looks really, really nice, doesn't it? Let me take you through some more. There you go. Lovely, lovely. I love this. I know we've seen these earlier. I'll go through to some that we haven't seen recently. But again, I mean, your colouring opportunities, because of course they're Alice in Wonderland, so you can go absolutely, you know, in any... Yeah, you can go in any direction you like. Here's a bit of bunting as well. We all love a bit of bunting, don't we? So stamped onto fabric as well. Look, this is lovely. There's a bit of a street party going on. Maybe you're having your own Alice tea party. I can imagine doing that with you, Charmaine, in the garden having an Alice tea party. Oh, I'm just trying to visualise your costume.
I'd be one of the, what have they got, Tweedledum and Tweedledee with a big belly.
You'd have a big, big hat as well. I just know it. Beautiful. Oh, one more, because it's so, so good. You've got to see it. Look at this. And look, can you see the flowers down there, which have been made out of papers? Beautiful. And you could do that with the papers that go with the complete collection that we have on the show today as well. That would work perfectly for that, with the Alice stamps too. So remember, it's a pick and mix, excuse me, for £10.99. You're choosing two, and basically you're just paying for one and having another one, which is always good. Thank you very much, Charmaine.
Like cake?
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll just have one and I'll just throw another one.
Yeah.
Right, okay, here we go. We're going to use archival ink and we can stamp them up. So it's quite a detailed stamp. So when I was redoing the line art for this, obviously it's not my artwork, but I tried to do it as close as possible to replicate the original artwork, which I think is absolutely awesomeness. And there's a lot of lines in there, so if you're not mega into colouring in, or you've not got the confidence for it, you can literally just stamp or ink and stamp. Jobs are good one.
Yeah.
But because there's so much of the hash markings, or I think that's what I call it, in there,
yeah.
You know where you're going with it. I mean, how gorgeous is the look, and the little bear there, and the little teapot, another little teapot with a little spoon there.
It's
you
gorgeous,
don't have
isn't
to
it?
throw loads of colour at it, but it's up to you. So I'm just going to do a really quick, simple, easy one, because that's what I do. Quick, simple and easy.
No, it's good though, and for the telly it means that we get lots and lots of ideas crammed into an hour.
Yeah, I think we're just going to go, how much time we got?
Yeah,
Right,
6.5 minutes.
We're going to go quick, fast, simple, and a few technique bits then.
Go for it.
Okie dokie. So what I've got is I've got two oxides in front of me. I've got carved pumpkin and peacock feathers, because I want to go bright on this. So I'm going to add brightness. Here we go. So we go for the carved pumpkin, and we're just going to go over the top. And because it's a stencil and I can see the image, I can bring it down towards him. I don't need to cover his face with that. We're going to put a little bit over the side here, and we're going to put a little bit underneath. I mean, there's so many absolutely gorgeous samples that the girls have done, and I have boxes and boxes of Alice things that they've done. I just would not get rid of them. They're just amazing.
Yeah, no, they are
big
to
statement
keep
pieces.
Yeah.
Yeah. At some point I may have to give them some of them back. But I've got beautiful quilts made with them. Just simply, I'm going to say simpler. What they've used, as long as you use an ink, if you want to wash it, obviously, you use something like Versacraft, which works on fabric, or you can go in with a brayer. And you can, I want actually more ink on the top of this, because I'm going to do another technique in a minute. Here we go. All right, so that, I think, well, come on, let's add a little bit of turquoise over there. There we go. Right, move that one like that, and then we can lift this one up. And I forgot to put my mat in. And I think that's cool as it is.
Yeah.
So chop that down, mat and layer it, jobs are good. And so let's just move them to one side. Pop that one out. So we pop that one over there to dry, and then we will do another one really fast. We've got time?
Yes, go for it.
Okay, we'll stick with the same stamp, then it means you don't have to grab another one. And what I'm going to do now is I'm going to spray this, the ink that's on here, so water, and get that, and we'll just flip. Okay. And then we'll take a piece of my handmade paper, pop that on the top.
Please treat yourself to the handmade papers. They're so gorgeous.
We'll lift that up, and we've got this funky background going on there. I'm just going to spin it around, so there's a lot of water on that one.
Yeah.
So we get another one going. I'm just using my handmade paper because it was there, just to press down on the top of that. Get that going on, and I've still got more ink on, so I think I'm just going to mix that up by popping that down like that. So nice and simple. So this is one of the stencils that you're getting in the mix. And then we'll put that one to one side, and I'll come wipe that off later. And then close. No, I don't want to close that one up. Yeah, I do want to close that up for a moment. I've got my magnets to my right direct. We'll give it a quick blast. Normally I would let it dry naturally, but I want to stamp on this. So this is going to be two pieces. I love the mixture of the two colours there, and now you're starting to get the green. But it's really, really simple, easy to do. Just putting a little bit of colour on to get it started. Go.
That is lovely, isn't it?
Got the countdown now, have I?
Yeah, we're down to the last 3 minutes.
Here we go. Right, pop it back in. What did you do with the stamp, Derek?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Did you not say you're supposed to be taking charge
It'll
of
be
me?
under
you know?
your nose somewhere. I'm just going to say
typical.
that's very helpful.
Over to Derek to show you. There it is. No, back to me again. I found it was hiding. Right, okay, so we're popping back on with a little bit of interest there. Let's go in here. So again, we're just going to stick with the archival ink. Close that up, open it up, pick the archival up. That was just being a bit dodgy for me. And sometimes you just can't pick something up. What's that about?
Just while you're doing this as well, give us a bit of a tease as to what we're doing at midday.
At midday, we'll be using, obviously, the cakes. We'll be using the handmade papers, which I was going to use on this.
Yeah.
And I'll be showing you a technique of embossing with a roller and a stencil and a little bit of paint and water. And it's really, really easy.
Okay.
Really easy. Do you want a sneak peek?
Yes, I do. Sorry, it took me too many seconds to make that decision, didn't
I'm not
it? Really?
giving it to you now.
No, yes, I do. Yes, please. Please do. I don't know why I was thinking what. It was because of the clock, and I wondered what you were finishing off.
Okay,
That's
so
what it
one of
was.
the things I'm going to be doing is, that's not with the handmade papers, that's with the stencil, so I did a bit of fussy cutting with that.
Okay.
I'm going to be doing the colour tinking. Can you see this one here? This is a little bit more grungy looking, so if you want to go sort of manly or handbaggy.
Yeah.
Okay, this is with the handmade papers. I know these are torn pieces, but I'm going to be using this sort of thing.
Lovely.
And then we can go pretty, which that is just really simple. So that's a little sneak peek, but it's what you actually make with it. So I'm not going to show you the finished pieces. It's what you actually make with it. And look at the colours on that, almost batik.
Love it. It's wild. I love it. I'm glad I said yes now. I know it took a while, but
eventually.
I said yes. Right, listen, just a quick reminder of the pick and mix on the Alice stamps there. £10.99. Remember, you can see that that's what you're saving as well. So basically, you buy one and another one comes along, and as if by magic, in the dying seconds...
So if you chop that in half, mat and layer it, and you've got 2 fast cards and just a sentiment, you're off to go.
And remember, you get the stencil in the complete collection as well, so which is really, really good. Go and make sure that you have a look at everything that is in the show as well. We are back for another hour at midday as well. Please make sure that you are here for that, and do check out your baskets and stay right where you are. Because after the break, it is 13 Arts Mixed Media, and I'm back with Natasha in an hour's time for those gorgeous Odile fabrics. And then we've got Clever Prints, Boho Girls, all on the way.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Hi there, my name's Leona. I'm a presenter, a guest and a crafter. I got into crafting years ago. I've been crafting since I was a child and I absolutely love it. I love my job. I love the presenting side because I get to meet loads of really inspirational people. I hope you can join me on my Let Leonie Loose shows every Wednesday, 11 a.m. and 2 p.m.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Everything is going on. Welcome if you are just joining us here at the craft store. If you are continuing today, it's great to have your company. Now at the craft store, we kind of try to bring in different companies from different, different faraway places, but of course always with beautiful demonstrations to follow. And of course we have got 13 Arts with the beautiful George Hannon. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
And really good. And of course 13 Arts is a fabulous company, isn't it?
I always think it's a privilege to actually come here with 13 Arts.
Yeah.
Because it's amazing. It's just amazing quality for incredible prices.
And also one of the things I love when you bring 13 Arts is that even though it's a Polish company,
yeah,
we have got of course, the stock arrived in the country yesterday, right?
Yes, absolutely, yes. So it is, like I say, it is a Polish company. Ada, who actually runs the company, designs and everything else, just such a beautiful lady. She's so talented. Yes, it's actually distributed in this country by That's Crafty. So Laura and Graham will be very, very busy packing everything up and sorting everything out. So because there was just that little bit of a tiny little bit of a hiccup just in case it didn't get here, but yeah, so there is that slight delay. Give it a little buffer.
Yeah, buffer. That's what we are going to say, a buffer. Now, this is where it will be dispatched from the 7th of June. 7th of June, yeah. Sorry, 10th. Why do I hear 7th?
It's when is the 7 days from now, so it's the 3rd.
That's why. Yeah. My brain is... Yeah. Anyway,
but we are anticipating it to be quicker than that. But
that's the precautionary because the stock arrived just yesterday, so then therefore that is the reason. Right now, shall we start the mediums because I really think they are fabulous. Now here you are getting the modeling paste, and you are getting the gel medium, and also you are getting the liquid acrylic. Now, Jo, tell us about why we need this bundle, why we need all three of them.
Right. Okay. So 13 Arts, they're not only really popular and obviously for the quality of their paper and their designs, but also for their mediums. When anybody says 13 Arts mediums, they always say, yes, obviously value for money and quality, because Ada is a crafter, through and through, so she wants quality from what she gets. What you've got here is, and I think it's a super set, because you've got a lovely starter kit. So you've got the gel medium, which I continually go on about how good it is. Also the modelling paste, which is a fantastic, it's pure white, but it's got a really beautiful chalky finish. You can see on here. Look at the clarity. That's with some of the 13 Arts stencils that we've got in the show. The clarity is exceptional. But also, we've also got the liquid acrylic. Now, we didn't have this on the last time we came in with 13 Arts. This goes with the colour glows. Okay, so this liquid makes the colour glows, which is a powder, which I know we're coming to, into a permanent paint.
Could we use not only the colour glows, but any loose pigment?
Yes, absolutely, any.
Micas, something
like that. Yes, yeah, absolutely. This is not just meant to be for the colour glows. It's just that obviously this has been processed and made and everything to go with it, because that obviously colour glows is a very popular 13 Arts product. But yeah, it's definitely is something that you can mix with, and I've been playing around with the liquid acrylic, and I found that it's quite I'm not saying it's a varnish, but it actually does work as like a semi-varnish.
Oh, that kind of works as well.
Yep.
£18.97 is your price. 861746 is your item number. We have got the acrylic inks as well in here. Now, can you tell? Like, I really love the different. You know, you are getting both the black and the white, by the way.
Right. So this is a brand spanking new. Absolutely, so new that. Really, we didn't have a great deal of chance to actually sort of know much about it, but we've since playing with it, obviously we have. So it's an acrylic paint. Okay, so you've got both white and black in the set. Now these are the first two colours that have been made. Okay, so we don't. There will be more colours coming on the pipeline, but you can see the thickness of it. Of course, you can water them down if you so wish. Now, what can we use them for? So we can use them for splattering, which is absolutely fantastic. To have an ink that we can splatter with and that pure white in the white is just exceptional. It really is beautiful. But also you've got that thickness, but like I said, we can water it down, so you've got that ability to do that. What you can also do is you can paint with them. And they're really beautiful to paint with. You can also use them. You can use them on paper, onto wood, onto glass. You can. They seem to be such a good all-rounder. Yeah. You can also write with them if you've got the appropriate implement. You know, the right fountain pen or whatever. You can actually use these as an ink to actually write with. So maybe calligraphy.
Brushstroke lettering as well.
Oh, brushstroke lettering. Yeah. Didn't think about that one. So absolutely superb. So black and white at the moment.
Perfect.
Brand spanking new. I would highly recommend them.
Over 10% of the stock has gone. It's just £13.95. I have to say, I did the swatches just because I wanted to try them, and it's one of those was like, I like this a lot. 687155 is your item number. It's really like. Is one of those ones I want you to play with. Now, of course, something also that is 10% is, of course, the color glows in here. You can see. Now, these are metallic watercolor paint powder.
Yes. Yeah. So we've had colour glows before. It is something that 13 Arts have brought to us in different colours. These are the set that we had. So you've got 5 here. And the pots are packed full. These are not tiny pots. They are really, really good sized pots. Now, and Ben, our lovely floor manager, will tell you the pigment is incredible because he's actually wearing some of it on his hands.
Yes, he is.
So basically what you've got here is, and we're going to actually talk about these quite a lot and the mediums in the first hour to do sort of like show you all the different ways that you can use them. So this one here, I do believe this one's one of Rachel's. She's used it pure. It is a watercolour. This is what initially it was made to be. It's a watercolour powder. This is one that I've done, and you're just using it obviously as a mixed media powder. We can sprinkle it onto areas and then wet it with a nice fine spray, which always looks amazing. But you see, it's a metallic. It's a metallic powder, so you've got that beautiful mica coming through. But the pigments are exceptional.
Well, they are absolutely gorgeous, aren't they? And of course, if you are getting all 5 of them, you're getting the Alexandrite, Garnet, Jadeite, or Jadeite, Ruvelite, and a Smoky Quartz. I'm not very good at pronouncing those words, am I? It has sold out twice previously. 20% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, you know what to do. Check out your baskets. Do not miss out. 654493 is your item number. Now, we have a pack of 4 ephemera collections here. Mr. Handsome
In Love pastel spraying, and of course Young and Free. Those are, it sounds like the title of like Mr. Handsome is in love in the spring pastel. Or Young and Free, Mr. Handsome is in love in the spring pastel.
Definitely does sound like a cinema advert. Yeah, so basically these are all the ephemera packs that go with the collections that we've got on the show, yep, they are so useful. So you've got I don't know exactly how many.
67 in the pastel spraying. Then we have 38 pieces in Love, and then we have got 43 pieces of Mr. Handsome, and then we have 57 pieces in Young and Free. I'm not gonna add them up. Well, we have got 10, that would be 90, that would be 128, and then finally 128, that would be, sorry, I can't add that up, you know, just gonna add that up. It's all happening. Oopsie again. I don't know what is wrong. But if you want the ephemera packs, remember you are getting all four of £17.95 is your price. Of course, beautiful, pretty. 023292 is your item number. We have got some news. The acrylic inks, you actually are getting 4 of them. So you are getting 2 of the black, and 2 of the white for £13.95. Treat yourself, and it's an immediate dispatch. That is a brilliant thing.
I thought it was 2. So I didn't know that.
You didn't know. The details said definitely 4. We had to confirm. We had calls. I'm just repeating what I'm saying. So.
That's great.
Wow. And of course, I really, you know what? You know what I would do? Because now that you have got 2 of white or 2 of black, I would probably put the white, like I would create a third color, something like a grey, ready to go. Because then you can do the splatters. You already have the mix in colors. We are though, however, 30% of the stock, and that was when we were telling you that you were 2. Now I know that many of you are going to just jump ahead and check out your baskets, because of course you are getting to it. Please make sure to check out your baskets. Brand new today, and you have got the details there. Isn't it fab to get twice as much as, I mean, usually it's the other way around, really. Yeah. You know, like you're getting life usually is a disappointment, but not when you are getting twice as much of the beautiful product. Anyway, moving on to the paper collection in here. You have got 4 different options. This is the In Love collection. Absolutely beautiful papers. Now, what you are getting, I believe, is the 12 by 12. You are getting then you are getting 6 by 6 paper pad, the 8A6 paper pad, and the 6 by 6 chipboard, but also the rice paper. Now, can I say that I love this? This is not the mulberry type of.
No, this is the original type of rice paper that we remember from lots of times. So it's got that like a sheen on the back. It's beautiful. It's so delicate, isn't it?
This is more like what I think Japanese rice paper rather than the kind of Indian rice paper, which is what we are more used to seeing here, which I actually really love, because we still can use water to.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So using the water to actually take patterns out if you wish, or to actually take down a line rather than cutting it. I would never cut.
No, it's just
a lovely
beautiful
rice paper like
and of course, In Love has this beautiful florals. I'm not going to show them all because otherwise we would have it here. They are double-sided and really more card than paper.
Yeah, always. 13 Arts are exceptional quality.
Now I'm going to show, I'm going to hide away with her, but like the gorgeous, also the chipboards that you are getting, such a fine detail.
Yeah. And they pop out so easy. Obviously they are just slightly anchored in with a little bit of the chipboard attached, but just snip that off, Yep, use them. You can obviously paint your chipboards, you can spray it, put the colour glows on, use your new inks with them. That would be rather nice.
Absolutely.
Very
Look
nice.
at these glorious papers. I mean, look, there is so much to play with. This one is the option of In Love. Then we are going to see Mr. Handsome. Now, of course, more grungy, more kind of man-inspired. And of course, I love the kind of elements in here.
Perfect for Father's Day. So there's still time to have this delivered and to make something for Father's Day.
Oh, that's true. Look at that.
I love what Shelley's done on this one. So she's attached, obviously, the additional cog, but she's used inches and twinches.
Oh, yeah.
And to actually raise it up in various areas. And she's used lots of the ephemera and the art book as well.
Yeah,
so
love that. Right, £15 and £80 is your price for Mr. Handsome collection. 651241. Remember, the same item number, different options. We are going to do pastel spraying in here. Oh, gorgeous paints.
yeah, so this one is completely different again. So you've got lovely pastel colours, you've got blues, you've got bright pinks, you've got that gorgeous little girl there. She really is stunning, isn't she? So you can do so much with this kit as well. And of course, remember the ephemera, which comes all together, does include obviously all of the kits. So you've got this. So it's beautiful, isn't it? The little oriental box.
Yeah.
I think it was Tracy. Is it Tracy? Susan?
Tracy Susan,
yes. So Tracy is one of our new design team members, so good morning.
Good morning. And of course you can see the ephemera as well in there. 651241. Remember, the same item number throughout. You are getting all the papers and 12 by 12, but depending which collection you go for, obviously that depends. Young and Free, this is a proper cool collection. Love the colour story.
Yeah, I must admit, out of all of them, I shouldn't have favourites, I know, but this one, it wasn't so much a favourite, but one that I thought was really needed. So you're looking at teenagers, you're looking at really cool, trendy pieces of wall art, and obviously cards that we sometimes think, what can we do, for that certain age? They maybe don't have a great, hobbies or anything. This, perfect. Male, female, brilliant. Absolutely fantastic. Love it.
Absolutely gorgeous. Now, of course, Young and Free is one of the options. Remember that whatever option you are getting, the 12 by 12, the 6 by 6 pad, the 6 by 6 chipboard, the A4 rice paper, and of course the kind of art cards here as well. 651241. The options are In Love, Mr. Handsome, Young and Free, and Pastel Spring. Now, all the other options are, everything that we have seen, plus more on the website, thecraftstore.com, including that pick and mix of 6 by 6 stencils. We have got brand new stencils for this hour, 9 new ones, so you can see them at the very beginning. I think that's one says Mr. Handsome Cool Background, Mr. Handsome Brick and Wire, In Love Rose Heart, In Love Love Text, In Love Falling Hearts, Mr. Handsome Metal Background, Pastel Spring Falling Flowers, Pastel Spring Mood. Oh, I love that. Pastel Spring, and you can see the Young and Free Cool, all those different ones kind of work with the brand new the papers as well, and you can see the stencils in here. Gorgeous. Accept Kindness. Look at this. These ones are the brand new. Of course, you can see them there. Live in Joy. Dare to Dream. Live in Accept Kindness as well. That's a really cool one, isn't it? Then we have got those backgrounds as well. And remember, the paste that has been used for those stencils is the modeling paste that is included in the bundle in the top of the hour. Love that. Absolutely love the kind of backgrounds in here. The beautiful love hearts as well. Love flowers. And then we have got love. And then, of course, we have got spring. And then we have got the last one in here as well. Right, now, of course, these are the 6 by 6 stencils, £12 and 75 is for 3 of them. You choose whichever 3 you want. 204672 is your item number. Now, Jo, what are you going to show us?
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to do a little bit of, I wouldn't say masterclass, because I'm not sure about using that term, because it always sounds as if I know what I'm talking about.
You do.
So, but what we're going to do is we're going to actually go through, first of all, the colour glows, and just to show you the very basics of what we can do with them. Also using the gel mediums, the modelling paste, and also the liquid acrylic.
Okay.
Now, as you know, those 3 items do actually come as one, and so affordable. So, what we're going to do first is we're just going to show you how we can use the colour glow. So this is these are a powder, as we've said. They're a metallic watercolour paint powder. Okay, you are getting a good sized pot there. We're not talking about one of these tiddly little things that last 5 minutes. These are going to last you a good while. So the first thing that we can do with them, of course, is to actually use them basically as a watercolour. Now this is actually, I'm really impressed with this. This is actually
the 7-day saver.
Yeah, this is on the 7-day saver. Yeah. So this is the
the watercolor card.
Yeah. So I've just borrowed a little bit of this so that we can just show you.
Yeah,
Just
it's 300
show you.
GSM, and you're getting A3, 16 sheets in total, with a massive saving because, of course, it's watercolor cards. You have a backing board as well. £9.84 is your price. Details on the screen for that.
That is, it's super. It was ideal to actually show you this.
Yeah.
So I'm just going along the colours. You get all of them. You get all 5, so you don't have to choose, which I think is great. So the Rubellite to start off with, you can see it's that really nice, bright, you know, what I would call cherry red.
Yes.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, but what I love about it is the fact that if you watered them down, you can. I mean, I've just got a dirty brush there. Sorry, I've got let's just try that again.
It looks like a watermelon. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah,
watermelon
actually,
slice.
yes. Yeah,
that's what I was thinking.
But if you just take that down, take that down as far as what you're going to get, obviously you're going to get that that
Tint.
weakening of colour, but you've still got that amazing pigment going on there. So now I'm just going to go along. So the second one there is the smoky quartz. The reason why I like to put the water in, because obviously you look into that pot, there's no way that looks like that, does it? Okay, so the next one is the jadeite. This, I have to say, it's one of my favourites. Look at that. It really is quite gorgeous, isn't it? And then going on to the garnet. Now this is, the garnet is it's a really rich red. It's more of a, what I would call a burgundy,
Yeah.
So, just bringing that, look at that. So you've got the difference between this one, which I would call maybe, like you say, watermelon red, maybe a cherry red, to then you've got the garnet, which is so much deeper. And then finally, the alexandrite, it's called. So you've got more of a purple, blue, plummy sort of a tinge coming through there, look.
Yeah,
so it's beautiful, isn't it? So you can see the metallic finish in it when I just twiddle it around. If you've had these before, you know the quality of them is exceptional. It really is. The other thing that we can do with them, so obviously we don't want anything that's what we call a one-trick pony, because we like to get value for money, don't we? So I've got a really dry brush here. I'm just the tiniest bit of the jadeite.
Oh, look at that.
And now what you've got now is, obviously you've got an explosion of colour. So that was just the tiniest bit. Keep a brush really dry for that, obviously.
Is it different if you just spritz water and then just sprinkle it in?
Yeah. So if we spritz, if we just put a little bit of water, you're going to get a little bit from maybe a residue of something else. But let's just have, we'll just go into
the Rubellite.
So
is it Rubellite, that one?
This one is the garnet.
Garnet, of course.
Yeah, just not getting enough. There we go. There we are. So it's, if you put it on first and then spritz it,
I like
it's
the different, more intense.
But look
at
that. But of course, you can also mix and match the colours up, can't you? So if you wanted to, you can mix and match them up as you wish. Now,
could you dilute them onto water and then use it on a paintbrush? You know, those water paint brushes or something like that?
Yes, yeah, absolutely. So what you can also do is, if you wanted to, you can put some powder into an empty bottle.
Okay.
Okay. I mean, you maybe wouldn't use one this big. It's just an example.
Yeah.
Maybe get one a little bit smaller, because then you're going to not use too much of your powder up. So a little bit. Now, what I would say is, roughly, if I had a spray bottle roughly about this size, I wouldn't put a quarter of a teaspoon in. It's that intense. Give it a nice mix up, and then, yeah, spray away. That's automatically then, that's actually dissolved in, and then that's already a spray. What I would do is, maybe I would buy some little bottles and actually use them specifically.
By the way, 40% of the stock has gone, and we are just 20 minutes in. Please make sure to check out your baskets. Of course, remember, you are getting all 5 of them.
Right. So now what we're going to do is, we're going to actually introduce the modelling paste. Okay, this is one of our mediums in the first set, which is you get the 3 in with some of the colour glows, because again, what we like to do is, we like to push our products as far as we can and use them for different things, don't we? And I'm a big believer in trying to get as many uses out of a. It's like a stamp. I never buy a stamp just for one purpose. You know, I like to get lots of. No, that's right. You know. So I'm going to use one of the. This is actually one of the stencils that we've got in the show, and this is the modelling paste. You can see it's a really. I'm not going to tip it upside down, because knowing my look, it's going to come out. But I can tell you now,
put it on top of your head?
No. But look,
come on,
look,
Jo, come on.
Look.
Oh yeah, oh yeah. She's done it.
Not quite much, but so I'm just taking a small amount, because it's just for me to show. And I'm taking, so you can see how thick it is. It really is a thick. In fact, I've got far too much. I'm not going to use all that. Now, pick a colour. Any colour?
Any colour. Oh God, it's just like the garnet, but
the garnet. Let's go with the garnet. That's fine.
Just like red.
Yeah.
Red.
So pop. You saw how much I put in.
Yeah.
Just the tip, tiny tip. Now that's given me that beautiful, like a candy floss pink. What it's going to do, obviously, it's going to make it paler than what this colour will be, because it's already white. Okay. But if you just put a little bit more in, it's obviously going to make it that bit darker. So start off with a little bit, because you don't want to, put too much in. No. And then obviously we take this and pop it through, just run it through our stencil, just to show you very quickly. It is, what it will do is, it will dry to a nice matte finish as well. So then if you wanted to, once it's completely dry, you can actually sand it slightly back to give it that little bit more of a...
More grace.
Yeah.
And if you want to, so if I sprinkle a powder all over the wet paste, would that attach itself to the paste?
Yes, yeah, it will. So if I take a little bit of that and just sprinkle that over the top. Now it'll just take a minute for that powder to actually dissolve into it.
You can see it. We can see it there happening.
You can, can't you?
Yeah.
And so to me that would give a really lovely different finish. Then of course, if you wanted to, you can just give it a quick spray. And then you've got, what will happen then is, this will dry, obviously raised, you've got that lovely texture. I do love this stencil actually, it's a super trendy one. And then also you've got that lovely, the colours slightly bleeding out as well. So that's quite a smart thing to do. So that's actually the modelling paste, okay. So of course you can use it straight off as white, not a problem. But you can also change the colour and make them another 5 different colours. So also gel medium, so that's our modelling paste. Okay, our gel medium. So you've seen me using this time and time and time again because it's my all-time favourite gel medium. The reason is because it's so easy to use. It's very, very affordable, and you know, it does the job. It's good and thick, so when you want to raise something up, say for instance you've got some you're doing layers, like for instance on this piece here, I've used the gel medium to lift all of these pieces up. Just place them down, you know, sort of smooth them down where you want them to be, move them around. Obviously you've got that ability to move them around if you wish, and yeah, fantastic, excellent product. The thing that we can do though, and I'm just going to move this round to obviously put some powder in, we'll use the jadeite. We can of course put our powders into the gel medium, and I know you've seen me doing this lots because it is something that I really do like to do.
If we mix it with the gel medium, because the gel medium dries clear, it will be more intense colour, right?
It will. So if I put, let me just grab one stencil, just excuse my back 1 second. Yep, we'll just go through this.
By the way, we have got some news on the powders. They are 80% of the stock has gone. Now, of course, you are getting all 5 of them. Now, £14.95 is your price. Remember, 80% of the stock, and once they are gone, they are gone. If you want them, grab them, check out your baskets. That's all I'm going to say. Back to you.
No problem. So I've just put that through the stencil. You can see now the difference between, obviously, when we use the modelling paste, it was, this is now more of a translucent effect. So what it will do, it will dry and it will give a shine, and it will look so different. The colours are a lot more intense because this is clear. Okay, so you're getting such a difference in the applications. I'm just going to bring this in again because this is showing you. Sorry, go on.
You know what? They are now limited stock. Sorry to interrupt you again, but if you want them, you need to check out your baskets. Remember, that once they're gone, they're gone. I'm being told by the producer, so please make sure to check out your baskets. So then,
So one more thing that I do want to show you.
Technical sellout. Sorry, Joe.
Oh, that's fine.
Technical sellout. So that means that. Sorry, Joe. It's very busy.
It's fine.
It means that, of course, if you have it in your baskets and you check out now, you will get them. Otherwise, you will miss out. Now, if some of them bounce back, remember the baskets auto refresh every 10 minutes, and if you do not check out during that time, it bounces back. So somebody else will grab it. Somebody else will check it out their baskets. We will let you know. Something else that is once it's gone, and when it's gone. It's gone when it's gone.
When it's gone, it's gone.
Exactly. Anyway, so you have them here. Is the acrylic inks. Remember, we are over 60% of the stock. You are getting 4, 2 of the white, 2 of the black, brand new today. Oh, we are busy, Joe. Sorry about that.
No. This is your job, Paula. Now, the other thing is, of course, I know the powders have technically sold out, but I'm still using the liquid acrylics.
Yes.
So for those that have got them, and if you are thinking of buying the actual medium set, I would highly recommend for them to go together. Now, this is one of the most important things to go with the actual colour glows, in my opinion. Now, I'm just going to put a tiny bit onto my mat. So I've had this now for, I would say, it's over a year, even more possibly, and I'm still using the same pot, and I do actually use it quite a lot because basically what this is, instead of using water with the powders, what you've got is when you mix the liquid medium with it, it actually makes it into a permanent ink. Okay, so obviously with watercolours, it's not permanent, is it? If you spray water onto that now, it would move it still because I've not fixed it, and I've not put any medium in it to actually stop it moving. But if I use the actual liquid acrylic, I'm just going to take a little bit of the alexandrite, use that, mix it together. So basically you're using it as you would water.
Okay.
You're using it instead of water, and then give it a little bit good mix round so all the grains have gone, and then basically what you're getting is you're actually getting now
an acrylic paint.
An acrylic paint. It's not now a water-based paint, it's an acrylic paint because you've used this. Now obviously this, as you said at the top of the show, would also go with any of your other powders that you already have.
And it's water-based, right?
Yes,
So clean.
Easy clean. So I pop my paintbrush into there, so it's brilliant. You can get lots of these mediums, as you well know, that are not quite so easy to get out your brushes. You wouldn't use your best brushes to use this with.
But because you can wash
But we can wash these out, no problem at all. Yeah,
that's fabulous. So thank you so much, Jo,
no
for showing
problem.
all those different things. And of course, the pellets have now gone. If you want anything on the shop, please make sure to check out your baskets. Jo was using the fabulous, gorgeous, you can see it here, the acrylic liquid medium. Now that comes in, and I kind of, when I first saw it, I thought it was going to be more viscose, but it is kind of that kind of proper liquidy element, which means that you can create your own acrylic paints with any of the powder pigments. And of course, this bundle, once it's gone, is gone. So make sure to check out your baskets. Now, you also are getting the modeling paste, which Jo used it as well with the powders, and the gel medium. I think for £18.97, it's a fabulous bundle. It's a perfect starter kit, but also it could be that you have been crafting like Leonie, like myself, like Jo, for many, many years. And I don't have an acrylic liquid medium. I don't have I do have a gel medium, but of course, if you want to paint with it and you want to create your own permanent acrylic paints, this is the way to go. Love the fact that you are getting a paste which is opaque, and look how beautiful it kind of goes through the stencils. Jo was absolutely right, isn't it, about that definition, that grittiness, that opacity of the whiteness, the texture that you achieve. And that is important. Don't be fooled by the price and thinking, well, this is below. No, this is actually giving you those results that you deserve and you want. You also have got the gel medium, which any crafter will find. I mean, you maybe are one of these. I will tell the story, true story, obviously, all the stories I tell, but when I was little, kind of I saw my dad using gel medium and things like that. And as a crafter, I never thought that I would have a need. I had different silicone glues and things like that. Once that you discover the gel medium, the multi-purpose, the way that you can seal it, the way that you can use your rice paper, the way that is a dimensional glue that dries clear, that mixing with your powders and pigment powders like Jo was demonstrating to create your own texture transparent paste as well. That means that you can, look at this, I mean, you can then bring in the color and splatter. It's a fabulous bundle with 3 mediums. The medium, the modeling paste, the multi-purpose, and of course, the liquid acrylic. Now, all 3 for £18.97, 861746. And remember, once it's gone, so make sure to get them. Now, the acrylic inks, brand new today, really busy. Approaching 80% of the stock. Now, this will be immediate dispatch. You are getting 2 of the white and 2 of the black. I'm gonna be completely honest. When I saw them, I could not stop. It's like I need to grab a piece of cards and just play with them. Why? Because I wanted to see the opacity. And I know you have the same question. Look at that. The white has dried. I did that just before the show. Look on black card. Look at the whiteness of it. And the fact that it comes in 2 bottles, it means that you, of course, you could keep them all for yourself, or you can share them with friends. But look, you have got a mixer. It's not really a pipette. It's more of a mixer. But then you can decant it into brushes if you want to do brush lettering. It's perfect for the splatters. It's perfect for mixing it up. The fact that it has got that liquid consistency means that you still can use it as a paint, but you can then use it for the splats and, of course, to do droplets. I mean, can I do this? I'm going to do it. Oh, well, should I? It's like, should I? I'm doing that. Look at that. I'm going to put a little bit more of a splat there. There it is. Can you see there, the dribble?
Can you imagine? This is perfect, because imagine doing that when you have got something dimensional. Oh, I think it's beautiful. And of course, you can put sprinkle the powders over the top as well, and that will create even different effects. Once they're gone, they're gone. Therefore, and 80% of the stock has gone. So check out your baskets. £13.95 is your price. 687155 is your item number. Jo, we are back to you.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we're just going to show a couple of the mediums in actual in situ as such, and we're using the young and free
paper.
Just
like us, young and free.
Oh yeah. Well, we can. Well, you can. Yeah.
Well, I'm not young.
So this is the original sort of idea that I put together, and using the papers. Now, what I did was I used a whole piece of the 12 by 12, because of course you get 12 by 12, you get 6 by 6s. You also get the lovely the art books, which are fantastic. So I'll show you the 6 by 6. So the 6 by 6s, you can see all of these amazing designs. I just think this collection is one of the most usable that Ada has actually done. Loving the card sets, because what you've got here is you've got the ability to actually use these as a card topper, or what I'm going to use, I'm going to actually use one of them as a focal point. So I put one piece down which was off one of the 6 by 6s. I've now got the remainder of what was on the original set, and I'm just going to pop that down just on this black piece here. Yeah. Okay, so just popping that down like so. Now, what I do tend to do is, if I'm putting something flat, I do tend to use my That's Crafty glue.
Okay.
Right, so if I'm putting something with dimension, I tend to use my gel medium. And I mean, really, to be quite frank, I could use the gel medium for flat things as well.
Okay.
But I just think, no, I'll use my glue. I'll be a little bit cost effective. But then again, saying that, to be quite frank, the cost of the kit is so good, isn't it?
Yeah,
it really
absolutely
is. Now, what I've done is I have actually sort of edged that a little bit. So, but you can keep it nice and straight if you wish. You know, you've heard me say that so many times. Now, we're going to do some one with the. Is it the Dare to Dream? It's the actual, the words, it's actually the top stencil.
Yeah.
Really love this one. And actually, Mum popped in to see us yesterday at the unit, and I'd got this on the side, and she said, how fantastic is that stencil? Because it's got so many different phrases and words in it that you could actually just pick out and just use. And I think for journaling and scrapbooking, it's just superb. Now I'm just going to show you how super this modelling paste is. I'm going to go more onto the yellower side than I am onto. I'm going onto the red, but I'm going to go onto the yellow for most of it. Okay. Now, as we said before, this is what I like about this particular modelling paste is once you've actually got it dry, you could, if you wanted to, if you've got a colour, if you put a colour into the paste, like we showed you earlier, perhaps using, you know, your powders or maybe some acrylic paint if you haven't got the powders, then what you can do is you can slightly sand it back and it gives a really nice finish. There we go. So look at that clarity. It really is superb, isn't it?
Look at that. And it
really
dries
lovely.
that way.
It dries, yeah, it will dry like that because you can see there the examples there. And that's what Mark's used for all of those.
Onto black. I mean, look
superb,
at the sharp
isn't it?
of the whiteness.
Right, so then what we're going to do is we're going to use some of the modelling paste with some of the garnet. For a start, I'll put it onto there, that won't matter, to use the actual brick stencil. So we've got the brick and then we've got the barbed wire.
Oh, yeah.
So these all go so well with the grungy, the youthful, the young at heart sort of idea. Yeah. So we'll use the garnet because I want the red. Just mix that. Sorry, I know we haven't got the powders, but I'm just mixing it into the modelling paste to show you. just to colour that up. Right, so giving that a nice bit of colour coming through. There we go, excuse my hands. And then using this and then popping it over the top here. Now, what I'm trying to show you is, by doing this, we've got that fantastic, it's creating even more depth than what the paper had already. So the one thing that aided, well, lots of things aided us amazingly well, but the one thing I think that she really has got cracked is the fact that all the layering and the colours and everything that you see in each and every piece of the papers that she actually designs. When I'm using them, you tend to have a look, and then maybe the next time you see them, you see something completely different.
Look,
Yeah, so,
yes, I know what you mean. Yeah.
Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, absolutely.
So,
and that's what a great design of papers does.
yeah,
you know,
that's when you know that it's really been properly thought out, hasn't it? So that's I just used scrap pieces of plastic for that sort of thing, because it just creates that instant clean-up job, doesn't it? Right, so there we go. Just needs a little bit of a blast dry. It won't take that long. Do put your lids on your paste and your gel mediums, okay? Because what will happen is it will dry around the edge, and then you'll waste some, then you won't get the lid on properly, and on it goes. Right, so I'm just going to put that to one side for a minute, because I want to show you what I did here. If you can see here, I've actually used a piece of the, like I was saying earlier, each set of the papers has the A6 card set. Now, you've actually got 24 pages, two of each, so 12 different designs in each set. Okay. Perfect for instant card toppers, and really, really great, obviously, with the chipboard. You get it all, so you can combine them all. Now, what I've done here is I thought I don't want it straight, because that's just
just
not,
a little. That's a good.
Just taking out a few of the
bricks.
The bricks, yeah.
Not
so
another
as
brick on
much
the wall.
or as little as what you wish. There you go. Just taking those out. Add one little bit at the top. You can also always go into a brick if you don't want to take a whole one out. Okay. Just take that one out there. So then what you've got then is it's a little bit more.
I can see.
It's a little bit more in keeping with what we want to do, isn't it? The other thing that I wanted to do, without putting that onto that wet piece there. Right, so you see the butterfly on here obviously is flat, it's part of the pattern. So what I've done here is I've actually cut just around, and you'll all be pleased to know that I put a new blade in from last week when I was in.
Oh, so it's safer now, isn't it?
Well, it just didn't cut at all. It was like, well, yes.
A blunt blade.
Blunt. Yeah.
I remember a paper cutter one time that she told me, it's like the most important thing is to change the blades regularly. Like literally every time that she sits down to make a project, put a brand new blade.
Yeah.
No, I mean, obviously paper cutter, they do use it a lot more than...
They're amazing, aren't they?
They are.
Yeah. So you can see there, what I've done is I've kept the top of the actual butterfly on there.
Yep.
So we've got now, that's actually standing out nice and proud. I'll just take that little bit off there.
I love this
like
collection.
So that basically is so very simple, but it's just using one piece of the art book there. So we're going to use, now, am I okay to use the colours because I'm using the acrylic?
Yeah, of course, yeah.
Yes, thank you.
I mean, I didn't wait for my producer, so I was
just going to say that was quick.
I've gone rogue.
So we're going to keep with obviously the theme, the colours, the red, the yellows. If you did get the powders, you've got the smoky quartz, which goes really, really well with the Young and Free collection, and also the Mr. Hanson collection as well. Yeah. So what I'm doing now is I'm using the liquid acrylic,
All right, so I'm just mixing it in with the tiniest bit of the powder, and then we're just going to give this butterfly some colour.
Absolutely.
You could leave it. You could leave it black and white. It looks effective like that, but I do think it goes with the whole theme,
doesn't it? Well, you finish on colouring in. Can I quickly remind everybody of the different options for the paperbacks? Now, it's the same item number. You have different collections. We have In Love. We have got Mr. Handsome. Then we have got Pastel Spring, which is the one that, and then we have Young and Free, which is that's the one that Joe is using. Now, all three collections are absolutely stunning, and what they consist is the 12 by 12. So you are getting 6 double-sided papers. It's actually carved with if I put it here, you can hear it. Where is it? It is there. And then, of course, in each of the collections, you are getting one of this beautiful rice paper printed. It is not the mulberry type. It is what I call the Japanese kozo sort of quality of rice paper. I personally absolutely love this. It's a little bit more forgiven. I am in love with it. Right, and of course you are getting the papers that are cards that are double-sided for the 12 by 12. You are getting the 6 by 6 paper pad, single-sided, and then you are getting as well. Let me show you the paper. Sorry, that kind of slide it out there. There you go. You also are getting the chipboard 6 by 6 and so smooth not. And then you have got the A6 card set with 12 designs, 24, because you are getting 2 of each. And look at those beautiful cards. Look at this. This is In Love, but we also have Mr. Handsome in the house. We do. And of course, that's this here. I'm not just talking about Ben, who's behind the cameras, but he's handsome as well. One of my best friends as well. And of course you have in here as well Mr. Handsome, beautiful samples they have been done. Remember 12 by 12, 6 by 6, and of course the A6 cards as well as the 6 by 6 chipboard in there as well. Right now, if you want to go for this collection, 651 241, that is Mr. Handsome option there. Now, you maybe want to go for a little bit of Pastel Springs, and of course they are glorious papers in here, and they have got the Oriental Girl in here as well. Shall I show the 6 by 6 paper pad so that way we can see it here? Now again, 24 sheets you are getting, 12 designs, 2 of each. Look at those beautiful colors in here. I love this. I mean, think about it, maybe cutting it and put it over some paper, and then of course do like a barn door sort of a style, that Japanese almond blossom or sakura blossom, so cherry blossom as well. Look at fussy cut sheets as well. This one is spring pastel, and finally the last option. Remember, in each of them you are always going to get a rice paper, the 12 by 12, the 6 by 6, and the A5, and of course we are going to have a look at the 6 by 6 paper pad in here. And let me do it like this. Oh, I love this. Absolutely love these backgrounds in here. I love this. This is like they say, a bit of me. Oh, I love that as well. And when you look, let's have a look at the fussy cut sheet here. Look at the richness of the layers. I love the vibrancy. I love the splatters in here. I love how, don't you see that this is just going to be amazing just to add a piece of like this or vertically. You are getting 2 of each designs. You have got, I believe it's 12 designs here, so 2 of each. And of course you look, love that rice as well, the kind of halftones in here and those little cards as well. So remember, you are getting them in 12 by 12 as well as the 6 by 6, the chipboard and the A6 paper and the rice paper, £15.80. This one is your young and free option, 651 241, which is the one that Joe is using, isn't it, Joe?
It is, yes, absolutely. So we're using the young and free. So you've got, I just think this is a super set for so many different things. It really addresses quite a few subjects that maybe we haven't been able to address before. I think teenagers, for a start, I think it is a super one for that. Now what I've done is, you can see I've just painted that butterfly really quickly. I mean, it's not really painted, it's the paint was slapped on really, but I did use the acrylic liquid medium. So
The other thing that I like about the medium is what you've got is once it's dry, it gives you that formation of the paper. So this paper is, let me just, well, it's actually more of a cardstock. Let me just double check it doesn't have it on here, but I will check. 200 GSM, yes it does at the back. So this is 200 GSM, but you can see it's really holding its own because the liquid acrylic is giving it that little bit of substance. I had some left over, so what I've done is I've just took my paintbrush and just took my paintbrush on the side and just took off any, like so.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, because it just doesn't waste it, does it? And then if you just spritz it, look, just really, really gently, it just makes it, just gives it that bit of a watermark effect, which is really quite nice.
Is it?
Yeah. So bringing this one back in, I think it's almost dry. Let me just show you.
Yeah.
So you can see now that this the writing's dry, the clarity is still superb, isn't it?
It is.
It really is.
Yeah.
Even the tiniest pieces that you know you can read. It's a super set. Now, what I've also done is I've got, this is also out the Young and Free collection. I know I was torn because you see you've got that beautiful.
I love that.
Yeah, I know. But it had to be really. I had to take you know, something a little bit different because it just wasn't going to shout out at me. So I know. So what I thought was it'd be quite nice instead of just putting the actual paper straight on.
Yeah.
Because we could. I mean that would be easy to do and quite simplistic.
Oh.
But if we just cut it up, yeah, along the lines.
Oh,
Just there we go. Just taking those bits like that. Using my gel medium. These are super pots. I'm just going to put the lid on this white ink before it goes everywhere. Yeah.
And remember that this bundle, once it's gone, is gone. You have got the details on the screen. You are getting the liquid acrylic medium, the modeling paste, as well as the gel medium. Once it's gone, is gone. Make sure to check out your baskets.
Right, so I'm just offering that up there just to see where I need these to be.
We have got 2 minutes left.
Oh, okie doke. Right, so I won't bother doing that then. Because basically what I've done is I've just put...
Oh, intertwined.
Yeah, you know where I've cut
that was weaved.
Yeah, a little bit like a paper weave type idea. I'll bring this in, and using all the different pieces, you can see underneath here, now I've pointed it out. Now, you've also got the chipboard. Now, I have actually painted these chipboard pieces with the black acrylic ink, the new ink.
Well, by the way, the new ink, it's now limited stock. So if you want to make sure to check out your baskets, once they're gone, it's gone. You're getting 4 bottles, 2 of the white, 2 of the black.
I'll be looking forward to hearing what people think about that. You can see colour glows, you know, sort of adding bits and pieces, bits of detail and things here. Some parts of the ephemera and another bit of chipboard there, ephemera there. So you can see it really does come together.
It is absolutely gorgeous, and I love the way that you have chosen red papers, obviously, but how well everything coordinates. Thank you, Jo.
Oh, it's my pleasure.
When are you back?
2 o'clock.
2 o'clock with more demonstrations of using the gorgeous 13 Art. Thank you, Jo, so much. And of course, making sure that you check out your baskets. Don't miss out on your acrylic inks. Brand new today. You're getting 2 of the black, 2 of the white. And look at the opacity of the white. I think that would make a wonderful Japanese calligraphy, don't you think? And now, of course, you can use it for your brush stroke as lettering, and of course, use it for your splatters and color inks as well. You can put pigments in here and create all the, you know, beautiful colors. Now, we are less than 5% of them. Once it's gone, it's gone. Immediate dispatch for them. Make sure to check out your baskets. I think it's a really fun medium, but also very versatile and useful, especially for those, of course, those splatters. Now, Jo, you are back at 2.
2 o'clock.
What are we going to be seeing?
Right, so I'm going to play around with Mr. Handsome, not literally.
I mean,
not literally.
all right, that's turning. I mean, I'm definitely tuning in for that.
Mr. some paper.
Where is he? Where is he?
It's in the green room.
Oh, okay, keep it there safe. We'll see you at 2, and of course stay tuned. Stay tuned. But of course, it's a technical sellout. You need to check out your baskets. Once it's gone, it's gone. So make sure to check out your basket and stay tuned because we have got more after the break. Well, Odile Beaulieu fabrics after the break. Clever prints with Emma Blake's and the Boho Chicks, and then Dolly Dimples. And at 2, of course, Mr. Handsome is back.
Hi, I'm Emma. I work with Cricut to help you get the best out of your machines. Cricut is a range of tools, machines and accessories that allow you to work with hundreds of materials. I love Cricut because it allows me to take craft projects I have in my head and make them a reality. You can customise and personalise your papercraft projects, your home decor, clothing. You can work with iron-on vinyl, paper, card, wood, fabrics. The possibilities are endless. On the shows, I hope I can inspire you with ideas to help you become your creative best with Cricut. So make sure you don't miss the Cricut shows.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers of colors, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and format. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are. It is 10 o'clock in the morning already. Gosh, it feels later than that, doesn't it? What a day it's been so far. Welcome to Fabric Heaven. Let me just tell you, welcome to Fabric Heaven. Welcome back, Natasha McCarthy.
Hello.
Hello.
I was trying to think, have we ever...
I don't know if we have.
Because we're normally both presenting.
Yes. So it'd be one or the other, wouldn't it?
An absolute treat.
Together. Yeah, it's bizarre, isn't it? Very, very bizarre. Oh, my word.
I know.
I love everything you do anyway, and you've got such an eye for fabrics. These are...
You're going to make me say a name, aren't you?
They are scrummy. Well, we'll both try, shall we? The wonderful work of Odile Beaulieu.
Maybe. If you're French, I just apologise, because my French is really bad. My 7-year-old speaks better French. But Odile, that bit I know is correct. She's a French designer, incredibly talented. Look at this colour. In fact, she's just released some beautiful velvet ribbons, and she's worked with the K Facet Collective, Philip Jacobs. So when you see this colour, you kind of know, you go, okay, this woman knows her colour. She's working with people in the industry who really know their colour, know their florals. She's phenomenal.
And something you said in the early show this morning with Paula, so true, is that this is timeless fabric. This is ageless fabric. It really spans everyone, because if you love vintage Parisian chic, you've got it here. If you love fresh, bright, vibrant, you've got it here as well. I really, really love it. It's almost like that unique talent of taking that vintage, adding lots and lots of sort of citrus twists to it, making a beautiful cocktail that kind of satisfies everyone, doesn't it?
It's just stunning. There's a beautiful element of whimsy in here as well. If you are someone that loves fairy tale, it's in there. If you love dream worlds where anything is possible, it's this fabric. It's this fabric. It's what your imagination wants it to be.
That's the key, isn't it? There is so much variety.
You
in
know,
this.
if you want it to be Versailles, it's Versailles.
Absolutely, yeah.
If you want it to be Cinderella, it's Cinderella.
Yeah.
If you want it to be some crazy safari where the giraffes wear butterfly bow ties, it's that.
Yeah, it is. And it's a little, I mean, that colour.
And it's beautiful.
Do you know what? I defy anyone, even if they're not a fan of an orange colour as a solid, not to absolutely adore that combination.
It could be the swags on a theatre.
Of course.
On the curtain of a theatre. There is drama, this is theatrical fabric. My daughter said to me the other day, she's 2, and we got some beautiful new fabrics out. She said, "Mummy, it's an adventure in fabric."
Yes.
And that's now going to be my Natasha Makes slogan, adventures in fabric.
Definitely.
Out of the words of mouths, right? Because
out
of the mouths of babes.
Mouths of babies,
even, you know, she gets it right, I can't. I'm comfortable with that. But that's what this is. You know, make your adventure with this.
Yeah, she's your guide, isn't she, as well, actually, when it comes to fabrics as well. You know where you're onto a winner if it gets the Emily seal of approval.
Oh, Emily's choice, yeah. Because she's not inhibited. She goes with what she loves. We haven't told her that that colour goes with that because it's right or wrong. She goes with what pleases her and what she loves, and she has an incredible eye.
It's time for you to come on the adventure right now because we've got 2 options actually for you. So we've got your complete fat quarter bundle here. So 10 gorgeous fat quarters. So all of the fabrics that you see there are that bundle there. Now, we do also have these fabrics by the half metre, but not all of them. We've actually sold out of a couple of these in the full half metre. So if you love your fat quarters, then actually your bundle here gives you absolutely everything for those smaller projects. I have to say those smaller projects will be some months away because what will happen is you'll get them home and you'll be looking and looking and looking.
And the thing is, because we do that, and that's a recognised thing, that we stroke the fabrics, then we can't use the fabrics because we might not be able to get it again.
Of course.
So that's your chance to then stock up on the ones that are your absolute favourites in the half metre. So
definitely.
This is what I would do. This is what I do. Is get the fat quarters and then stock up on my favourites with the half metres, because then I'm more likely to use them because I know that I've got extra.
Yes.
And also the thing is, if you're getting the fat quarters, then you've got all the colours that go together. Some of these are lovely and bright and vibrant, and you might not have the plains to match. Whereas if you go for the fat quarters, then you've got ones like this and this that will act as your plains, as you know, to then allow the others to be the hero.
Yes.
It's like good underwear supports and makes the dress look fabulous. But you need that good underwear. This is good underwear.
I'm going to take your word for that.
Well, you just look fabulous.
We
don't need to know anything else.
£31 and 49 pence for that fabulous fat quarter bundle there for you. It's going out for you on the 17th of June because it is coming from our friends in the Netherlands. Sorry, I beg your pardon, it's the 21st of June.
17 days.
17 days, that's what it was.
Works easier.
Yeah, absolutely. 17 days from now. But well worth the wait. Definitely well worth the wait. Now, as Natasha says, if you want to stock up on your favourite and take it by the half metre, welcome to half metre heaven. Loving it. Loving it, loving it. Right, shall we go left to right, Kirsty? Give these names. Do they have names? Names, darling, give me names, because you have got... I love the way these have been curated just here as well, because you do just want everything. And we work to a denouement of gorgeousness, don't we? So, first one is Rose Palace Maze. that, again, is delicious. It's so dimensional. It's almost 3D, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's funny, isn't it? You have to take a second look at some of these fabrics, don't you? And it's
you
like
should.
it's opening up another story, isn't
And
it?
a good fabric should.
Yeah, that's very, very true. And it feels amazing as well, let me tell you. It's got a beautiful density to it, and the richness of colour is gorgeous. These are pick and mix, by the way. Yes, they are pick and mix, aren't they? So pick and mix is any 2 half meters for $13.99.
Amazing value.
That's good
for
maths.
fabric. That's really good value.
That's
for
really,
fabric.
really good
Yeah.
maths
Yeah,
for
yeah.
fabric of this quality. This one is called Rose the Queen's Sky.
Don't look at me, I didn't name them, I have no
okay,
idea.
yeah, sorry.
You're looking at me like I need to take responsibility for this. I have no
Could
clue.
you make sense of that name for me? Yeah, no.
I just cut the pretty fabric and sew it back together again.
How gorgeous are these florals as well? Because you can actually, you know, take these down into elements as well, can't you?
So this is
Really
a fabric
gorgeous.
that is great value for money, not only because it's great value for money, but also because you can use it for your sashing. It's going to be fabulous.
Yeah.
You can cut it and you can use it. It's got so many different
I'm gonna
elements,
open
whether
this
you've
one.
got the floral, whether you just take the eye from it, whether you take the stripe, whether you take the check. I'm just going to keep talking until you manage to sort that out.
I'm just going to do a bit of
Discreetly.
that.
There we go. That's perfect. Look at that.
There
Beautiful.
you go.
So you can use that for your sashing. You've got florals, you've got geometrics in there, and so any scrap left over, pop into your English paper piecing. This is every scrap counts with this fabric because each bit is going to look different. So this is what I always say is a fabric that is great value for money because it looks like lots of different fabric.
Yeah, because it's like 10 in 1, isn't it?
Yes.
I love it. Very, very nice as well. So that one was called Rose the Queen's Sky. Right. Okay, cool. It says, right. I'm trying to tidy up.
Trips off the tongue, doesn't it?
Yeah, absolutely.
A bit like Odile.
Yeah, thanks, Odile. Love you. Right. Next up, Queen's Palace Topiary. Oh no, I see. Yes, I see the uniformity there. I see the thinking behind that. Lovely, neat. Oh, sorry. Green Palace Topiary.
I mean,
it's
that
called.
works.
Yeah, that'll do. Just look for topiary. That'll be the one.
Do you think someone just hit translate?
Yes, and just put down the literal. Yeah.
That's what it was.
Yeah, just put words
Odile
together.
wrote it all in French, and then we've just hit translate.
Yeah, which turns out to be like 3 random words.
Yeah.
Fabulous. It is nice though, isn't it? Because again, the mix of colours that you've got in that one is really, really beautiful. As a blender, again, to make other feature patterns pop, then that is wonderful. But again, a great standalone fabric as well. Oh my gosh. Right, I might just have to move a couple of these just to one side, just so we can see that this... What was it called again, Kirsty? Orange Palace Arcades. Yeah, you're so right, you know. This is like that. There's an app, isn't there, where every location has a 3-word name. It's a bit like that, isn't it?
Hit translate. There we go.
Love
but it doesn't matter because there is drama, there is theatre in these fabrics.
Completely and
They're just
utterly. I mean, that looks like sort of solid gold. I mean, that's the amazing thing, isn't it, about fabric prints
So
these
I like
days.
to do self-cover buttons where you use the fabric.
perfect.
Imagine using those little knots of gold as the button.
Yeah.
It'd be amazing. So you know, just a little circular scrap bit left is going to make the most incredible button that you can add to your project.
You'd want to graduate those up in size, though, as
You
well,
do,
wouldn't you?
of course you do.
Tiny.
There's a
And they just get
designer
bigger
in
and
you,
bigger and bigger.
Derek.
There is. He's hiding. He's really hiding, let me tell you. But that's beautiful. Love, love, love that. I mean, God, it's just delicious. Right, OK, next up, Gold Palace Maze. OK, yes, that makes sense completely and utterly. And again, you can blend it and use it with the other maze fabric as well, if you want to. But the pinks pick up in pretty much every single fabric that we've got a ½ metre in, actually. Other than the topiary, it goes with everything else, picking up that lovely colour. Beautiful. Love, 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 love. Next one is Sky Exotic Voyage.
Nice.
It's exactly what they did,
Yeah.
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Exactly. This is quite classic, actually, isn't it? It's got that lovely sort of vintage style. Now, by the ½ metre, the stock is flying on this one. We are approaching 40% of the stock of this one, sold out and gone. And this is a when it's gone kind of situation as well. with this one, so do not miss out. Remember, you're picking any 2 half meters here for your £13.99. Right, let's whiz on to the final 2 because I'm very eager to get to the last one as well. This one,
stunning,
White Royal Expedition Small. Because the scaling on these fabrics is slightly different as well, isn't it? In some of them.
Yeah, that's the smaller one. So the tier one that you've got next to is that in large?
Well, I guess it will be, yes, because the giraffes are
larger.
And everything is much bigger, isn't it?
Yeah.
So these are the giraffes with their butterfly bows, which are very, very glamorous. And you've got, oh gosh, whichever way round you look at this.
You know that everyone at home is sitting there looking at their screens like this as well.
Thing, don't you?
I'm really sorry if you're getting a crick on your neck.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
When you get these home,
can I landscape that for you, Webster?
Oh,
just so that we can. There we go. Then you can start picking out the detail with the giraffes with their butterfly bows, those amazing shoes.
I want those shoes.
They are pretty awesome, aren't they? I think we're going to have to, have a word with someone and get some of those made up. I do know someone who has a shoe company actually, who would love to make something like that.
They remind me of Irregular Choice shoes. Have you seen those? They're a bit dramatic like that.
Oh no, I haven't.
Oh yeah.
Oh, I have to look those up. Beautiful. There's a little bit of everything going on there, isn't there? Now, stock-wise on this one, over half of the stock has been checked out. And this one, right? Oh, has it? Oh no. Oh, this was one I was just going to pull out and show you all of, but I have to pull it out and I have to put it away because it's gone.
Sad times.
I'm afraid it's technically sold out, so if you have that in your basket, please do make sure. So, where we had an awful lot of those, we're now down to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 choices now left in your pick and mix. We've had a very, very busy 7 o'clock show this morning as well. So, 342-397 is your item number. Let's go to the web and see what else is on offer in this show as well, because we're going to do a little bit of making. The quilted PUs and the corks, really, really beautiful. And that cork fabric is wonderful. And its look and its feel are 2 different things, which I absolutely love. The gold glitter is sold out, I'm afraid, but the PU metallics are available. There's a light and there's a darks bundle. They're all beautiful. And again, the look and the feel of those don't match at all.
It's soft. You can dress make with them.
Yeah.
They're soft.
It's really flexible, isn't it? It's lovely.
Yeah.
And remember, there are lots and lots of Natasha Makes patterns that are available there on a pick and mix. I think there's something like 40 plus choices there for you. And of course, Natasha has designed, tried, tested, and they're impressive ones as well, let me tell you, and they're great value for money, so go and find those on the pick and mix. Right, OK, so are we continuing our...
This is Bed Tidy Part 2.
Bed Tidy Part 2.
Yeah.
Where is the bed tidy?
So, you've got it there. So
I
this is, just remember you've got my binding in there.
Oh yes, I'll give you the binding back in a moment. So this is something for you to put over the edge of the bed to keep all of your bits and pieces that normally get knocked off of chairs and little bedside tables.
Or just that you can't find. How many times do you and Bet you lose the remote? Or you need to get to your phone and you can't remember where it's fallen down the side of your bed or whatever.
Yeah.
It's there for you. Or maybe you've got tablets that you need to take or whatever it is.
Yeah.
It's just there, or you've got a book or a magazine or whatever. That it can just be there for you. Or maybe it's for your children and they've got a favourite toy or whatever it is. And so the plastic on the top that you're just folding down, that goes between the mattress and the bed.
Okay,
the mattress and the bed. And so this is the non-slip fabric. So if you're buying the pattern, you get enough in there for 2.
Okay.
Because if you're buying, I think it's $14.99 for a roll of that and the pattern.
Yeah.
And then, whatever fabrics, whether you want to do, because we've got such beautiful fabrics, whether you want to do clear pockets, then grab yourself some of the PU, sewable PU, then grab that. Or in the instructions, it shows you how to do fabric pockets as well. So it's really, really versatile for you to do it however you wish. And again, it's a make that transcends age, because, my daughter loves hers. Absolutely loves hers, and keeps numerous bits and bobs. There's generally a dinosaur in there somewhere as well. Or whether it's your glasses or whatever it is that you need when you get up. Yeah. It's all there.
Yeah. Or, actually, I think what it'd be really, really good for a lot of households as well is somewhere to keep the earplugs When the other half starts snoring, you can just reach down and go, right, now's the time.
Now's the one.
Or,
Yeah.
you can kick them one way or the other. It's up to
Whichever works.
Yeah.
Whichever works.
Both, probably.
I'm not condoning either. Whatever. It's personal preference.
Right, so how far did we get before in the first show?
What we've done is simply stitched this weird plasticky stuff, the non-slip grip stuff. Yeah, you've got a roll. You bandish that roll.
It's lovely. It's great.
And so these little knobbly bits is what's going to stop it from shifting.
Yeah.
So that you can really fill those pockets. So that we sandwiched between the backing fabric and the top fabric, and then we put a stabilizer here. Now this could be a more plush one. It could be a Styleville fix or something you'd use for your bags. I've used a Wieselina.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, and I've learned how to say it. A Wieselina. S250. So it's the one that you'd use for palmets, but it's an adhesive one.
Oh, okay, right, yeah. So it's just right.
It's just right. It just gives it that support, so that when you've filled everything, it doesn't just buckle and fold. It's just to give it that support. But you know, you can use what you've got in your stash.
Yeah.
If you've got wadding left over from a quilt, then use that. You know, let's not get hung up on that bit.
Yeah.
This is the important bit. This is the bit that is going to stop it from slipping. Okay, and you can see that interfacing there stops, and you've got so that this fabric, that's the bit that's going to fold over the edge of your bed, so you won't see this at all.
No.
That will be hidden in the bed, and then this is nice and soft to then come out, and then it's solid. Okay.
Lovely.
Now, questions that we've had asked in the break. How do I use the sewable plastic? I'm going to show you. Do I need to change my needle? No. No. I'm sewing with a size 80, which is a really fine quilting needle. Okay, haven't changed it. I do change my needle after every project.
Yeah.
That's just good practice. I sometimes sew with an 80, I sometimes sew with a 70. Or a 90. It just doesn't matter. I would increase your stitch length to 2.5 to 3. Okay. Just because then it's just fewer dinks in, which I would do for any kind of sewable pleather, PU, vegan leather or leather, but I don't need a leather needle or any of that.
So anything with a bit more substance to it, just increase the stitch length a little bit because you're not going in as often, it'll still work.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
And, you know, depending on your machine, put a walking foot on. Clips are your friend, and we're good to go. So, in the instructions, the original ones, which I will show you here, this was the original bed tidy that I made. That's my daughter's bedroom. So I did different fabrics and a plain fabric behind.
Yeah.
Okay. You can do it that way. The instructions show you how, or you can get one continuous length, which is what we've got today. Again, the instructions show you how to do that as well. So all of your measurements to make these pockets. So you're going to have 2 big pockets, 2 little pockets. Actually, I quite like the fact that you can see what's in the pocket.
Oh, definitely, yeah.
Yeah. So that's what the intention is. So your sewable plastic, all I've done is sew some binding over the top, just down one edge.
Okay.
Okay, and it's just to make it look pretty.
Finesse.
Yeah. Yes. That. All of that. Now on here, I'm going to mark up a few little things. All right. We're going to do the pockets every 2 at 10 inches and then 2 at 5 inches.
Okay.
Makes no odds which order you do them in. There's no right, no wrong. So let's do, first of all, let's do 10 inches.
Just have to tell you that the bundle, which is the pattern and the roll of the non-slip liner, which is the bit that goes well, it's your sandwich, isn't it, between your duvet and the bottom of the bed, whatever you call that. Well, no, between the mattress and
the mattress and the base.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The mattress and the bed. Third of the stock is sold out and gone on that one. It's £14.99. It's a lovely, lovely project. And I'm guessing that you did say that we had kind of more of this than we need as well, do we?
You can make 2 out of that.
Oh, perfect. Okay.
Yeah, so don't think that that's, oh gosh, that's just for one. No, that will make you 2.
Yeah.
No problem at all. Yeah. Okay, so these are going to be our stitch lines. All right.
Yeah.
Now, obviously, I am a pocket overfiller, like I am a bag overfiller.
Yeah.
All right, it's a thing in my life, and I'm comfortable with that. I'm just looking for a pen that might actually work on this, and that maybe you might be able to see. I might even use a permanent just so that you can see. Don't use a permanent yourself.
Yeah.
When I did this at home, what I used actually was just a chalk pencil, but you might struggle to see that under the cameras.
Okay.
This is the line that I've drawn. I'm going to mark on my plastic 2 inches wider. Okay, that's going to be the first line that we're going to sew.
Okay.
All right. Actually, the first lines that we're going to sew are going to be the ends. So, and then we mark larger for each pocket, which gives it that depth to fit stuff in.
Okay, so
and we're going to pleat the bottom.
Because you don't want to do it flush, because otherwise you'll...
You can't fit stuff in.
Yeah.
What's the point in having pockets? You can't fit stuff in.
Yeah, that's true.
If you just hold it up, you can see how those pockets...
Yes.
You know, there's loads of space.
Yeah, because if that was flush, obviously, to the thing, you'd only be able to fill the middle with something flat.
Yeah.
You wouldn't be able to get that lovely toy in there. And
Or-
other bits and pieces.
Or Emily's hairbrush or the remote. They'll be going nuts looking for that remote.
Yeah.
Part of me
Yeah.
finds that really funny.
Natasha's telly will now be... Oh, it's actually, even they can turn the telly on.
They don't know how.
Because that's the on remote as well, isn't it?
Yep.
Oh, well, maybe it's a very educational day at yours
I
today.
know, right? They'll be
Or a
out
very loud day, maybe.
I'm not there. It's not my problem.
That's why she loves coming here, you know.
As my dear friend John Cole Morgan would say, that's a daddy problem.
Yeah, absolutely.
I'll leave him with that one today.
Yeah, absolutely.
La, 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 la. Right. So I'm going to increase my stitch length to 3. I am going to just tack this down, all right?
Okay.
Like I say, clips are going to be your friend. Use a walking foot if you want. This machine does straight stitch.
Uh-huh.
That's it. That's all it does. Okay, which means that it does it really, really well. So half the time when I say to you, use a walking foot, I won't be using a walking foot if
Okay.
I've got this machine, because it's a beast.
Yeah.
You think normally a machine, how many stitches do so many machines have?
Oh, as many as you like these days.
A gazillion,
Yes.
right? This does one thing, it just does it particularly well. Which means that, yeah, like I say, it's perfect for that kind of thing. So it might be a small case of do as I say, not as you actually see me doing.
But it will all work out in the
It
end.
will all work out in the end, it always
And
does.
you've sent us instructions with it anyway, haven't you, of the way that it should be?
So the instructions are step by step, picture, written, and obviously there's the show. And because these shows stay on the website for 14 days. Oh, is it
60 days,
Oh,
I
is it
think.
60 days?
Is it 60 days? Yeah, 60 days.
For a certain number of days.
We
And
should
if
both
you-
know that,
Yeah.
really, shouldn't we?
Awkward. But if you haven't managed to make it in that number of days, then my Natasha Makes YouTube channel and my website have all of these demonstrations on them.
Forever.
Always. Forever. There might be a bit more chat. How is this possible, says our producer. Get on with it. More chat than you're doing right now.
Just need to give everyone a bit of a stock update while you wish your way along that. So the Bed Tidy bundle with the non-slip roll and the pattern Remember, 2/3 of the stock of that has sold out and gone. It is ridiculous value for money if you think about it. I mean, trying to find this non-slip liner is no mean feat, let me tell you. The average pattern is the best part of that whole price for that bundle on the screen.
That's what I charge my patterns out at.
Oh, okay.
So you're
too good, you.
Well, do you know what? I want everyone to have stuff that's affordable,
That's true.
and I don't want that to be a barrier for people creating. So I charge my patterns out at what I would want to buy a pattern for. The
Yeah.
quilting patterns are a little bit more because there's a lot more in them. But for these little makes, they're $5.99, which is why you buy 2 for $11.99.
Brilliant.
So, there you go.
Oh, yes. Of course.
Derek's just twigged that one.
I have. I've just fallen in. You know, because actually, usually, and that's why, because usually things were very, very different when Natasha and I were in the same building. That's why.
Yes,
that's good.
Absolutely.
See, Natasha's turned over a new leaf, and we're liking it.
Don't tell everyone.
Yeah.
So, what we're doing now is that line I drew on the plastic, I'm now lining up with that line I drew on the fabric. Okay? You're looking unsure.
Yes,
you need
sorry,
to say
carry on.
anything.
So
You're right. So I'm just going to stitch down that line, reinforce it there, because that is your point of pressure, if you want.
Yeah.
You know, if you're overfilling and you're constantly pulling on that, that is a point of pressure. So just go back and forth over that. And I would just go over that, just over the end.
Okay.
So I'm just going to stitch down there. Yes, this is baggy.
Yes.
I want it baggy, and look, it will do this. And that's all okay. I've clipped either side. I'm going to stitch down there. I'm going to do the same on each of those. All of the measurements for the plastic are in there. Or the pockets.
Good, yes, because the plastic will be longer than the fabric. So that's the thing to do, isn't it? Is to keep in step with the... It needs to be longer.
And don't panic. It's all good.
Okay.
Because look, you've got the loads there that will be taken up. Do not worry.
Okay.
Okay, so...
So don't sew the bottom up first and then think, oh, well, now I'll do the pockets.
No. So let me just line all of that
We'll do
up.
the up and down first.
The only thing with the circle plate is just seeing it. That's the only thing with it.
Yes, because it's a little bit invisible, isn't it?
Yeah, so if you're worried, just get the glitter one. It's fine. There's always a way round.
Yeah.
In fact, the glitter one would look really beautiful
The
with
glitter
this,
one
wouldn't it?
is, I have to say, is very, very nice.
And just, when you get to just roll it, so that it fits like you would when you're quilting.
Ah, perfect.
Just roll. And stitch.
Oh. Well, I don't know if we're going to get this finished, you know.
Why? Why?
Technically sold out, it is. If you have that in your basket, please make sure that you check it out. Congratulations, well done if you got it. It's going to be a really, 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 really lovely addition for you as well. £14.99. In fact, everything is busy. Excuse me. Everything is very, very busy on the show, which is lovely, particularly the fat quarters, of course, from Odil's beautiful fabric range. It's really, really lovely. This now is the only way of getting all 10 of the fabrics that you've got here as well, because some of them have sold out completely by the half metre. They are just absolutely delicious. I'll just run you through just all of the different colours and lots of patterns going on there. Something that is timeless and ageless as well. It's just delicious. I love that topiary one. It's a really nice bridge across the wonder that is this range of fabrics. It's wonderful to have all 10 as well. It's one of the most, it feels like a really, really indulgent kind of treat as well. It might be a step in a different direction fabric-wise for you. And I think that's always good to do. I think actually since all of this stuff in the world, I think we're being braver with our choices, and we're saying, well, you know what, if I like it, I'm going to have it. I'm not going to sit, I'm not going to procrastinate, I'm not going to say, okay, maybe tomorrow. I'm going to go for it, and I will find something that I want to make out of this. Brand new glasses case, brand new little cosmetics bag, whatever. Actually, I'm going to put myself to the test and give myself a challenge, and these fabrics are brilliant for that. 012952 is your item number. That's for the 10 fat quarters. They're American fat quarters, bear in mind, so it is a quarter of a yard rather than a quarter of a metre as a fat quarter usually is. So 18 by 22, £31.49. Some of those fabrics, not all, are also available by the half metre as well. In the meantime, where
Are you
there already?
Yeah.
Lovely.
Honestly, it doesn't take long. It's only that with this, all it is about is just manhandling it through the machine. So just going to take and as long as you can maneuver it out your way, we're all good. We're all good. Look at that. Easy, right? And now that goes under the machine. and we're good to go again. So this is the hardest that it will be, and it's not that hard, right? All of the stitching is straight stitch.
I do think that even I might be able to manage this in some kind of way.
Right, so Derek, here's the thing.
Yeah.
When I started Natasha Makes,
Yeah.
I was going to have guest designers in, they were going to bring their patterns, it was all great.
Yeah.
Da, 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 da. I'd had years working in sewing, shopping, TV.
Yeah.
I knew the theory,
Mm-hmm.
but I hadn't, my skills hadn't caught up with the knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
So when COVID hit, I had to suddenly discover whether or not I could design. And what I found was that I loved making things that were quick, easy, effective, and gave you that great feeling of sense of achievement because you'd made something that hadn't taken you 6 months to achieve.
Yes. Yeah.
So I have quilt projects on the go, don't get me wrong, and you know, one of my quilts took me 9 months to make. Fine, that's great. But in the meantime, I'll top up with little projects that give me that sense of accomplishment. And that's what all of my projects hopefully do for you, that they're clear, they're easy to follow, they've got pictures, they've got words, and they're printed on a paper that means that you can keep them forever because it's good quality paper. And that was what I was really keen to do, and hopefully that's what we deliver on.
And talking of which, if you were thinking, well, gosh, actually, I want to make that now, and it's sold out and gone. We've spoken to the head honchos at Natasha Makes, secretly. Someone had a secret little conversation.
Little conflab.
And there was a little bit of a, oh, OK, I think I might just be able to. We've got some more on extended delivery for you.
It's going to take me a couple of days to get hold of, but I will get hold of it for you.
Ah, bless you. So this is going out on the 5th of June. Today is the 3rd of June.
Is that a trick question? I don't know.
I know, well, I didn't know. I didn't know either.
Derek. I don't know.
I never know the date. So that's not far away at all. It's only a few days away. Brilliant.
Yeah.
OK, lovely.
All right. So, what I'm doing now is creating little pleats.
OK, so how do we get them equal?
You can measure them. So if you
okay.
want to, you would measure. If this was a board that had inches on,
Yes.
but someone's glued and stuck on the other side, so I'm not going to show you that.
Okay, yeah.
So ½ an inch, and then you just, all of the measurements are in there. Just fold it back on itself, and whoops, clip. Okay. And again, so then when you get to there, fold it back on itself. I'm going to increase that size there.
So you don't need to create a crease all of the way up it. We're just creating a smaller pleat at the bottom to leave the top baggy.
Yeah.
But not baggy, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, absolutely.
Capacious.
Oh.
Capacious.
Oh, I love that.
Not used that word for ages.
Oh, you should use it more.
Capacious.
So yeah, you can. All the measurements are there if you want to measure it out and have it all equal.
Yeah.
I am looking for clips. Where have all my clips gone? Oh, they're under here. I know I've got a whole load out. These are magic clips and they're fabulous.
And the when you're doing the pleating there, it's not distorting the look of the sewable.
No, so the sewable plastic is really durable, and you see, look, that will then just come out like that. But it's not like some plastics where if you fold it, you get a funny line.
Yeah, or it goes like frosty.
No, none of that.
Oh, cool.
None of that here. Right, one tip for you on the ends, because we're going to bind all the way round to seal the edges. Where you do your fold, just make sure that you leave enough space for that binding to come down.
Okay, so just stop
that's
it
the
short.
Only thing
Yeah.
to just watch out for. There.
And is that on both sides?
Yeah.
It will be, won't
So
it?
yeah, the other side as well. And then just put a basting, a long base stitch along there. So I've just increased my stitch length to 4, and I'm just going to stitch all the way along the base then.
Okay.
And then we're binding it and it's done.
Fabulous. Well,
That will then be done.
And that will then become a voila.
Voila, yes, voila.
I know, amazing. So I'm going to leave you to go along that Tash, if that's all right. And I'll do a little bit of a wander down the counter, and just to remind ourselves of these beautiful fabrics that we have on offer, because of course you can pick any one of those. Well, actually most of them, to actually make your bed tidy. How much fabric do we need for a bed tidy, Natasha?
I've used, oh gosh,
Do we need a half metre?
Foot's done that thing of skipping under there. So this was a half metre, but again I've got a bit left over, and then a half metre behind.
All right, fabulous.
And then
Brilliant.
this is 10 inches, so you can get 2 out of, if you buy a half metre of the plastic, you can get 2 out of that.
Fantastic. Right, remember all of that as we go along. Let's start with the fat quarters. So this is your 10 fat quarter bundle. So it is all of these beautiful Odile Beaulieu fabrics from France. That's my version of it. Sounds all right?
It sounded good to me.
I think if she was here now, she'd be fine. She wouldn't stop me and say, excuse me. I think you'll find I think you'll be fine with that.
Only because she'd be too polite.
Yes. Well, we don't know whether she speaks English either, do we? Beautiful. So, stock-wise, on the fat quarter bundle, over now half of the stock has sold out and gone. I'm so glad that this one is still also available by the half metre, because I think this orange one is absolutely beautiful, let me tell you. Bear in mind, not all of them are available by the half metre. So this one, for instance, I think is one of them, isn't it, that has gone by the half metre, but is available in the fat quarter bundle. This is beautiful, the little maize fabric, which is also available by the half metre. This one is getting limited by the half metre as well. By the half metre, we'll go and have a look at them when we go over. The topiary fabric, oh, it's gorgeous, really, really nice. Such a lovely blender, and picks up on the foliage and the leaves of lots of the other fabrics. But again, you need to keep looking at these fabrics again and again and again, and you see something else. You see jewel colours. You see other designs in the background, the flowers popping into the foreground. And remember, whichever solid, it might be you're blending this with a solid, whichever solid you use, you could pick a green which then makes the pinks leap out. You could go the other way around, and that's the thing, isn't it? Your solid background gives you different focuses on your feature fabric. Absolutely love these birds. I think they're so lovely. They've got little crowns on, they're interlaced with fabulous pearls now. This fabric has also sold out by the whole half metre as well. No surprise there whatsoever. I mean, it's so grand and glorious. And this one, which is, yes, we were just getting it in the half metres, and yeah, and it ran away from us. And I'm not surprised, because this is the one with the giraffes with the butterflies as well. Beautiful. Going out for you on the 21st of June, because this is coming from our friends in the Netherlands. 012952 is your item number. £31.49 with a £6 saving there as well, which is very, very nice. And that's your indulgent treat in your fat quarters. That's your stroking fabric. It might not come out for a while. Here's your half metre. So if you want to go for a bigger project to sit side by side or to add to your fat quarters, here's what we have remaining. This one is the maize fabric, which is, again, it's so dimensional. It's almost got that sort of 3D look for it. Rose Palace Maize, it's called. And remember, you're pick and mixing any two of these fabrics for £13.99 by the half metre. 342,397. So over 30% of that fabric has sold out and gone. This next one, Rose the Queen's Skies. Yeah.
The one that started us off going,
yeah.
What?
That's how they've done a literal translation, we think, and just written the words down.
It's all good.
They are just beautiful. It's probably easier to look at the pictures of the pick and mix and just go, that one and that one.
I would. I would.
Half of the stock of that individually, approaching 50% of the stock of that has sold out and gone. Then we have the Green Palace Topiary. I should have remembered that from last time, shouldn't I? Lovely uniformity to that one, and it's a beautiful mix of colours too. Again, approaching 50% of the stock of that sold out and gone. Then I know it's wrong to have favourites. I know it, but this, This is my absolute go-to. And actually, and I hear a lot of people saying this, actually, like orange is sometimes a difficult colour to accept and embrace. Do you know what I mean? But I think for this, it just has the wonderful balance, because it's got that richness in the gold in these gorgeous sort of, you know, very Versailles scrolls, and then this piercing kind of turquoisey blue mixed with the deeper blues in the florals, and then the white. They work so in harmony together. I love it. So where are we stock-wise with that one? Oh, again, that's approaching half of the stock sold out and gone. Now we have another maze. Gold Palace maze. Just love it. Really bright, inspiring colours, you know. Again, over half of the stock of that one sold out and gone. Again, I love it. Works really, really nicely with the orange next door as well, doesn't it? Because it picks up on the gold on the scroll work. Moving on. Sky Exotic Voyage is this one. Love it. And again, I'm just really loving the very, very charming mix of styles and colours here, because again, you've got the scrolls in a larger scale here. Over 70% of the stock of this one has sold out. I'm sure you've got lots of project ideas for that one. I was about to say a bag lining, and then I always think, oh no, waste of a beautiful fabric. It has to go on the outside as well as the inside. But actually, do you know what? Be as extravagant on the inside of a bag as the outside. I'm sure Natasha will agree with that as well. I mean, you've got to go for it.
If you look at my bag over there, you might find a small extravagance in the lining.
I'm going to go. What did we say about this one, Kirsty? Oh. Technically sold it, so I don't need to remove that. So every time I come to the end, I have to remove another one. It's good actually, because I'd rather take them from the end than the middle. I'll be honest with you. Right, bag. Please make sure that you check out your baskets here as well, because we don't want to. Oh my word! Look. How funny that I said that about that fabric.
I know. And I did think about it. I did think about it. And then I thought, but with my offcuts, I've made a cushion, so I don't care, because I've now got it in 2 projects. For me, I love to open up a bag and the inside be as beautiful as the outside. That's my treat to myself.
That's so spooky that it was that particular variant of that fabric that I said, why not the inside of a bag? I had no idea.
I know you didn't. That's why I was giggling to myself over here.
I hadn't opened that bag before to know that. That's just spooky. Oh, the glittery gold is that still available? Did that sell out? The glittery gold sold out, didn't it? It's gone.
Use the pleather instead.
Yeah, definitely.
And if you put the gold pleather from the lights bundle just in next to that, in fact, the navy works really nicely as well, and the whites. They all work an absolute treat, so you can use them. But that,
hang on. Captain Chaos has struck.
Uh-oh.
I don't know which to do first, and no one can rescue me. Right. Okay, I'm going to just put, see that gold with the base.
It just carries that opulence through, but use the contrast bag pattern for that, not the cork base pattern.
Which you'll find in the pick and mix.
Yeah. It's just a different way of interfacing it, that's all. That's the only difference. All the measurements are exactly the same. It's just a different way to interface, which you will need for those.
Okay, let's look at the PU. Now let's look at, this is the lights, including the silver.
Yeah, you get 4.
Oh, wow. Now this is lovely, because actually usually a PU has the same kind of feel as a firmer leather, doesn't it?
Yeah.
And this is as soft as butter.
No, it's lovely,
isn't it?
Yeah.
So would you add stabiliser to this as well?
Well,
no?
Well, no, so you'll have an interfacing.
Yeah.
But again, with the bag pattern, it'll show you how to apply it, because you don't want to put the iron on that.
No, definitely not.
So
They're
spray
awesome
base
colours.
is your friend.
So it's a fat quarter of each.
But a big one.
You'll want to multi-order that.
Because because they come off a 56-inch bolt, so it's half of 56 by 20, because it's UK. So I'm...
Okay. I would open one up, but if I let go of where I am right now, that all of the solids are going to disappear on me. Hang on, I'm going to take one from the bottom and see if that works. Right, yes, it's okay, don't panic. Everyone's waiting by the side for everything to fall,
It's all
I
good.
know.
It's all good.
It's not going to happen.
No.
Because I've been doing this for years.
Yeah.
Creating chaos for a
But
living.
do you know what? That would go really beautifully with those flowers. If you put it with that bag.
Yes. In fact, there isn't a wrong combination, I don't think,
of
really,
course
is there?
not. It just depends. But the navy looks phenomenal with it because there's some gorgeous blues in there too.
Yes. Let's go to the
and that just changes it up
darks.
again.
So the dark selection, I'm going right over here to do that to avoid the chaos there. So the dark, so the black, the navy, that navy is gorgeous, isn't it?
I know. But also the champagne and the copper that you've got in those is going to work so beautifully with the orange and the yellow tones throughout this as well.
That navy.
I know.
Right, let's put the navy with the bag. Molly, I
Can you
love you
see how it
standing
pulls
there.
the blues out of that fabric?
Yeah, it does. See, again, it changes the emphasis, doesn't it,
Yeah.
on the the fabric that you're working with so beautifully. But again, projects on their own with these.
You have got the any size pouch, envelope pouch that I made this morning. You can use that. The pocketed pouch, zip pouch. You've got that. You've got all sorts of projects that you can work this in. Use, however, enjoy.
I honestly, I love that. I could interact with that all day long. Alas, we only have 10 minutes left, but it's all gorgeous. Let's talk about the cork as well. See, again, this is a tale of two halves, isn't it? So I'm just going to move those. It's fine. This is a tale of two halves because actually a cork fabric, you think, hang on a second, how's that going to work? That's going to fall to bits. If it's real cork and it's got a real depth to it, then it's going to fall to bits for fun.
Yeah.
But this is the look of solid, stable cork, like you would have.
It is real cork.
Oh, it is.
It's real cork.
Oh my word! But can you see
it's
that?
real cork, but what they do is they adhere it onto a carrier fabric, so it's only ever so slightly thicker than a cotton. So use it, just sew with it like a cotton. Again, no need for jeans needles, nothing like that. Use it like you would your cotton. It is actual cork. That is actual bark of a tree.
I have never seen it at that lack of height, I want to say. You know, it's just so fine, isn't it?
Yeah.
Webster, our director, wants to know if I make a pair of swimming trunks out of it, will I float?
I mean, we could try, right? But and then the first hour we made this. This was the first little project that we made, and if it wasn't malleable like a normal fabric, there's no way that we would have managed all those itty bitty corners like we did.
60% of that cork fabric.
When it's gone, it's gone.
I sold out and gone. Now, I just thought that was going to be a representation of cork recreated in like a PU material.
No,
well, that has opened my eyes, missus. That's incredible, isn't it? £12.99 by the half metre, which is, again, awesome. Wow, brilliant. Right, let's go to the website. On the show is so much more as well. So we have got the sewable plastic that we were using for the bed tidy. Half metre will get you 2 of those as well, won't it? Which is really, really good.
Or use it to do the hanging tidy as well. I use the sewable plastic in the hanging tidy. There's a pencil case made with the sewable plastic, and also the block keeper has sewable plastic for an inside pocket for you to keep all your knick-knackery when you are making a quilt or patterns or EPP bits or whatever within there. So it's used in at least 3, if not 4 of my projects.
And you've got to see this, and I hope we can
like
show
a
this
little
off to
magpie.
its true Aurora Borealis. In fact, if I
Aurora
stand
Borealis,
with my
you see,
dark
yes.
shirt behind it, should help.
Stunning.
Beautiful. That is awesome. And
So-
actually, I've seen some of these before where it's been too dense, so it's lost that fluidity. But this is just right, isn't it? The balance is beautiful.
It's just right. And to be honest, with you putting it behind there, why not just go with a plain navy for your bed tidy?
Yeah.
And just and that for your pocket.
I've been an inspiration to someone's bedside wonder.
I mean,
that's a proud moment for me.
That's a beautiful thing.
That's my day's work here is done. Lovely.
You've peaked.
I have. Now,
relax.
I can't show you the solids over there, because I'll just cause absolute chaos. So what I'm going to do, there are Moda solids, and we'll go to the website, because I can't knock the website over, you see.
I don't know. You can break the internet.
Probably, yeah, absolutely. So we pick 2 of those, don't we, for 2
2.5 metres for £9.99.
Thank you very much.
That's all right.
Yeah, I should have known that, shouldn't I, really?
So this is your Moda Bella solid, so it's a really superior plane.
Fabulous. And
Moda.
again, if you're wanting plain solids to complement what we've got in Odil's fabrics as well.
I would go teal,
Yeah,
orange.
Orange, the red.
Possibly the chartreuse.
Flamingo
Nice.
would work nicely with the orange, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
Wasabi would pick up on the greens in quite a few of the different fabrics as well. So, in fact, orange is the most popular. I'm not surprised, actually. Not surprised at all. Especially if you're looking for a backing fabric, you know, for a cushion or something like that, something where you're not going to see the back of it. You know, inside a bag, you see a lot, don't you? But back of a cushion, you don't see a lot, because you... Oh, talking of cushions...
You know how you don't see a lot on the back of a cushion?
Oh. Do you know, shall I just go home now?
Nothing to see here.
Yeah, nothing to see there. Oh, your turn for
I'm
chaos.
Captain Chaos in training.
Well, we're a good pair, aren't we? Some things never change, do they? That's why we were never on telly together before, quite clearly. 724433 is your item number for the solids. Right, OK, what we're going to do for the last few minutes, we've got about 4 and a bit minutes.
Right, so you can either make your own binding. Again, it shows you how. Or for speed, I've just used a binding off the roll because it's my friend. And so literally binding from there all the way around, bosh, we're done.
And you can use any solid to bind, can't you, really?
Of course you can.
Yeah.
In fact, you know, why don't you bind in the teal or the orange or the labyrinth or maze or whatever it was called, or the green would be fabulous. All of it would be fabulous. And because you've bought, or again, a scrappy binding, use up your scraps, stitch them together, cut them into a 2.5-inch strip and make your binding. Super, super simple.
You wouldn't even necessarily need to bind in a colour, would you? Would you?
No, you can bind in.
You could bind in the sewable plastic.
No. So I wouldn't bind in the sewable plastic because you want this to cover your workings.
Oh, I see. Right.
This
okay.
is titivating and hiding all those workings that you don't necessarily want to show everyone.
Okay, right,
All right?
getcha.
So this is encapsulating all your raw edges. Okay, that's what we're doing here.
Oh, the cork, Natasha.
Yes.
Since our revelation that it is a real cork.
Yeah.
It's gone. Got to take it away, sorry. Got to take it away. It's gone. So if you've got it in your basket, please do make sure that you check it out. So,
But my
right.
suppliers can't keep that in stock.
I'm not
There's
surprised.
been such a demand on it, and actually most of it's gone to manufacture for bags.
Yeah.
There's a real trend at the moment. I'm not a trendy person, you can look at me and realise that, but I know what I like.
Yeah.
And you don't have to agree with all of that statement.
It's got that... No. No, I wasn't. I wasn't going to agree or disagree.
It's but yeah. So this season, cork bags. If you look in boutiques, when you go out.
Yeah.
Or
Out?
or just look online.
Do people go out
Apparently,
these days, Natasha?
apparently they do. Yeah. It's a thing.
Wow.
It's a thing you're allowed to do now.
Looking forward to that.
I know, right?
Also, it has that lovely sort of eco and organic look and feel about it, doesn't it?
Yeah. It absolutely does. It ticks a lot of boxes for me. So we are almost stitching at the end of here. And again, because I didn't turn my plastic right on the end, there's enough room for me to stitch down.
Yes, because otherwise you'd be going through essentially 3 layers at that point. Otherwise,
well, it
wouldn't
negates leaving.
Oh yes.
That gap if you just if you the pleat if you're just going to
You're
stitch it down.
losing your capaciousness.
Well, and nobody wants a loss of capaciousness.
Exactly.
That would be sad.
It would be.
I mean, that would make me
When
cry.
you've gone to all that trouble.
Well, exactly. So my stitch length here is again on 3. My foot keeps slipping underneath the desk.
Running away, isn't it?
I know, when it keeps carrying on stitching when I've taken my foot off. I'm like, what is going on? There we go. And we are very nearly done. So it's something that you can get made in a morning, and then something that will then last you a lifetime.
And by the evening, you're all organised when you go to bed.
But also, you know, for teenagers and things like that, just a great way for them to... So this is what I mean by your interfacing starts there. And so that will be under the bed. So you're not going to see this. This just holds everything firm. And anything, if your mattress doesn't quite come to the end, you'll see that. So that's done on purpose. And then you can pop everything in that you need.
Love it! Natasha, thank you so much. When are you back?
Not next, every other Thursday I'm here.
Lovely! Any clues to what's coming up next time?
I can't remember what I'm doing today, later on,
Okay.
let alone 2 weeks' time. Who
Lovely
knows?
to see you. Check out everything. Thank you. I don't do long roundups, just one word's enough, it's all fine. Coming up next, it's Clever Prince Boho Girls. Then I'll be back with Charmaine and the Dolly Dimples One Day Special. And then we've got EQ8 Quilts.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hello everyone, we're the Pink Ink Ladies.
I'm Kathy.
And I'm Mel, and we've been crafting for 30 years. We're passionate about fabric, so our main thing is to stamp on fabric or stencil on fabric. We can't wait to show you all our new hand-illustrated stamp and stencil designs, whether you're using them on cards or soft furnishings. Kathy and I get together at Pink Ink Towers and we can't wait to share our ideas. We choose all our subject matter together and then Kathy goes away and hand illustrates all our fantastic finished designs. All of our products are manufactured in the UK and we pride ourselves on the quality of our range. On our shows we're excited to share all our hints, tips and techniques for you to get the most out of our products.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from Feefo. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Well, good morning. If you are just joining us, welcome. Now we have Clever Prince ahead of us, and we have got a brand new item that already is very busy. Already 10% of the stock has gone. But before we get into details of what we have got, now let's say hello to the Clever Prince lady, Emma Blake.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm really good. Really excited to see a brand new die set from you.
Yes, I made the wiggle tags in the rectangle with the birds I had on, but I brought them now as a square and they're so good. They're nice big, right down to tiny teeny ones. I love them.
Yeah.
So much. I've done loads with them.
Absolutely. I love the fact that you are getting a sizable tag.
But that's it. I think you need one for every size, don't you, tags? Right down to putting it on a present to making it into a card blank or even books with them.
Yeah, absolutely. We will see that in a second. But of course, you are getting all of the 7 dies in here. And I love how the tiniest one of us, well, like kind of the square one that can create windows into it.
Yes,
as well.
and it's like a little postage stamp as well. That one hasn't got the hole in the little tiny one because obviously it wouldn't fit in, but there was a space, so I added it. And
of course, this is the brand new today item that I mentioned that already we are over 10% of the stock gone. I mean, we are not even 2 minutes in and already over 10% of the stock has gone. You have a £3 saving, £21.99 is your price, 304836. Please do check out your baskets. We have got lots in the show. Of course, what happens is that there are lots of popular items that are back in stock, including the beautiful die sets in here that we have. You know, Emma, I love your dies because they are unique. They really are something different.
For years, obviously I've crafted for years and I've wanted certain things and I haven't been able to get them, and you can't just go off and make your own however you want it. And this is everything that's been in my head for a long time spilling out, so that it's a shape as well, so it's what you see is what it is. It can be absolutely anything.
Yeah, and I agree completely because the kind of thing, I love this one that, for instance, when I saw it, I thought it was more of a flower, a lotus it. Yeah. And then suddenly I kind of thought, well, that actually is like you're using like leaves and grass.
Yeah, I mean, it could even be if you fill in, so if you back it onto some card and then cut round it with your scissors, it's a pocket as well.
Oh yeah, and you know what I was saying as well, if you have got a stamp or a die of a fairy, could be the skirt.
Yes, it could. Yes, it really could. And these dies cut out fabric, so you could do it in your organza.
Oh.
A fluffy fairy skirt.
Yeah, you can do that with tulle or something like that, and it's really kind of glorious. And I love as well the kind of, I call it the lollipop flower as well.
Yes, there could be lollipop flowers. There can be drippy ink.
Oh,
anything at all.
Also,
anything.
Can I say, I see an onion.
It could be an onion. Lots of layers.
Lots of layers. That's what it is. No, but I kind of think I love that versatility of mixing up the shapes as well here. Now, if you want these 2 sets of or 2 die sets of blooms and more and flower power, 12 dies you are getting them here. £29.98. You are saving £10. 473468 is your item number. Now we have a brand new item today. You may have seen, no, but what it is, of course, it was the wiggle tags. Over 20% of the stock. So if you want to place, they're proving very, very popular. If you want to, please make sure to check out your baskets. Now we have another item. This, is it the first time that you can actually buy it?
It is, yes. This was the free gift for the Clever Prince birthday back in January. It was really popular, so we've brought it back. But this is the only place you can get it. It's called Rain and Hugs and Kisses.
Ooh.
And it's such a usable stamp. I mean, even if you put them down and cut them out, you can just make a simple card with kiss, cuddle on. Yeah. In monochrome, use it for backgrounds, doodle into it. I just like it. Yeah. I just like it.
It is absolutely glorious, and the craft store is the only place where you can purchase it. $10.99 is your price, 906807 is your item number. I love as well the kind of it's the sort of thing that you can make it into masculine card, even though it's hugs and kisses.
That's what I'm saying, hugs and kisses, just black and white or blue and white for a man.
Absolutely gorgeous. Then of course we have got more for you. We have got flowers and textures stamp set. Now these ones are returning favorites, back in stock. They did sell out last time they were on. $10.99 is your price. 141762. You have got there the details in this left hand side of the screen. And of course they are clear stamps, but work so well with on candles as
They
well.
can go on anything, stamp out lovely onto fabric, put them onto your rice paper, then melt them onto your candles. Ooh. And I've heard you can still actually melt them, but obviously that's up to you whether you want to risk it or not. But just on your mantelpiece, imagine having 3 different sizes with the flowers on. I mean, if you've got a big enough candle, you could add one of the girls and then use the flowers round her so it looks like she's got a dress.
Yeah, that's amazing. Of course, burning your candles are be very careful and read, of course, manufacturer's instructions. Now, if you want to go for the flowers and texture, 141,762 is your item number, £10.99. Moving on, now we have got Megan. When I saw it, I never met Megan. Our producer has got a friend, Megan, but immediately I saw it. It's like, oh, she's very much like Megan, like tall and, you know.
Megan is actually Grumpy's daughter.
I see.
And she likes to go to festivals and things.
Ooh.
And that's exactly, when I drew her, straight away I thought, I'm going to call her Megan. She looks like she likes to go to festivals, so...
She does, and you can see that. And I love the hair. I mean, the hair is just a very festival kind of neon.
I've always wanted hair like that as a kid.
Wow.
I used to, you know, when you wrap a towel around your head and I always used to use the shower one.
Ooh, yeah.
And have the big long hair. I used to pretend it was hair when I was little, so I think all my girls always tend to start off with really long hair.
Well, I just wanted to be blonde. That's what I dreamt about. I didn't care about
Instead you go sunflower yellow.
Yeah, I was like proper blonde and blue eyes and tall and thin. I mean, everything that I'm not, clearly. Right. Now, if you want to go for Megan, 734-335 is your item number. £10.99 is your price for that stamp set. Then we have got Molly, and it's not our floor manager or our producer, but it's actually the stamp set here. And I really love that because it's kind of feathers. She's wearing feathers.
Feathers, it's leaves, it's whatever you want it to be. When I drew it, it was feathers in my head that I was drawing. But I think I'm a little bit obsessed with bird-themed things anyway. I've got the parrot and I've grew up around birds. And I just thought it looked really nice. Because you can have it really pastel-like and do it in your autumn colours, your summer colours if you want them to be leaves.
That makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I love that because of course you can then colour in normally and then it's not even, it's just regular hair. 012411 is your item number, 10.99 is your price. And I love how your stamps come in colour in with that index print because it's just an idea, an inspiration to begin with.
It takes us ages to, because I mean they're all done by hand as well. It takes us ages to do them. I want it so it's something for everybody in there as well.
And I also love the larger size of the stamps because, and of course, we are going to meet Sarah, which approaching 10% of the stock. Now, this has to be my favourite.
Yeah, I think Sarah's been a favourite of a lot of people's with the bubbles. Bubbles, or it could be sweets in her hair if you doodle them and put little shapes in. Do your tangle
jewels,
things in,
like
do flowers,
jewels as well.
Anything at all. I mean, I've used the bling that Charmaine's got on. I've put that in, then gessoed over it and made it steampunky and all sorts.
I love that. I really love buttons. There's so many things that you could put. You know what, I have to say I love Sarah. 10% of the stock has gone. If you want yours, your details on the screen, 062817, £10.99. It did sell out in previous shows, so make sure to check out your baskets for this one. 062817 is your item number. Now we are moving on to stencils, a set of 3. And this one we have got more raining hugs and kisses, don't we?
Yes, the raining hugs and kisses, again, the stencil, when you put pastes and things through it, it's just fabulous. When I did the stencil first, and I said, oh, can I have it as a stamp as well? And then there's so much more scope with it. And the stencil's a bigger size, so we've got in 2 sizes. And then we have the Funky Blooms and Every Cloud. And these sold out. I think these sold out twice in the last shows they were on. They've been really popular.
Well, if you want them, you can have them now. They are back in stock. You're saving £9, which is massive saving. £14.97, and just to use it's A5 size, right? We said
A5.
Yeah, so you can see the largest size in there. 661-447. Do not knock back everything, Paula. Just behave. 661-447 is your item number for the stencils, and then we have got the papers. I love your papers because they are vibrant, but I also love the quality of the printing. It's just so gorgeous.
The quality of the paper and the printing means that you can do the fabric transfer onto fabric.
Of course.
You can use them like they're not rice paper weight. They're a little bit heavier, but they're not backing paper weight. So they go for everything. You can use them for everything. They're so useful. I mean, cut bits out. If you backing paper's straight there.
Yeah. Now, 10% already gone of this. You are getting 24 sheets in total, so 12 designs, 2 of each design. So, of course, it's 120 GSM, so that to refer to what Emma was talking about. Now, absolutely glorious. 10% already gone. And £9.99 is your price. You are saving £9.20, which makes almost half price. 895. 767 is your item number. You will find it on the website, thecraftstore.com, as you will find as well all the stamps and all the dies, including the brand new die set, the wiggle tags, which is proving very popular. So make sure to check out your baskets for them. There you have it, £21 and 99 is the set of 7 square wiggle tags. 30436 is your item number, and look at those papers with those 5-star reviews as well. Now, if you are going for dies, well, we have got 7-day savers, the magnetic sheets at 500 micron. You are getting 10 sheets in total for just £9.99. Have a look, of course, at the website, thecraftstore.com. Right now, Emma, are you ready for it?
I am ready. I'm so organised. I've shocked myself. Wait, organised-ish. So this is the kind of thing I'm going to make this time. And I'm just going to start by using the backing papers and cutting out a couple of the tags.
Oh, fabulous.
And I'm going to use this one. These are nice big flowers, so if you really wanted, you could cut around each one and just pop that in a journal, and then you've got a background, and then you can stencil things and stamp between them. So many ideas, so little time, Paola.
30% of the stock of the tags has gone already. Very popular. It is the brand new die set today. So if you want yours, do check out your baskets if you don't want to miss out.
Yeah. The first wiggle tags I had sold out.
I have
really
got a question. Yeah, because they are very, very. Oh, you're disappearing over there.
I'm sorry. It's a long counter, this one.
They come tagged together. Do you just twist them around?
Yeah, just twist them. It's so easy. I mean, if you have can't manage it or whatever, just use a old pair of scissors or a pair of pliers. It's really easy. So I've cut 2 of them out in 2 different sizes, but I've kind of chose where I wanted them on the papers. Also, the biggest one is, I think it's just a slightly smaller than 6x6.
Okay.
So it makes a lovely card blank in size. I'm going to start off using the Raining Hugs and Kisses just to do a background. I'm going to cover most of it with the tags, so I'm not going to be precious about.
Oh, I like that. Yeah.
It's really, really nice, isn't it? And like I say, they're not too small that you can't cut them out.
Right.
And
exactly. Yeah.
collage them. So that's all I'm going to do with that. And then I'm not going to add too much. I just want to add a little bit colour to the background. I'm going to stick with the orangey red theme.
That works.
I don't want too much. Like I say, this is just a background. And you might not even be able to see much of it in the finish. But, and then moving on to one of the stencils, this one, I've got, there's so many different shapes in it that you can just pick out certain elements of it.
Right.
So just in the sides here, just a little bit. And just, it saves it being so white in the background. And very much, every bit of white has to be covered. Obviously everybody's different, but I'm trying to stop myself covering every inch of it, so I'm compromising. And then I've got all these tags ready done. So many different sizes. I mean, how cute that is on your Christmas presents and things. And then I'm going to use dark ink just to go around all of them. And then it breaks them up. Or you can go around like I did with the first one. I went around with a watercolour pencil, a really dark watercolour pencil.
Of course, that will kind of give a contrast, wouldn't it? Yeah.
It does. It breaks it up and it starts to look like patchwork. And the papers, I mean, they all work together absolutely fabulous. So you know everything's going to match.
And of course, if it matches, it kind of works really well together.
It
and
does.
It kind of brings it all together.
It does. It helps, doesn't it, when you're not overthinking things. So again, I'm going to start by building it up. I've got a really big one here which we can put over here. haven't gone round them all, but I'll show you what I do with the pencil as well, and then bringing in. Actually, that one's already got. I'm more organised than I thought. I've already got sticky stuff on the back.
Oh wow!
Trying to glue the sticky stuff.
And I love that way that you're just kind of using the tags to build like almost like a mosaic.
Yeah, but a tag. I mean, a tag. Yes, a tag's a tag. We can do so much more with them.
It does.
I love tags. It's a bit of an obsession. And then another one. Another one over here.
Okay.
What I did when I first got them was I just cut absolutely loads and loads.
Right.
And then sort of laid them out and decided they put them out and lay them up, and because I mean as well you've already got your mats and layers if you want.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
And then moving that to the side, I've got Molly.
Oh, Molly.
I've got so many already done. I love colouring them in because there's so much space. I mean, you can even use the hair as like colour charts and things.
Okay. Yeah, of course.
So many different things. So I'm using some of the Dolly Dimples mixed media card.
Right.
I'm just going to stamp out. I was looking for my magnets for this platform.
Right.
And I went and borrowed one off Charmaine. Turns out it's not even magnetic. I hadn't lost them. It just doesn't have magnets. Right.
Look at that. And yours sounds beautifully stamped, don't they?
They do.
Like, these are so easy to get. And they're so fine as well, the lines.
They are, I do actually quite like to use, I always seem to go back in with my fine liner and add the lines back in. But obviously you don't have to if you don't want to. You can use like embossing powder.
Oh, yeah.
And then as well, it saves you going, when you watercolouring, you don't go into each, it's like works as a channel.
Oh.
Yeah, I can't speak. It's too hard. And then I'm just going to go in with the skin tones. Getting the red off, I shall look like she's been out in the sun. And again, it's super easy just with watercolours.
Yeah.
And for our hair, it takes, if you like the colour in, go for it. If you're really good with your alcohol pens and all that. But for our hair, when I'm watercolouring, with watercolouring being so forgiving, which is why I love it so much, I just go over it all and then add the lighter and the dark tones as I go. So I think I want to have this pink.
Oh, that's like your favourite colour for the
It is.
hair.
I'm very.
Yeah.
Everything seems to be pink. It was red for years and years and years, but I seem to go towards more pinks now.
It's funny because I kind of, since little, I always red has been my favourite colour. There was never any doubt. I love all the colours, and there are some others that I really like as well, but love just the red.
Yeah, I seem to go towards pink and things for when I'm. But if I'm wearing anything, it's usually red. I had a red coat. Even Danielle's pram, Christopher's pram was red.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, Danielle's was blue.
But maybe pink is a little bit softer. Maybe so now you're kind of thinking, oh well, pink is.
I think it feels just brighter. And when you add your yellow with it as well, it makes everything even more. So once you've got your watercolour on, you can go in and just sort of wait and see the feathers overlapping.
Absolutely.
Just add your dark into the top, and the watercolours, if you wet in wet, it pulls it down for you, and you don't have to worry about, obviously, anything. And then, to finish her off, this is when she really pops. If you take your white and your dark fine liners and go back in and add the eyes back in.
Oh yeah, and I love your technique, yeah.
It doesn't matter if you cover them back over. I mean, add more eyelashes. I mean, practice makeup on them and all sorts.
Oh.
Get your makeup out.
Well, you were the first one to show me how to, like, you can actually, like, the highlighter for the nose with your white hand.
Pastels, use your pastels, get your eyeshadows out, just play with them.
Yeah.
I mean, as a kid, I loved, there was a head.
Yeah. Ooh.
And I used to cut the hairs and do the makeup. So used to sit on as a kid, I loved that.
I never got one of them, but a friend of mine had it. And it was just like, it was so much fun, wasn't it?
Yeah, I cut the hair and didn't realise it wouldn't grow back. But I did that with all the dolls.
Yeah.
So what I did on the other, I did say I would show this as well. I've gone round with, this one is an ink tense. So each of the tags, and then it's going to look like it's sewn together.
And will that go into your journal?
This would go into my journal. It could be a birthday card. It could be anything at all. I mean, if you're doing it onto fabric, if you cut out the tags and then do your fabric transfer, you can still do the same technique. It would take a bit longer, but you could actually do this technique with the papers
and then
and the tag on the fabric.
Absolutely.
I will do all of this that I say I want to do eventually. Maybe when I retire. I'll have time to do everything.
Oh, well, that's what everybody says until they retire, and then it's like, no, you're so busy.
Haven't got time.
You're being really hard. You're using a watercolour pencil, aren't you?
Yeah, just a watercolour pencil. You can do it with your ordinary watercolours as well. I just...
If you have maybe like a distressed black suit ink pad, you could do that.
Yeah,
as
do
well.
it with that. Pop it out. Honestly, I mean, I'll do it with...
And do you use it to make like a fake shadow that kind of brings it more
foreshadow,
dimension?
So even your ink pad. I use the VersaCraft when I'm here because then I've got it for fabric, I've got it for everything. At home I've got a gazillion ink pads. Again with your ink pads.
By the way, talking about ink pads, Tsukiniga are back tomorrow at 7 and 10 tomorrow.
I have seen, I've already been looking.
We have got some of the original VersaFine as well, which is such a good ink as well to colour in your beautiful scents because it gives you that fine detail.
Oh, it's lovely. I love it. I love the VersaFine clay, I love the VersaFine.
The original, yeah.
Oh, handy for something. On the papers, you've got so many elements that you can cut out and use, or you can actually work over the top of the papers as well. And what I've done is I've cut some of the flowers and the clouds out.
Right.
On this one I use the bubbles as well, but I'm not going to, I don't think. I'm going to add some die cuts in. Oh. And again, at home I would ink round all the edges with the ink just to make everything pop.
Oh, yeah.
It's a real cheat when you... And then if you forget to add your shadow in or whatever, it's kind of done for you.
Yeah, and I love how you're building all those layers with all those, the papers, the stamps, and now, of course, the original, hugs and kisses there, and now the dies.
Yeah, it all works absolutely perfect together. And I've stole some of Charmaine's handmade papers and cut out some of these.
Yeah.
And they look like balloons.
That's gorgeous. And then you're just gluing the elements in there.
Yeah, it all works together. I mean, get all your coloured paper out and everything, cut the tags with them, make books. These flowers are on the papers as well.
Yeah.
But they're also a stamp. So the flowers are similar to the stamped flowers. And then build it up. And then just add whatever sentiment you want after that. And I would say done. And that obviously going around all the edges and making it pop.
Absolutely gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's beautiful. Thank you, Emma, for showing
Thank you.
that. That is gorgeous. I will let you reset. And in the meantime, let's have a look at the brand new item here. It's the gorgeous wiggle tags. They are approaching 40% of the stock on. Now that means that you are getting 7 dies with a £3 saving, £21.99. Now you are getting them tabbed, and then you can just cut them, or I just kind of turn them around a little bit so they come off from each other. I love that are nesting. I love the fact that each of them is completely different. If I put it like this, you can see exactly the dies there. A little bit more striking, isn't it? The last one is of course the square, so you can create windows into your tags, or it could be a postage stamp like Emma was saying. The fact that the whole is attached, you don't have to place them, it's easy. Oopsie. Definitely. How many I have had today? Like 5 already. I mean, it's just like
5 coffees.
No, 5 coffees. No, I only had 2 coffees. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe I should have had more coffees. Now, of course, if once you die cut it, now they will die cut several materials, like Emma was saying. They will die cut fabric and things like that. I love the fact that you can die cut it card as well. And of course, that means that you can create tags. You can glue them together and create like a chipboard element as well. I think this is a really fun, different tag. Maybe you have got the originals, the rectangle tall and thin. Maybe you want the partner, which is of course the square wiggle tags. Now you are getting all 7 dies here. £21.99 is your price. You are saving £3. 304836 is your item number. Now we have got more dies. The blooms and more, and flower power. Now of course this is the die set that Emma was using to add those blooms into her project, layers of them. I love how you have got flowers and splats and little dots and grass. You have got so many elements in here. £29.98 is your price. You are saving £10 in this bundle, which is a fabulous saving, isn't it? 473468 is your item number. Then a stamp that if maybe you have seen it before, but at the time you couldn't buy it, now you can actually purchase it. It's Raining Hugs and Kisses. I don't know, I mean, not literally. It's like, where are mine? Where am I? But you have in here the hugs and kisses, the gorgeous. I love that what Emma said. They are not too small that you cannot fussy cut them out as well, and you can see the droplets as well. I love the way that either way works, isn't it?
It does. I mean, to be honest, if you did this on a bit of card the right size. Yeah. And you did in white and then coloured all the bits in black and then mounted onto black and white, you've got that there with just one word.
Yeah, that would be you know what I was thinking? I am obsessed, and the reason is because one of the first types of papers that I got to know is vellum parchment, a stamp and emboss in white, and then a little bit of white work.
I really need to invest in some parchment to play with it. It's not something I ever tend to...
You know what I think? Because I would say, you might think that doesn't work, but I would think a little bit of picot cutting inside the XO is something like very traditional with that kind of bright and cheerful of your design.
I watch it all the time and I always think, I really want to do that, but then I think, I couldn't, I'm too messy, but that would be lovely.
I think that would be amazing. Anyway, if you want to go for this stamp, £10.99 is your price, 906-807. And remember, the craft store is the only place where you can purchase the Raining Hugs and Kisses. I mean, I wish we could buy actually hugs and kisses, but just the stamp, just making it very clear. Flowers and textures we have got next in here, absolutely glorious. This is one of those stamps, again, with those beautiful florals, but you also have got this backgrounds with the splatters and the tiny dots in there.
Yes, and these flowers, I've drew them for years. I don't know where they came from, but I love to draw them and add them into things. And I thought, when I actually drew Sarah, the flowers went over her shoulders. Oh. So I separated them, and then I thought you can have them for whatever you want.
Yeah.
You can add them back onto Sarah if you wanted, but then it's just a lovely background. And again, like you say, on parchment and white embossing, they would look lovely.
They would. £10.99 is the price for them. A stamp set. 141762 is your item number. Then we have got Megan on the show. That glorious. I love her hair so long, and I also love that border. It's like
yes.
It's such a cool. It's kind of the barbed wire sort of border, but
if you do that in all different colours as well, it can look like the canes that they swirl round when they're doing the funny dances.
Oh,
I don't know what it's called.
I don't know.
Some sort of sport. I don't know anything about sport.
I know what you mean.
Yeah, when they twirl and
is it rhythmic gymnastics or something like that?
Yeah,
something.
So she could be a gymnast, Megan, the gymnast.
Maybe it is. Maybe it is. Well, if you know exactly what Emma's talking about, and I know exactly what you're talking about, the proper name.
Everybody's got a clue what Emma's ever on about.
It's, of course, studio@thecraftstore.com. That's where you can email us in and tell us that's what it's called. I know in Spanish, I think it's gimnasia rítmica. I think that's what it's called. I don't know. I get confused now. I don't even speak Spanish properly. 734335 is your item number. $10.99 for Megan. Remember to check out your baskets. And if you have got any questions for Emma, studio@thecraftstore.com. That will be the way to email it. Now we have got Molly, and of course Molly has got feathers or leaves in her head. It's like, if you think of leaves, you kind of think of it. She's a fairy and she's walking in the forest with beautiful hair in there. I love love that, and looking outwards as well. Now she, of course, you can have her. 012411 is your item number. 10.99 is your price, and it is a fabulous, a large stamp in there. You can see the size of it in an 8.6, but it fills it all up. Right. Not only we have got Molly, but finally we have got Sarah as well, which she is my favorite. And I'm sorry, but I have got favorites. Thank goodness that there's no Sarah working here. Otherwise, they were like, oh,
Sarah's named after my sister.
Well,
yeah, I had a Mary stamp, you see.
Yes.
And she said, well, haven't I got one? I said, we can have one.
Oh,
So I call
you
that
have
Sarah.
it now. You have it.
And now there's an ongoing thing of which one's more popular. And they were both. Actually, Mary and Sarah have both been really popular stamps. So.
Well, I do adore Sarah, because, of course, those bubbles, you know, it's kind of almost like, oh, she's the queen of the bath.
Yes.
She's having a bath and having all
I'd love to be queen of the bath.
Oh,
I
that
love
would be
being
kind
the
of
bath.
cool. 10.99 is your prize. 062-817 is your item number. We have got also stencils on the show. A set of 3 with a massive saving there of £9. Now you are getting raining hugs and kisses. We have got the rainbow with the clouds as well there. So it's every cloud, funky blooms, and of course the raining hugs and kisses I referred before. A5 stencils, gorgeous mix and match. Remember that £9 saving, £14.97 is your price. 661-447 is your price. Now you may want to go for the papers, the backing papers, 120 GSM, which means that it don't add extra weight to your cards if you want them, but it means that you can bring them into your art journals. Also for covering, they're brilliant. You are getting 12 designs, 2 of each, so 24 papers in total, 120 GSM, as I mentioned. That means that you can stamp on them as well. And they have got that off-white color, which means that is completely matte. So therefore, you can bring all those inks. But of course, that printing process means that you can, if you wanted to, do the transfer onto fabric as well. So with a gel medium or something like that. £9.99 is your price. A massive £9.20 saving, which means that it's almost a half price. 895-767 is your item number. We have had an email with an image from Anne, and oh, she has got Megan.
Oh, she's
and
lovely.
She bought the whole collection, and she loves it. She recommends the whole counter, basically.
Oh.
And thank you so much for your lovely email and for that gorgeous card. Right now, I want to remind you to check out your basket, especially for the brand new dies, the wiggle tags. But Emma, what are we going to see next?
Oh, I'm going to make a book.
Oh,
now,
a book!
For this book, I've used your dies to bind it.
Oh,
I'm going to show how to do it with twine as well.
Yeah.
But I've started it. It's not finished yet because I had too much fun. I kept on going back, and I've used the stencils on the jelly plate. I've mixed in other stencils from other lines.
Look at that, yeah. I love that you have used the boundless hinge as well.
Yes, the hinge is... Where is the hinge there?
I love the different sizes, and of course you're using one of your own dies to bind it all together.
Yes, I used this one's out the tribal range. I used the arrow, and all I did was chop the bottom off, and then it goes in and binds it. I mean, everything works with everything in your craft room.
That's what I love, and I love that the tags your tags, wiggle tags, are big enough that you can actually make a proper art journal.
Even the small, that was one of the things I really, really wanted, and all I do, because obviously the tag cuts all the way around, doesn't it? So I fold a bit of the mixed media card.
And the mixed media, is it 280 or 250? Just
270. 50, 250.
250.
Yeah, I don't know. It's a nice card.
Yeah,
it does what I want
to
do.
It's a lovely card.
So all I did was, on each of the different sizes, I've sort of come off the end, and then I've just cut.
I was asking because you are going to die cut it double, so that will be 500 GSM.
Every machine's different.
Yeah.
Obviously, if you need to use a metal shim underneath it or whatever. This machine isn't mine, so I don't know if it will cut. But if you do get any little bits that haven't cut, just snip them. It's not ever much. We'll see what happens.
We'll see.
Oh.
Okay.
I think it has. Yeah, perfect.
So 500 GSM, your dies, no problem.
I've used 560 £60, I want to say. It was on here, it was really thick.
Wow.
Like grey board stuff. Is that
Really?
700, the one under the millimetre? 750,
I think that's
is
a
it?
700.
Is it 750 microns or something, the grey board?
Yeah, it could be,
that's
yeah.
what I've used as well. So I've cut out loads of different ones in different sizes. And all do, oh, look how cute that one is, a little book. Made a tiny, tiny, weeny little book there.
Oh, yeah. Look at that. I love that.
It's teeny tiny. So I'm going to start decorating this one and then I'll show how I put it together. I'm going to use the Every Cloud stencil. I'm not going to do the full rainbow as it should be because you don't have to with your rainbow.
Oh, I love these colours. I love it, yeah.
I'm just going to go in. Oh. And add in different colours.
Yeah.
If you've got dirty fingers, try and keep, like I have, try and keep them on the stencil rather than putting them through the... And the green up here, because I can, because my rainbow, so it doesn't have to be exact. And blue. Trying to get the right colours on each one so I don't end up with... done it there. Dirty brushes. And then I'm going to go back to the blue and just add in a few of the clouds.
Okay.
Dirty clouds because I've dipped it in the orange.
Well, sometimes not only they are kind of, you know, every cloud has
It's a really dark blue cloud.
Yeah, some of them are very dark clouds.
I can't believe I did that. If it's going to happen, it's going to happen while I'm here, isn't it, really?
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
And orange, this can be the sun. And this, when you put texture paste and things through it as well, it's absolutely lovely. Right, I'll move them out of the way because you can guarantee I'll stick something in them. And then I've got absolutely loads cut out, all ready to decorate. Now I am going to use Megan this time.
Oh, I like Megan. Yeah.
I like Megan.
Of course, Anne emailed in saying that, you know, of course, she has got Megan and she loves it.
Yeah, I think Megan would remind a lot of people of granddaughters and things like that.
Yeah.
It'd make a great teenager card. Happy 13th. Oh, dog hair in it as well now.
Yeah.
I've brought Roxy with us. Yeah. Again, just stamp that up. I think I might need a new ink pad. This one's getting a bit dry.
Okay.
And then again. And that's a good thing about the stamp platforms. Oh, they're perfect. Don't need to worry. And again, just going to go in and paint her up. I think this time she can have blue hair. Why not? Because she didn't have any colour hair at all. And actually with this one as well, with her hair, the shapes and things are quite easy to cut out, so you can decoupage Megan up, so she's quite 3D. I think I've got a demo this afternoon doing that.
Oh, what time are you on?
I am on again at 3.
Oh, fabulous. So, and now, we had an email from Denise.
Denise,
another oopsie-doopsie moment. I mean, like literally left it up, and then can you see that what has done? Dear. Right, I love working with the fabulous Clever Prints products for this show. We have a question, which is, how big is the biggest square wiggle die, please?
It is just under 6 by 6. I measured them the other day.
Is it 5.5 or
5.5 ish by 5.5 ish. It's obviously with them being wiggly, they're all different.
Which is just under 14 centimeters. And great show, Emma. You are doing fabulous as always.
Thank
and that's
you.
from Denise. Thank you so much, Denise, for your email. And I hope that has answered your question. The largest die of the tags is 5.5 inches square.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that. I love the little flowers and the little hearts as well.
Yeah, you just go back in with your gel pens or pencils once you've painted it. I won't do her all because I really want to stand and paint, but I won't. And then just with your gel pens, Okay. Go back in and add the little dots in. Obviously there can be anything. You can make them jewels, you can make them anything at all. Wait until they're dry at home though. Yeah. And then just adding in the little hearts.
Okay. I look at the beautiful flower. I love those details. And I was thinking, you know what would be really cool? You know those paints that are neon or kind of thing? And they're like little hearts neon or even fluorescent. So then
yes, little dots. Oh yes, it could be a real festival card. I'm waiting for it to dry. I've got it here.
Yeah.
Oh, go back in, add purple flowers.
Yeah.
And yellow dots. Honestly, make them your own. Once you get them and you start to play with them, you'll see different personalities of different people coming out.
Right.
Just making that more, and then again go in and add, sort of smudge it up for a little highlight.
I love that, those techniques that you show, because it's like kind of a proper makeup technique into actually colouring in.
If you watch, there's so many makeup tutorials out there, and if you watch, I mean, even the fancy dress ones, watch them, and then you can change them into anything at all. Make them Dawn of the Dead faces.
Oh yeah.
Everything. So many different. And again with your die cuts, obviously if you haven't got colour paper and things, you can colour them up. So cut them out and then paint them again.
Right. And you're using watercolours, aren't
Just
you?
watercolours, yeah.
Could you use any like alcohol markers to colour them?
Anything at all. Anything that you want to use, that is your thing. Like, watercolours is my thing, even though in acrylics and things like that. I use all those kind of things. I'm not very good, I'm not like Charmaine, I can't, with the alcohol markers, I can't get the blends.
Oh.
But
I do, it's funny sometimes because one of my favourite ways of using alcohol markers is to colour in die cuts.
Yeah?
Because I find it it's really easy. Yeah.
You can use them for absolutely everything.
Yeah.
Again, we're going to have Megan on it, and she fits on perfect, and she's going to be in the grass.
That, you know, you had to put it on there, and if you trim it, it look like a crown.
Yes.
You know,
yes.
Kind of,
like.
You know what I mean?
Yes. Honestly, it's just a shape.
Oh, or flames if you colour them in red.
Flames, icicles, drippy paint.
Oh,
Halloween blood.
Icicles.
Anything.
Upside down, and then of course with a kind of white and
absolutely
so many different
everything. Yeah. So I'm adding some bubbles in, and this die here, actually I've not mentioned it. This one here, it's got no cut at the top of the bottom.
Yeah.
So when you cut it, if you cut that way, take it off, put it back on, and cut it that way, and have a continuous strip. But then. Yes, it's a good, you can use it to bind journals and things like that if you use a double-sided sticky on the back.
Yeah.
But also for texture behind things.
Wow.
Because I use a lot of fabrics and things like that, and in America they've got something called drywall tape, and it's self-adhesive, and it's circles instead of the crosses like we have. It's not the fiberglass stuff, but you can't get it over here, and I have tried, and I thought I'm going to make my own. So on the jelly plate and things like that, if you use it on the jelly plate, it pulls it off in the strips. There's so many different things.
Love how you're layering, and now of course with the papers. I mean, it's just like everything from your collections work together as well.
They do.
So
they do.
It's such a good investment to get now, especially the wiggly tags and those dies, because you know that no matter what you are going to bring in.
I want to make everything so at least as much as possible everything works together. It might not always be possible, but. It kind of every new line that comes out will extend what you've already got.
Yeah.
So there is that, and then here I've done absolutely loads and loads of different size ones.
Yeah.
Decorate them all the way through. And yes, I've used your binding, but you can just use twine.
Absolutely.
As well.
Yeah.
And especially if you want it to take them all apart and redo them and.
Yeah.
As gifts, you can just in the middle of them use your twine to put them together. I mean, even use this in your art journals as well.
Definitely.
Put a few together and use them as different pages, so it's a journal inside a journal, like that. And then you have got another book. There's so many ways. I mean, if you want to put the holes in and sew them, bookbind them.
There's
so many different. I mean, you have them, there and there.
Oh,
so you've got
yeah, I like that.
2 smaller ones, out the middle. So many ideas.
I love those tags. I really do. Thank you, Emma.
Thank
I've been
you.
showing how to make art journal with its wiggly tags. Wiggle tags. Wiggly. Now, of course, 7 dies in total that you are getting brand new today. Now, we have the stock today. Remember, Emma has got another hour at 3 p.m., but make sure to check out your basket so then you can just relax and watch her next demonstration. Now, in here, you are getting all 7 dies. Of course, they come tucked together, but you can come apart. This is the set number 2 of the tags, because of course the first one was the wiggle tags. It was more of a rectangle. Let me show you it here. So this one was the original size, the original rectangle sort of size, and now of course we have got the different proportion, which is the square one. Now this is 1 of 7, the largest being 5.5 and 5.5 by 5.5 inches is that you can see them here. Now, of course, that means that you can make art journals as well as little tags for presents. Also, what I would like to do is like kind of almost like a basket. You could do it like this and then fold it backwards as well. There's so many possibilities with tags. The mind goes to different places, doesn't it, on what you can create with tags. 304836 is your item number. And I'm going to show the board in here because we have got here. Let's show you the set number 1. That was the original one. And now we have got 7 dies in here, including the postage stamp in here. Absolutely gorgeous. If you want to go for this bundle, remember 50% of the stock has gone. 304836 is your item number for that one. Then we have the flowers, flower power and blooms and more. I think that works better to say it like that. Now you have in here the dies and you have the grass that Emma was using, those beautiful pom-pom flowers, the gorgeous petals or leaves in there. I love that kind of daisy with the wiggle and there. And then that die, I really love that die that Emma showed, that it cuts the sides, kind of almost like a pocket maker if you want, or a band maker, but you can extend it as well. That makes a lot of sense to go for this bundle with a £10 saving. We are 30% of the stock gone. If you want yours, £29.98 is what you are paying. 473468 is your item number. Moving on from dies to stamps, and we are it's raining hugs and kisses. Now A6 stamp set, and of course it's clear, so you have a perfect impression and you know exactly what you are stamping. You have got plenty to color in or leave it as it is. Love as a background, as kind of Emma was showing. 906807 is your item number. £10.99 is your price. Then moving on is for flowers and textures here. Now this one is really cool. This is, I would think, this is the kind of a stamp set that if I had to say, oh, you need to take one stamp set to a desert island, this one could be the one. Why? Because you have got the textures to build those layers, and then you have got the focal point of the flowers in here. So you have all those possibilities. I love how the scribbles, kind of the dots in there as well, kind of add some more detail. Now, if you want to go for this bundle, £10.99 is your price. 141762 is your item number. Now, Megan, one of our favorites, isn't it? Anne emailed in. She has got Megan. She loves it. Love how you're getting 3 stamps in here, so it's an A6 stamp set, but of course having all 3 of them means that you can mix and match. I love the squiggle here. We are approaching 30% of the stock, so if you want yours, $10.99 is your price, 734335 is your item number. Then we have got Molly in here with very busy as well, approaching 30% of the stock as well. Now, love her the way that she has got feathers in her hair, and of course that means that she can And you know, you can color them as feathers or as leaves, and you have it here. $10.99 is your price. 012411 is your item number. Then my favorite has to be, of course, Sarah, because Sarah, over 40% of the stock has gone. I adore the way that she has got bubbles in her hair. It could be a Christmas card. It could be like with Christmas colors in there, and they're going to, of course, ornaments.
You could have baubles for hair.
Absolutely.
There's a bottle there, actually, like a bottle of bubbly at the front as well. You put a bubble bath.
Yeah.
Make a gift set up.
Absolutely.
Hen weekends, when you go on a pamper weekend, hen weekend, teenagers. There's so many things.
There's so many.
So many.
And I really love her. And I love her face as well. She's a beautiful face. 062817 is your item number. $10.99 is your price. Then we have the stencils here next. 30% of the stock has gone for the stencils. You are getting all three of them. Raining Hugs and Kisses. You are getting Every Cloud and Funky Blooms. A5 stencils. And of course, these ones are the ones that allow you to kind of stencil through it, but obviously put in paint, and then also I think texture paste would be amazing with those
Them
stencils
stencils on the jelly plate.
Ooh,
oh, wow.
yeah.
There's a sample there, and is it that one? No, it's got a jelly plate background. No, it's on the front.
Oh,
in front of it. It's a jelly plate background.
Okay.
And I did that in a live. I'm not sure what. I'll find it anyway.
Well, look at this one as well. I love this one because you can see it here as well. They're kind of absolutely glorious.
Oh yes.
Absolutely beautiful.
I like that.
Right, and now you have got a £9 saving. £14.97 is your price. 6614427 is your item number. Now, Back and Papers, absolutely beautiful. 12 designs, 2 of each, 24 papers in total, 120 GSM, printed in that off-white cream sort of paper that allows you to kind of soften the look. Fussy cut them, it fussy cuts beautifully, and the printing means that you can do transfers if you wanted to. Beautiful, you can see that they are matte papers, but of course the printing process means that you have got some satin finish to the ink in there. $9.99 is your price, almost half price because you are saving £9.20 in here. This is rainbows, or it could be horseshoes as well. Now 895767 is your item number. Now, do check out your basket, especially the wiggle tags, busy across the board. Emma, we have got about 4 minutes left.
I'll quickly show how this is a card blank I've done with it, but the same as I did with the book about cutting on the edge, you can do it with the top and make like a 10-fold.
Oh yeah.
As well. So what I've done is, what have I done? I'm going to stamp out Sarah super quick.
Oh yeah.
But I'm going to do her so she's sort of hanging off the edge a little bit.
Right.
And then I've got a mask made up, ready so I can add the flowers.
Right.
And I'll show, I've got a picture somewhere in the house, I keep meaning to put them up, of when I first drew Sarah.
Okay.
Which had all the flowers and things, and then when I first drew Megan, she was a big A3 painting and she had flowers and rainbows, so it's all been broke down, each one of them, and made into a collection.
Look.
Isn't she lovely?
I love that.
So I've got some masking, which I'm not going to do, actually I'll just put it over quickly.
Yeah.
And then pop that back on. I'll pop it over like that. And then I'm going to take the flowers, and you'll see as soon as I put them on what I mean. So she had them coming off like that dress, but I kind of want them going up the side of her this time. At home I would peel that off the back and actually have it stuck down just for time. And these flowers are so pretty. I mean, they'll go with pretty much everything else that you've got in your craft room as well. And then there's the typewriter text. Now when you take it off.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't it lovely? But the typewriter text, I had bruises on my fingers.
The dots, yeah, kind of.
I had honestly bruised. I've got a little stamp and hang on. This one, no it won't. It peels off that stamp so you can use it like a normal block as well. Wait, I'll show you that next hour.
Okay, at 3 o'clock.
Yeah, 3 o'clock because...
Yanis. Yeah.
And I'm going to go in with the orange, with the balloons, and this stencil. I love this stencil. I do really, I'm obsessed with stencils anyway. And I've got a massive book full of different ideas with them. But of course that's in my dad's car with half the other samples, you know. And then what I'll do is pop her over. And pretty much that's where I was going.
Yeah.
But instead of this texture, I was going to use the
the text, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, but I can't find it.
We have about a minute left. So
but I'll tell you what I'll do. Instead of putting it on a block, I want to make sure it's the right way up. Yeah. Just, and it's a lovely stamp. You might even, if you look carefully, you might even find words. When honestly, when I did, I had bruises on my fingers because it was such an old typewriter. I think it's obsolete now. It was so funny, but in the finish I was writing, "I am so hungry, I want my tea."
Right.
Stupid stuff.
Love that. I really love that stamp in there as well. But
Go in, take the green off me water brush, and go in and just colour your flowers as well. And if you use embossing powder with your flowers, it will be slightly raised, so you'll not have to worry about going out the channel either. Especially if you're not confident, embossing something is...
Yeah, we have got seconds to go, Emma, but you're back at 3 p.m. with Yanis. So lovely to see you working with you, Emma. So
I've had a lovely time. I love playing.
It is fabulous. And if you want to play like Emma does, what you need to do is check out your basket, because that's the way to get Emma's beautiful dies, beautiful stamps as stencils, and of course the joy of mixing all together. Do check out your baskets, especially the Wiggle Tags number 2, which is the brand new ones with the square proportions in there. Very busy for that. But do make sure to check out your baskets, even if you have got other items that we have mentioned on the show. Of course, after the break, well, Charmaine's is back with another look at the One Day Special with Derek. Stay tuned here at the craft store. Dolly Dimple's One Day Special after the break at 12 o'clock. Of course, at 1, Equate quilt software with Natasha and myself. And then at 2, 13 Arts Mixed Media with Joe.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. It's a family company, so husband, son, daughter all work in the company, and then a fantastic team of designers, because a company cannot exist without a great team around yourself. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. We love our journaling planner line, and we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts 2. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts 2 now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts 2 tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts2 stable and the ones that I design.
Back with the lunchtime update for the one-day special with Dolly Dimples and the legend that is, she only needs one word, Charmaine, everyone. That's nothing to do with...
Good comeback.
Nothing to do with getting your surname wrong earlier. At all. Nothing to do with that. At all. How are you,
That's
madam?
me told off. I'm fine, I'm
Good,
fine.
good, good. I tell you what, it's a busy morning, a very, very busy morning. Right. OK, let's talk to you, and I want you to wait until I've finished everything that I'm saying before you do any buying now. One Day Special is here. It is 5 brand new, beautiful, tasty stamps here. Now, the One Day Special gives you all 5 of these stamps for the price of just 4, essentially. But don't press buy now yet. Wait. You've got an £11 saving there on this, taking that to £43.95. But I'm not going to go into any great details of the numbers and everything else, because there's also some new stencils on the show as well. If you have a look down there, also brand new. It's a set of 3 stencils, £7.99 each. Bundle there, £23.97 should be, but we've got a £9 saving on that. But don't press buy now yet. No. Just remember the £9 saving. So we're going to take the £11 saving from the stamps and the £9 saving from the stencils, and that's £20. And then we're going to give you another £9 saving, and we're going to make this overall bundle. And we're also going to say that if you are a Freedom member, versus buying just the stamps on their own, for just another 99 pence, you have all the stamps and you have all the stencils. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. That's worth 99 pence of anyone's money, let me tell you. And if you're not a Freedom member so far, why not? It's about time, isn't it? It's definitely about time, because you know how much it pays its own way, doesn't it? Very, very easily. And these are delicious, let me tell you. I say delicious because we're talking all about cake. And we are, in terms of the overall, by the way, because people were waiting and so I said buy now on the overall bundle, we are now at the part of the day where I have to tell you over 3/4 of the entire day of this bundle has sold out and gone. So again, do be quick. Aren't they beautiful? I love this sort of triple layer cake with all the flowers coming out of it. We have got bling packs on the show as well, which are silly value for money, Charmaine.
They are indeed.
Silly value for money. You've got to have them both.
Silly money or silly prices?
Yeah, silly money. Silly money. It's one of those where you just think, I'm stocking up on so much here, I'm just going to grab it. Here is... Oh, I'm loving this. Look at how generous the frosting and the icing is. It's gorgeous, isn't it?
It's lickable, isn't it?
It is. Absolutely. I'm resisting the temptation. It is. It's lovely. And so many beautiful samples here as well. It is lovely. And this is my favourite sample, I think, of the whole lot. No cake. No entry! Love it. It's really, really good. We also have the one. Now I don't know if I've got a sample here of this one here with the mushroom on top. Because who doesn't love a cake with a mushroom on top? Hey, especially if it's an edible one.
There's one at the end.
It's beautiful.
Right at the front, on the front, Derek.
Is there?
Yeah.
This one here. Is it that one there? This one. This one here.
Yeah.
I can't see from the back. There you go. There's one.
That's only because I was looking on screen and could see there's one for sure.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
You have got more there.
I know I have. I know. I haven't kept my samples tidy. I know. So you are getting 79 stamps. Sorry, 29 stamps in all. Sorry, I misheard. Molly, you've got your mask on again, haven't you? All I can hear is... And you've got your 3 stencils, of course, as well. These cakes are just beautiful. I love the one with the... Oh, yeah, I've got to remind you. 4 candles. Because this is 3 candles on this one, but I know
I knew when you'd get to that one you'd remember.
I'd remember. You know how bad my memory is as well. And I've got to show you this sample as well because it's got 4 of the cakes on it and it's so, so beautiful because it's like a little cake recipe book as well. Dolly's Cakes. Love, love, love. Look, the recipes are in there as well as using the cake stamps. And just, I love it. What a lovely gift idea that would be. Again, very, very busy. Dolly Dimples always is, and if you think about the interchangeability of everything you've got that's Dolly Dimples already, this is a lovely addition. And there are, how many cake stamps did you say that there were?
In total, at the moment, there's 20 cakes,
yeah,
but they're on decoupage, CD-ROM, you know, like printable format. But as stamps, we've got, I think, 6 other ones, and these 5. So 6 and 5 is 11 that are out there, but there's only the 5 here. They're not on my website, if that makes sense.
I know, well, pretty much.
That was long-winded, wasn't it? So there's 11 that are produced into stamps.
Right.
That was quicker.
Yeah.
And there is 20 in range, but I wouldn't want to bring 20 cakes all at once.
No.
You know.
No, we must do little and often. Little and often is the key. And these aren't on your website,
no,
are they?
They're not. They're exclusive
yay,
here.
Yay, yay. We do love an exclusive. The savings here equate to you basically on your complete package here, if you're a Freedom member, getting all of the stencils and a stamp for free. I know! That's why it's got to be done. And those stencils
on the maths, didn't I?
really, really, I know, really, again, we love you for that. We love you for that. Remember, you are a business, though. I have to keep reminding some of these people that they are a business. We are approaching 80% of the entire day stock. We only have one more live hour, so the deal is good through till 6 o'clock. But we've got the rest of this hour, and we've got another live hour as well. So snap them up. Just do it now. Just do it now. I mean, I'm not here to tell you, but, you know, do it now. It's well worth it. Now, to go with it, you'll definitely want these because these are very, very in step with making those cakes really, really pop. It's 28 papers here, 40 designs and 2 of each. They are on 120 GSM. They've got a lovely, lovely gloss to them, but you can do all of your stamping upon them as well. And there's very much different tones and textures in these. Some are a little more muted, some are a little more vintage, some are very strong and defined like that with the stripe. I love that with the, I think it's Latin text. Oh no, well yeah it is.
It can be whatever you want,
It's got Roman
Derek.
numerals on it as well, which is confusing. This idiot here, me, I mean. This is absolutely stunning. I mean, a really, really lovely texture, and you get it in a couple of different colours as well. I mean, all the hard work has been done for you, hasn't it? And it's really sophisticated. I love it, and it does go with that sort of whimsical feel of Dolly Dimples as well. Love it. Really, really lovely. So, approaching 60% of the papers sold out and gone because it's always been busy, steadily busy through every one of the one-day special hours with these papers as well. They are beautiful. Oh, my word. And talking about paper, the ultimate. I love this so much. I love this so, so much. And listen, I want you to get this before it's gone. Because these are handmade papers. They are huge, they are fibrous. You could almost treat them like a fabric as well, by the way. So anything you can do with fabric, you can do with this paper as well. And it will go through your sewing machine. Can I just show you a couple of projects? We didn't see these in the previous hour this morning either, but, you know, this binder here has been bound using the handmade papers, and doesn't it just set off anything else that you actually put against it? It's incredible.
And when you're book binding, sometimes it's tricky to get it nice and smooth because you're going around the corners, but with handmade papers it just works a dream. It's much easier.
Look at this.
So I actually demonstrated how to make that
it's a little wallet.
Last week when I was here with them.
I mean, it's incredible. You wouldn't have thought, you know, I can make a wallet out of paper. Look at this flower as well, because it's a big, blousy, beautiful. Look at that. It's awesome, isn't it? Absolutely awesome.
I mean, that's kept well because Emma made that, and Blake made that for me over a year ago.
Did she?
And I must say the handmade papers are exclusive to
the craft store.
The craft
Hey,
store.
she's done it.
I've done it. No, I managed to squeeze it back again.
I'll call you Bennett again.
You know, they're exclusive to here because it costs me, just to post out 10 sheets of them,
Yeah.
it cost me over £7.
Yeah.
You know, who wants to pay £7 postage just for 10 sheets?
Yeah.
So they are bulky.
It's incredible. So, 30 sheets in total. Your colours will and may vary from the selection that you see here, but they're huge. Sorry, I need to just pick one up. They are... It is like two Derricks, isn't it? They are just gargantuan. I don't even know where to show you them. But if I take one over... Yeah, take one over there just to show you. So we're not talking like an A4 sheet or a small amount. It's absolutely brilliant. And you can colour these further, Charmaine, as well, if you want to.
Of course you can. I mean, somebody asked me, will we definitely get that yellow? And the answer is no, you definitely won't. Definitely get it, because its contents on the colours will vary.
Will vary, yeah.
But if you want yellow, get your spray paint out and spray it yellow.
If
you want to use your embossing powders on top of them, you can do. If you want to use your gilding wax, it looks absolutely awesome with your gilding waxes on there. Loads of different medium. Any of your sort of plasticky typed mediums, if that makes sense, makes it simpler for me
glossy
to say.
bits
All
and
the glossy
pieces.
ones and things like that, they can go over the top of it and let them dry. I'm going to do a watercolour to change the colours on, which is what's on the lamp on the end there.
Oh, the lamp. You've got to see the lamp. Have you not seen the lamp?
It's just watercolour.
We might do a bit of a lights down moment, Marcus, if you've got the opportunity. If your arms will stretch out that far, we'll bring the lights down and just show you this is...
So I think one of the other ones that I did was I used some spray glue, and then I took my embossing powder over the top, and it almost gave it like a marbling effect.
How awesome does that look?
Obviously, with the darker colours, you'd probably have to go in with things like light acrylics to change the colours up. So obviously, you know, think about what colours you're tinting to what you can do.
It's stunning. And, as well, if we... Oh, I don't know, I will stay like that forever. It's very romantic, isn't it?
Well, crafted in the dark, I've done that before.
Really cool. Can this work a little bit? Does this work like a giant rice paper as well, in terms of you can wet edges and then take it away?
In the 8 o'clock show, I think the sample that you've got with the blue flowers on, with the embossing on it, I actually feathered it out with that one as well, which was 8 o'clock last night. That one, so just, you know, when you put the water on around the edge, so I embossed that with embossing powder.
And then you can feather it away.
And then I feathered away the edges, so exactly the same principle.
Okay, so if you want to see if you want to see that demo, 8 o'clock last night on the Rewind.
Yeah, but not now.
No, not now. Oh, not now. Especially if you're not checked out on your bundles or anything that you want. You've got to do that absolutely right now. Of the papers... Oh, gosh, right, OK, time to act on these as well. This is definitely call to action, because now 2/3 of the stock, the entire stock. And I couldn't believe, to be honest with you, when I saw that £32.97 this morning, no word of a lie. I know we prepped the show and everything else, but I thought that £32.97 was the first of flexes. No, it's not. It's the whole thing. Do you know why I thought that? It's because the usual price there, up at £89.97. Such a whopping saving to get it down to £32.97. So what's that? I mean, just over £1 per sheet, which is just, again, bonkers. There's no way you could go into craft stores and do that kind of thing, is there? But the whole thing, £32.97, and you're going to have to be quick, because we could be saying goodbye to that in this hour. So, fingers crossed for you. Right, the bling kits, again, these are off the blooming scale, if you ask me. It's ridiculous. You've got alphabets and numbers and butterflies and buttons and different sheens and colours from the lovely sort of crystals. They are fabulous. Now, there's set 1 and there is set 2, and what I would say to you is go for both sets, because they're just £9.99. You've got 10 sets in each, and they are just brilliant. So larger alphabet, smaller alphabet, butterflies, there are other decorative elements, and just loads and loads of bling to choose from. They are excellent, and lots of different shades in there as well. Take a word from the wise here. Don't buy a sheet here and a sheet there. Go for these, set 1 and set 2, and just grab them all in one. And you will be very, very pleased that you did. We've also got premium black card on the show as well. 250 GSM, 50 sheets. Hang on a minute. £9.99. Usually for premium quality card, you get 10 sheets for about, you know, £5, £6, something like that. That's £9.99. for 50. You'll find all of those on the website as well. Need to have a word with you one day about facts and figures, lady, but no wonder people keep coming back. Anyway.
Right, what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some of the paper, so it's got a beautiful sort of floral finish on it already, but I'm going to jazz it up a bit.
Brilliant.
So, like I keep saying, with the papers, you can colour tint them. I'm actually going to use a stencil that sold out a few months ago, and we've managed to get it back in stock. And I didn't even manage to get it on my website, which is the Funky Flowers. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use, this one comes in a set of 3. Well, they're all A's. And I'm going to use pickled raspberry and well, I don't know what I was going to say then, and the savage patina. Whether it's actually savage, it is in my eyes savage patina. So all I'm going to do is add a little bit of the pink down one side on the stencil, and then I'll add pink to my flower. There we go.
Stencil bundle details are on the details, by the way, and you get 3. You get, this one's Flower Power, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah.
You also
Amazing.
get that Blobby Hearts and Web Tangle, and you need to go to the web to go and see the pictures, because you've got to know what they look like, haven't you?
Just
oh,
awesome.
in fact, here's the picture. Oh, love them. Blobby Hearts.
Blobby Hearts.
I love it. Brilliant name.
Right. Yeah, I was so annoyed because it sold out. I had to give you extra stock, and I didn't manage to get it on my website. People were gurning at me because I keep using it.
Oh,
well, I've avoided using it on here, and I thought, you know what? And I've still not got it on my website.
Whoops.
Yeah, whoopsie. Right, so I'm going to cross over between the 2 shades so we can then get that nice purpley colour. So I'll do the same down here on the flower. And in good old-fashioned style, I've done exactly the same process. And take that one away. So I quite like it where it's little bits because I can fill that in with something else. So that's for Ron. If you don't know who Ron is my mate. And I'm just going to pop this stencil back in. And I've gone, so it looks pretty cool like that, doesn't it?
It's lovely.
So we pop that one down and we reposition that. There we go. And then with a white gel pen, so I'm only going to do a little bit of this, is I'm just going to add, put the stencil back in, and I can use the guidelines like we used to do originally when we first bought stencils with the alphabets. I'm just going to use these to put my little white bits in. I'm not going to do it all because I know that I'm going to cover some of that. And
so that's going to make you look super skilled very easily, isn't it?
You saying I'm not
obviously.
super skilled?
No, you are. Just to clarify, you are.
No, well, that's
more
it. If you struggle with, you don't have a steady hand, you can just use the stencil to do, to do this with. Anyway, we'll take that away because you get the general idea of what I'm doing. Pop the lid on there. Now it's got a little bit of colour on that, I can then spray that and transfer it the other way around, and you get a funky fainted attack. I'm making words up as I go along. Anyway, back to this one. I'll just pop a piece of white underneath it. And like so. So that would be, in fact, I'm going to put it there where the dirty mark is. So that's going to be my base card. And then I've already stamped and coloured in and fussy cut out one of the stamps. And I even did the dangly bits. And I just want to do a few techniques in this one with because we've got, a few bits and pieces that do techniques of, what you can do with them, if that makes sense. So I just want to do a few fasties.
Okay.
Which means, obviously, I've got to have things pre-done. So if I just trim that, whoops, a bit wonky donkey, but you get the general idea. So imagine that was a card. We've got that there like so, just to one side, and then we just pop on a greeting, which will be, what will it be? Ooh, shall we have the stuffy face one?
Stuffy face.
I just love that.
I love it. Which was one of the ones I saw from one of the stamps earlier, and it really, I didn't see it this morning, and it really. Oh, I always carry a fork in my purse just in case we're having cake. I think that's brilliant. I hadn't seen that this morning. It's such a lovely sentiment.
Sit down and stuff your face. Sit down, and. Don't know if I've got that right. Right, so my tip with words is I have to look through. Yeah, did it again, you dozy. So we turn it that way around. I have to place my words kind of from behind, and then so that they're readable. Otherwise, I end up doing a boo-boo. and going a little bit Pete Tong on it. So we'll have, yeah, that's okay.
Don't say it.
Bottom
You could do
fish
this on a
banana.
stamping platform as well, could you, or a press?
Yeah, of course you could,
if you
but
wanted to.
because it's words and I've got these pieces on and it's just nice, quick and easy. So shall we go coloured or shall we go black? Black, because it's fast.
Sorry, if you didn't hear me say something there, it's because Molly, our producer, made the decision in my ear. No, I forgot to say it.
No, don't apologise.
I was too busy watching.
Colours, yeah. Decisions for Derek.
Everyone was, I know.
Yeah, last time, how long did it take?
I know. Do you want, it was this morning, on this morning's show, she said,
hadn't had enough coffee.
Do you want me to show you a sneak peek of what I've got coming up at 12 o'clock? And I kind of just hung there in the air. Yes.
It was fun.
Well, we were running out of time, so I was like, am I allowed to say yes, or
we're
should
running
I
out
say
of time,
no?
so I'll just drag it along.
Yeah, so I'll just say nothing. Silly boy.
That was really funny. What I'm going to do now is I'm just going to tear off a strip of the bling. Don't ask me which that is in. I did have them all organised.
They're all getting both anyway. You've got to get both anyway.
Visualise that being glued down, because I'm not going to waste my time by gluing it. I'm going to pop on just a little tiny touch of bling. Now you could do all the way around if you want. That is just too much for me. Can't do that. I'm just going to have a little run there, and then it just depends on your taste, doesn't it? Whether or not you like a lot of bling or not.
I think you're using a set, two set. I think I can't.
You
be
think?
absolutely sure.
In fact, I think in both sets is one very similar or different sizes.
There is actually, yeah, the one that's
whichever one
that's
you go
very,
on for.
very close.
I'm going to add a couple to the flower centre there. And all I'm doing, because it's a strip, I'm just holding it and pulling away. You could do that with your scissors and snipping, because it's got snippability. And I think I'm going to pop that back on there and just check it out. Come on, Shaman, check it out. I need two more, because I have to do the other two now. I've started that. So it's just one of those silly little things. So this is my first fast card. Obviously the colouring in will take me a wee while.
Oh, I love that.
What I've done down at the bottom is I've done like little flowers on there, and to do the little flowers I just dotted like 4 or 5 little blobs with a pen in there, and then put what's it called, the white gel pen in the centre, so it looks like a cupcake, you know, the
like the frosting?
No, like the cupcake wrappers that are flower. That's how I visualise them all the time. Right, so that's that. So I've used bling, I used my papers, and I've used one of my other stencils on there, but I just wanted to use that one because I thought it would just work so well. How's that, Derek?
So cool, I love it.
Okay.
I love it. Can I show you some bling, everyone?
Bling, bling.
You've got to see this. You've got to have it. You've got to have both of them as well, to be honest with you. Do you know, I'm saying you've got to have. You don't have to have, but, you know, if it makes sense. Listen, for me as a baby steps crafter, if I saw this on offer right now, I'd be having both. So with this, you've got the smaller of the alphabets, because there's another one on the other set as well. You've got the lovely pearly ones, which are gorgeous. We saw Charmaine colouring those up with the alcohol markers this morning. You've got the butterflies. You've got these lovely flowers, which you can, you know, take the two elements apart if you want. Use the bases and use the flowers individually. Some of these bling have different tones, so you can see this one has more of a sort of yellowish and a greenish sparkle within it. It's difficult to see sometimes on the camera. Oh, there you go. There you go. And then you've got larger ones over here as well, which are a bit like, ooh, love those. Very, very nice. And then there are some flowers, and you've got the buttons down there as well. I love it. I think they're really, really cool. Now that's set 1, so it's actually 10 sets of bling there, actually, for $9.99. So that's set 1. Let's swap it for set 2. Set 2 looks bigger. It's been rearranged in a different way on the board, because it's the same number of sets, I think, isn't it? In this.
You get 10 packets.
Yeah,
I
10
think
packs.
On that one you've got some longer packets in there.
You have.
So you've got your longer borders.
You've got the massive. Oh, you've got the buttons over there in the corner. Oh, sorry, Marcus. Marcus is going one way and I'm going the other. Where should we start, Marcus? Let's start in the middle. There we go, in the middle, why not? Now that's brilliant, because they're little sort of floral clusters with pearlies right in the middle. Let's go left and up, Marcus. Let's go to the buttons. You've got the little white buttons there, which are gorgeous. You get loads of them as well, so you don't have to scrimp and scrape on them. Then below that, you've got some very, very nice big flourishes there. There's a nice big butterfly, almost sort of jewellery looking elements. And below that, You want to look at the tonality of colour in these. I mean, this for me, this is the $9.99 on its own. I love it. I think they're worth their weight in gold. They are brilliant. Next to those, I think were the ones that Charmaine was just using, or something very, very similar scale and size. Just above those, you've got a mix on this sheet of the pearl and the crystals, and then you've got these lovely squares or princess cups or whatever as you want to call them. Over here, you've got a set of coloured, which are lovely, which are gorgeous pastels. Below that, you've got more of a sort of mystical kind of look to them, that sort of metallic sheen, some more clear white in a smaller scale here. And then you've got this giant alphabet. Giant alphabet. It's lovely, and they are all gorgeous. And bear in mind, by the way, there are 1,588 pieces in just set 2, which is bonkers. I love it. And actually, each one of the letters is counted as one, and there are multiple pieces making up one letter. So that's really, really cool. 058 294 is your item number. There's no set 1 or set 2 about it. I think you're probably going to go for both, because it does make great sense, doesn't it? Now, we also, remember, we do have a one-day special. Your one-day special are the 5 brand new stamps, not available on the Dolly Dimples website, only here at the craft store, exclusive to us. But don't press buy now on this just now, because we've got something better to offer you. But there is an £11 saving on this one-day special, which is essentially 5 stamps set for the price of 4. But don't do that. We've also got the 3 new stencils on the show as well. Funky Flowers, Amphibian and Cracked, with a £9 saving. So they're normally $7.99 each, which is $23.97. We've made a £9 saving, taking it to $14.97. Don't press buy now on that either, because we're going to take the £9 saving from that, the £11 saving from the stamps there, put those two together, that makes £20, give you another £9 saving, £29 save for the overall bundle here at $49.93. Freedom members, even better for you, because you get another 10% saving you £33.99, which basically means you're paying 99 pence more to get the 3 stencils and all 5 of the stamps, and essentially the stencils and a stamp all yours and free, which is really, really good. We love it. So £44.94 for you as a Freedom member. And if you're not a Freedom member so far, why not? It does make sense, doesn't it? It really, really does. Because when you look at it in isolation on its own, you think, oh, $7.97 a month, I've got a lot of direct debits going out as it is already. Yeah, but how many times do you order with the craft store in a month? Oh, well, yeah, well, it's probably at least a couple of times a week. Do you know what I mean? 2 orders and Freedom membership has paid for itself. Because for the rest of the month, no postage to pay on any order whatsoever. And if you think about it here, the carried over saving for Freedom members here means that all of the stencils free, and one of the stamp sets free in your savings. It's easy for you to say.
No, it's not.
It's bonkers. It really is. It makes sense. Plus your postage, which you're not paying, of course, you know, so it's even better. It is one of those that's really, really worth it. Can I show you some more samples? Because they are so, so gorgeous. They really are. And your design team are amazing.
They are.
They love you to bits, and they love what you do.
Different things.
Yeah.
They'll bring different things to the table. And every now and again, they try to do something like one of the other girls, and I get girly pants. You're in because you're unique.
Look, so, so beautiful. Love it,
the
love
concepts
it.
that they come up with every time are just, you know, so different.
So
I think,
clever.
Is that one of John Lockwood's?
Yes, it is.
Yeah. John and Sam helped us out with
fantastic. Oh, this has been foiled with the Kaleido as well.
It has, and I told him to put it down because I'll never remember the names.
I love the Kaleido. It's so, so good. I hope you've got one.
It's come out really well, hasn't it?
Yes, it has. Beautiful. If it has a candle in it, the calories don't count. That's good. You need to sell a candle pack. That's what we need as well. We need a candle pack, so that's true. Right. 80% of the over 80% of the complete collection sold out and gone. It's the penultimate live hour. The deal is live through until 6 o'clock, so technically you've another 5.5 hours to grab it. But if over 80% of the stock has sold out already, maybe you haven't got that long. So if you want to, if you're not a Freedom member, by the way, it is so, so simple. just speak to the team if you're calling us, or just go onto the web. 888 is the item number for your Freedom membership for you at £7.97, and you can pause that and stop that whenever you want as well. It's very, very flexible. So for the complete bundle, 129632 is your item right now. Check it out, check it out, check it out, check it out. It's well worth it. It's bonkers. Right, next up, your papers. And again, beautiful. In comparison to the stamps and the samples and everything else we've seen, when you see these in isolation, they feel a little bit muted, but their muted qualities and their varied textures go amazingly well with everything that Dolly Dimples do, actually, because it not only gives you something to go with your bundle that you're buying today, but everything else that you've got as well, because there's a bit of vintage chic in here. There's a little bit of background texture going on here. There are lots of lovely soft shades as well for this, and it's taken a lot. It takes a lot to create these, hey, Charmaine, as well. You spend a long time actually putting these backgrounds together, don't you, and thinking them out, and the colour palettes too.
Yeah, there's quite a lot of thought process in the process of making backing papers. Sometimes some of them are really simple and just come together really quickly, and sometimes they take a wee while. But then it's deciding, because I've got so many that are already done, and so many that I want to do, and it's deciding which is going with which, and then adding a little bit of this and that and the other, if you know what I mean. Anyway,
you've got a good colour range there as well to work with, which I love. Remember, it's 14 designs, 2 papers each of those, so 28 in total, and a nice £5 saving, thank you very much, £11.99. I have to say, it's my one true love today in Dolly Dimples is the
strokeability.
I'm so in love with these, I have to tell you. The texture of them, the thickness of them, the fibrousness of them, the fabricy-likey-ness of them.
The fact that they've got like little flecks of fabric in them as well, so little bits of cotton rag.
They feel amazing.
And they're all slightly different as well. And like you'll feel one where it's really thick, and then the other end it might be a little bit thinner,
a little bit finer,
which gives you the option to do various different techniques with them.
Yeah. And I love the fact that you can do your rice paper techniques with this, although this, you know, in all intents and purposes, maybe 5 times more dense than a rice paper, but you can still work with it in exactly the same way. Now, your contents may vary, but can I tell you, for me, the point of this is the fact that, one, they're so darn big. I'm going to take out one of the lighter colours here and try not to wreck the joint while I'm doing it. But hello, look at the size of that. It's ridiculous. You're getting 30 sheets this size. And for that price there, so it's just over £1 per sheet.
Think about your gift wrapping. You can pay £1 for a decent wrapping paper, but not as thick quality as this, can
And
you?
when you get this, by the way, it comes to you folded just once, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It wouldn't matter. I mean, I've posted one out to a pack out to the DT team, and they wanted some different colours for things for their own personal projects. And I said, I'm folding them in 4 pieces if I'm sending you a couple of shades.
Yeah.
And they said, yeah, they're fine because you can literally screw them up and that. I think on the end of the counter there, Derek.
Yes, darling.
Do you know I was talking about the spray glue?
Oh, yeah.
Right, so that was the spray glue. I did this in Crafting Together with All Brands as a, what's it called?
Craft along.
Yeah, no, Facebook Live.
Facebook Live, yes.
It's actually, when you open it up, I want you to open it right up, and it's not glued, so I want you to tell me what it is.
It's a cardboard box. Oh, it's one of those, everyone, you know, when people shop at that well-known
Well, not
place.
just there, 'cause book wraps.
Lots of, yes. If you order a book, this is how it comes. That's it.
that's a proper name for them. When you order them online, the actual cardboard box.
So that's just cardboard covered with the
handmade papers. It took one sheet and there was a bit left over of that one, so I spray glued a whole sheet outside. Then I took the embossing powder, I chucked it over the top of it, and then I tried to get it up and into my tidy tray. Well, that was hilarious because I'd done the whole section.
What's this down the seams?
Now, around the seams is the handmade paper as well.
No, but what's joining them? What's
You'll
this?
have to turn it to me because I can't remember.
Is it like a wax?
Oh, I've used glass paint on there and bits of stencils and stamps and stuff.
That's awesome.
So there's so much you can do. It's like in the pictures behind you, I've used glass paint as well. And you like your pearly pens that you get to do the little pearly dots. chuck that on as well, and it gives it, it kind of looked wet, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, it does.
And
It's
I think
lovely.
on the front cover, the front flap, you can see that is slightly darker.
Oh,
I've
yeah.
got one spray of varnish spray, so I was going to do the whole lot later, but never got around to it. So it sat in my van, and then I came back here again.
Do you know what? If you and of
But
course,
if you glue those flaps, you then got a proper place to put your things, and it's upcycling. We get a lot of this stuff, and a lot of people put it in the recycle bin, but upcycle it and use it.
do you know what? I mean, if you were, and you've got an angel policy, which is fine. Go for your life, as long as you're making something.
Yeah.
Imagine if you completed the inside of this as well, so took away all of the bare cardboard look there and completely did it.
Yeah. Well, I think if you glue those two flaps, you should be able to not see. I should have done enough on there. So those two flaps, so it doesn't open like
so
that.
these two?
Those two, yeah, naked
Right.
flaps. If
Yeah.
they get glued, then I have done inside slightly as well. So you see, I used one sheet and I had some left over and some scraps on the inside. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I've avoided the areas that I'm going to glue and you're not going to see.
But I was going to say, if you made that and you could sell that at craft fair.
Of course you can.
couldn't you?
And if you use some of the other ones and like you can do the what's it called, like leather effect or the suede effect or the crocodile effect, and like a technique that I'm going to show you in a minute. On the top of there, they actually look like they were leather. So there's loads and loads of things that you can do and get that texture on top of it as well.
Do you know what? For a little folders to carry around and take to places, I'd part with 10, 15 quid knowing that that was made with handmade paper.
Well, you know the little wallet there?
Yes.
Imagine I'd done it in that style with that and then put a handle on, because you can sew it. So you take, if you cut it on a diagonal, now I've done this on a roll before when I've stamped out all my flower stamps.
Yeah.
And I did a roll where it all rolls up, and I glued it to... oh, you know them little bottles that you get in the hotels for shampoo and conditioner?
Oh, yeah.
I painted one of those up and glued it and wrapped it round with long card, but the backing for it was the handmade papers where I cut on the diagonal to get the longest piece.
Yeah.
Sewed two strips together so it was really, really long.
Yeah.
But you could do that and make a binding for your handle.
Oh, yeah,
You can have it like a satchel.
Oh, that's true. Yeah, of course you could.
Mm.
Oh, I love that. Listen, I've got to move on. I could stay here talking about these all day. 70% of the stock is sold out and gone. Again, we could be saying goodbye to that fairly shortly. They're whopping great big sheets, and you are getting 30. And the colours may vary for you, but do you know what? I'm all over this. I think it's really, really good. 876-639 is your item number. Let's go on the website as well, because we've got the Alice stamps as well, which we've not had a chance to mention so far. This is a pick and mix, choosing any two. Basically, you buy one and another one comes. But you've chosen both. How good is that? Really, really cool. On that lovely pick and mix. They are just phenomenal as well. They're really sophisticated. They're really fun. There's lots of colouring potential there, and they are just so in step with the world of Dolly Dimples.
Or just black and white.
Yeah. Oh, that's true. Actually, yeah. Because the artwork is just incredible. It really is. So go and have a look at that pick and mix as well. You've got a lot to do after this show, haven't you? In the meantime, what are you doing, Mrs. Now?
Okay, so I've got some of the handmade papers, and I've got one of the stencils that goes, that's in with the complete collection.
Okay.
Okay, and I'm going to get some of the magic ingredients. Water.
Water.
Okay, so I'm going to spray the water on top of the stencil and through the stencil. You can actually just spray your handmade paper beforehand. And I'm just going to put that one there, and I'm going to grab this one here, and I'm going to use that magic ingredients again, the water.
It is expensive though, isn't
I know, yeah, especially when you pay your water rates.
You've got money to throw away.
Right, okay, so I'm going to do two techniques in one, because I said I wanted to do some techniques. So I'm going to make like a tree and leaf. I'm going to make I don't know why that popped in her head. I'm going to make like a tie-dye effect, okay?
Oh, okay.
So I'm just going to splatter the colours on. I'm not going to change my ink, clean my brush. I'm just going to pop the colours on there and let that move. Let it do its thing. Okay, this is just watercolour. So this is the same sort of thing as what I did with the lamp down there. I've lost my words again.
Yes.
Okay, so put that in there and move my watercolour to one side and spray it with the magic ingredients as well. So what it'll do is it'll spread. Now if you've got more sheets, you can actually grab another sheet and you can pick up the colour, you know, like we do when we're doing it with our other bits. So that's one that I did before, and I love the way it kind of like bleeds out. So I'm going to use that as mop up. That's what people are calling it. Me, I call it a clean up. I'm just going to spray this one again. So far we've used water, paper, stencil and my watercolour on the 2 different ones. So you can see I'm getting more colour on top of there. So from purple we've now got it multicoloured, and it's just with watercolour. So keep spraying that and it'll react that I can put it on here. Does that make sense? Yep. So keep adding
Lovely.
to. So you can do that with your one. So now I'm just going to take that one to one side, put that one over there, and I'm going to bring this one back in. Spray with my water again. I'm going to flip it up the other side, and then what I'm going to do is going to take my roller, brayer, and I'm going to brayer that out, and you can see that pattern coming through. Now this to me is like the bark rubbing that we used to do when we were kids, okay?
Right, yeah.
Okay, so in the 6 o'clock or the 8 o'clock show last night, I put the paper through an embossing machine. I've put the paper through with the stencils and the rubber mat, and you've got to get your plates all aligned and things, and that just, you know, does my head in sometimes, you know, things like that. Die cutting, that's fine. These plates, sorted. But putting it through it. But you can actually do with a roller. So if you don't have a machine, which was the question that I asked, there you go. So when you pull it in, at the moment you can see this, so it's going inwards, and this area is popping out, because that's a bit I rubbed on. When we turn it round that way round, and we pull it back, let's see, I'm just going to pull it back a little bit. Can you see?
Yes.
Can you see that? I don't want to wiggle it.
Perfect. Now we can see it.
Right, okay, what I'm going to do is I'm going to slide that back into position. I'm going to put that, get that tape on there. And then I'm going to get my brayer, and I've got some nice sparkly paint. So I've got gold paint on my brayer, which I think was one of the ones that Lou Sims has brought before. So it should be on your website. So I'm going to roll that over there. And I thought with it being on the brown, it'll look quite nice on camera as well, so you'll be able to see that nice little twinkling. So it's not too in your face. Sparkle, if that makes sense. So it's not too blingy. And we turn that one off. Now can you see that? So it's giving it that sort of crocodile look, and the depth. I know we haven't got feely vision yet. You can't put your hand through, but that is raised, but you can actually now see the depth on there, and you can see the depth underneath. If we were doing it on the back side, I will show you that, because obviously you think, would you be able to do it on the back side? So if you turn it over, I hope it's not moved. Get my brayer in there. It will fill in the other areas slightly, so it will hit the surface, but it will go a little bit in, because it's not too heavy. But even on the back side, it looks pretty awesome, doesn't it?
Yes, it does.
Yeah, okay. So that's a real simple one to do. So move that, take that off.
It gives it a new texture straight away, doesn't it?
It does, it looks really funky. I did have some, a plain, I've got it out, but I think I'm quite happy with that. A plain beigey colour to like tone that down, but I actually like that, so leave it alone, Charmaine. So I'll put that stencil to one side, because sometimes you do something and then you go, oh, I'll just add, and then it turns into something that you don't really like. And this is the other one. I'm going to put this up on Facebook a few days ago. What am I up to? I know it's torn, but this one here is that same technique, but just using that technique. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
But then I left the stencil on at this side, and then I went in with the transparent gesso from Pretty Gets Gritty.
Okay, yeah.
Because the paper was wet, can you see how I started to get a little bit lifting? So as I was pasting it on, because it was wet, it was lifting slightly, and I thought, oh, that's going to dry funky. So it's really got that old sort of texture to me.
Yeah, like a sort of scaly feel.
Touchy-feely, definitely.
Yeah.
So I thought that would make a great little purse or wallet as well.
Yeah, like a distressed leather.
Yeah, or if you wanted to do a card and you wanted something like that, and you wanted it a little bit more manly or more grungy, you could do that. But if you changed the colours up and that was pink and purples, it would look pretty. Okay, so those techniques done that same way. I think that's awesome.
Yeah, it is.
No, talk about
really
blowing
nice.
Just simple little pieces like this are pretty cool when you start to put. I mean, I didn't glue that one down, so let's just grab that. That's quite funky looking. And then we add a little cake on top of that and build it up with your matte and layers. Maybe we'll bring it into this one that I've done as well, and trim it down. A bit too much, but trim it down. You can build it up. Then next one is, if I bring this one in, what I did with this one is this technique here. I did have one, no, because I used it, didn't I? I did exactly the same technique, but if I lift this one up, this is dried now, so I did this in between the hours, and it's got, if I turn it the other way around, you see that? Yeah, I mean, if I run an ink pad over it, you can see it. So that's the back side and that's the front side. When you have the stencil in place, you can position where you want certain colours to go, but they will bleed.
Yeah.
Even though you've got the stencil there, because you sprayed it with water, it will travel out.
Well, because there are long fibres in the paper as well, aren't there?
The more water you put on, you can have total coverage.
Yeah.
So the secret ingredients is the water with your watercolour, and it'll just keep spreading and spreading and spreading until the colour will dilute down. But you can drop on water, you can drop on colour on colour on colour, and it'll puddle out and puddle out and puddle out and make rings and things. So.
And you can throw pretty much anything you like. Even you could do a mixture. Oh, that's me having ideas now.
Of course you can.
You could have a mixture of those different mediums.
You can.
So you could go,
you can really go
glaze
to town
one
on it,
side and, something else the other.
It's all about experimenting and playing, and because the sheets are so inexpensive
and big,
and you can just use your tiny pieces. You can do bigger projects, but like you asked me the question about feathering out. This was dry. I've resprayed it, and then if you want to feather that out and get that feathered effect, you can do quite easily, and that's what I did with the flower stencil as well.
Now this really feels like textile art now, doesn't it? It feels like proper. I can never go wrong with this. I've got to get some to play with. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah, many years ago I used to see people just mat and layering a piece with it and just feathering it out, and that was it. That's all they did with it. And I was thinking, well, why? You can stick this through a sewing machine. You can do so much more. But then that's up to you. It depends on your crafting and your style of crafting of what you want to do. I mean, it's like I've just covered, what do you call it, a book wrap. I covered a book wrap with it. My granny had been like, what are you doing, Charmaine?
Yeah. I've just thought as well, so I always put my hand up in the air when I want to say something, like I'm in class.
Go for it.
Please, miss, may I speak? Those, I guess they're kind of paper mache forms that you can buy, stags' heads, hippos, whatever they are.
Now you're talking.
This, like using it like paper mache, because you could go feathered, all different colours, stripes. You could go really freestyle with it. I want one now to start.
When I first brought them, I actually did a bowl. It was a joint effort, me and Robert, and I cut out like leaf shapes.
Yeah.
And I think it was like a waste paper bin, like the plastic one. Turned it upside down. Put cling film over it and put the leaves on, just like the paper mache that you do when you make paper mache. And I put them up, layered them up. Now, I'll grab that one.
That's that.
Well, I laid it up so it's complete, and it was rock hard. So, and all it was with was a PVA mix of water, half PVA mix, and clattered it on like we did as kids. This one is the same principle. But what I've done with this is I've used embossing powder. So this is a butterfly die, 2 butterfly dies, a small and a large. And I've glued them together. The base is a circle. You can see all that texture on there. Sorry, keep still, Shaman.
That's all right.
See that texture on there? So the butterflies are on there overlapping, and then I've literally chucked embossing powder, ink again, embossing powder, ink again, and it's like concrete. That is just the paper and the embossing powder, and this is the paper, the glue, and the embossing powder. When you put the embossing powder on, can you see all those fibres in there? Let me put it on the counter.
It highlights them, doesn't it?
If I put that on the counter, I can keep it a little bit stiller for you, and then you're not having to wiggly jiggler. Is that better? So it highlights all these, and it, like when you wet paper, you can see that it goes darker. That's the same thing. But the more embossing powder you put on certain ones, they almost look transparent. And you can see all the fibres in it as well. So it's really quite funky.
Listen, I'm sorry to interrupt, but can we go back to those papers just a minute? Because I think you need these papers you know what I mean? And I think we need to have a look, only because it's the size of them as well, actually, isn't it? It's the size and the scale of these sheets of handmade paper. Remember, you're getting 30 sheets of it as well. The colours may vary, but to be quite frank, I don't mind at all, because you are going to get, I mean, I know Charmaine and the team, they're going to give you a nice balance of lights, darks, variety of colour as well.
That's what we've done.
It's brilliant. Do you know what? The texture of it is really, really cool.
It's strokeable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And you know what? You haven't got any barcode or price sticker to have to peel off, which takes away a corner and wastes a bit of paper and all of that kind of stuff. I've seen this kind of texture of paper before. It's funny, it's only just popped back into my mind now. And you buy it by the sheet, don't you? Well, this is working out at just over £1 per sheet. And look at the size of the sheets. It's not A4. Look.
I mean, if you get a sheet of the, what's it called, paper? The pattern paper there, and turn it around so you've got the cream side and you hold it up against it, that's a visual of how big it is.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah.
You're very, very
I
true.
don't do size.
Yes, size comparison. Let's do a size comparison to A4.
Did
There
you choose a stripy on purpose?
Of course, yeah. There you go. So how many times would the A4 go into that? Probably what? 6, 8? You have a look at the overall again. There you go. Yeah, I think it's probably 8, isn't it? Well, I'll tell you what I'll do. If I'll test the theory and I'll find out how many times A4 goes to. We'll go back to you, Charmaine, and then I'll see how many A4s it will take.
Right. Okay. You do the A4 thing, and I will do the. Excuse me. I will do the coughing down the microphone. That's disgusting. Okay, what I've done here is I've cut out a little tag. So on the handmade papers will die cut through the embossing machine, and this is one of Emma's new wiggle tags. So.
Ah, yes, we recognise those.
Yeah, they're absolutely cool as well. There's like racing through my mind. As soon as she showed me when she got these, a while back, I was like, I've got to have them in my life, and I've got this idea and this idea and this idea. I love the fact that they're square as well, because you can do so much with them. And I did love her last ones as well. But they
going back to the maths just briefly, is the best part of 8?
Yeah.
Best part of 8 A4s.
Okay.
Each one of those sheets.
I'm just trying to find the candles. So we're doing this 4 candles.
4 candles.
4 candles. Yeah. Where
4
are
candles.
you? There we are. Right. Sorry.
It's a well-known sketch, Molly, from a comedy show, The Two Ronnies.
You don't
have to watch it.
Oh, it's
4 candles.
Yeah, it's one you've got to do the search engine on.
It's very funny.
It's really, really funny.
Yes, it is very funny.
Yeah, we won't spoil it. Right. Okay. If anybody doesn't know, then later on do the reference. But
yeah, definitely.
I thought everybody knew 4 candles.
Oh, 4 candles.
4 candles.
Oh dear.
Oops. Right. Come on, Charmaine. Okay. What I'm doing is we'll use the back of that. We'll take that one there. We've got 3 candles on this one.
Producer Molly says that doesn't sound funny. It's like you have to be there. It's one of those you have to be there moments. You have to watch it. It is very funny.
Oh, the falling. Oh, that was brilliant. Yeah.
Oh, Paola's lost as well.
Oh, no, this is like British heritage.
Yeah, no,
you've got to know about the 4 candles.
You've got to see it. It's a sketch. So you just YouTube fork the words fork as in knife and fork, candles. Yeah, you know. Yeah, you know that.
You get 4. But instead of like 4 as in before.
It is brilliant. I think actually it's just as funny knowing that people don't think it's going to be funny. I find that funny as well.
I still find it funny every time I watch it.
Yeah, it is.
You know, and it's like you know the punchline and you still laugh, don't you?
Yeah.
You know, and Del Boy falling through the bar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it's as good as that, isn't it?
Play it cool. Bye-bye.
The chandelier one is the funniest one, I think.
With the moving big one.
Yeah, where they knock the pin out of one end and they're ready to catch at one end, but of course they've knocked out the other one.
That one. I totally forgot about that one. Oh, and by the way, back to the craft stuff.
Yeah. back to crafting. Oh, I just need to give you a stock update, actually, and it is on the entire collection. So the stamps and the stencils, we are now approaching limited stock. So please make sure that you check out your baskets. We didn't think it would happen quite so soon, but it has happened now. So we now are officially limited stock. Make sure when you're shopping on the show that you go for this overall bundle as well, because we've carried all of the savings from the one-day special and the stencils and made a new bundle here. We've saved Freedom members, we've saved everybody lots and lots of money, but particularly Freedom members, because the difference between buying the stamp set on their own and buying the complete is 99 pence. It's definitely one of those. So if you're not a Freedom member so far, I know I've said it many times, but why not? So get yourself to be a Freedom member. Don't go for the one-day special. Don't go for the stencils on their own. Go for this joint bundle here, because for Freedom members, effectively, you're getting 5 stamp sets for the price of 4, plus the stencils are coming along for the ride as well in your larger bundle. It's so worthy to have those that go together, because of course you'll use the stencils again and again. The savings for a Freedom member are $33.99 on this, which is brilliant. It is like all of the stencils and a stamp set as a bonus for you, which is really good. And of course, we don't even factor the saving of your P&P there as well, so you're not paying that of $3.95 because you're a Freedom member. We've got freedom from P&P. No P&P anymore, which is wonderful. We just do our Freedom membership and that's it. It is my last show.
You've got a day off tomorrow.
I haven't. Yeah, I've been home for a week.
Did you say that you wanted to come to mine and do some packing? I can put you in a separate room, social distance.
Oh, I'd love to, Charmaine.
But can I have that in writing?
My cats haven't seen me for a week. Anyway, where were you?
Okay, 4 candles and I've got 6, okay?
Okay.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do some fast colouring in. Yep, she said it.
Very
again,
fast. In 1 minute.
So there we go, like that. And then, actually, I'm going to do some really fast colouring in because I'm cutting them out.
Ah.
Yeah?
That's more my kind of colouring.
Yeah, like that. And we're not even going to bother with them because we're going to do red and white. Then we're going to cut them out, but we're only going to cut 4 out.
Yeah.
There they are.
Well, that was
candle. Quick. Yeah, speedy, wasn't I?
Very
You
good.
could have clipped to you and come back and I could have just pretended I did that.
Love it.
Right, and then we're going to get these bits and pieces because I've got how many minutes?
30 seconds.
No, minutes, I said. Right, so in that case, we're going to use the tag. We're going to put the 4 candles on. 1, 2. So anybody with a sense of humour who...
4 candles?
Yeah. I think what I would do is I would do the wiggliness off of that. I will do this in the break. I'll finish it off because I'm not going to get it done.
Well, you can reveal the... leave it as a cliffhanger and bring back the complete at 4 o'clock. How about that?
There we go.
4 candles.
4 candles.
Right, Charmaine, thank you, darling. You are back.
Thank you.
Back at 4 o'clock with someone else. I'm sad I'm not here for that, actually. Thank you so much for your company. Get those handmade papers checked out as well. Do yourself a big favour. I'll see you again on Sunday morning. Stay right where you are. There's more on the way. Like EQ8 quilt software with Natasha and Paola coming up next. More 13 Arts Mixed Media and then Clever Prince Boho Girls with Emma Blake. Have a wonderful afternoon.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom Members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Anthea. I'm from Quilting Antics. Quilting Antics started around 2011, 2012, I'm never really sure. At one point we nearly became the cushion company because we churned out so many different cushions. But we'll do bags, we'll do cushions, we do book covers, we'll do things for your sewing room. So don't miss the Quilting Antics shows.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection, if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you are on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Well, good afternoon. We have got a fabulous show. I have been really interested in this show. So it's all about questions, it's all about software, it's all about designing, and it's all about giving you the freedom to create your own blocks and quilts. And to tell us more about this amazing software, well, we have got Natasha McCarthy here with us. How are you?
Hello, I'm good. Thank you. I'm good.
Now, EQ8 is a software that kind of gives us the freedom to design.
Yeah. I resisted doing this show for a long time. I'm going to be completely honest with you. There will be people that will be laughing seeing me sat down doing a software show, because everybody knows I am a technophobe. Okay. But then it occurred to me, actually, who better to do it? Because if I can do it, you can do it. And the lesson for beginners that comes with it is so clear and so simple, and this software will have you designing your own quilts, because with the best will in the world, when we design things, you know, certainly I mean, I know this from experience with my own company, Natasha Makes. We make what we love, but it might not be in the colours that are going to suit your home. Or it might be, I mean, we had a question on a show yesterday that was like, I would like to add some more borders because I want a larger quilt. How would I do that? So this means that you can tailor make your quilt in the exact colours to the exact skill level that you are. With the fabrics, you can even scan your fabrics in, so you get a complete idea of how it's going to look. I know, it just gets better and better. So not only can you then find different blocks, there might be blocks that you've never heard of. It's got over 6,000 in here, so it's not like you're going to tire of it anytime soon. And it just, I mean, I have just scratched the surface with this piece of software, and it's absolutely phenomenal. I couldn't work out. So with my business, we do a quilt show a week. Jane Alcock does a quilt show with us a week. And as much as she sketches out the ideas in her little square book, she then goes and puts it into EQ8
to design,
because it will also tell her how much fabric is then needed. So you can buy exactly how much it tells you. So she's been able to create quilts like this for us using this machine. Just brilliant.
It is absolutely brilliant. I mean, what you are getting in the bundle, I mean, I had a look about it, because EQ has gone on for 30 years, and that knowledge, and I love that it was founded by somebody, a couple that the guy was is a professor of math, so you have got all the maths in there done for you, and of course in the bundle you have the software, whether you have got Mac or Windows, that will work for you, and you also getting the lesson for beginners that Natasha refers to. That would be my 7th oopsie doopsie of the day, so that's kind of a lot. And then you have the lessons for beginners in here. Now, I was looking at, and software usually, you know, it comes in with a a kind of instructions manual, but having a lesson book printed out means that you will have lessons to learn how to use the software to its best ability. Now look at it, imported as scanned fabric, like Natasha was talking about. Imagine you have got maybe the beautiful gorgeous fabrics in here. Now Natasha, did you find the lessons booklet that, you know, like, did it bring you to the next level with the EQ8?
Yes, so I'm not a Mac user or anything like that. So for me, I need hand holding all the way through, and that's exactly what having the lesson for beginners does, because it takes you step by step through creating your own quilt. So by the time that you've gone through, I mean, you don't have to make the quilt, like at no point do you have to make any of these quilts, but it shows you how to recolor, how to add blocks in, change things around. It shows you how to do all of that perfectly, so that then when you do decide to come at it, you've already done it once, so that the fear isn't there because you've already done it. And you know, and also just little things. It's really well thought of. It's ring bound, so it sits flat on your desk. It's like it's those little things that go, yeah, you know what? They've really thought about this. Really thought about it. It's great.
It is amazing, and one of the things I was looking as well, like there is even a possibility. So if you have got a Cricut Maker or the Silhouette, there is a way of exporting designs and patchwork designs, or even applique designs, to a vector file, which then, if you know how to transform a vector file into a Silhouette or a Cricut Maker, that could be as well. And of course, that is even more advanced if you have got also I need to mention that that's for a Windows computer as well. I love also the website. There is a lot of tutorials, and even there is a way to export the designs for even Facebook, so then you can add, you know, people can use them on Facebook as well.
It is endless. Like I say, you know, we just scratched the surface here, and once you have logged on and you've put in your code to activate your software, they'll send you a tip of the day, which is great. So it's constantly giving you, like, come on, have you used it yet? Have you done this? So this isn't going to be one of those things that you buy and it sits in the cupboard for a couple of years. This is going to be something that you're going to get out. So today's tip of the day, you know, are you a new EQ user? Click help on the main menu bar, and with this quick start guide, it has a PDF lesson that is perfect for the new user. Print it out and work through it. So that, if you're brand new to it, it's giving you those tips straight away. But you don't need to do that because you'll have the book.
Yeah, and I love the fact that you are getting the workbook in here as well. Of course, you are getting the instructions as well. And now, how do we start? We get the book, the bundle, and how do we start?
So there will be a code, and it talks you through exactly. Normally, I hand these things over to my husband to install and download, and I thought, no, I can't do that this time. Like, this has to be me. So, because he is my IT department. So this time, but I followed the instructions step by step, and it absolutely held my hand what to put in to get to the website, what code to put in, and then, you know, press run or whatever it is, so that, and within 5 minutes you're up and you're running, and you'll get to a home screen like this.
Oh, that is very, yeah.
So this is where you get your tip of the day down here, and if you missed yesterday's, go back. Are you a visual learner or beginner? And it's just it's got all these little things that are just tempting you to try something, and then get started, learn product details, or if you need to contact them. Now, and then you've got here, you can design a quilt from scratch, start with a quick quilt project, so that's already kind of done for you. Open an existing project if you've already got part way through. If you want to if this feels too huge.
Yeah, because it's the full quilt.
Yeah, and you just want to work on creating a few blocks. Maybe you just want to do a cushion and you want a really fancy schmancy block, or you want to create a block that's going to be the front of a bag or something. You can just create one block. Or if you just want to search for all the patterns, it's got over 6,000.
6,000 patterns ready to go.
Yeah. Now, what would you pay for that? What would you pay for one quilt pattern, let alone the ability to customize And we're going to get into all of these. Exactly. Customise the size down to the borders, how many sashes you put in, which blocks you put in, what fabric you use. Have an idea. I mean, because I'm quite visual and I can imagine how a quilt is going to look, but until it's actually put together, it's always a slight surprise. But this doesn't need to be a surprise anymore because you can put those fabrics in, you can scan them, you can put them in yourself. Plus, it has a massive library of fabrics in there anyway. So if, like me, you like working with moded grunges and stuff like that, it's got the grunges there.
Ready to go.
Yeah. It's got Robert Kaufman, it's got all sorts of different suppliers, loads of Andover fabrics, it's got loads in there, already there, like your basics in there, that you can just go, oh yeah, no, I've got that, pop it in.
Absolutely.
And it gives you a shopping list at the end of it. You just love a fabric shopping list.
Oh,
come on.
And that's very useful because I have been kind of quilting a little bit last year and you know, started last year. And one of the things that frustrations is like you start kind of working on that and then you run out of fabric. So knowing exactly how much fabric we need to buy before we start sewing is very important. So
adjusting, if you only ever have a set amount of fabric and you don't think that you can get any more, adjusting your pattern so that you can use what fabric you have. Now, wouldn't that be a thing?
It would, and now it did sell out last time we had it in March, and of course, if you missed out then, now is your time to get it. Remember that you are getting the software, you are getting the instructions, you are getting, of course, the lessons for beginners in there, printed there, which is a perfect way. Now, at £232.98 is your price, but of course, we have got FlexiBuy, 3 payments, interest-free, of course, of £77.66. If you are a Freedom member, you don't pay P&P. If you are not, then of course the P&P is on the first installment. Now you have got a £10 saving. 818486 is your item number. Before we go into details, well, here we have got a video that shows us how it works.
Electric Quilt is the industry's go-to computer software for quilt designing. From professionals to the everyday quilter, it has all the right tools for every designer. This version is now faster and easier. Design your quilt more efficiently with the new time-saving features and updated user interface. Let EQ8 guide you through the design process so you can start sewing right away. Its friendly new look introduces large interface elements, creating the most intuitive version yet. If you've owned earlier versions of EQ, you'll be delighted and inspired with EQ8's new features. The ease in which you can upgrade, and of course our friendly support staff is always ready to assist you with whatever you need. EQ8 lets you see your finished quilt before you start selling. Choose any layout from traditional to modern to a completely custom design. Use any of the 6,700 plus blocks from the library. Or draw your own. EQ8 has full drawing capabilities for pieced or applique blocks. Add fabrics to make your quilt really come to life. See your fabric in your quilt before you even get the scissors out. Use the scaling, straightening and cropping tools to make sure your fabric looks as lifelike as possible. Or use any of the 6,000 plus fabrics built right into your library. When you're ready to sew, print the patterns in the sizes you need for your quilt, with or without seam allowance. Get estimates based on fabric width or fat quarters. EQ does all the maths for you. Turn your virtual quilt into a cherished treasure. Design your quilts in EQ8, the industry's leader in quilt design software.
That is fabulous. I was like, all that videos, like, I need this, I so need this.
I think you do. I think the minute that you start doing anything like a half square triangle or a quarter square triangle, trying to work out what sizes of things you need, you start getting into 7/8, you start getting into some pretty heavy maths. And if maths is not your forte, it can be really off-putting. And there are charts and things out there to convert and work it, and you know, but actually to have a piece of software that does all of that for you and means that there's no miscalculation for how much fabric you need is fantastic. And also it's not over-facing. So as we get into this, you have you only have a few options.
Okay.
Which is great for me. I really like that. You can go to your quilt work table, you can go to a block work table, or you can go to your image work table. You can start a new project. You can open a project that you've already got done. And if you haven't, you know, if these things aren't in use, they go grey. But otherwise, if you hover your cursor over it, it will tell you what it does. So that's view your project sketchbook. So maybe, you know, these are blocks or whatever that you've got through there. If you've got fabrics, colours that you want to use. So that's in your project sketchbook. And then you come down here
and even
to close.
photos.
Yeah. It's got all of that. And then this is where you would go to import, and you'd import your fabric, and then you resize it here so that it is scalable.
So we can even make sure that, for instance, if we have got those beautiful Odile prints, we could scan a piece of, say, 4x4 or 2, you know, and then
have it accurately scaled. And that's the thing, because I know that this has been something that people have struggled with before, and it does it in EQ8. I can't speak for the other ones, but is scaling your fabric so that a ditzy doesn't look like a massive print.
Which is important.
Absolutely.
Or vice versa. Kate has a beautiful floral.
Yeah,
you know.
absolutely. So let's design a quilt from scratch. Let's go there, shall we?
Yeah. Because that is like, for instance, when I started doing, I wanted to do a very simple quilt for my niece. And so I had the measurements for the bed, single bed. I got it completely wrong, how much fabric I needed.
So straight away in here, this is your new quilt.
Yeah.
And do you want to just do horizontal blocks?
Okay.
Do you want to do them on point?
Oh, this is fabulous.
Do you want to have variable points, baby blocks, variable blocks, horizontal strips? So maybe you just want to do a strip quilt with pre-cuts. That's absolutely fine too. Yeah.
Oh,
and you know, there are
Can we start simple? Can we start with a traditional kind of square blocks?
Right. So we're going to go. Yeah, we're going to start with horizontal. Now, there's a few things here to start looking at. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. So this is 16 blocks here with sashing. All right. Down here, it's telling me my finished quilt size.
Right.
Okay, so that's how it's going to be, 38 inches by 38 inches. Okay, that's my finished size, which, is it just cropped it off the screen? Okay, so down the bottom of the screen, it tells you that. So if I go into my next bit, it says layout. Okay, so this is a horizontal layout. That's great, that's what I've chosen.
Right.
Now, this is the quilt's centre.
Right.
Now, what we mean by that is the blocks. So we're not looking at the sashing. We have not included the sashing. It's just how big, if we keep these blocks, how big will that quilt be?
Right.
Okay, so your niece,
whatever
size it needed to be. And then how big do I want it? Do I want to add in an extra vertically? Do I want to add in an extra horizontally? How big do I actually want this to be? Do I want to keep the width and height equal? When I vary, you know, there's all of this, and you can see up here by adding in that extra block, I've changed the center layout size. Down here, this is giving me my finished quilt size once I've added in the sashing. Okay. And again, you can change the finished size of your sashing. So if you want to, if you're looking down here because you've been given the measurements, you know, this is a regular thing that we get asked. How big is a
absolutely all the time, is
a quilt? Like, how big would you do for a baby? Well, cots vary in size.
Exactly.
Babies' beds vary in size. So the best thing is to measure it, and then you know. And also, some people want drape over the sides of their beds, other people don't. And often if you're looking at other software, other books and things like that, you know, bed sizes in the States, and bear in mind, a lot comes from the States or the continents, are going to be bigger. It's not, bed sizing isn't one size fits all. So what this does is gives you the actual measurements, which I would just rather work with, because then I know what I know. And if you want to, here you can keep your width and height equal again, and you can increase the width if you want, or increase the height. But that's if you want to keep it exactly as is, right? But if you want to have a play with the borders,
I see.
like, you don't have to just have one boring bit of sashing around there. No. Because look, I can mitre them. I can increase their size. I can have a centre block, and then I can do something fabulous there. But if I want to do something fabulous on those cornerstones, I'm going to want it bigger, right?
So we can design even a block for the corners, for the sashes. That is incredible.
Yeah. Yes. So,
and of course we could scan the fabric.
Look. So as you can see, you can see down here the finished size of the quilt. As I increase the sashing size, you can see. So if you wanted to end up with a 50 by 50 inch quilt, that's the size your sashing is going to need to be.
Yeah. So, and also, can I say how intuitive, how simple, like I'd never seen this software in action before, and I already know where I will go to do, like, it's nothing like, oh, you have to click in the menu and then change these, and then you have to change the units. It's all very user-friendly, isn't it?
Yeah. Which is why it's me doing the show. If this was difficult in any way, it wouldn't be me. Yeah. It wouldn't be me. So as much as I'm the last person that would ever do a technology show, I'm kind of the best person to do it, because I'm not very good at technology. And I hold my hands up to that. My 7-year-old is better than I am, and I'm comfortable with that. That's fine. So don't worry, is what I'm saying. It's very, very easy. Now, if you want to do diamonds around that border, fabulous. You know, maybe you want to do, you can change and look at all of the different options that are coming through. How fancy do you want this border to be? So many options. I love that one.
And of course, we have, if you go for the bundle, you are getting the lessons for beginners. So I would imagine that you are getting some of that sort of help as well with it. The instructions, here it is, the first page about the sasha, and there we have it. There we can see it. You can see there it is. You can see that the edge is in here as well, and how to border options in there, the border sizes. And it's great, like you were saying, having the lesson for beginners included in this bundle. I was saying, for instance, I have got a very expensive software for designing, when I design dies and design other stuff. Now, that doesn't come with any instruction manual. You have to pay extra. And I'm talking, already the software is around £1,000. And then on top of that, you have got the lessons. I know. But
I would want my own personal tutor. They're going to need to be there holding my hand as I go through it.
I mean, I haven't paid for that for the instruction, the lessons, but that's how much sometimes of these kind of places, and having a lesson for beginners, so you can refer back every time. I think it adds so much value.
You've always got it there, because, life happens too. And if I were to buy a piece of software and be expected to remember everything, it's not going to work for me. But I've always got my manual to come back to, and any time that I need to refresh on what things mean, I can. It's got it in that software as well. So if I want to do something like this, and I'm looking and going, actually those diamonds, they're a bit flat.
Yeah.
Might be a bit tricky to sew.
Yeah.
That's okay, because look, the minute that I change this.
And then you can change the proportions to become...
It's changing it all.
At an angle.
I've changed the size of my quilt, and that's okay. it's up to you how you want to do it. But then I might also, you know, want to add in another border as well, and that's okay as well. I might want to delete that.
And that's just the borders.
Yeah, there you go. So then that's nice. I like that because then that frames it, and then that gives me something interesting to play with around there.
It is incredible. I love the idea that, well, we know that professional quilt designers use this software. It's a software company that has gone on for 30 years. A university teacher kind of developed that with. I just think that it's just incredible because it combines love of quilting.
You get his brain.
Yeah.
I mean, who wouldn't want a maths teacher professor's brain? I mean, thank you very much. Yeah, very much. But without having to pay for that education, it's in here. It's already in here. It's great. Right, so the next one. So you work your way methodically along this ribbon top up here.
Right.
Okay, so we've done the new quilt, we've done the layout, we've now selected our border. We're now going to design it.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's where we're at. And again, like you said, at any point you can have a little look and see what it is that you're playing with. So paintbrush here, if I click on paintbrush, that is going to give me different colors if I want to do that. But actually, if I look up here, I've skipped a step. I haven't put my blocks in.
Yeah.
So let's actually design it, because unless I'm just going to do that as squares of fabric, that's fine if that's what you want to do, but how much better to actually put in some blocks and put in some interest.
Yeah.
So I'm going to select my block. Now I've got some big squares up here.
All right.
And I'd really like them to be intricate. Like you've got a possibility here to make these, because this is a wide border now. Like we've gone for a wide border. So let's have a look. These are my blocks down here. So we can move through those. We can slide our way through them and highlight them that way. We can have, you know, just a couple on the screen, you know, if we don't want to get overwhelmed. So we can change how many we look at one go. If I can't find the block I want, it's okay, because I just go into my library. Okay, and then what am I looking for? This is my antique mosaic there. And again, I've got 27 pages of these.
27 pages?
Oh, no, 27 is there.
Yeah.
And then if I want to just go down, if I want to do a piqué, if I want to do baskets, if I want to do that kind of stuff, I've got that. Chains. Chains move your eye around a quilt.
Look at
as soon as you put, well, you'll know this, your father's an artist. As soon as you put anything on a diagonal, you get movement.
Yes.
You look at seascapes, the ships are never up. They're never straight, are they? They're always
but
on
the horizon always is.
The horizon always is,
or
yes.
should be.
But the ships will be at an angle if they're in, because that gives you your movement. So if you want your eye to travel around your quilt, put a chain in. Because this diagonal is going to lead your eye through the quilt.
To tell a story. Yeah.
It's going to tell a story. Now, if I want to add this, I can then highlight the one I want, or select them all and add them into my sketchbook. So if I've chosen one that I particularly like.
And the colours that you have got here are just an indication, right? We can change the colours.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. I mean, here you've got a basic log cabin. You've and also it tells you this is your double wedding ring. Double wedding rings are beautiful, and you will be able to print out the templates for these as well.
So then we can design it, print it out, and then take it with us to when we are cut it. Look.
I know!
Oh, you look at those! And you know what I think is amazing, it's like, this is not just if you are designing your own blocks, this is also if you just want to create your own quilts with blocks that already exist and using the fabric you have.
I know, and aren't these stunning? Aren't they just beautiful? Now, these, depending on how big you do them, you know, you might want to foundation paper piece these, so it might be, I want one of these for the corners of my quilt, right? Let's pretend that I'm really advanced.
Well, you know, that you are. So you know.
No, we discussed. I like simple, and you know, my skills had to catch up with my knowledge.
Yeah.
So foundation paper piecing is a great way to do it. So let's pick this one and add it to my sketchbook. So that's your compasses. Diamonds in a square, great. Dresden fan,
Dresden
fabulous. I mean, it might be. Well, let's see, how many of those have we got? Yeah,
Wow.
so you've got all of those options there. I mean, we can have a play, right? Because it might be that that's going to look gorgeous in my corner instead. They've got them as blades, you've got them as petals if you want to do florals. I mean, yeah.
There is.
It's pretty stunning.
It is.
And then you've got your drunkard's path. Fabulous. So your drunkard's path brings you some circles in there. But you know, if you don't like that, then you can design your own.
Exactly.
You've got all sorts here. These are all in here for you to play with.
Love that.
Right?
Yep.
I mean, they're just... Oh, you see, this is the trouble. Every time I look through, I'm like, that. I love that. Gonna add that into my library. Feathered star. Oh, they're a bit good too. Look at that. 5 and 6 pointed stars. I mean, it
keeps on going.
It just keeps on going. You see, now, who were we talking to this morning? Andy, about his girlfriend is getting sewing, and his mum wanted some Maltese crosses because she's from Malta.
Of course, yeah.
There you go. Instantly, you've got a whole selection. She could do her an entire quilt of different Maltese crosses.
Wow. So you could do that. I mean, I love the idea that it allows you to create your own blocks, but then you can just go away, you know, back to basics if you wanted. Also, what I love about it, I was thinking is, I remember my a friend of mine, she's Canadian, and she has got like beautiful quilts that her grandmother did for her, obviously without abandon. And now if you want, like for instance, if I wanted to replicate that, I could take a picture and then try to figure out how it was, and then do it in brand new colors. Maybe, you know, that's just.
And there's a thing about, for me, a quilt, you are creating an heirloom. So if you already have an heirloom, what a lovely way to recreate it and breathe fresh fabrics, fresh air. Or also, if that person passes and you want to make it as a memory quilt for each grandchild or something like that. So they have a version of grandma's quilts, but in the colours to suit their home. What a gorgeous reminder.
And I was thinking as well, so for instance, that big quilt, it was a special, well, she had 3, I think, and one of them had been hand stitched, and it was amazing. But of course, it was an heirloom, like you're saying. Now, she could replicate it equally, or she maybe can make it smaller or bigger, as the case may be.
Entirely to suit. Entirely to suit. You know, if you know the space it's going in, or the bed it's going on, or the wall that it's going on, fabulous. Fabulous, you know, do that. I mean, and here you've got pictures as well. So if you wanted to do one completely of butterflies, just in plain fabrics, you can do that. If you want to do a quilt for a wedding or something like that, you could do a church. You know, all of these things, or a christening or anything like that, you can do. I mean, I'm thinking, looking at these, that why don't you do an Andy Warhol? Style of butterflies. Just do the whole quilt. Each block is a different colour of butterfly.
Oh, that would be cool.
Right, but yeah, it's simple but effective, right? And easy to do. And we're only just
a rainbow of kaleidoscope. Well, by the way, if you are thinking about, well, yeah, that's great, but I just would like something printed and with, kind of inspiration, we have got the Encyclopedia of Piece Quilt Patterns, including, of course, a full alphabet. Imagine that, having that, all that knowledge. Of course, Natasha, can you talk us a little bit through what we are going to see? For instance, the Sashan blog, and of course, do we require the software with this, the encyclopedia, or can we use it as a standalone?
No, so the encyclopedia is there for, so you might be someone who is a visual learner and actually having to look through different parts of a computer program might not be for you, in which case why not get your inspiration from there. Or maybe you like to reduce your screen time and do your research with a book.
Yeah, love that.
It's like a proper coffee table book. It's really lovely, really lovely.
It is a coffee table book, and the sort of things that you can look at that.
But it's giving you great ideas. So a lot of people get in their own way and go, but I don't have the ideas. I can't do, you know, I hear this a lot. I don't have the imagination. Well, who says you can't?
Yeah.
Because you can just play until you find something that is pleasing. And it only need be pleasing to you. And that's the other thing. It only needs to be pleasing to you. If you are the one making it, it only needs to be to the level that you are comfortable doing and the colours that you love, the size that's going to suit your home.
I mean, look at that. I was just thinking, like sitting in your home, it's like, you know, I like a little bit of more geometrics and patterns that are striking and things like that. There are lots of those ones in here, completely innovative. And also, kind of, you were saying, you know, a coffee table book. This is going to be something that you kind of look at it, you make some marks, and then you take to your EQ8 software, and then you do even more onto it. Look at that. I mean, it's just completely, look, even flags in here, I can see the Moroccan flag as well. Snowflakes, so many patterns, and of course with this you have got all the amazing things. The pattern got, oh, look at that, all that in there. That is the encyclopedia.
So this is a beautiful thing. It might be that you're undecided about whether or not to get the EQ8, but if you get that and you have an encyclopedia of all the blocks, your next step, if you want to create a block, is to then work out your fabric measurements and design it. And that is fabulous for research and everything else. But then use it in conjunction with your EQ8, because then that's going to tell you how much fabric you can recolor it, you can redesign it.
And this is the thing, of course, like for instance, I see this pattern, and this I love, kind of, it has got a kind of a tribal sort of nature to it. So for instance, I'm thinking maybe, you know, maybe more reds, but maybe a little bit of yellow, maybe, I don't know what sort of, or blues and teals. I don't know if that will look good, but of course on EQ8, the software, I could bring
I've got something to show you with the colouring. Remind me when we get to the colouring, because there's going to be something that you are going to love.
And look at that. Well, I just say Mount Fuji, but it could be any other mountain in here. But of course, you can then see here as well. They are gorgeous, absolutely. The ice cream. I mean, you have got so many options in there. And of course, this is the Encyclopedia of Peace Quilting Pattern. Look at that. It's a proper solid book in here. It will look nice on a coffee table. £44.99 is your price. But of course, you have flexi buy, 2 payments of £22.50. Oh, of course.
It's also, gentlemen, if your wife is a quilter and you struggle to think of gifts to get her,
that's true. That would be a really lovely, a lovely present. Now, of course, if you are buying it with the EQ8 software, that has got a 3 flexi payment options. So you could spread the cost into 3 payments if you wanted, or on its own 2 payments. 337220 is your item number. Back to you, Natasha, and the EQ8 software.
Okay, so we've got a few little options here, and we're just going to have a little play. So set block is how I'm going to put blocks onto here. So I need to select one. Now, what did I say I wanted? A compass or something, didn't I? Well, let's try my compass in each corner.
Oh, that's easy. Okay. Drag and select and drop.
And click. Yeah, you're just clicking it into each bit. So super, super easy. What I just want to do very quickly is actually put a dark border into my sashing. You know, I've got like an inner sashing, just so that I can just start to separate things out for me visually. If you go wrong,
go back.
It's okay.
Easy.
You know? So I've already got sort of different sections that I'm going with. So I'm going to go back to my block tools. Now, this is what we call a pickle dish.
Oh, a pickle dish.
And,
I like a pickle.
Yeah, and they're so much fun. But if you want to use them, I mean, then, you know, it's like, well, how do I do it? Do I do them as a chain? Well, you can. So say you wanted to do a chain. Exactly. So what I could do...
Oh!
is...
Oh, I like that.
So actually...
You're creating another... No.
I've got, and it might be that I go, well, actually, I quite like this. So what happens if I actually put my pickle dish in each corner now?
Okay, yeah.
And then we can get rid of that, and that. I can rotate them around.
Yeah.
So that actually what I suddenly get is something quite beautiful. And then what would I do in the middle? And if that's the case, then do I still want these in the corner, or do I want a fan?
Or dresden plate, yeah.
You know, and have that in each corner. In which case, you know, I would rotate that around and have it so that...
And you have as well the flip, so that kind of mirrors the image as well.
Absolutely, absolutely. So all of those things can be done. And then if we find some other ones, maybe maybe I'm going to put that then in the middle. Maybe I want to do some of these.
What? Is that flying geese?
Yeah, it's that kind of thing, isn't it? But let's rotate these so that they go
that way and that way.
You know, out there. Do I want them all going outwards? Well, yeah, maybe I do.
But that gives you the possibility to design. Look at that.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. And then if I want to maybe just do these as like a harlequin-y type thing, then I can choose my fabric. So I've got through here lots of different fabrics to choose from. And if I want to take a closer look, this one's quite interesting. If I want to take a closer look at this, I'm going to click on this little button here.
Right.
And I've suddenly got a fabric preview, so I can audition that fabric and go...
Audition?
I know, right? I audition fabrics all the time. Like, is that going to look good? And if it does, then where do I actually want that to go? Do I want to pop that through there like that?
Yeah. So aside from all that, do they have any other manufacturer of fabrics, or it just...
So if I go into my library here, then... Hang on, what have I got? Equate libraries, my favourite...
And once that you scan a picture, could you save it so then you create your own library?
Yeah, absolutely. So you can. So if you've got your own favourite fabrics, you can import them. If you come down here, you can import them in.
And save it all.
Yeah, and you can do that just from your image files or from a project or whatever you want to do. So with you, if you want to go and have a look at the colours, you've got manufacturing basics and themes that you can have a look at. So in here you've got all of your Andover dimples, you've got your art gallery fabrics in there. So it's not even like they're just from one manufacturer. You've got your cotton and steel basics, your Hoffman, you've got your Island Batiks, your Macawas, your Marcus Brothers, Michael Miller, your Moda Bella Solids, which we had on the show today, your Moda Dotty, your Moda Essential Dots, your Grunge. You've got so many, over 6,000 odd different ones that you've got in here. You've got Robert Kaufman for his Kona cottons. You know, you've got your Wyndham Basics. You've got so much in there, so much in there. So maybe I bought some Bella Solids off the show today, and I then want to pick the ones that I bought off the show at 7 or whatever o'clock this morning, and then I would just highlight whichever ones, you know, and then add it to my sketchbook.
No, we have got it, like the director just said, and it's a good idea. If you have, for instance, well, as one day I will finish the quilt for my niece, right? So she's very particular about what colors they go into and the design. So I could kind of design it then print or like kind of export it as a JPEG, because you have got that ability to it, and then send it to her so she can approve it before I do it.
Of course you can, yeah.
That is amazing, and of course I could do. And not only that, then she can go back and it's like, well, I don't like that pink, so because I have used a model solid, so I can change it to maybe a darker tone, or maybe bring in the grunge.
Yeah, absolutely. Or if you just want to design, I mean, this is designing using fabrics. But there's no reason that you can't design just using colours. So if you want to just give an idea of colour, then, you know, you can, or a mixture of the two. So if you've got some pattern fabrics, oh yeah, I've just frozen, there we go. If I've got some pattern fabrics.
Look at those reds. Oh, okay.
You know, then I can go through, you know, maybe I like that and I might want to pop that down the edges there. But here's the other thing, and this is it, because I hear this from people so often. I'm not good with colour. Like, how often do people say that? I'm not good with colour, I don't understand colour. And at the moment, we're just putting different colours in, not because we necessarily like the colour, but just for the sake of putting colours in to get an idea. Now, it might be that, you know, I'm going to use that navy and carry that through. But if I want to get ideas and inspiration, there's this. I love this. It's called Randomize.
Oh, Randomizer. So then suddenly random colours, and then I'm suddenly so
yeah, so for those of you that go, I'm not good with colour, it's okay, because and just
now it looks up at. Oh, wow.
Right, so the different colours that you use are going to massively impact your quilt.
Oh, look at that. I love that grey. And see now, for instance, I love this colour. Oh, this one. This looks... Oh,
but doesn't that look different? I mean, that's a completely different quilt to the one that we were looking at. So this is why I say you can do the same quilt so many different ways, and it's just going to randomise them and bring them through in a different way. I mean, that looks very theatrical all of a sudden.
It does. So, for instance, we decide on this one particular. What do we do next then?
Okay, so if we do that, let's have a look at the borders. Are we happy with our borders? So you can change the border style if you want to. But if we're happy, then that's great. You and if you want to, you know, change any of those, then that's absolutely fine. Photo tools, if you want to bring in photos.
So if we can print on fabric, so we could even bring...
Well, it's that, but there's also the possibility, because if you go into your image work table up here, then you can import an image.
Right.
And you can actually recreate that image in quilt blocks.
Right, so for instance, so if we had...
I'm just going to let that one drop and settle.
So if you want, you know what I was thinking for a wedding, you mentioned a wedding, right? So it would be really nice to have the profile of the bride and the groom, or the groom and groom, and then you could do like a quilt.
Perfect.
That would be so cool.
Beautiful.
To do like a silhouette in there, and then do it. I think that's super cool. It's super cool. This.
Yeah. Exactly, all of that, all of that. Now, here's the other thing. I mean, so if you wanted to create your own block, say out of all of those thousands and thousands and thousands of blocks, there isn't a block in there that you want.
You can actually draw it.
You can draw it. You know, so let's start with a new block. And so you've got Easy Draw or Poly Draw. So if anybody's used to using CAD, then Poly Draw is a bit like CAD.
Yeah.
Easy Draw is for the likes of me.
Well,
now basically quilting is a series of lines. It's either squares, rectangles, triangles, the odd curve, right? So if I wanted to create an arc, then I can do that, and it will click it into place.
Easy.
Yeah. So I could create my own cathedral window to the size that I want.
And it's easy. We don't have to think, because, like I said, I have got a very kind of, you know, a program that is really standard, industry standard for designing things. And I kind of started trying to design my own elements. And of course, one of the problems is that designing something for paper is very different for fabric. This takes account of the seam allowances.
Yeah.
So
all of that. So
we'll-
there we go. So that's our block made.
Yeah.
You can then save it and then insert it into your work wherever you want it to do. But let's go back to our work table. So we've created this.
Yeah.
Okay. You can go over here to thread tools so that you can add in whatever thread and the properties and the weight and the color so that you can start to see what that would look like. And then you get up here to your print and export. Okay, now here you have a choice. So this is your quilt here. If you want to, and that will print out what it is that you're doing. Yardage.
This is what I'm really interested in.
Yeah,
because,
yeah.
Okay.
So here you're going to put in your width of your fabric.
Whether it's 44 inches,
or 56, or whatever your width of your fabric, or if you're only working with fat quarters, then it's going to tell you how many fat quarters, because that's different again.
Because a lot of the times we just buy individual fat quarters, or bundles that they are fat
Now,
quarters.
there are some people that want to work with a wider seam allowance than your 1/4 inch.
Right.
So when dressmakers come across
Yeah.
to quilting, they find it often quite inhibiting
Is
because
it
they're used to a
7/8?
centimetre and a half seam allowance. So to then go to a 1/4 inch, it feels like, whoa, I'm going to run out of seam. So if you are someone that's going, actually, I really want to have a go, but I've only done dressmaking, give yourself a wider seam. Like, just do that, and that's fine.
I
That's
love the
absolutely
idea
fine.
that, because that's the other thing, like fat quarters, we have got the stashes of fat quarters, you know, even so a beginner like me, we do have lots of it, and then we can use it because we know that it will fit in, we'll have enough. So then where we have done that, then of course it prints out all these. Preview. Okay. Oh, let's have a look at preview. Okay, so of course all that is part of the EQ8, of course the amazing EQ8 software. I love the fact that it allows you to design and plan it. There's nothing worse than seeing something and kind of thinking, oh, I'm going to design it, or I'm going to kind of create it, and then not knowing how to. It's very intuitive, their software. So whether you have got a Windows or Mac, this will work for you. You have got the quick guide, and also you have, of course, the lessons for beginners as well. Now, it will be dispatched from the 10th of June. So you will have all this to look forward in. You will have the code, so then you get it in at home, and of course, then you put the code in. Now, we have had a question from Diana. If you have got more questions, of course, studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, Diana has missed the first part of the demo, and her question is if she can design a foundation paper piece blocks.
She's joined at just the right time then, because here's the thing, right? So we're just about to, if we just finish off this, we'll go on to that in a minute.
Okay.
So this is your yardage estimates, okay? We've said we want to do fat quarters only, and then we can preview it.
By the way, Natasha, we have got about 6 minutes left.
Okay. So this gives us all the different fabrics, all the amount that we need. We print it off, we go to the shop, we're happy, we buy our fabric. But maybe we go, well, actually, do you know what? I do have, I can use that. So I can use my 44 to 45 inch. That's your standard quilting width. But then 108 inches, that's your backing fabric. That's your super wide backing fabric, which we often have on the show. So if you've got some of that left over, pop that in. Like, it's got it all in there. So let's just say that we're going to work with 1/2 meters. And that's going to tell me how much I use. So it will recalculate what I want if I'm buying off the bolt. It's super, super clever. Now, let's just close that down. Per block, I can click on a block. It's going to tell me the height, the width, and then it will give me that block.
Yeah.
Okay. But here's the thing. We asked about foundation paper piecing. I can create any of those blocks into a foundation paper pieced thing. So
you will give me the template for the paper.
Yeah. So when we were back in design, so you know the layout, sorry. No, it was design that I wanted. Here we go. And I wanted to put in my blocks, and I said I really wanted to do one of these, yeah?
Right, yeah.
And I said they were quite complicated.
Yes, they look very complicated.
So when I get to here, what I can do is click on that. I can make it into a foundation paper pieced block, which will give me the accuracy and make absolutely. So you can mix and match. So then I can print off 4 of those.
Yeah.
And it's going to print it off to that size.
Yeah.
Which means that I can foundation paper piece each of those blocks. Then I've got those 4 blocks to then put into my quilt.
That is incredible, because I was thinking...
It's phenomenal.
It is phenomenal. Now, also, I was thinking, even if you wanted to print, if you have got, printers that will take calico, or like, Makey Joe as well, that he shows us always how to print it. Now, then you can then build your quilt, like a quilt as you go, because you could print it, the template, then do it onto it. Oh, I think there's so many possibilities,
and if
different
you
techniques as well.
Unsure on where to start your cutting, that's the other thing I hear so often. I'm afraid to cut. Right. Okay, so let's have a look, say, at this block here.
Yeah.
Go to the rotary cutting. What do I need? There's my width of my seam allowance. This is how I cut it most effectively.
That is absolute genius.
Absolutely. Nothing is left, and it even tells you which colour to do what with. So this is going to make sure that you are cutting your fabric effectively to then get the minimum yardage
out of it, which means it saves you money.
Yeah,
it makes you save money into your fabric.
Saves you money, saves you time, saves you frustration, saves you all of that kind of thing, and you can do it bit by bit. So if you want to just do that as a foundation paper piece bit and work on 4 of those over the course of a week, then do. People often don't do a pickle dish because it's quite a complex little block, but actually there's no reason why, instead of working, because these would all be biased triangles, it's not everyone's cup of tea. But if you foundation paper piece it, suddenly it's easy.
That is, I love the idea that you basically not only is giving you the ability to design everything, it teaches you 2 different techniques if you wanted to. It saves you money because you are cutting the fabric much more efficiently. I love the idea as well of, having the lessons printed out here step by step, so you can go through the layers as well. Love the way that you can scan pictures of your own fabric and make sure that the scale is perfect. I love that you have got the Moda solids in there, so you know exactly which fabrics to go for.
And so many more. So many more. It's a phenomenal piece of kit. I was absolutely blown away by it. Like I say, I am not someone that does technology easily, but this has made it easy for me, and I absolutely love it. Well, and I have never seen a quilt like that anywhere.
No, absolutely not. And of course you could then imagine that. I mean, you can design it with somebody else as well. It could be like kind of a group thing.
Collaboration, absolutely.
You know what, Natasha, we are getting to the end of this show. We have got just a minute to go. However, I think it feels that this is a kind of a show. We needed like a full weekend to explore all the possibilities.
And then even longer to make them all.
And of course, now if somebody is on the fence about buying, it's like, oh, it's really great, but I'm a beginner, I'm a technophobe, I'm not sure, what would you say to them?
Well, I would say, technophobe, again, if I can do it, you can do it. It's as easy as that. I'm the person that always gives it to my husband to do, or my 7-year-old. He actually knows more than I do about computers, so that's absolutely fine. Get it. If you are a beginner who has been put off because when you've bought quilt patterns, they've been too difficult for you, well then create one that isn't.
Yeah. Absolutely. So simplicity or a very, very extraordinary advance. Thank you so much, Natasha.
Pleasure.
We'll see you in a couple of weeks or next week. Or, of course, check out your baskets and stay tuned here at the craft store. This is amazing software. Get it now and check out your baskets. Joe Shannon is back with 13 Arts and Mixed Media with Hayley, then a 3 Clever Prints with Emma Blake and the Boho Girls, and then a 4 Dolly Dimples One Day Special.
Hi, I'm Pat.
And Mark.
From Totally Patched. Most of the kits we produce we design ourselves. The design process is usually inspired by the fabric itself. We only use great quality fabrics, 100% cottons.
So, whether you're a beginner or an experienced sewer or quilter, we hope we've got something for all of you.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, my name's Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp, and how did I get here? Well, when my children, Grace and Mark, were born, I left the corporate world and I took up crafting full time. If you like my style and you like what I do, then please join me, Barbara Gray.
Hello, my name's Kay from Indigo Blue, and together with my husband Alfie, we design and manufacture our own in-house red rubber stamps. We also have our own range of paints, lushes and stencils. We're so proud that we've now got a reputation for such high quality products and the detail that we can manage to get in our stamps. I've got loads of fantastic ideas buzzing around in my head, so I can't wait to get those filtered into our products and out to you at home. So grab a cup of tea, join me and the team from Indigo Blue.
Well, hello there and welcome back. Oh my goodness, I am so pleased to be spending this lovely hour with our fabulous Jo, who I will introduce you to, let's try again, in just a few moments. She was here earlier on though, again with 13 Arts, and it was an incredibly busy hour. So my advice to you is if you see anything you like the look of, pop it in your basket, check your baskets out, or alternatively jump ahead and have a little look. Because Jo, you had loads of sellouts in the last hour.
I know, and it was everything that I need to use, so it's a problem. No, it's never a problem, because obviously 13 Arts has just so much.
Well, this is it.
So much.
So many beautiful things. So
yeah,
that's the key thing,
yeah,
isn't it?
absolutely. So, you know, my love for 13 Arts is enormous, so yeah.
Beautiful. But of course, it's all well and good having lovely, pretty things to work with, but you need some of the fundamentals, don't you? You need it all to stick together, or you need to get those layers, that interest. And we've got a perfect set. Now, these three, very popular earlier on, but tell me about these, because I don't think I've seen these before.
Right, okay, so yes, they were very popular, and I'm not surprised, because 13 Arts mediums have got a very, very good reputation for basically being top quality but affordable. Now, these are a really good little size, because sometimes you see the gel medium coming in a lot bigger.
Yes.
But if you haven't used it before, perfect size to have a go with, and also take out and about, because we'll soon be able to do that.
That's true. Well, this is it. And also a case that sometimes you don't have a dedicated area to
No,
craft
you don't.
in, so
No, we can't always think that we're like, I don't know about...
at the moment, I haven't got a dedicated area, so everything has to come with me to the kitchen and back out again.
Yeah, so exactly. So it would be really good to have a size, to have it in a little caddy. Now, so you've got the gel medium. So the gel medium is we can use it for lots of different things.
Okay.
We will be using it in the demonstrations. It's actually a translucent, thick, very thick glue, basically.
Okay, right. So like three-dimensional stuff.
Yeah, it creates dimension, but you can also use it to actually add your powders into them. And I know we haven't got colour glows on the show on this show. We had them this morning,
Some people may have got those
they
earlier,
definitely will
yeah.
have. So we'll actually be just putting a little bit of that in, show you how you can actually
Lovely.
use that. Now the modelling paste, the modelling paste isn't something that we have on a regular basis, not as much as the gel medium.
Okay.
But it is a tremendously good, thick. Dimensional paste, yes. And
so when you do things like your
yeah,
stencils,
exactly.
right, okay.
So look at this is what's been used. Look at the clarity of how
crisp,
those stencils.
yeah.
Yes, the stencils are extremely good quality. So that always is the first point of call when stenciling. But then the second is the medium that you're putting through to make sure that it is the right consistency
Lovely
for
smooth
what
finish.
you want, and it
Like
really
that.
does give it a super
Beautiful.
finish. So the thing is with this one as well, if you wanted to put a coat of something or wash over it, but then sand it back slightly to give it a little bit more dimension and interest, you can with that as well.
Wonderful. What about this?
Now
one, for
this is
goodness?
a very interesting little bit of kit.
Okay.
Now, it does go with the colour glows.
Right.
Unfortunately, we have sold out. We have tried to get some more, but there was just a no-go.
Okay.
Hopefully, when we bring 13 Arts to you in 2 months, then there'll be some more.
Okay.
So basically, what this is, it's a liquid acrylic medium, but it isn't just for the 13 Arts colour glows. Basically, you can use this to make any powdered metallic powder watercolour into a fixed paint.
So it's
it's
like
a
an
permanent
acrylic paint base kind of idea. So you can make your own colours and make your own variations. Oh, okay.
Yes. So also powder paint, you know, I know we don't see it very often, but anything like that, you can actually use this in to then make it a permanent fixture.
Because that's the thing,
So,
it might be a powder that you add water to, which is all well and good, but then when you start spritzing it, it can move.
Exactly.
So, okay.
Yeah, so so obviously you can use this on all surfaces, you name it, you can use it on it. Plastic, obviously your canvases, I mean vinyls, I've used it on records.
Oh, wow.
Because that's actually, I know I've got paper on that as well,
Okay,
but I've
that's
actually
interesting.
used
Have a
it on
look.
vinyls as well. You know, just it creates that the liquid. So the liquid and the powder together obviously creates that your own paint then, basically.
Love it. Absolutely
the
amazing.
other thing is, whilst I've been dabbling around, because you know what we're all like, you know, we
Have a
try
play.
different things, don't we? And I've actually used it as a little bit of a varnish.
Okay.
Now, I'm not saying it is a varnish, I'm just saying it will give you an appearance of a sheen on something.
Like that idea. So experiment with it as well.
Definitely. Oh,
Love it.
yeah, absolutely. It can't do any harm.
Sometimes it's nice to have those kind of bases, isn't it, that you can add your colour, add your interest to and experiment with, and I think that's a brilliant price bundle that
and
you've
it's
got there.
water-based.
Easy to,
They're all
absolutely
water-based
easy to clean
products,
up
so your
then.
brushes are brilliant with
Love
them.
it. There you go. Now, if you fancy getting hold of these, you will have noticed extended delivery on your screen there. It's just a precautionary measure, is it? Did you say?
Yes.
Oh, I've never come across that with an extended delivery.
A precautionary measure.
Okay.
It's because the delivery was stuck in customs.
Right.
and it
So-
genuinely was.
got you. So,
but it actually, that was just yesterday. And because
There
Laura...
may have been movement today then.
Yes. Oh dear, all sorts of things came to mind then. But basically, it was a precautionary measure yesterday to make sure that
Right.
everything was in hand.
Fair enough.
Because as you know, the 13 Arts are actually distributed in the UK from
true.
That's Crafty.
That's true.
And you know, Laura really holds
She
onto
prides
the
herself.
fact
I know.
she
I remember
does
you saying about the orders go
very,
out in the
very
order
much
that they
so.
come in and things like that.
Yeah.
One thing I forgot to mention with regards to this bundle, once it's gone, it's gone. And I must
Yes.
admit, with regards to That's Crafty, I bought one of their little kind of well, they're not mini pots, they're good sizes like these, to try different products. And
Yeah.
they're a brilliant
Yeah,
way of trying
fantastic.
different products before you go for the larger pots. So if you want to try this one out, £18.97, very affordable. And of course, you can go on and buy larger ones as time goes on, but over half the stock has gone. So 861-746. If you want to get hold of the other half of the stock, then you need to get in there involved quickly, don't you? So there you go. If you fancy those, the details are there on your screen. But we've been busy for some brand new selections that we've got for you from 13 Arts. Now, this is an ephemera bundle. where half the stock has gone again. It's kind of a popular half the stock, isn't it?
Yes.
Everything. Now, with this one, we've got, and you'll see these coming up in various forms in a little moment, but with these, you've got ephemera from all of the brand new ranges. I love these.
Yeah, I do too. Now, don't let, don't think, oh, they're stickers, they're this, they're that, and they're just easy crafting. Actually, no, don't think of them like that, because they are additional elements to your pieces. So all you need to do is look at some of these fantastic things. I mean, like for instance, just bringing that record again into play. The record actually on the front, that is one of the ephemera pieces.
I did it again, upside down again.
Well,
50-50 chance
actually, I think
times.
Mr. Handsome is as well on that piece. There's just so basically you've got all four lots for all 4 sets, all collections, but they're just amazing. They really are.
Beautiful.
And also they're great card toppers as well. If you just want a nice quick.
They have been busy. Sorry, Jo, jumping in there just to let people know we're down to single figures with regards to these. So if you've gone for any of the paper packs earlier on, which I'll tell you about, then you really only have this opportunity to get hold of them. You can get all 4 packs of those, and whether you have only gone for one of those collections, because where you see the names In Love, Mr. Handsome, Spring Pastel and Young and Free, those are the 4 different collections I'm going to be introducing you to in a moment. So if you like the look of these, there are going to be papers, there are going to be stencils that support these, but because we've only got single figures of these, and this is the only way you can get hold of them, get involved quickly. Get them into your baskets, because if we go and look at the papers and you think, oh, I'm actually going to go for that ephemera now, you might be too late. We've got less than 2 handfuls of them, fair enough, single figures with regards to those. So if you're wanting them, get them in your baskets, and I will show you the papers in the next few moments, but you are getting all 4 sets there. And even if you don't go for the paper packs, you might just go for the Mr. Handsome when we get to the paper packs. All the other elements are relevant, and I think you'll be able to cross-pollinate a lot of those as well. So details on your screen, get it in your basket though. Do not dilly-dally, because you could miss out on those. So you've got 205 pieces in there for just £17.95. I'll show you more of those as the hour goes on, but mindful of the time, I know we want to get to demo, and I certainly want to show you these papers because they are incredible. And you are getting a lot for your money. Now, as I mentioned, we've got 4 different options. They're all on the same item number, so straight away you can be saving with your post and packing, aren't you, if you're not a Freedom member. And they are in those different themes that we just spoke of. But you've got similar sort of content, but obviously the print and the effects are different. So you're going to get your 12 by 12s in these, you're going to get your 6 by 6s. You're also going to get 8 and 6 papers in these. You're also going to get some beautiful rice papers within these as well, and your chipboard elements as well. You are getting a lot for your £15.80p.
You are getting a tremendous amount. And until you actually get that land on your doorstep, I don't think anybody appreciates exactly what they are getting. And I do know that a couple of people have been in touch with me to say, when you had them on before I bought them, I've bought them again because they are exceptional, and that's what we love to hear.
So well together.
It does, doesn't it? So the rice paper, Paola described it this morning as like a Japanese rice paper rather than a mulberry rice paper.
Yeah.
And then of course these are 12 by 12s and
loads of content on there.
They speak volumes, don't they?
Well, don't they? Just, you're going to get 6 double-sided pieces with regards to these, and that's in your 12 by 12s. Absolutely beautiful. Of course, all the other papers, the smaller papers, the A6 papers, all of those echoing that beautiful design. And the beauty is, when you start putting them together, you are going to make the most incredible pieces. I mean, that is beautiful. Just look at that. Absolutely gorgeous. So all sorts of different occasions with regards to these. Love these. And of course, you can see this particular one. This is what I talk about cross-pollinate. The perfect there, I'm guessing that's come from maybe Mr. Handsome collection. I don't know. But then you've got the elements that we're talking about here, crossing over. So this is why, if you've gone for those elements, the ephemera at the bottom of your screen, it will work with everything. Now, with each of these paper collections, just to let you know, we have got a fabulous selection of stencils. Now, of course, from time to time, we see oops, a daisy, my finger's getting stuck on that particular one. You see 13 Arts bring brand new stencils to the range. Well, what they've done is they've bought stencils that are in keeping with those paper sets. So you've got a fabulous one there with all that fine detail. I showed you that one earlier on using that fabulous medium that we looked at earlier on. So if you're wanting these, you can get hold of all 3 of these. Oh, I've left one somewhere. What have I done with it? Oh, there it is. It's there because I counted it earlier. So, for instance, you've got the Love, which we just looked at. Okay. that's text love. Then you've got the heart, the rose heart, and that's what that one looks like when it comes out. Then you've got your falling heart. So if you've gone for this paper pack, I would certainly suggest you get those 3 stencils, because the elements that you've got within the paper pack, within the ephemera, are all echoed within these stencils. So you can multi-layer, you can coordinate these, and it means that you can make those papers go so much further when you've got those. And they're only £12.75. So they're all on pick and mix. So if you're wanting to go for a couple of these, and maybe the third one you're not too sure of, have a little look, because you can substitute that with something else. You don't have to go for these 3. This is just my serving suggestion for you. So if you're wanting that one, then that one is your In Love collection. You've got the details on your screen there. But then I mentioned there were 3 others. Now that particular one, 40% of the stock has gone, so it's been a very popular one. Had a lot of stock of those ones. Now the Mr. Handsome, this has got very much an industrial feel to it. I love this one. Now rapidly approaching half the stock of this one has gone. It's a popular one again.
It's definitely a popular one, and I was saying you will get these in time to make something for Father's Day.
Yeah.
So perfect. The other thing is for teenage boys.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
It goes with, you know, they're not easy, are they, sometimes? If they haven't got a hobby, what do you do?
Well, this is it. Well, here you've got that kind of chipboard element with loads of detail in there with your industrial style, vintage style light bulbs. You're going to get your rice paper, and again, the rice paper is beautiful. I mean, the depth of colour in that rice paper.
Yeah, it's superb, isn't it? What I would do is make sure that you put it against something white.
Yes.
So that you get that true depth of colour.
I love that. I love all the rivets and everything.
Yeah.
And this is where we're talking about the ephemera, because if I bring this in, you can see the ephemera works alongside it. You've got the guy there, as you can see, but echoed again on the rice papers. The 12 by 12, I mean, these are papers, but their quality, it's almost like card. Beautiful. I love this. Kind of got like a denim backdrop on that one.
Yes. Now, it's interesting, the denim backdrop has also been used in conjunction with the In Love.
Ah, of course, yes.
Because there's a lot of blues in or denim blues and greys and that sort of colour that do really combine with the In Love collection.
Love
so
it.
It's quite interesting.
And I love those rivets again that we saw on the rice paper coming through on that paper there. Don't forget, again, you're going to get 6 of those 12 by 12s, double-sided, some beautiful papers in there. And again, just to give you a couple of little examples of how you might want to use them. Again, cross-pollinating, it doesn't have to all come from Mr. Handsome if you don't want to. Very easy for you to cross those over. I showed you this one earlier on. Again, that's cross-pollinating. And again, there are some brand new stencils to work with these as well. So again, 3 stencils. So if you're wanting these particular stencils, this is one of the ones that we've got, which comes from your Mr. Handsome. That one's called Brick and Wire. This is a fabulous one, and this particular one is called Cool Background. So if you want your cool background, that's what that one is going to look like. And then the third and final one, this is going to be a useful one. This one is called your Metal Background, and again, that has got loads of content in there. So again, if you're going for a pick and mix of 3, then potentially you could be going for those 3, which of course work so well alongside. Love that, because it's almost like you've got the rivets there. You could be putting those on everything.
Yeah.
Brilliant. If you're wanting your papers though, same item number, £15.80, only an extra £12.75 to add in those stencils, but it extends the usability. Now, Pastel Spring, this is a beautiful one. So with this particular one, absolutely gorgeous with this particular one. So you're going to get, I've not mentioned the paper pad within this one, have I really? The 6x6 paper pad. Now, I don't know if I've got one of those to hand, but you have got, in fact, can I pull that one out? Because we've got, actually, I'm going to bring the A6 one as well, because I can. So 12 by 12s we've spoken of. Every single bundle you're going to get your 12 by 12s, but you're also going to get your A6 card set, and that is quite significant. You've got 24 pieces in there, and you've got your 6x6s. So let's have a little look at these cards, because these are beautiful. I love the little girl on the front there with the cherry blossom straight away. These are beautiful.
Aren't they?
My goodness.
Yeah, so really quite different normally for what Ada brings as well, because these are really, they're really spring feeling. Obviously, you've got your blossom there. You've got some beautiful images of that little girl, haven't you?
Gorgeous. And it's not all just pinks. You can see there, those lovely blues and greens coming through. Little places that you could be placing your images. If you've gone for the ephemera, you'll be able to use those alongside them. Absolutely gorgeous right the way through, as you can see here. So some beautiful tones. They are doubled up, I think. Is it two designs? There's 12 designs, 2 of each of them. So that's nice because it gives you the opportunity, because you could cut one of those on top of the other, but it's nice as well, they're only single-sided, so you don't feel as if you kind of you're losing one in the process. That's the key thing. The 6x6s, I'm guessing, are these kind of smaller versions of the 12x12s?
Yes, they're the exact version of. So you haven't got anything chopped off or a bit missing or whatever. So they are perfect to use in conjunction with each other for doing your memory books.
Nice idea, yes.
Yeah.
Do love that idea. And
yeah, so that's what I do love that. I don't like the when it's done more economically as such.
I love it, and it doesn't matter whether you're making your cards or you're making things like your little plinths there, doing things like your shadow boxes, it doesn't matter. But the beauty is with this one, again, you have got the stencils that are going to work alongside them. So let me introduce you to those, because again, 3 brand new stencils. So with these, you've got your gorgeous falling flowers. This is a pretty one that you can see, and that's lovely because it kind of gives you that open area in the middle, like that one. Very, very pretty. Next one that we've got there is, what's this one called? Spring Mood. Oh, you little Easter eggs in there. I like that. That's the one, nice border, that one, isn't it, as well? So not just for Easter. Then the next one that we've got for you, again, your springtime. I like this one because you've got that open area again there. Beautiful. And the detail that you've got, again, don't forget that medium we were looking at, because that is incredibly fine detail that you've got with these stencils, so you certainly need to make sure you've got those. So, you know what I'm going to say, pick a mix of 3, maybe you're going to go for those 3 there, because they all work alongside this pastel spring collection. But of course, if there's one in there that you don't particularly want, then that's okay. They don't come as a bundle, they're just a suggestion. You can interchange those to anything else that you're wanting to, and there's loads on the website with regards to those, so there you go. That was your springtime collection. One more to share with you though, and this one, I don't know how you're going to choose between these, because these are so tricky. I think if you're going for the Mr. Handsome, you definitely need to be adding in the Young and Free, because they cross over so well.
Yeah, yeah, they do, absolutely. You've got such a, like you say, you've got such a crossover there with the age group, and obviously, you know, your teenagers. You've got that bright, that lovely bright colour, haven't you, coming into this collection?
Fabulous.
The reds and the yellows, the ambers, and oh, fabulous.
Beautiful
really
characters
lovely.
in these as well. It really gives you that kind of that pop art look. I mean, I love this one. You've got obviously your peace symbol there. You've got your drippy paint, so it could be drippy chocolate. You've got art there, or icing. It could be, couldn't it? All the different ephemera pieces. Again, don't forget they lend themselves so well to these. So much information with regards to this one. Loads of bundle. I love this. Going on to things like your chipboard elements. Again, can you notice how Mr. Handsome's made an appearance in this one? How the In Love collection again has made popped into this one as well. And don't forget the stencils as well. You've got your 3 stencils with regards to these as well. I've only got a couple of them here, but if you jump onto the website, you'll be able to, there's only 2 with this particular one, so yeah, add on another one that you like the look of, maybe one from the Mr. Handsome set. £15.80, 13 Arts, that's where I got 13 from, but half the stock has gone as this one as well. So 651241 if you fancied that particular one. Now, something else that lots of you have been adding in that does work really well, and this is your volume 2 paper pad and stickers. Now, this kind of goes across all of the ranges, so if you're popping this in, you'll be able to use them with every single one of those paper collections I've just shared with you. And of course, the ephemera will work with all of these as well. Could be that you're just going for the ephemera alongside this to go for the full range, and you're not adding the papers in. That's okay, that's entirely up to you. 13 Arts give us the choice, and that's the beauty of working with 13 Arts, that you can shop accordingly to what you want. Now, 569 or 175 if you're wanting those, do pop those into your basket. Incredibly useful, especially if you're into your planners and your journals. They're just the right size to fit in those as well. So, Jo, we're coming over to you. What we're up to?
Right, well, it's a bit of a mix and a match.
Okay.
Mishmash, maybe.
I love it. I love a bit of mishmash.
So it was going to be something else, but we can't go in that direction because
okay, fair enough.
We don't have what I needed. So I'm going to mix it up a little bit by using the In Love collection, the papers, but I've also got and also the stencil.
Oh, okay.
And we've also going to be using the doily from the spring collection.
Lovely.
Okay, and I've got a couple of bits and pieces. Now, you were talking about the art book.
Yes.
I love these art books from 13 Arts. It's something that they've not been doing for ages. You know, it's quite a relatively new thing. But when a collection comes out, they do bring one of these out now, which I think is fantastic. And I have to say, it seems to go on forever because you get so much. So it does. It connects with all of the collections. So you've got all the ones. So if you've bought the ephemera, the 4 sets of ephemera, I have to say this would really. It would really
you've got
stretch
the 4
out.
different sections.
Yeah, it would definitely. So I've took quite a few bits from there. Now, obviously, you do need to cut them out. Some of them are a little bit more fussier than others, but you know, just cut them out as a piece. You don't have to just cut them out individually if you don't want to do. Right, so we're going to use our mediums as well. So again, I'm going to use a mixture because you get all 3, don't you, in the actual the pack itself. But I don't just want to use it as is. Now I know we don't have the colour glows anymore, but because I am using them with the mediums, it's showing you how to use the mediums with the actual another product.
That's fair enough, don't we?
Yeah.
So if you've got something like mica powders or glitters or anything like
this
that.
is what I was going to say. Anything that's a powder or, like you say, loose, dry. So I mean, you could use the very very tiny microbeads.
Oh yes,
yeah. As long as they're you know, very very fine.
Yeah.
Anything like that, and you're onto a winner.
Just to warn you guys, you know, with regards to these, that once the stock's gone, that's it. Rapidly approaching 70% of the stock has gone now, so they could potentially go during this hour. So if you're watching on repeat, I'm hoping that you've managed to get hold of them at some stage. But if you're watching us live, definitely get them in your basket and definitely get that basket checked out.
So what I want to do is, I want to put the actual, what did we call it? Medallion? No.
Mandala.
Mandala, thank you. I knew it was an
It's
M.
an M word.
I knew it was an M. We want to put that into the middle. So basically what I want to do is I just want to put a few bits of the words just on the top. So what I want to do is I'm just going to offer that up just up there.
Clever. Yeah,
just so that I know that I only want to go as far as that. Look, now I could be sensible and have one of the 7-day savers and use that purple tape. But I'm
that's
not,
so boring being sensible, though, isn't it?
Yes,
Live
it
life
is.
on the edge, Jo.
Yeah, I don't want to do that because it would be too predictable,
wouldn't it? Just
and I'm, you know what I'm like. So
if
there you
anybody at home
go.
does want to get hold of their purple tape, then we have got it as a 7-day saver, just as Jo mentioned. Up until 8 o'clock on Sunday morning, it will be at this promotional price, but then it will go up to £29.99. So make sure you take advantage while you have the opportunity and getting 10 rolls there for that price, $11.99. That's really good
That's
value.
it is actually a really good price. So, and then I'm just going to take it down to the bottom, just
eyeballing as you go.
It really just offer that up at the bottom. This is just a little bit of a background. Might have helped if it was. Yeah, it's pretty much there. There we go.
Fabulous.
I would be pleased to see it with my eyes shut, to put it like that. Anyway.
That's a good
right,
tape.
yeah. So let's just pop that on there like so. I've just...
Lovely.
Yeah, just take that on there. I've just had a little bit of squashy bit there, but that doesn't matter because I'm going to put some colour over the top of that.
Okay.
Right, so let's just pop that back on there. So that's the modelling paste. So you could see there, it's...
Look at that.
Paula did
good quality.
suggest to put it over my head, but
wasn't. She's a bit like
I was
that.
brave, but not
She's
quite
mischievous,
that brave.
that one.
So you can see, and also from the finished samples with the stencils, you can see that that also dries beautiful and white,
Now, which is
really
important.
important.
To leave to dry? Do we have to leave it overnight or hours and hours and hours?
No, I can just give it a quick blast dry.
Oh, okay.
In a few minutes. I'll do that in a few minutes when we've I will need to, because obviously it just needs a little bit
explain
of...
to everybody what you've used then, because this is a very, very popular bundle, and it dries that off with the heat gun. I think it shows just how versatile it is, because you're not having to wait for it. Not all modelling pastes work that way. Sometimes you have to leave them to dry and air dry. So if you want something that's quite speedy, so as you can get onto the next layer, then that's, or the next technique, should I say, then that is definitely something worth considering. Comes alongside your gel medium. Of course, the gel medium has got that clear, translucent look to it. It looks a bit milky in the pot there, but when it dries, it will dry clear. So again, if you want to add colour to it, you'll get that translucency there. It will look like kind of coloured glass or something like that with that one. I love that. And both very much dimensional. So if you wanted to use things like your gel medium to add your layers, to add your interest, then you can use that as a kind of adhesive as well. Then I think this sounds very exciting. Your liquid acrylic. It's almost like the base that you would have with an acrylic paint, but without the colour. So then you can start getting very kind of creative with your colours. Maybe incorporate things that would normally be water-based, but then that you can't kind of have that multi-layer effect with regards to these. So maybe you're thinking of using a watercolour paint, but you can't actually do multiple layers, because of course you come in with your watercolour paint, then you might want to come in with your clear gels over the top of it. Because you're reactivating that watercolour, then of course it can move. Or if you mix it in with this to start with, then once it's dry, it is a permanent fixture. And as you saw from some of those finished samples, incredible results with regards to them. Using them on your ephemera, you can see there, getting that glossiness there. You can use it with regards to all your layers, putting everything in place, but also creating your own acrylic paints with these as well. Love these, absolutely beautiful. And again, using some of the ephemera and some of the different elements that we've seen from the paper pack. So if you fancy yours, please be quick, because once it's gone, it's gone. And it's a perfect way for you to try these before maybe considering larger pots of these if you like them. 861746.
Right, okay, so we're going to go in now and we're going to place this lovely stencil just in the middle there. I'm going to mix the gel medium this time, reasonable amount, maybe too much. Yeah, that'll do. With some of the powder, like we said. If you've got some at home, you know, please feel free. I know, isn't it beautiful? It really is absolutely stunning. And if you were lucky enough to get them earlier, obviously, if you don't have the gel medium, this is a fantastic way to use it, because like you've said just then, it's in that pack you've got all three. I think it's a super little pack.
Now this particular mandala, which did you say it came from?
It's a spring collection.
Spring collection.
Yes.
Right.
Now this is one from the last show when we brought them. The collections
so
is brand new.
Pick and mix.
So it's part of the pick and mix. Yeah. Yeah. It definitely is. Yeah.
Now the pick and mix details are at the bottom of your screen, and of course it works beautifully. The reason I asked was because I actually looked at it, I thought it was part of the In Love collection, because it's got very much that romance look about it, that vintage look about it. When you look at the papers, you'll understand why I thought that was the connection, because the beauty is so many of these pieces kind of cross-pollinate over as well. Absolutely beautiful designs, as you can see with those papers. You're going to get your 12 by 12 papers. They're all double-sided, and then they've got gorgeous romance theme to them, because of course it is that beautiful In Love collection that we're looking at. You've got 4 different collections on the same item number, and every single one of them has got 12 papers in there. Sorry, 6 papers double-sided, giving you 12 different finishes, and they are 12 by 12. You've got your multi-layer content within here, as you can see. So you can see your fabulous little hearts featuring within here, which of course you've got in the stencils as well. You've got your ephemera that's going to work with these as well. Absolutely beautiful, large pieces. And when you're in the studio, they actually look a little bit brighter than they are showing up on your screen. We've got pastel tones in the way that it's kind of transmitted to you. Sometimes it knocks that colour back, but absolutely beautiful, as you can see with regards to these. So these are all featuring within here. Now, what can I share with you? Excuse me leaning across, because my arms aren't quite long enough, but these are absolutely beautiful. Now, some of these have been using papers from the other collections. You can see the denim coming through here from Mr. Hanson. You can see the gorgeous flowers there coming through. Obviously obviously from this collection, but then the gears and the cogs, again, coming in from Mr. Hanson, as you can see, the crossover so well. If you're making things like your memory books, as Joe mentioned earlier on, I mean, this is a beautiful one here, using some of those pieces from the ephemera bundle, again, in that gorgeous, timeless look of love, as you can see with this particular one, working your way through. You're going to have all the content that you need for you to create your fabulous elements. And do check out those stencils, a whole host of different elements with regards to those ones as well. Absolutely beautiful with regards to those. So this one is your In Love collection. Lots of you like and look at this one, but this one again cross-pollinating the ones that you've got from Mr. Hanson featuring these, but rapidly approaching half the stock has gone. Absolutely beautiful. It doesn't have to be your cards, it could actually be things like your artwork that you're putting into screens and into kind of frames as well. Now this piece that you've got here, this piece, absolutely beautiful. I mean, look at the size of it, absolutely gorgeous. Now it's proven to be a very popular one, and because you've kind of got those cross-pollinations, it's working very well with the Young and Free. Now the Young and Free has proved to be a very popular one. You saw a few moments ago the little butterflies with the little kind of pen nibs featuring there. Well, you can see they cross over the pen nibs, obviously, from the Young and Free. This is another one where over 50% of the stock has gone. Oh, over 60 now, my goodness. Obviously, you've got your brighter tones with these, but then, of course, you can kind of cross those over, and it's got that very pop art look to it, hasn't it? Do like that one. So if you fancy the Young and Free, then the details are exactly the same. And it's similar sort of content. You're going to get 12 by 12, your 6 by 6s, you're going to get your A6 postcards within there. You're also going to get your chipboard elements in there. And again, across all 4 of those different ranges, absolutely beautiful. You're getting that kind of repeated with your papers, with your, well, I say paper, it's almost like cardstock that you've got in there, to be honest. And of course your 6 by 6, which is a smaller version of your 12. Look at the price on your screen, £15.80 for all of that, and you're getting a beautiful rice paper, sheet of rice paper in there as well. It really is a bumper bundle, an amazing value for money. So if you're wanting yours, 651241 is the item number with regards to these. So Joey's busy going with her heat gun. I know she's been working with those stencils as we left her just a few moments ago, so I'm going to head back over there now. So how are you getting on,
Okay,
Jo?
so a very quick recap. So what we've got is, it might be difficult seeing it on the black, but I think you can see. So I've got the stencil there using the gel medium, so you can see it's got that really lovely texture. Then I've put a little bit of the powder on with some water. Now, with the paper collections, you also get the chipboard elements.
You
don't
do,
you?
yeah.
So this is. We've got the clock face. Now this is the timeless. So is that the one that
This is the in love one, I think. Yeah.
Brilliant. I was hoping it was, because it's got a heart on it. Right. So the other way that we can use our gel medium is to use it obviously as an adhesive.
And it's nice because if it's clear when it's dry,
it dries absolutely
matter,
crystal.
It
does.
Detail.
Yeah, it really does dry crystal clear. So I'm just going to place that. Now the detail on these chipboard elements is just
beautiful.
Divine. They really, really are.
Are they laser cut? Because the effect that you've got, my goodness.
Yeah, they really are stunning, aren't they? Now this is actually a single little heart that I had out there. Do you see I stopped talking then when I laid that down? There we go. Just pop that on the top there. Okay, I'm actually going to leave that as is because I do love the colour of it. So now what I'm going to do is I've got a selection of bits and pieces that I've cut out of the art books.
Wonderful.
Okay, and also from the In Love collection. Okay, so mix and match, lots of them. Now I've got this book. I've also got some nice some thread that I thought, you know, if you put this with this lovely wooden effect, you've got that a nice little book, like for instance, obviously that you'd be in church with. Yep. So just pop that
and the
like
gel
that.
medium that you use, if you wanted to make any of those little pieces that you've cut out, kind of like a glossier finish, can you put the gel medium over the top?
Yeah, well, I wouldn't, but I would have a go with this, which we will. Yeah, but remember, this isn't a varnish. It's just that I like it.
And it's got a very fluid look to it.
It's just, it has, exactly. Now, this is just a piece of fibre. It's just going to look nice. You know, we've all got bits and bobs like this in our stash. Again, the gel medium is perfect for this sort of thing, because what we can do is literally press down into the middle, but still keeping these pieces nice and fluid. Yes, because that's the idea of something like this. You know, you want to keep it. Now let's just make sure I get the book up right way round. Is that it? Yeah, that's about it. If not, shout at me at the telly.
No, that looks
there
okay.
You go.
There's no writing on there, so yeah.
Yeah,
okay.
yeah, that'll be absolutely fine, won't it? So popping that there. Now, these are some of the... I've painstakingly cut round that circle, and now I'm actually going to cut it out. So, I mean, really, Jo? But anyway, it gave me something to do.
And I'm guessing if you don't want to cut out, you can go for the ephemera pack, can't you? Use elements
of course
from
you
there.
can. Yeah, exactly. And that's where the ephemera pack comes into its own, because that really does solve all of that. So what I'm doing is I'm just going to take that and just slip that underneath there. So what we're doing is just building up. So this is a really it's a nice little project you could make for bride and groom, anniversary, of course. You know, and it's just something that little bit different. I know it's got black on the back, but I can hear some people say, "Why would you give somebody that for it?" But
no, I think it illuminates everything else, and it makes everything else stand out.
This is it. This is what I'm thinking. But also, I will dry brush before I've finished.
Okay.
So if I dry brush over some of the areas that are more densely black, then it won't be quite as fierce. But honestly,
brilliant.
You know, it does come together really nicely. This butterfly is stunning. Now, this is actually one out of the art pack. So if we just place,
fabulous. And of course, because you've got the open book there, you can put people's names
you can
on there.
put, that's right. You could do all sorts of things. You really could. There's, of course, there's several of the open books in here. We just show you very quickly,
and of
because
course
I do
you've got
know
the kind of the letter tiles.
So
and things,
you've got all of those. You've got the letters. You've also got the old-fashioned ink nibs.
See, they're useful with the butterflies, aren't they?
Yeah, really lovely. In fact, I've got one here. You got there before me.
So only because I've seen it on one of these finished samples.
No, I did it. I don't know whether. Yeah,
Jules used one.
Yeah, I did one on one that I did earlier as well, because I just think that they look so really lovely, don't they?
Beautiful. Can I just give everybody a bit of a warning with regard to that bundle, because it's been flying out. 80% of the stock has gone now. And don't forget, this particular pot, it's too big for my hands, to be honest. This particular trio that you've got, when it's gone, it's gone. We're not going to be able to get any more of these. So it's a perfect way for you to try. Seeing as Jo's been working with this, especially with things like the stencils, you use the smallest amount, and you've got your modelling paste in there to give you that depth. The depth that once it's dry, you can actually sand it back if you're wanting to. So you can go in quite heavy and then get it to the level that you're wanting. Then, of course, you've got the gel medium, which is what Jo's been using throughout as well. Colour any of these if you're wanting to with your dry powders. It could be some of those fabulous powders you got earlier on, or other things that you might have in your stash. And then, of course, using that fabulous liquid acrylic, which I think sounds very, very exciting, to be able to use that almost to give a shimmer and a sheen. It's not a varnish, as Jo quite rightly said, but you might find yourself getting all sorts of different effects with that one. So if you fancy experimenting with that, you get a really good size of that. It's quite fluid as well, so when you're working with that, you've got the milkiness there. But of course, again, you can add this to other things. If we wanted to add this to something, do we just add a few drops of this, or how does it work?
Like a powder?
Yes.
Yeah, let me just show you, because I want to actually create a bit of a splatter. I would have used my inks, but they've gone.
Okay, fair enough.
So, a couple of drops. I've maybe
been 20p piece size.
Yeah, no, absolutely no more than that. Else you would be wasting it, really. Take a nice dry brush into your dry powder and just pop it on.
Look at that.
Just pop it on just for a minute and just give it that, seconds really. And then just give it a little wiggle.
If you only want a little, you don't necessarily want a whole pot, do you, of that particular colour?
No, absolutely. And so, of course, what you've got now is you've got that metallic feel about it. So what we can do is we can go just on these edges of this.
And it just ties it in. Of course, if you've added that same colour to things like your gel medium, it's all perfectly coordinated.
That's right. And I've basically gone with this theme purely because that, you know, obviously I've got the flowers you know, like that beautiful creamy colour, so this nice copper. So yeah, it all does tie in beautiful together. Now the other thing we can do, let me just get around there, look. I just slightly roughed these edges up of this butterfly before I put it on, and by doing that it absorbs the paint a little bit more. You could also do that, of course. Yeah, it does, and you know, it just goes in, gives it that little bit of interest. Now, obviously, you could go around your flowers or your leaves and everything else. If you wanted to, of course, you can just put a little bit more in. And let me just do this. I'm going to stand back because I haven't put my pinny on today. Don't ask me why. No idea.
That's okay.
And just...
That's so effective.
Yeah, just give it a bit of splatter. But I'm going to just very quickly just dry this, clean the brush off, because I want to not have anything on. I want to just show you on this flower here. I'm not going to use this one.
Just in its raw state?
Yeah, just in its raw state. Actually, I tell you what I'll do. I'll go on to the butterfly.
Okay.
Yeah, because then you'll be able to see. So you've got... It sort of gives you like a satin appearance. So it's not going to give you like a gloss. What do you call it? What do you call the
like the glossy accents?
Yeah, it's not going to give you that, and it's not going to give you dimension either. It's going to just give you a coverage.
It almost looks like it's kind of been printed onto a glossier card.
Yes, yeah, like a more of a satin than.
Yes.
Yeah. So if I now move that. You can see,
beautiful.
Look, and that will dry like that.
And
so that will dry.
I'm just having a little look. I think it's the exact same butterfly that Jill's been working with, and she's done exactly the same with the nib there.
Yes,
and you can see.
That's beautiful, isn't it?
Very effective.
I have to thank all the ladies on the team today. I have to say they've all done a marvellous job.
They have, and
I always say they do make my job so much easier.
Well, they do, because when we've got beautiful pieces like this is using one of the 6x6 papers in the backdrop.
Oh, that's one of mine.
Beautiful. Oh, I love that.
Yeah, I know. I did this one actually, not knowing we didn't have the stamps on the show.
Oh, I see.
So,
okay.
but it doesn't matter because it's still got the chipboards on, and it's still got the background paper from the spring collection.
Now, this is lovely. The fabulous Kaz has created this one again. Using a board. Many of us have got those in our stash, but look at those glossy elements that she's added there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Using some of the stencils and the papers in the backdrop, or maybe you can be using some of the gel medium in there to get a different look on your little chipboard elements, because again, don't forget, you can do that quite easy. Get that glossiness, drop it into the recesses. I love this, using the Mr. Handsome papers there. That is brilliant.
Now, is this the one that Shelley's done with the using the inches and twinches and dominoes?
It is, yes.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So what she's done is, thank you, Hayley, because that really does show it off lovely. It's the crafty board.
Clever.
The inches, twinches and dominoes that we bring quite often because they go with so much, using the papers. So if you've got those at home, have a go at this idea because it's fantastic.
Love that, and I love this. Look at this. This is amazing. Again, using the papers from the Mr. Handsome set, you've got this wonderful little hook and loop opening to make a fabulous little wallet there with your little lady. This is such a clever idea.
Isn't that lovely? I think.
Brilliant idea.
I think, was that Crafty Field or Alison? I'm not sure. This is
I
from
know,
the last.
Of course, it's tricky to put a name on there.
Yeah, it is actually. Yeah.
But
she didn't put a
idea.
£5 note in for us, though. No.
Never mind. Never mind.
Next time.
Next time, maybe. But again, can I just very quickly show you this one as well? Because it shows the sturdiness of the papers that you've got in here as well. Because you're creating a box here. Obviously, there's a base box that's been created and the paper's been put on. But
look. Have you seen in this?
No. What's that?
You see. Oh, you have a look at this. Now, this shows the ephemera off. A treat.
Oh, wow. Oh, that is fabulous.
Isn't it good?
I
Shelley
love
did
that.
this for the last show, actually, because Shelley actually wasn't on the team for this. Well, she is on the team, but not for this collection.
That's
but
fair
this was
enough.
from the last time. But how, looking
That
at
is
this,
brilliant.
is a perfect example of how to
And
use
I
the
take it back,
ephemera.
because I think she has actually used the 12 by 12, because you can see there on the inside you've got the riveted side of it, and then you've got the fabulous outside there. Or she may have put it. Oh no, because it is the paper there, because it's got the rivets on it as well. So beautiful. I
Isn't
love
it good?
that. What a
terrific
idea.
present.
Well, especially with Father's Day coming up, and as Jo quite rightly said, you're getting hold of yours now, it'll be with you in time for you to create something amazing like this. So, but yeah, it could be any sort of little gift you fancy popping in there. So if you want any of your paper collections, they're all on the same item number. So whether you are going for the In Love collection, whether you're going for the Mr. Handsome, whether you're going for the beautiful springtime, or whether you're going for the, what was it called? The Young and Free. There you go. They're all fabulous. Now, if you are going for more than one of these, then you're only paying one post and packing because they're all on the same item number. So it might be that you want to go for a couple of pairings. Maybe you can go for your In Love and your Spring together. They look beautiful. Or your In Love alongside Mr. Handsome works very well. And equally so, Mr. Handsome alongside your Young and Free works beautifully. In fact, if you wanted to, you could go for all of them, couldn't you? Pop them all into your basket. And in fact, at that point, does it go into a flexi order? Because I'm just thinking, $4.50. That's going to take you to £60, isn't it? With the extra little bit there. So you could spread the cost over 2 payments. So it means that you'd actually get all 4 of those. But in theory, you'd only going to be paying for the first 2 on that first payment and the other 2. But they're all on the same pace, all same item number, one post and packing. So it works out, what, £31.60 today to get all of them. Second payment in a month's time. There you go. Don't forget adding your ephemera because that works well, and don't forget to add in that fabulous book that Jo's been working with, because again it covers all 4 of these different ranges. So there you go. Might be a way of shopping. 651 241 if you want to get on with that. So Jo, look at this.
So it's finished. So you can see the actual background does really make everything else pop.
Certainly does.
So don't be afraid of using a darker colour. If not black, then a navy or something like that, or even a really, really deep brown. But you can see there how everything really, really works together. Just adding your little bits and pieces, like for instance your bit of fibre there, and then some of your nice string and bits like that. So yeah, it does. And that's just showing you different ways. Of course, that's the modelling paste. The gel medium. Well, I honestly think that is one of the best gel mediums I can use.
Now, thank you, Jo,
That's
for that.
my pleasure.
Very, very quickly, can I just tell you about the ephemera? The reason being, Jo obviously was working with that pad, which is brilliant, but you might not necessarily be into your cutting out. I certainly am not. I don't like it. I don't have time. I don't have time. So these, we have got literally less than a handful. Now, you're going to get all of these, so over 200 elements in their different groupings. So you can see with these, they've already been die cut. You don't have to cut these out. They are ready to go. You can still add your colouring if you wanted to change the colouring. You can still stamp on these. You can still snip into them. But once they've gone, they have gone, which is why I would certainly suggest you do have a little look at these. So that one is your In Love. Then, of course, you've got the fabulous vinyl discs featuring within the bundle that we've got for Mr. Handsome. Then you've got elements like these, which again work so well. I love that example that we saw with the inches and the twinches. You could potentially be chopping those up if you wanted. Little film strips featuring in there. You've got your silhouettes of your guy in there as well. Absolutely beautiful. Then the next one that we've got is springtime. There's lots of elements in here pertaining to springtime, like the little eggs, blossoms featuring there, and the cutest little lady. Have a look at her. She's absolutely adorable. She's featuring in there. And then finally, your last bundle. This is the one that's featuring your Young and Free. And again, you've got some quite pop-arty looks with these elements that, again, that wouldn't look out of place if you were putting them alongside the Mr. Handsome selection. And again, some of the elements like the clock faces are going to work with things like the clock faces, as you can see there, coming in with your In Love collection. Beautiful. Oh, flip those over. Oh, I have to sort those out. Tidying up as I go. £17.95 for all of those. 023292 if you're wanting to get hold of those. Jo, we've only got about 7 minutes left. I'm sorry. I don't know where the time's gone.
Well, no problem at all, because it's been lovely to see the finished samples. So what we thought was I'll just show you a few bits and pieces of the I've got the ephemera, I've got the chipboards, and I've got this tag. I did this actually. I'll just talk around this a second.
Ooh, okay.
And well, I was going to do this as a demo, and I was so excited about it, and then I couldn't because I didn't. Well, I could have done because I had the actual acrylic, but in fact, should I do it? I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. I know.
Oh, a bit rebellious at the end. Have you got another show today, or is this it?
No,
You're
this is
right,
it. So they might send me home after this.
I'm going home. I'm going to be rebellious.
No, but I think it actually would be really useful to see it, this is what I wanted to do. So I'm just going to really quickly do this for you.
Okie
So I'll
dokie.
tell you what it is. It's using the acrylic medium.
Lovely, okay.
Right, so put it on, all right, and then
Okay.
just... It's basically, you're just creating a base at the minute.
Oh, okay.
All right.
See, that's a good point, because that will mean now that the MDF isn't as porous as it would have been.
Yeah.
Clever.
Yeah, well, it was purely by accident. And sometimes I mess... When I've got a new product, it was like the inks that we had on earlier. When I've got a new product and I genuinely, they are brand new, you think, you know, how do we use these? What are they for? And everything else. So you do literally just play around with them. So this is just tissue.
Okay.
Obviously, just lay this on. This is why I'm doing this last, because my hands are going to be filthy.
Okay,
Right.
fair enough.
But then what's new? Right,
Oh,
so just lay
okay.
that on. So making sure, so that's why you need to make sure that underneath is nice and wet, all right?
Fabulous.
And then just pop that on like so. And then put another layer on, scrunch it up, and then if you can, just layer up. And this actually, it's not a glue. Again, it's not a varnish, it's not a glue, but it will stick this together.
Wonderful.
Okay, just keep layering up.
Now, this
And
bundle
then-
has proved to be very, very popular again during this hour,
Yeah.
and so much so that rapidly approaching limited stock with regards to this one. You're liking it. Once it's gone, incidentally. If you have just joined us, this is a little trio that you've got with regards to these, but it is one of those situations that when it's gone, it's gone.
Yeah.
So do not miss out on those. And that is where you're getting the bottle that Joe's just been working with, the modelling paste that she worked with earlier, and the gel medium very, very quickly. Don't want to detract, but it is now limited in stock. So if you're wanting yours, 861746. If you're wanting to take advantage of it.
Right, so just pounce that down a little bit on the dry spots if you want to just keep layering up and keep layering up. What you're creating is just texture. That's all it is. It's nothing fancy and it's nothing, I haven't rewritten, you know, sort of, what do you call it, the wheel or anything. It's just, that's the word. Thank you, Yanis.
Keep it down, Yanis. It's not your hour yet.
Yes, thank you.
You'll get
It was
your
very
moment.
useful though, thank you, wherever you are. I can't see you because you're behind the camera. No. Oh, bless, is watching over me. Oh, you couldn't want much more than that, could you?
Oh,
Now
don't
then.
encourage him, Joe.
Oh, of course you can. Right, so obviously we'd wait for that, the edges, to cut that off. And then what you would do is...
Ooh.
Yep.
So these are the powders from earlier.
Yep.
Lovely.
So again, you can use something of your own if you.
Well, there'll be a lot of people that bought these earlier that may not have gone for the medium set yet, not
No, that's
realising that how
right.
useful it is. So I think it's good that we're showing this.
So then just dabbing this on, making sure you don't mix your powders together though.
Wonderful.
Nice dry brush, and then we can just put a few different colours on, and then just tip this on.
Okay.
Okay, and then again, just be careful though, because at this point, obviously, the papers.
I wonder if it's almost like a rusty effect that you've got.
Yeah, so you build it up, and you actually don't need a great deal. Honestly, you don't. I'm just going to put a little bit more of that in here to show
this
you.
looks amazing.
It honestly is so much fun to do. And then you just leave it to dry. You can actually force dry it. It wouldn't take many minutes.
That's incredible.
And then
no
you
wonder
can
those
then,
powders sold out earlier.
yeah, and then obviously build up, you know, the rusty colours and bits and pieces, and that creates such a fantastic backdrop. But even though it's really textured and quite rough, you can still take your
Go back in with
stencil.
stencils and things like the ephemera and everything, put it on top.
Absolutely.
Love it. Now,
Yeah.
incidentally, that ephemera set, that's something else that's gone limited stock as well. So very quickly just mentioning that. All four of those different bundles working alongside each other, which is brilliant. If you have gone for that little kind of, what were you calling the paper pad that you had with all the different elements in there earlier on?
This one, the art book.
Art book. That's
Yes.
it, yes. If you go for the art book, definitely add this in. So the art book we've still got stock of. The ephemera were limited in stock. Get both of those together for certain. And do be sure to add in that fabulous medium set that Joe's been working with. Been very busy since we saw that demonstration, Joe. Yeah.
I would highly recommend that you go for, if there's still stock, go for it, because the modelling paste is exceptional. The gel medium goes without saying. I chat on about it all the time, and that acrylic is brilliant, and it's just a great fun way. But remember, all the powders that you've got at home, all your mica powders, all that sort of thing, you can revert them into a colour, a paint then, which is actually a fixed paint.
That is brilliant, because once it's dried, it's created that layer that you can go back in and do all of your fabulous effects with. I love it. Learned so much from Jo. I love it when Jo's here. When are you back again, Jo?
I'm actually back on Monday, would you
Fabulous.
believe?
Look
I
forward
know.
to it.
And with Catzelcraft. So my kooky couple of hours of Catzelcraft stamps, and they are 3 o'clock.
Lovely. We will look out for that one.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything today.
Oh,
and
it's
of course,
been a pleasure.
Jo was here earlier on, so you can go back and watch that show on Rewind, as you can do with this hour. But of course, we've got items that are limited in stock, which might not be available if you are watching on Rewind. If you're watching live, though, get them in your basket. Get your basket checked out, and then you can rest assured they will be on their way to you. Details on your screen if you want to know those modelling paste, but be quick for those. And the papers have been incredibly popular during this hour as well. I will see you a little bit later on, but do stay tuned. We've got lots more coming up. Before then, fabulous Emma Blake coming up. We have indeed, and she's gone all boho with Ianis as well. Dolly Dimples One Day Special, your last opportunity to see it live before somebody bringing a company called Handmade by Hayley. That's a name that will never catch on. She's on at 5.
Hi, I'm Ali from Ali Stitch Fingers. I've been sewing for most of my life. It's a passion of mine. I really enjoy all aspects of sewing. I'm creative in lots of different ways as well, but sewing is the one I'm most passionate about. Designing is a big part of the journey for me as well. I love going out and finding the fabrics to use in the projects and bringing them to you. So make sure you don't miss out. Come and sew with me.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm John Lockwood from John Next Door and Crafts Too. My crafting journey's taken me through all different types of crafting, from stamping and die cutting to colouring and inking, and loads of different things. I've been working with Crafts Too now for over 3 years, and they produce the John Next Door brand, distribute it, and make sure that everything is perfect in that. This allows me to work with the fantastic Crafts Too tools and products, as well as some of their other amazing brands such as 2J Stamps, Press Cut, and the Craft Artist range of glues and consumables and inks. I really find that this partnership is extremely strong and helps me bring out the best of my products and all the other products within the Crafts Too stable and the ones that I design.
Well, hello everyone and a warm welcome. So we've got another fantastic hour with Clever Prince and the very clever Emma as well.
Hi.
Talented. How are you?
Clever Emma, that's two words that don't normally go together.
Hey, now don't you put yourself down. I have to say, you've brought us some beautiful things.
Oh, the
really
boho waves are back
after
January when they just went crazy.
Yeah.
And I've got new tags.
You had, now these wiggle tags, so I remember you brought them out before as part of a one-day special?
Yeah, when the birds were on.
Yeah.
I brought out some rectangle ones.
Yeah.
And they just went absolutely
Absolutely
crazy.
flew. And I love the fact now we've got the squares.
Squares.
brand new. We've not seen these before, but I've got to warn you, we're approaching 2/3 of the stock, and we do anticipate that these will not last the hour. Should I just show you a board that you made for us? Because I love that wiggle detail.
I was going to just cut them out in white, but I thought I want to colour them in, so I jelly plated them.
Look great. Do you know what I'd be thinking as well? Pages for a scrapbook or a journal.
They make brilliant journals.
Good. I do like that sort of raggedy edge. It gives it character.
The thing is as well, they're all totally organic. Each one is hand-drawn separate, so they all work totally together, but they're not, I haven't just made one and then they've been reduced or whatever. Each one is done separate.
I really like these, though, man. We are busy, and they're just different. You don't see... Look, nested dies, and we all know the virtue of nested dies, so you get your perfect matting and layering. If you want to create your own tags, you can. If you want to create your own card blanks, you can as well.
You can, everything, and it takes out that, is it street?
Yeah.
Is it totally perfect? Your matting layering doesn't have to be, it's wiggly.
Well, see, that's... And we are busy for this. 2/3 of the stock's gone. It's not going to last. Looking here, and you hit the nail on the head. For me as a crafter, I like the fact, without having that straight edge, it hides a multitude of sins.
It does. It takes
You don't
the
have to
pressure
line up perfectly on everything.
It takes the pressure off. It stops you wanting to put things on perfect to make it look perfect. They're perfectly imperfect.
Well, that's a good line.
Yeah.
Perfectly imperfect. Now, we have got these fabulous boho ladies coming up in just a moment, so do stick around for that as well. I'm just listening to Wally, our producer. She's getting stressed because this is busy, and I don't think this is going to be lasting very long. She's trying to keep track of stock levels here. Really busy for the Wiggle Dice tag set. If you want to get hold of them, £21.99 your price. You're saving £3. Your item number there is 304836. We've got some more dies for you. Now, you're actually getting both sets. You're going to see just down here. I like these too. This is your Blooms and More, and you've also got Flower Power in the mix as well. So, look, for £29.98, you're getting an awful lot of elements we're going to be playing around with.
The nice big sizable dies as well. There's a lot of metal in them, and there should be £20 a set, I think. So it should be £40 really.
Well, you are getting absolutely right, because you are saving £10, so effectively £5 on each. Half the stock has gone for this option. Let me just show you some of the flowers here. So if I just lift these up. I like these.
These are fabulous. I mean, I was talking to Paula this morning and saying there could be absolutely anything. I mean, them ones there, that could be your paint dripping, like a drippy splat. It can be a flower. It could be a balloon. She did say if you turn it upside down, it could be an onion.
What? Could do.
Yeah, that's what Paula said. Yeah. And then the other one next to it makes a great hat for your girls. It could be a hat, flower. It's, at the end of the day, they're just shapes.
Just
so whatever you see in them.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg. There are so many elements that you're getting within these. So if you do want to get hold of these, saving £10, £29.98 your price, 473468 your item number. Now, we're going to move on. We've got some more for you as well. So we're going to move on to some stamps, and you can never have enough hugs and kisses.
You can't.
I like this.
You can't.
This is the first time you've been able to buy this. I think we have offered it before, but it was it was
a free gift for the birthday.
Yeah. So, and with this as a stamp, look, you are absolutely going to use it. If I just hold that up and show you. So backgrounds, fantastic. Really nice background.
Even the not too small that you can't cut them out and use them in individual elements. So I was saying this morning, if you use black and white and just did for a male monochrome card.
Oh yeah.
Just XO, kiss cuddle, or it's just a good background.
Yeah, I do like these, and we're just seeing here. This is a nice example, actually. Finished example of how you'll be using it.
Fabulous,
that's good use. Good use of the Hugs and Kisses. So if you want to get hold of the Hugs and Kisses set, raining Hugs and Kisses, that's the kind of rain no one would mind.
No, I wouldn't mind raining Hugs and Kisses.
No. We were chatting this. I was talking to Marcus, our director, and he's a hugger.
Is he?
And he's glad now the ban's been lifted, because he's.
Oh, see, I'm not really a hugger.
If he sees someone feeling a bit down, he'd come and give you a reassuring hug. 906-807, your item number there. £10.99 is your price. Now, something that will go really nicely with our stamps, Hugs and Kisses. We've got a set of 3 stencils. You bring us such beautiful stencils.
Thank you.
No, you really do. Have a look at these.
Making the stencils.
All 3 sets. You have got, and the reason why we say it will go well with the stamp set, obviously you've got your Hugs and Kisses.
Yeah, it's slightly bigger, this one as well, so they do work perfect together.
Really nicely together. You're also getting your Funky Blooms, and you're getting your Every Cloud in the mix too. Oh, do you know what? These in themselves done. You could just put that down on a piece, and it is like a collage of detail.
Yeah.
So you've got
Just
wonderful elements.
Ink through it. I mean, draw through it and doodle in. And you've got a colouring page as well.
You have.
Ink through it, put a sentiment on, done. And the jelly plate. Oh my gosh, on the jelly plate, they're lovely.
Amazing.
Yes.
Well, we've seen some examples, and this is what you'll find with Clever Prints. When you start putting all the elements together, we've got fantastic characters. We're about to show you the boho ladies coming through, and then we've got, obviously, there's dies and the stamps. Put everything together, special things happen. If I just show you in my hand, so we've got a few examples with regard to the actual stencil. So you can appreciate here. Now this, when I say simple, I'm not knocking the piece, but you can just, very simple blend, but how good does that look? And that gives you an idea with the stencil, and this is only taking part of the stencil, you've got something very special indeed. Same here. This is with the, is this with the blooms? I think that one's the blooms. But then we can go from that size.
Oh no, that one's not in the show. That's from.
Oh, is that not in the show?
No, that's from the monsters.
I'll put that away then.
The
I
notelets.
apologise.
She must have made a set of notelets with all the different stencils.
Okay. I'll just try and find. Well, I tell you what, I don't want to confuse the matter, but you can. You are getting some lovely stencils in the mix. £14.97 is your price. Saving £9 is really good saving here. 661-447 your item number. Now we've got some more stamps for you. Flowers and textures. Tell us a little bit about these, Emma.
These here, when I first drew the stamps, the flowers were across Sarah, the girl with the bubbles. They were coming across like a dress.
Yeah.
So I broke them down. So you've got the flowers separate, so you can add them on any of the girls' backgrounds. Candles. They're just pretty. Then you've got the typewriter in the back, the typewriter print, which I had bruises on my fingers doing this with the old typewriter. It's an obsolete this typewriter. I managed to ink it, and I did a full page of them. It's got random words in. Nothing naughty.
Just having a look there, so you've got the typewriter print. So that's you. You've actually done that.
I stood and did that, and it hurt.
Wow, got to applaud you.
Yeah.
For that. I mean, look, really, really nice. And if I just pick it up and show you, so here is the stamp set, what you're getting for £10.99. So, and breaking this down, for me, texture, beautiful textures.
The texture there matches another die that comes from a different. Everything works together. There's a bit of something crossing over.
The typewriter text, if I just turn that around, so you have got words in there, so you can actually read those, and then you've got those beautiful blooms that just scream for colour. So all those stamps on one set, £10.99 your price, 141762 your item number there. Now, boho girls.
Yes.
So, tell us a bit of the backstory with the boho girls. I keep saying
boho
ladies
girls,
as the girls.
Megan, the one with the really long hair, is named after Grumpy's daughter.
Oh.
She likes the festivals and things.
Okay.
But when I first drew Megan,
Does she know this?
Yes.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. I've checked with everybody, it's fine.
Yeah. Oh, no, I don't mean like that. I mean, I feel honoured if there was a stamp for you.
Yeah, it actually looks quite like her. I think I must have had her in mind, but when I first drew her, she was a massive big painting.
Yeah.
And she had the all the different dyes and flowers and things behind it, and the rainbow, and...
She's stunning. And now I just want to point out, so with the packaging, and as always with Clever Prints, you're getting a little bit of inspiration already in how, and it's just one direction how you want to colour, but look at that as an image. I mean, you are very, very, very talented, Emma.
Thank you.
Seriously, that is stunning. You've got this beautiful, and each of the boho girls have got their own personalities. So here's Megan. She loves her festivals and things. We all know somebody who loves their music.
That's it.
Goes to festivals or would love to go to a festival.
I mean, even love being outside in the park, anything. Great for a teenager's card.
Fantastic.
It's. I mean, even just use them to practice your colouring in. Use them to.
I'll show you something.
Colour swatches.
This is what I love about with the boho girls. We can go in so many different directions. So that looks incredible. I think we all agree, how pretty is that? But then we can go from something like that to something like that. So you know what you could do is put a few together. They could be twins.
It could be.
Different hair, but just by the simplest thing, changing the colour of the clothes and the hair transforms the personality.
You never ever see cards for twins, do you?
You don't actually.
Like to my twin, or...
No. Well, now.
There you go, now you can.
There you go. All right, £10.99. I mean, come on. £10.99 for original artwork like that. Something's different to add into your stash. To have, you cannot go wrong. 734-335, your item number there. Now, next, we've got Molly.
Yep.
She's wonderfully pensive, thoughtful, a bit of a dreamer.
Yeah, she can be a bit of a wild woman out in the leaves.
Ah, a wild woman out in the leaves.
Wild woman out in the leaves in the forest with her
Love the originality.
Leaves in her hair, or feathers.
I've never seen anyone do anything like that before, creating the leaves. So she could be it's quite a spiritual character,
the word feathers in my head when I very first did it.
Yeah.
But then obviously it add different colours, the leaves, the whatever you want them to be.
Yeah.
Whatever you want them to be.
I love that. So sorry, I said leaves of feathers originally, but you could make
anything,
them leaves, yeah.
Anything. It's whatever you see. At the end of the day, it's just a picture for you to turn into your own artwork.
But that is the key. The thing is, it's not easy getting proportions, drawing faces, doing all that. We like the sort of, once you've done it, the decorating, the colouring, and here you've got instant artwork.
I mean, I do enjoy drawing, I love it, but once you've got them and you can change them into so many other things and colour them different and...
But you can do it.
Yeah.
I know that a lot of us, and I'm including myself in this, cannot. Draw, especially portraits, faces, the hardest thing in the world to do to make them look good. So if you want to get hold of Molly, 012-411, your item number
She looks very thoughtful on there, doesn't she?
She does look, I wonder what she's thinking.
At the screen.
I wonder what she's thinking there. Right, we've got another character for you.
Sarah.
Sarah's awesome.
Sarah's named after me sister. Because we had a Mary, my littlest sister, and then Sarah's my little sister. There's three of us.
Nice.
And they've got this competition of which one's most popular.
Yeah.
Between them. They're very competitive, both of them.
Well, I love the actual... So I want to hear a bit more about the character. I've got to tell you, 2/3 of the stock... Oh, actually, sorry, over 2/3 of stock now has gone here. Tell us a little bit about Sarah, then. What kind of character do you envision
Sarah likes to be pampered in the bath, bubble baths. She also likes sweets.
She likes the smellies, I would imagine.
Yes, smellies, everything else. She also likes sweets. Like the Bodyco sweets, the round ones with all the different swirls in.
Ooh.
That can be for the hair. Sarah likes things pretty.
Yeah. Is she single? Is she taken?
Single.
Single.
It's going to be a brave man to have Sarah. The real Sarah, not this one. This one doesn't talk. Any man would like this Sarah.
You paint such a lovely picture of Sarah. I'm sure she'll appreciate it.
She's lovely Sarah, but God help anybody who marries her.
Let me show you a few examples featuring Sarah. And she is, I think, a beautifully drawn and brought to life picture. I mean, that you can see that there. And what I love about this...
She's not watching.
She's watching this, say, what? The team are appreciating this. So, Sarah's single, you're saying?
Sarah's single.
Okay. We should... Listen, I'm just saying that Marcus, I reckon those two, maybe?
Maybe,
okay.
As long as he likes being told what to do.
£10.99 is your price there. We'll try and sort something out. 062817, your item number there. All right, we're going to move on. We've got more for you. Backing papers. Emma, you do backing papers ridiculously well.
These take me days. I love doing the backing papers.
But you're so good at it. And this is the thing with backing papers. You can get backing papers, then you can get clever print backing papers. I mean, come on. That in itself, you're seeing here the variety. How good is that? This is what I'm talking about. They're backing papers you are absolutely going to want to use. So chop into these, use them as a whole. Each one is a little work of art that you've done.
With these as well, because of the way they're printed, they can be used for your fabric transfer. So you can actually transfer the papers onto fabric and sew through them.
Now that's interesting.
I did have loads of other samples as well, and I had fabric ones and everything else, but they're in my dad's car.
Okay.
So that's helpful.
It happens.
But
it's okay.
I'll put them on Facebook, and then you can see them all.
I really like these, and they've got such a wonderful originality to them. So that is a good starting point in anyone's book.
It is. They're already done if you want them, and on some of them there's plenty of space as well, so you've already got a starting point done, then you can work over them with the stencils.
I'll pop those down. So, I mean, you're getting an awful lot to play around with here. $9.99 for 24 original backing papers. They're 120 GSM, perfect to work with, but absolutely stunning in design and colour. And this is something that Emma takes such passion with. It's building up her designs. Emma is very modest. She's an exceptionally good artist and crafter, and she kind of reflects that in everything that she brings you. 895767, your item number there. Okay, we're going to give you a little update on the Wiggle tags. Oh no, approaching 70% of the stock. We're only 15 minutes into the show. We are busy for the Wiggle. So if you want to get hold of these, you better get a Wiggle on, because Gets busy. $21.99 is your price there, and do check out the details online. We've also got some Super Smooth, Pink Frog Super Smooth for you now. This is a 7-day saver, so we've only got a few more days. Take advantage of this. You are getting 40 of the A3, and you're getting 80 of the A4, 120 sheets in total, 300 GSM. Super Smooth is just an absolute favourite with so many crafters. A Pink Frog Super Smooth. It die cuts beautifully, it blends beautifully, it stamps beautifully. I just can't say enough about it. 462614, your item number. Now, this is interesting. Artificial moss. And great shout from Molly, our producer. She's a crafty one. She was saying, what about using the artificial moss for the girls' hair?
Yeah, it would be fantastic. Or even along the bottom of it, and it can be like your forest and add your flowers coming out with your dye. Yeah.
£12.94 your price, saving £11. 433601, your item number there. Okay, so we are going to head to Emma now for our first demonstration. What have you got for us?
I am going to make a tag. And I'm going to pick, because the backing papers, you've got like different, no repeat sort of thing. They're all different, so you can pick and choose how much area you want on to work on, as well as have the die cut. So I'm just going to die cut that one out there, and then I'm going to use the stencil over. The table's long, so I'll vanish, I think, when I die cut. I just think it's nice to see them die cut.
Well, yeah. They would cut like an absolute dream.
Oh, they do. They cut through fabric. I've cut, is it 750 micron grey board with them?
What?
And
750?
Yeah, and I cut through 500 GSM, folded over to make a card blank with them as well.
Okay. So I mean, that's, if you're looking for any illustration of how good quality the dies are.
Yeah.
They're good.
And I've put them through the paste. I mean, everybody's dye machine's different, so you might need a metal shimmer, things like that for different. But now I don't know which one. I'm going to go with the balloons. I'm just going to add some colour in the background.
Okay. So now we're using the stencils.
The stencils. This one is Funky Bloom.
I think that's a very pretty one.
And again, I'm just going to go in the pink with the background. So I've already got the leaves, now I'm adding the flowers. And then I'm going to have Sarah popping out of the flowers and things. And all the different sections on the stencils, if you don't want to actually use the big flower, there's so many other elements on the stencils that you can bring in.
So do you tend to use people you know as sort of namesakes for your design?
Yes, usually once I start drawing them, I sort of think, oh, this reminds us of such and such.
Oh,
and
that's so pretty on the
this reminds us of such and such. But sometimes I just do it just to torment. Like the monsters, I named them after Charmaine and Louise Sims. And
that's really funny.
Yeah, I just thought I'd torment the life out of them. I'm going to stamp out Sarah.
Okay.
Which I was
Like
what have I done with her now?
Yeah.
There she is.
I've got to tell you, Sarah is popular. Approaching 70% of the stock for Sarah. Really
yes,
popular.
we haven't
for
had
Sarah.
these back since January.
Yeah. I really like Megan. I think Megan's a cool stamp as well.
Megan,
they all
lovely.
are. I mean, we like Molly, we like Megan.
They're all reminders of somebody.
Yeah.
I mean, Molly is actually my auntie's daughter's name. Does that make her my cousin? It does, doesn't it? Yeah. My cousin's name. And, I mean, she loves art and things as well. She's got a picture I painted a while back on her bedroom.
Oh.
I know.
Oh, that's nice.
There we are.
Oh,
and again...
They stamp beautifully.
They do. I mean, I'm not precious about stamping. I know you can get the stamp platforms where you can go back in and add. I'm not, because I tend to work over it anyway and add detail
I would
back
imagine the way you've done the sort of the form and shape of her shoulders, you could elongate that and make it longer if you wanted
You could,
as well,
you could
quite
make,
easily.
I've got a sample in my dad's car. Okay. I'm so sorry.
Yeah, Dad's got.
I was organised with everything else.
He's got all the good samples.
He's got all the good samples in his car and my jacket, so I hope it doesn't rain. What I need is bits of string attached to us, so when I get out of the car to go to the train station, everything just follows us, and I don't forget anything. I'm so excited, honestly, every time before I come.
Yeah.
I'm just, everything's out and ready to go, and then I just walk away without it.
Easily done.
Oh. And just watercolour, it's very forgiving. You don't have to overthink too much. And again, these, I try and keep things as easy as possible to cut out.
Yeah.
It won't always be possible, but this is not hard to cut out. I mean, even leave a border. And I tend to cut all the girls and things out to mount up, but again, you can do your masking techniques and all sorts. I'm gonna go in with the blue, and instead of being super precious, I'm gonna go in with a base colour.
Okay.
So possibly the lightest colour I would use all over, and then you're gonna catch all the white spaces and everything as well.
She's such a cool character. I really like
She
Sarah.
is. I mean, this for hen do's, hen invitations, pamper weekends, teenage card, everything.
I have to say, going back to teenage cards, because I find teenage cards can be a tricky minefield to negotiate.
Teenagers are just tricky, full stop.
Yeah. So this is something. I'm thinking of my niece. And actually, do you know what? Even my nephews, you could. Why not? You could make a card with them.
Yeah, anything. I mean, the Rain Hugs and Kisses done in monochrome for boys' cards would be ideal. So they out the lines, everything. Go for it. And start adding in
You can imagine she's just had a very luxurious bubble bath.
She has. And there you go, dry, everything, cut out the lot. And then, this is where you make a really pop. If you get your fine liners in your white, and you go back in over the eyes, because you know yourself when you put your eyeliner, you may be stoned, when you put your eyeliner and your mascara on, your eyes pop, don't they?
Oh no, I always enjoy that before a show.
Just adding it back in.
Yeah.
And even just going around here kind of gives the illusion of a shadow.
Yeah.
So it looks like a haze, because obviously our hair's a bit like 3D, isn't it? And this gives it the illusion of...
Emma, she looks incredible. I've had a little brainwave.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at this. You know the bubbles?
Yeah.
Now this would be a little bit time consuming, but I think it's a project I'd like to take on. What about those circles being planets?
There could be.
So you could do little planets like a solar system in a hand.
That would be fantastic. I've turned them into sweets, which is in my dad's car. Sorry, again. Yeah. But yes, planets each one.
I think could be a good idea. Sarah is popular. 70. Oh, now we're over 70% of the stock for Sarah. A lot of you are popping Sarah into your baskets, and I do not blame you. But don't forget, Sarah's also very good friends with Megan and Molly as well.
Oh, they all work fab together as well. There you go. And adding all these little white highlights in. Yeah. Like a little bit on her nose to add the shadow. And
oh yeah, this is a good little trick you do.
I love it. Even a little bit on the cheeks up here as well. Kind of makes it look like, if you watch makeup tutorials and things like that, I won't keep going with it because you get the gist. But then this stuff, it's a net stuff. I don't know what it is. Do you know the name? Tulle or whatever it is. I tend to add a lot of fabrics and things behind just for texture. So either Hessian, anything.
That's a good one.
And I've cut this die out. Now, this one here is that, but keep these bits in the middle as leaves or petals. There's a full sample there that's just made flowers out of this, just the inside of this one.
I'll try and find it.
It's up there somewhere. I'm going to add that in just behind it again. Have that coming up there. And again, I'm just going to ink around the edge.
Okay.
Again, just for the illusion of a shadow.
Yeah.
If there's a way to make it easy, I'll find it. Because not everybody wants to do all the little faffy bits at the end and like they're going around it with the shadow. They want to be able to make it and move on. So if you can do something that's going to make it look like that, like really arty without having to...
Yeah. Oh, that's
and
nice.
There we go. And that one, what I've done is I've stamped, instead of using the backing paper, I've stamped the flowers and the text. Oh, that's two different ways.
But she looks so beautiful.
I've used
what
it
a
both of
lovely,
them.
lovely, lovely stamp. Really nice.
And the
just
lovely, I mean, the nice big tags as well, so it's not like you're trying to work on a tiny space.
I'm kind of gauging it from my own sort of enthusiasm, and it's a good rule of thumb when you're looking at an image. And for me, as a crafter, I would love to decorate. And I'm thinking now how to do the hair. I'd get alcohol markers, watercolours, mixed media. I mean, the boho girls are incredible.
I showed how to make a journal with them this morning as well. I'd used Paola's
her
binding system to put them together. And
have you got that? Have you got that?
It's over there.
We'll find it.
It's got Sarah on and the flowers next to it. It's
when I go down, I'll have a little look. If you do want to go for the wiggle tags as well, and it's a great platform for the boho girls, wiggle dyes are very busy this hour, and potentially, well, we say that, I think they're going to go. I do think they're going to go. £21.99 your price, saving £3. 70% of the stock has gone for our wiggles. You can see them there, so you're getting nested dyes with regard to your wiggles. But the point I was trying to make with the wiggles is they give you such a wonderful platform. So you're having a look. So those are all those nesters, so the perfect mat and layer, but because they've all, and each one hand-drawn, so each layer has been hand-drawn in there. Having a look here, you can see that raggedy edge, it's absolutely packed full of sort of character, but you don't have to worry about lining up. It will hide a multitude of sins, and you can go from here. We've got the larger size as well, so this has actually been used to create a card blank. So you can use these to create card blanks in there as well. Pages for your journals would look amazing.
You could make a journal inside of a journal. You can even make zigzag cards with them, which I'm going to show.
Yeah, really like those. So if you want to go for your wiggle tags, over 70% of the stock, and they're flying. 304-836 your item number. We've also got Blooms and More and Flower Power for you just down here, so you can see those. Packed full of elements. So we used just that element there in the previous piece, but love this, so bubble texture. You've got that large sprawling flower coming through. Little elements, they're just packed full of elements in there, Emma.
That
what you're rummaging
one
for.
On the bottom of the strip, that's got no cut end at either end, so you can have the strip as long as you want.
That's amazing.
But I mean, it makes great texture. Backgrounds.
Oh, is this what you were saying with the card? Is that the card you were looking for?
Yeah, that's the inside of that.
That's very good.
It's a die in a die.
The inside here has been used to create that. That's clever. Very, very
so you can
clever.
use them for your leaves, and if you look at all the dies, every single one is hand drawn, so everything matches. You know how I've hand drawn the wiggle line, the wiggle tags. The dies all fit in perfect.
Do you know what I love about you, Emma? No stock images, everything's original, and
I try.
It makes a huge difference.
I want everything to match, and I want it to work with something you got 6 months ago. And extend everything, so when you get something new to go with your stash, it makes the rest of your stash more. It's not obsolete anymore.
It's a little jaunt into Emma's world. This is what I like. £29.98 your price if you want to go for both of those dies. I've got to tell you, you're saving £5 on each, so a £10 saving in total. 12 dies there. 473-468 item number. Now, something we were playing around with. The stencils are fantastic. Really like these stencils. Just wanted to show you, and I went to pick this. Oh, this is so good. This is really, really good. So you're getting all three stencils that you're seeing there, and look at this for a piece. We are approaching 70% of the stock for the stencils. Now that is stunning. Just a little bit of applique on there as well, or layering up rather, not applique, coming through, but that's just stunning. Really, really nice. So that's one of your stencils, but you're getting three designs, unique designs in there. If I pop this down, you'll be able to see you're saving £9 on the stencil. First up, phenomenal saving. And then when you go through and see the designs that you're playing around with, so that wonderful raining hugs and kisses there, and then you have the flowers. So the funky blooms, I should say.
Even make your own gift wrap. If you spray it onto
cool.
like your rice papers and your tissue papers and things, and you've got fancy, cheap wrapping.
Yeah, that's a good use.
Even if you want to decorate wine bottles and things, buy the cheapest wine you can possibly get. Decorate it yourself. It'll look really good. You'll get the enjoyment of decorating it, and it doesn't cost you a fortune. It gives good alcohol away.
I like that. That's a good plan.
Anyway, have to be cheap.
$14.97 your price there. 661-447 your item number. Now we're going to introduce you to some incredible girls. The boho girls. We're going to start with Megan. I have to say, I think Megan is so cool, and we can all relate. We all got friends who you think remind you a little bit of Megan. Now let me show you this, because with regard to, come on, that is a great piece. Denise, that is stunning. So Megan can be, she's got a bit of a 60s vibe to Megan.
She has, yes. Flower power.
Yeah. Just seeing that there, I think, stunning piece. But showing you the size as well of stamps. Sorry,
you can change the faces and everything just by slightly changing the eyes, adding more eye makeup and adding the extra lashes on, or it's like get your makeup out. Use your eyeshadows and things and see what you can do with them.
I think Megan, she might be. I love all the boho girls. I think Megan might be my fave.
Yeah.
I like them all. I genuinely like them all, but I'll always say it if I like one. So for £10.99, if I was sat at home, Megan would absolutely be going into my basket. 734-335, your item number there. Then we got Molly. Now, how can you not love Molly? So Molly she's thoughtful, reflective. I just wonder, there is so much, they always say, like, the eyes are the window to the soul.
Yes.
And there is so much going on behind Molly's eyes. Actually, good opportunity with the stamp to you know, if you wanted to change, to go dramatic, smoky eyes, you could make it
you
really
could.
nice.
Like I say, watch the makeup tutorials, and I mean that's art in itself.
Yeah.
So if you watch them, you can take it over in your paper crafting and everything else.
Well, I mean, stunning image. But each one of, and you've done, I've got to applaud you, Emma, because it's not easy. You've given each one their own personality, their own essence. So.
I've tried, even though it's the one collection that all works together, I've tried to make each of them different.
They do work together, but yet they stand alone too. So if you wanted to go for Molly, and Molly is proving popular, £10.99 your price, 012411 your item number. Sarah's absolutely flying. Everyone loves Sarah. I'm not surprised. Sarah is bubbly, she's effervescent, and she really does bring life to a piece. So here with Sarah, we're approaching 3/4 of the stock, and it's the whole piece as a collective. When you think about fun to decorate, fun to colour in, but then you could put her in so many situations and guises. I mean, that is just such a great piece. Thinking journaling, scrapbooking, amazing.
Cards, anything. Anything at all. I mean, even on teenagers' T-shirts. I mean, you know I love to do the T-shirts and the fabric paint and put the girls on the T-shirt.
Okay,
it's a work
game
of
changer.
Art, and you get to wear it.
The boho girls, getting all three of them onto a T-shirt would be amazing. I like that a lot.
Makeup bags.
Yeah.
Everything.
Have fun with it, and this is what they're there for. £10.99 your price, 062817 your item number for Sarah. She is busy. Okay, so we are going to be heading back to. We're just going to show you backing paper. Sorry. Just going to have a look here. So with the backing papers, and again, this kind of epitomises why Emma's so popular, because she brings us such original backing papers, the designs, the colours. Each one of these are original work of art that Emma's created, and then she's offering them to you now with the backing papers, allowing you to bring them to life. Colour isn't a big thing for you, Emma.
I like colour.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you can take these right the way back and have them quite muted and things. When it comes to the backing papers, I just let myself go wild. I love it. I mean, my craft room's bright pink. It is. It's, Sarah calls it the House of Marshmallows because it's all colourful and...
Well, this you get inspired by.
That's what I would have that as wallpaper if I could.
Yeah.
The rainbows.
Oh,
I love it. Take us days to do the backing papers. It's a labour of love. I love it.
Well, just showing you here, and this is what I mean when you're getting original works of art, lovely colours from Emma. I mean, come on, look at that. For your backing, and just putting one of the girls on there, particularly Sarah, I think, would work very well with that. Then you've got flowers in here. You could fussy cut a few of these. I think some of these have been fussy cut and put on an inspiration that I held up. I'm going to hold this way only because these are for the cameras, but obviously it'll be that way. You've got the clouds with the rain, then you've got the leaves, which we used. We chopped that down, used in one of our demonstrations this hour. Got more beautiful flowers and lovely tones coming through. Bubbles again. Come on, how good are they? More flowers, more colours going in. So all of these, I mean, there are backing papers and then there are backing papers. You're getting 24 sheets in total at 120 GSM. You just can't go wrong. 895767, your item number there. So if you want to take a little bit of Emma's charisma, Emma's own charms and artistic ability and put them into your own works, good way to do that is with all the stamps, the stencils and the backing papers. We've got a picture sent in. Who's this from? Yvette. This is stunning. So Yvette's used Megan.
Oh, fab.
Wow. Now, she said she loves these stamps and dies. and she uses them in her journals. Yvette, thank you so much. And can I just say, Yvette, you have done a great job there. Love that. Sassy chick indeed.
I'm very lucky. I've got loads of lovely people who I talk to and shows the makes.
This looks so good. Okay, so what are we going to do next then?
I'm going to use Megan.
Cool.
So what I'm going to do is this. I've used the handmade paper Charmaine's got on, and I've made a concertina card.
Yeah.
So what I do is I fold the first one over, making sure that I keep an edge there, and then I fold the next one there and make it a little bit smaller.
Yeah.
Either side. So basically, I don't know if it's going to make any sense whatsoever. The first one fits the edge of there, but leaves.
So you're not you're not cutting that edge.
Yeah, and then
it's
you
like
fold
if you're
it
creating
over.
a card blank.
Yeah, yes. Yeah. But then on that side you do the same again with your third fold over.
Yeah. Okay.
And then you end up with
No,
the
that makes
three.
sense.
Yeah.
Got to just remind you, the wiggle tags are busy, so if you want to get hold of the wiggle tags, they are flying. And remember, this is the first time we brought them to you in this shape. I know last time the rectangles were extremely busy, and it's something I think it's a range that's going to grow and grow and grow. 3/4 of the stock now has gone for our wiggles.
That's fab.
Yeah,
I'm
love
so
the
pleased
wiggles.
people like them. And I've started here, I've done all of the different tags, and I've got Megan, and I want to do the front cover. I still need to stick some of the other girls on, but to start with, I've cut out one of the smaller ones in the rainbow.
Okay.
And to start off, I am going to add just some texture to the background and some colours. I don't want it too much colour because the rainbows, I want that to stand off it.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking if we'll just go with a dark blue.
Okay.
Not that one's not open. And stamp it out. I should have had a smaller stamp block, but I don't know where. It's probably with the samples.
It's in your dad's car.
Yeah. Like that. And this here, again, can be taken over to other things. It could be zebra print, like ink marks.
Oh, yeah.
It's whatever you see is what it is. I'll just add them in a giant block.
Perfect.
See, if I live next door, I'd just pop and get stuck.
It's a bit of a trek for you.
Emma's
You're saying it's a
forgot
lot
everything.
hotter down here than it is in Newcastle.
It's 10 degrees hotter here.
Wow.
I feel like I'm being boiled alive. Right, and that is... I'm just going to check that's the right way up on the back of that tag.
Okay.
Because it'll drive us crazy if the letters are upside down. Yeah, that way. Oh, there, I can see loving it. It'll be like a magic eye thing, looking for different words.
That must have been fun to do, though.
It was.
The entire process.
It took us a whole day to do it with these typewriter.
Wow.
I had the boys typing as well.
Yeah.
But they're feeble, I couldn't push down hard enough.
Because you did have to really give it some with the
It
old
did.
typewriters.
It was
Yeah, I
totally
remember
obsolete. It was just by chance I came across it, and I couldn't get the ribbon or anything for it. So I had all the inks and everything out, and eventually I got it to do enough. Yes.
It was work.
It worked eventually. Labour of love. I wanted this, and that's what's happening. Oh, yeah, I've got the typewriter. I think I might cover it with something and do something with it, but it doesn't work anymore.
Well, always be remembered now on that stamp.
Yes, it will. So I'm just adding some shade around the edges again. And then I've used, I did a Facebook Live the other week on the jelly plate, and I used all the dies, just like stencils and things.
Yeah.
So I've kept them in the flowers. I've die cut all the different jelly images out, and I'm just going to use them because I think it goes really well with the flower power theme of Megan. I'm just going to add them in, and the colours match. The paper's perfect, so I'm going to chop the end off that one and have it there. And again, if you want, you can actually stick this onto a coloured paper, so, and then cut round it so it's actually filled in as well. So it's never ending. Honestly, I get so frustrated that I haven't got enough time to show everything I want.
I think you could even, I'm looking at those flowers, you can see the circular one, you could snip into that and create another flower texture,
You
so like
could.
a crescent to it.
Yes,
and, you know,
yeah, honestly,
snip into
there's
them.
so many. Once you get started,
Yeah.
it's just, if I had a month and a day just to play with these. I still wouldn't run out of ideas. I like them, Yanis.
I like them too.
In case you hadn't noticed.
Hey, I like them too.
So I'm just going to stamp out Megan. I've already got one ready, but I'll stamp out and show. Just like that. And again, my ink pad's drying up. I don't want that. And again, just in with the skin tone. And you can get skin tone, skin colours and all sorts. But if you do want to mix it yourself, it is yellow ochre, a brown like umber, a pinky colour, and white. And you just mix them all together.
Yeah.
And eventually you get a skin tone that you want. And more brown makes darker skin tone, more white makes lighter.
Do you, when you're designing, say Megan, do you kind of build a story about her personality?
Yeah, the more I draw,
life?
and the more I colour them in, they end up having full life. And
so what were you thinking of Megan?
Oh, Megan, she loves going to festivals, loves camping.
So that alternative lifestyle. I can imagine Megan.
Yeah,
you know, on
she likes
social
clubbing as well, though.
You know, on social media, there's a big thing. People just get in a camper van and they go travelling around and post.
She
I
needs
can
a
imagine
camper van, doesn't she?
Megan could do that. Yeah.
Yes, I'll get the Dolly camper van out. Charmaine's got a camper van.
Megan's going to go on
That's
tour
another
with
thing. They
Charmaine.
do actually work with everything.
Yeah.
I've mixed them. I mean, everybody, I think by now that most people know that I'm a bit obsessed anyway with. And I mix and match these in with so many other crafters stuff and extends everything.
Well, that's what it's all about. It's crafters, yeah.
So going back to our face and what I was saying, if they don't stamp out perfect and you're lazy and you don't use a stamp block, just go back in, because you'll be able to see, and bring the eyes back to life.
Nice.
The eyelashes. And I mean, you can give out really, really funky eyelashes. You do it in your gel pens and things.
Is she missing a bit of a left eyebrow? There you go.
Yes, it was stamped in, it was just faint. And then, obviously, when you paint over things, it doesn't stand out as much. Oh.
She's got her fake lashes on.
Yes, you need them, don't you? And then, again, I've changed too. I've given her thinner eyelashes. But changed her by, what I've done is I've flicked her mouth up slightly at the sides.
That looks cool.
And totally changes how she looks again. So if you had your glittered gel pens and things, do the lashes, and obviously then you've got your Pride festivals and everything.
Of course.
Everything. It fits in for everything. When I'm doing them, I'm thinking all the time.
The blonde hair you've just done now looks very similar to our floor manager, Maddie.
Yeah.
There you go.
So again, going around adding in the shade again, and then she's got little flowers and hearts and things in her hair, which again, if you're going with your gel pens or your pencils, you can sort of bring her back to life again.
Yeah.
Make all them pop out. Again, use your stickles, glitter glues and things like that.
Okay, nice.
Adding them all in. That brings it to life. And again, on her nose I've done a little dab of white and then brushed it up. And the eyes. Bring it to life. Make her. I spent too long at the festival, just wonky. And even the belt. Festival. It's got the belt. You know the belt things on your trousers?
Yeah.
That hold the belt on?
Oh.
It's even got them on.
Yeah, the little belt loops.
Yeah. And there is, and obviously I need to do the other ones with, finish it off.
Yeah.
So I think Molly is slightly too big.
Feel free to carry on going. We're going to stay here. Yeah, keep going.
So, I know she fits on perfect, doesn't she?
Now that's, do you know, it's nice having that sense of perspective as well.
It is, it makes a massive change, doesn't it? And then, where is, I'm not taking her off, I was going to add a Sarah in as well, but...
So tell us a little bit about Molly.
Molly is, she likes being in the forest, she likes nature.
Yeah.
She likes to draw as well.
Oh. Very artistic.
Yeah, she could be a witch.
Yeah.
If you wanted to be a
Nice witch.
forest witch or fairy.
Or imp.
Impish. Yeah. This one would be good. You know, if you're inviting girls away for a weekend, I was going to say it would be a wild weekend in the cabin, but a pamper weekend. Loads of Prosecco.
If we're going to invite girls away for a weekend in the cabin, this would be a nice one to send.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean like a hen do, you know, when you all go away together, and not just somebody random inviting some strange girl. Like you'd say no, wouldn't you? No,
well,
thank you very much.
If you made the card nice enough.
A stranger trying to come to the cabin this weekend? No, thank you.
I missed a trick when I was single.
So again, using eyeshadows and your pastels and things, give them blusher.
Oh yeah.
And these are the soft pastels.
Oh now see.
Again,
this is why you've got that opportunity to really go to town.
You really have.
That's beautiful.
And you can have a little bit shine. I mean, even in here, you could doodle into all the feathers.
But it's Zen doodling.
Yes.
Would be great.
I mean, you can add, obviously, the basic shapes there, but then you can have the feathers coming down, make them more feather-like.
Yeah.
The reason I didn't do it is because I wanted you to be able to have the option of doing feathers or leaves.
Ah, okay.
So.
See, that to me is a sign of a great designer, giving that flexibility.
I know I've crafted forever. So adding in just changes how it looks again.
It does, yeah.
And adding the white and so on and so forth. And then eventually, once I've decorated it all, I'll have it like that. Like that. We'll have all three.
That looks so good.
And that on your mantelpiece, that's going to be the card of choice if you send one like that, isn't it? Right in the middle of the mantelpiece.
Love
for
it.
birthdays.
I love it. Okay, I'll tell you what we're going to do. She's going to give you a quick recap on the Wiggles, then we're going to head back to Emma and continue the fun. If you've got any questions, please get in touch, studio@thecraftstore.com. Wiggles are approaching 80% of the stock, and you're getting the most beautiful nested dies. They're original. You are saving £3 here, but it's the character that you're getting from the Wiggles. I love the jaunty aspects coming through, that abstract, not having a straight line. I think crafters, we get this, the virtues of not having that straight line, because a lot of the time we want to create something that is a little bit ragged, and it just gives it sort of character when you're making something. So if you want to create your own card blanks, you can do that with the dies. Equally, little tags coming through. What about your pages, creating pages for a journal as well? There is so much you could do with the Wiggles. I love the shape as well. £21.99 is your price. You are getting 7 dies in total. 304836 your item number. Now, Sarah, one of our boho girls, very busy for Sarah. Over 80% of the stock for Sarah. £10.99 your price there. 062817 your item number if you want to go for Sarah. Something else that's proven very popular, the stencils. You're getting a set of 3 beautiful stencils, wonderful designs. I mean, they're already going through those. That's a piece in itself. So you're getting all 3 designs. You've got your Every Cloud, your Funky Blooms, and your Raining Hugs and Kisses. £14.99 your price there. 661447 your item number. We have some dies for you as well. Blooms and More and Flower Power. 12 dies in total. We had a look at these in our previous demonstration. £29.98 your price, saving £10. You're actually saving £5 on each. 473468 your item number. And let's not forget Megan, who we just saw featured. Megan's awesome. I really like Megan. £10.99 is your price there. So if you're looking for someone's a little bit different, 734335 your item number. And we can't go without showing you our Molly as well. So there's Molly in the mix. £10.99 your price for Molly. Wonderfully thoughtful, dreamy, and original. 012411 your item number. Okay, so we've got about 7 minutes.
I'm trying to stick them down so they're stuck when I come to them.
Okay.
I'm going to do another one with Megan. I need to call her Molly there. Okay. But what I want to do is I want to do it on the bubbles. For this one, what I've done is I've used the stencil to do the background, but I'm just going to cut the bubbles.
Do you know what's nice? Just seeing Megan, we've seen her with blonde hair, we've seen her with brunettes, you've seen her with red head, and now with blue. It changes each time.
It does. It changes constantly. I mean, my sister Sarah, she's got blonde hair.
Yeah.
And she would never ever have it blue.
Yeah.
But I think Megan actually would. So the difference in them, but I mean, that's why I give chose Sarah to have the bubbles rather than hay.
Purple hair?
Yeah, purple hair. But I think that's why Sarah's got the bubbles.
Yeah.
Because bubbles can be any colour. Obviously, when I'm designing them in my head, I thought, well, Sarah wouldn't have yellow hair. So
we give something different.
Bubbles instead.
Bubbles.
So there's that cut out. I mean, that in itself is just
nice. Oh, so we're using the backing papers now as well. You've done a beautiful job with those bubbles.
Ah, Dad loves them.
What did you use for those chalks?
A bit of everything.
Yeah, really nice.
I couldn't possibly tell you what when I do them between.
Just grab what's near.
Yeah, it's whatever's closest, really.
Yeah.
So this one here, this little squiggly stamp, comes with Megan, and it's like a wee.
Oh yeah.
I think that's actually the noise I made when I drew it. Wee. I'm just going to add in just a little bit in the background.
Yeah.
And you can watercolour onto this there, the backing paper and everything. That they are paper.
Yeah.
The 120 GSM, but they do take a lot, but just dry between layers. And like on watercolour card and things, the mixed media card.
Yeah.
You can soak it and soak and soak. These just dry in between each layer rather than. And what I've done is I used some acrylic and I painted the hair orange. I didn't. I painted a bit of card orange and then I stamped it out and cut her hair out.
Okay.
And then I stamped her out again. And what I've done is I've used the same orange here and coloured her in. But I want the hair to stand out.
Nice.
So originally it was a jelly print, but it was a jelly print I wasn't too keen on.
Oh, okay.
So I die cut into it and stamped it on. I'm just gonna stick a couple of foam pads. You can use your silicone, you can use your gel medium, anything at all, and stick it over. And then looks like her hair's really coming off. Like that. And then what I've done here is I've gone in with Posca pens.
Yeah.
And added in the flowers. But, you can tell it's the last hour, can't you? I've got such a mess. You should see us when I've finished in the house, when I'm getting ready for a show. It takes us 2 days to clean it when I get back.
All worth it.
Oh, definitely. I just mess it up again, plain. Yeah. Sometimes when Charmaine rings us, she'll go, what are you doing? I've got that much desk. And again, adding just a little dab of white into the eyes.
Yeah.
Makes them.
Does bring it to life.
Makes everything pop, doesn't it? I've got a little bit of sari ribbon. I'm just going to pop through straight away while I'm still waiting for me.
That's nice.
And the sari ribbon as well, I think fits the style of the.
Yeah. It's got that.
Tags and the stamps and everything.
It's a bit indie.
Yeah. And then with these, as I was saying before, you can pop them on to card.
So you're
and then cut around it so you've got.
That's nice. I have to say, the backing papers with Megan on top look spectacular.
Fabulous, aren't they? I mean, cut your clouds out in the bubbles and lay them up behind Sarah, and it's just beautiful.
Really nice.
All of them work to. I do work really hard to make sure that everything works together as much as I can. But then, even when I'm doing next line, I'm thinking about all the lines and what I'll go with.
Yeah.
So the amount of time, I mean, I can do the backing papers 4 or 5 times before I'm happy that they match everything. You should see how much paper I go through. And I think being a crafter as well, I kind of know what I want.
Yeah. Well, you've got such a distinctive style. Ultimately, I think you're governed by one rule: you craft to have fun.
Yeah.
And you see that.
Happy.
You do it. You want and that enjoyment is, I think, encapsulated in your designs. You get a sense that you love what you draw.
If it doesn't make you happy, what's the point?
It's true.
If you need to have a hobby, that you can sort of tune things out, isn't it? So that is that, and then all I would do is add. I've got a sentiment here. Collector of Curiosities. We'll have this one, and add your own sentiments on. And I mean, there's so many sentiments out there: cheeky sentiments, funny sentiments.
Yeah.
Anything. Oh, I shouldn't even have a little flower in her hair because it's appeared from somewhere. That's out the papers as well. There you go. it lovely?
Emma, that looks so good. I mean, really, and I'm sure at home you're agreeing with me. I mean, the stamps are incredible.
And if
You've
you
done
are
all the
stuck
hard
for
work, and then
inspiration.
we jump straight to the fun bit, which is colouring them.
Exactly. I mean, I still, even though I draw these, I still use them and keep going. But I mean, if you're ever stuck, just message us on Facebook. If you find the page Clever Prints Limited, you'll find everything else I do from there.
Brilliant.
And just message us, I'll help.
So just look for Clever Prints on social media and you'll be able to get in touch with them. And that's the wonderful thing about you, Emma, you're so down to earth. So you're open. Anyone wants to send a message?
I've talked to quite a few. I've got loads of new friends, to be honest.
Oh.
People, I mean, there's Kelly.
That's such a nice way to describe it.
Yeah, I've made loads of new friends. And I taught them hours.
Good.
Hours now. I get no housework done. It's their fault.
Excuse. Now, I've got to tell you, the Wiggle dies, very, very popular. Details on the screen. Brand new today, and a lot of you have been popping those in your basket. If you do want to get hold of the Clever Prints Wiggle die tag set, you're getting 7 dies in total, saving £3, £21.99 your price there, 304836. Emma, thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
When are you back? Do you know when you're back?
July the 22nd rings a bell.
Okay.
New.
Oh,
More new.
Follow him on social media because you always give little sneak peeks at what's coming up
I
as
kind
well.
of keep my mouth shut.
Yeah, good. Emma, thank you so much.
Thank you.
I hope you've enjoyed it as well. This is what we're all about here at the craft store. It's the demonstrations and, of course, it's having fun. And the fun is not going to stop. We've got plenty more coming up. Now, if you do see or if you missed any show, you can catch up 2 ways. You can go onto our app or website, go to the rewind option. All you need is date and time, and you'll be able to revisit that show. So do check out that function. Thank you so much. We've got plenty more coming up. Oh, it's a good afternoon. We've got now Dolly Dimple's one-day special coming up with the wonderful Charmaine, and she's got lots to share with you. After that, Handmade by Hayley will be here. Ooh, and then we're launching Heartfelt Creations.
Hi, I'm Abs from Holland Create. I've been crafting for over 10 years now, and I love stamping, stenciling, creating layers, colours, textures, and creating depth and dimension. Holland Create was established in October 2016, collaborating with a group of designers and artists from all over the world, bringing different designs and products in different styles. We pride ourselves with high-quality photopolymer clear stamp sets, dies, stencils, washi tapes and acrylic blocks, all in different size and formats. I hope to bring you inspiration and different ways of using your craft products. Make sure you don't miss the Holland Create shows.
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Hi, I'm Leslie from Chocolate Baroque, and we design and manufacture our own rubber stamps right here in the northeast of England. Our stamps are beautifully elaborate, very, very detailed, exquisitely etched, and the quality is next to none. So good that if you look after your stamps, we guarantee them for a lifetime. Join us for our journey into everything creative and messy, and see what you can create with our stamps.
Well, hello everyone. I kind of feel a bit greedy that I've got to spend a whole hour there, Emma, and now I get to spend an hour with you, Charmaine. Hey?
These girls come up now.
Well, this is it.
We'll be getting you in trouble soon.
Happily, this is happy days for me because I love working with you, Charmaine. I think you are so good, really good with your inspirations. Please stick around, and we've got the stamps, we've got the stencils to really get you creating. And I love your designs as well. And I think you're very good in the designers you work with as well.
Yeah, pick them very carefully.
You do,
yeah,
you do.
We're all close.
Yeah,
close.
That's what we like.
Yeah.
It's family. Okay, I tell you what we're going to do. Now we're going to talk about the one-day special. This is the final call for the one-day special. Going to break this down for you because just hold back. 'Cause it's been very, very popular with the fabulous cakes. But there is a complete collection as well, and just I'm going to say this really quickly. We're going to do show you the one-day special first. But with the complete collection, if you're a Freedom member, you're effectively paying 99 pence more and getting everything. Okay, so I'll get to that. Here we go. Let's have a look at the one-day special. Fabulous cakes. You are getting a set of 5 stamps, 29 5 stamp sets, I should say, 29 stamps in total. But my goodness, they are beautifully imagined. These are stunning, stunning, stunning. So
you see the front cover is very similar to the stamp size as well with the illustration. We've tried to get them very similar.
But look at the amount of elements going on there, and it's just the originality. And that's something I kind of, as a presenter, whenever I work with you, Charmaine, and anything you bring us, they're always so wonderfully original. And that's important. As a crafter, that's the kind of thing I look for when I'm going to invest in some stamps.
Yeah, well, most of the stuff we do, I'd say 99% of it is hand-drawn.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's got to be original then, hasn't it?
It shows, it really does show.
Yeah.
So when you're seeing all, and each one, that's not easy. When you consider there are 5 unique cakes here, each one has its own personality, its own style. And there's some, so here I would be going, oh, there we go, sorry guys. There, that to me, great for if you want an alternative birthday cake.
Yep.
Fantastic. But then there are cakes here, really lavish cakes, thinking about sort of if you want a quirky wedding card, or if you want an anniversary card, or just any celebration, because we eat cake to celebrate, and we need to applaud the sentiments in here. Bake someone happy. There's another one, sit down and stuff your face. I mean, come on.
I just like putting stuff your face
on. Get on. Sit down and stuff your face.
Yeah. You know when you're having a crappy day and you send somebody a card just to cheer them up. If you just put stuff your face on there, I think all my friends would just appreciate that.
I would absolutely.
Eat cake, stuff your face, not a problem.
That's what I'm talking about. But then I wanted to show you here is where you can take one of those, and we're going to get to Simpsons set in a second, so I won't show you too many examples, but look at that. Cake is for life. That, and not just for birthdays, that is a beautiful card. So you imagine giving that to someone. So that is the one-day special. This is the final course, the last live hour with the one-day special. You're saving £11. You're getting all 5 of these fantastic stamps. But remember the saving, okay? So put that in the back of your mind. Now, we've also got the stencils that you can get as an individual option as well. So taking a look at the stencils, all 3 of these stencils, do you know what, Charmaine?
Yep.
As a crafter, I can look at these stencils and already I love them. I haven't used them, but I want you. There's something in you, and you must totally get this. You know when you see stamps or you see stencils and it gets you. You look at them like, yeah, I want those.
Yeah.
I look at these. I'm thinking texture paste through there, jelly plates, you've got the floral elements, even to create the illusion of brickwork would be fantastic.
Yeah, I mean the mix with previous ones and the mix with ones that are coming as well. So when you start layering them together, especially if you're doing it on your jelly plate, if you're into that, they layer up really well. But I mean, if you want to fussy cut some of them, or put them in through your embossing machine, you want to draw around them.
The one we're seeing here, crackle paste.
Yeah.
Get some crackle paste in there.
Crackle paste.
I really like the stencils. Now, if you want these stencils individually, we're approaching limited stock. It's not there yet, but we won't be long before we do get there, saving £9. Here's the thing. I love the stamps. £11 saving there. I love the stencils, £9 saving there. So it's a £20 saving that we've already factored into the complete... it's a 29? 20.
11 and then 20. I'm with you with that one, and I don't do maths. Who's drunk the coffee?
My maths is terrible, so for a second I thought...
Ignore them in your ear. They're being demons today. We're right here.
It is a £20 saving. But here's the thing. If you are a Freedom member, the price of the one-day special, for an extra 99 pence, you were getting the complete collection. That, to me, come on, why wouldn't you? The stencils and the stamps work so well together. And Freedom members, you can also split the price as well. Look at your flexi payment as a Freedom member. For all 5 of the stamps, those 3 stencils, $22.47. That is a get in my basket price. Come on, love those. Now, I've got to say, we are on extended delivery, so it was always going to go. So it did sell out. That shows you how popular it has been for the complete collection. You're not having to wait too long, though. 5th of June? It's only a couple of days.
Give me a chance to pack it, mate.
Okay, that's very good. All right, so there we go. If you are a Freedom member, happy days. But even if you're not a Freedom member, fantastic saving with that complete collection. All right, so we've got plenty more on the show as well. I just want to show you some finished samples with these because they are stunning. Let's have a little look.
And the design team have just done an absolutely wonderful job. Let's see if you can show as many samples as possible today.
Okay.
Of this last hour. It's your mission, Janice.
Okay.
Janice?
No, I was worthy of that one because I got your name wrong. I don't know how I got your name wrong last night. I was saying I just had a throbbing
Who was on
head.
before got my surname wrong as well.
Oh.
Must be one of the... It's the heat, isn't it?
It is the heat.
Blame it all on the heat.
We were saying, I'm just going through that, like yesterday, I just had a pounding headache. You know, our hour, I felt really... I apologised to Charmaine after our hour because I just felt like I was really on
back because I had one too.
Oh, bless you. But you're just seeing here all of these wonderful examples. Your design team, by the way, are incredible.
They are amazing,
really
aren't
good.
They all do, you know, different quirkiness to them. So, you know, somebody might be really good at paper piecing. Somebody might be really good at, you know, colouring in with like alcohol pens. Somebody else might be excellent with watercolour. Emma does. She's on our team as well. She does the watercolour ones.
Look at that.
No.
Oh, that's using the Alice.
That's
we
using
still
the
got
Alice
the
stamp,
Alice pick and mix.
Yeah,
as
we
well.
still got pick and mix.
Because that, I mean, those stamps are incredible. Come on.
Isn't
Alice
that cool?
With the fabulous cakes, that is beautiful.
So instead of his little hat that he's got a huge hat. And he's carrying his cakes. And of course, the Mad Hatter, what does he make?
Yeah.
Hats.
Of course he does. Of course he does. Now, I've got to tell you some news. Big news. The stencils, you can see down there, they've technically sold out as an individual option. So they are in the option. Please, please, please make sure to check out. Good news is you can still get them as part of the complete collection. That saving is carried across, and you've also got the saving from the one-day special, and then the further saving as well. So do check that out. Okay. Actually, you don't have further saving, but you're getting both savings. All right, now, we're going to move on to this. Do you know what I like about this? Designer Cake, set number 1. You're going to have a look at the papers. And it's something I mentioned to Emma earlier on as well. Because there are papers, and then there are papers. And you bring us artwork here. And instantly, as a foundation, when you think about this, so taking one of the characters, if you take a sheet, let's say the one I'm holding in my hand right now, you take something like that and then layer over a cake. That is an absolute win.
Yeah.
Straight away, you've got a perfect foundation. Really good quality as well. It's 120 GSM. You're getting 28 sheets in total. There are stripes. I'm not going to hold these up because on our camera it's called strobing. They strobe, so it's hard on our cameras. But you are getting stripes in there as well. What about... Now, that is another beautiful piece.
It is lovely, isn't it?
It's got a bit of...
it's kind of distressed, but it's not too distressed. That it's, you know, the distressed grungy. It's not. It's distressed pretty, isn't it?
It's distressed regal.
Regal.
It's the kind of thing, I think it's got a bit of regalness to it.
Posh words today, Jonas. Here we go.
And what about that? That's another lovely one. Going through. Okay, if you do want to get a hold of this, £11.99 is your price, saving £5, 594164 your item number. Got to give you a bit of an update. The complete collection, we brought it back. It's on extended delivery. You're only having to wait a few days. So 5th of June it's going to be dispatched. Wait till you hear this. 10%. Oh. You are kidding. We've only just brought it back. 10% of the stock's gone.
Too much packing.
Well, I've got to tell you, we're 10 minutes into the show and 10% of the stock's gone. So we are busy for that complete. Okay, we're going to head to demonstration. Let's jump onto the website. There is lots to discover on our website, so do have a little look. What are you going to be popping into your basket? Now, you can go for the stamps individually, but the thing is, you can go for the stamps and stencils individually, but why wouldn't you want to take advantage? Oh, actually, you can't for the stencils. They're gone. Why wouldn't you want to take advantage of the saving in there as well? The pick and mix with Alice is incredible. and it really takes me back. I had as a kid, I don't know where it is, it might be at my parents', but I had a book, an old storybook, Alice in Wonderland, and it really reminded me of that wonderful, sort of very classic
well, it should do, because it's taken from the original artwork.
Oh, well, there you go.
Yeah.
That'll do. But with your twist on it as well.
No. I've tried to do the Alice as close as possible to the original artwork because it's license free.
Yeah.
It just doesn't need changing.
No.
We've got the fabulous Alice, which is obviously a total different spin of the Alice with the sort of more cartoony style characters. But that one, obviously, it's just amazing as it is. And I always wanted them so I could stamp onto fabric.
Well, fair enough.
So
So imagine creating all of that as your... So if you do want to go for the pick and mix, details on your screen, $10.99 your price, and it's lovely to hear the story as well. See, that's interesting. I didn't know this. Charmaine didn't say this yesterday, but she loved the Alice design, and she was thinking she would like those sort of illustrations on fabric, and you can do whatever you like when she got the stamps, and they are license free as well. So being license free, we can make to sell.
Make to sell, yeah.
Amazing.
Yeah, make to sell. Right, okay. I'm actually going to use my cream cardstock because I don't know where I put the rest of my mixed media cardstock, but I like my cream cardstock just as much. Okay. So I think I've been using that all the way through. So we're going to start with, in fact, shall I start with showing you what I've done in previous shows?
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay, so we do a quick one, a show and tell of that. So technique based, we've taken one of the stencils.
We did this together.
Did we do? Yeah, we did this together with the 3 bits. Yeah. Okay. So we put it through the embossing machine with the plates. And the rubber matty thing with the stencil on the handmade papers, and then we put some gold embossing powder here. We put there was white ink here, and I used the a white ink because I can't remember which one it is now. White ink here, put the gold embossing powder over the top, heated it up, and this one we put some perfect pearls over the top of some black. We rubbed some black on it, and this is left as its original thing. So we haven't actually made that into anything. This one here was put through the embossing machine in the same principle, and then we went over the top of it with Pretty Gets Gritty, Pretty Whip mousse paints there and there. From that we made a card. Let's go. 2 different samples. We have that one and we have that one using the same techniques. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Okay, let's get some of the messiness.
That, can I just applaud you? The fabulous cakes, living up to the name, those are 2 incredible inspirations.
So thank you. So what you've got here, this is one that's been embossed. So obviously I embossed that at home, but I showed it on the piece, and I feathered it out by using water around the edges and pulling it out to give it the feather effect. And I stamped up and coloured in one of the stamps, the fabulous cakes there, without the twiddly bits because I've cut them off. Okay. This one is one of the cupcakes from the fabulous cakes, obviously, and I've stamped that separately and coloured it in, and then added the twiddly bits. Haven't got around to colouring those 2 bits in, but I will do later because I just too many UFOs. So this one here was done using the dies which sold out, and this die that was sold out, and we've added bling, but we've coloured it in. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so using the same stencil but 2 different effects on that one, so move them to one side, and the bits, or keep them all together there. We did a really fast one which turned into fast 3, which was these 3. I think that was at 8 o'clock this morning. Where's the other one? There's the other one of it. These are the really fast ones. So basically what I did is I stamped the Mad Hatter out with the wee bear there. Yeah. And then I went in with one of the stencils. Here, this one. And so if I do it that way and that way, I went in with the stencil and used 2 colours, so an orange and a turquoise, because I can't remember off the top of my head what they're called, but I do know that's peacock feathers. Carved pumpkin, probably. And then I got the stencil, spritzed it with water and kind of tipped it over and went like that on that piece and stamped another one there. So you get a twofer from the same one. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Then with the remaining bit that was left on the stencil itself, I popped it down on there and stamped another one. So I can add more to that. So that one I might add to. Okay, so we've done that. Right, so that was really fast, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Right. So then, in the last show, I did a fast one at the end. This was showing techniques again. So I started off with the handmade paper, and there's another one hiding underneath, which is what I'm going to be using in my first demo. And one I've done, so I've got these 3 pieces here. I've wet all 3 pieces. I placed the stencil down on the top of this one. I did the same technique with this one. All 3 of them are wet, and I dropped watercolour paint onto this one and this one to get a colour tin. With this one, I wet it roller on the top, so I did that with those 2 to get the emboss. Instead of putting it through the machine, I used the brayer. Yeah. And then I left the stencil on here and went over it with the gold. But when I rolled over the top, I actually did it from behind, and you can see it lifting there as well. Okay. So you can get the negative or the positive. Lovely. But it is actually quite raised up there if you want to do the sort of touchy-feely on there. So those 3 are similar techniques. So that was technique pieces. From that technique that I was doing there, this is one of them using another stencil set, which we've got on the website. There's 3 together. It's one of my favourite ones. And I'd pressed that through and spritzed it with water and dropped on through the stencil. That's actually quite sturdy, and all it's got on it is the watercolour, some metallic paint, which is an acrylic, and that's it. Yeah, watercolour, metallic paint. There's no glue or anything, but it's made it even sturdier because it's compact. So it's embossed, it's textured, but where I've dropped the colours through the stencil, because there's water on, it will disperse, so you can't have it exact. Okay. So it won't be precise. Okay. And I had to stamp out 2 lots of candles from this one that I did in another hour. Yeah. So we did this card with the background, so these are 2 pieces using the elements out of there, and I used alcohol pens in there. So all these you can catch on rewind, but I had to do 4 candles. So I stamped that section twice, cut out the 4 and placed it on the wiggle tag from Emma using the handmade papers, and that piece that I already spoke about. Nice. With that one, you've already seen that one, so obviously I did 4 out of that. Oh no, it's the same one. So we've done those. Then we did this one. This was right at the beginning, where I used my dies before they sold out, cut them out, and you've got the cake stamp there, and moved all the little butterflies and the flowers around. Then the next one was in the last hour, I believe. So wonderful. Just inked through the stencil really quickly, lifted it off, or before you lift it off, if you carry on with your pen, you can actually mark it a little bit more professional than me, rush job. Added some of the bling to it and one of the other stands. How are we doing? Did I do any more? I reckon I did do some more, but I can't find them. So we're going to stick with that for now.
Well, what are we going to do this hour?
Right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to go back to that piece of card. What was I going to do, Yannis?
I don't know.
I think all that. Right, okay, here we go. So I've got a piece of cream. It's 300 GSM cream, which probably will be on the show because they're like my stock items. And we will then get...
So this is your mixed media cardstock?
No, this is my smooth cream card.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah. One that I do all the templates on, and you know, me original.
Good quality. 300 GSM, 50 sheets. 50 sheets for $10.99 is a very good price, and I would imagine just stamps like an absolute dream.
Yeah. It's super smooth, this one. So
details on your screen there, 956 975.
The thing about using this, it gives it a nice warm feel as well. So if you're doing, if you're going back to doing the the gift fairs and you want to sell your items, if you actually work on a cream base and all your things in your stand are all over cream base, it looks really good. It looks nice. When I'm at the shows, if I have all my stuff like my decoupage and things, they're all on a cream background, and suddenly I pop in one of the white ones, they're like a stamped one, in with the stand, it goes, yo, get me out of here, even though it might be a really nice sample. You know, it starts winking at me. It's like, what's going on over there? Beautiful sample. But because it's on white and every first is cream, it starts shouting. So we've got that stamp, just missed a wee bit down there, so we move that one over. And we put that one ink up again, but that's the best thing about using the Stamp to Impress. That's a cool name, isn't it?
Press to Impress, yeah.
See, we're even changing the names of people's things now. I think I always call it that. It's Press to Impress.
Yeah.
Nah, Stamp to Impress. Sorry, John. I'll give it a new name. Right, so we've got that stamp, so we can take that off the carrier, put it on the carrier sheet, which is hiding underneath all this stuff, because I've got messy now.
Have you got? Do you keep your masks then on the other side?
Yeah, so it's the first thing that I do when I get my stamps, and I don't get them in nice pretty packaging. So my first stamps that I get, I test them and I cut out. Because why do the work and then do it again?
Yeah, cool.
And then I stick it on my packaging. I've always done. Have you noticed that? I've always done that.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I lose them. So we've got that one stamped out. Let's get it out of there.
Yep.
And we have got one pre-coloured, but we're going to do it as quick as we can, the majority of it, because this one's really easy. Oh, you dozy Burke.
What have you done?
I was going to stamp and emboss it. Oh, well. I won't now. I thought that would be really easy to colour in then, because you colour within the lines. Oh, well. OK. There's another one that I have stamped and embossed, which is just set above. Why didn't you tell me this, Janice? Why didn't you get inside my brain and tell me what I should have been doing?
Next time.
Thank you. Oh dear, somebody get in my head.
But they're lovely designs to colour. I mean, we've got so much space now to really explore.
Yeah.
I would imagine that as well, if you want to stamp onto pattern papers.
And cut it out.
Yeah, that'd be nice.
I think you should do that. I think you should grab that there and get on and do it. Do you know when we went back to when we used to do before and we were side by side doing things?
Oh, the
You
good old
craft
days.
along with me and not just put me bits and pieces away from me.
I used to enjoy that.
Yeah. I did. It felt a little bit more personal, didn't it? You get involved and have a play.
It just feels slowly.
Slowly we're going back there, aren't we?
Going in the right direction.
Right, OK, so quick coverage with an
that
alcohol
looks
pen, or it
tasty.
could be a watercolour pen. And I'm going to go for lime green, because what I'm actually wanting to do, because I have all these UFOs, I want to use this piece. I mean, I see chocolate there now, because I've got cakes.
Yeah, yeah.
So I want to use
that would
this.
be a lovely sort of chocolate muffin.
Yeah.
Big, thick chunks of chalk.
Yeah, this is the handmade papers, and that's the stencil, which I'd sprit through.
Now, just to give you a little update on the handmade papers, you've got a great saving with those as well. Handmade papers, 2/3 of the stock has gone for the handmade papers, and I will just show you, because on the picture you can't appreciate. Anyone's not seen the handmade papers, you're thinking, okay, well how big are they? Look at the size of these, 32 by 22. You're getting 30 sheets in total, so 5 colours, 2 of each. The colours will vary, so I can't say what colours you're going to get, but trust me, you'll get a lovely colour palette in there. Can I show you something very quickly? I picked this up. This is made using the handmade papers.
Yeah.
I actually created a wallet in there. Isn't that amazing? So it just shows you the quality of the handmade papers and things that we could make. So handmade papers are busy. How are we getting on, Sean?
Okay, so we've just slapped on some green on the bottom there. So I'm going really bright and intense with this. And then the next thing that I did is, instead of doing pencils, I'm actually doing watercolour pencils. So I'm sure I don't know, I think you've had these on. They're doing intense. I'm not too sure. I believe. So what I'm going to do...
Yeah, we do feature those, yeah.
Yeah, that's cool, Willie. So I'm just going to do... I've got a thing about blue, I don't know if you notice. I'm going to do a little line of blue down there, and then I'm going to add into my green a little bit of blue. Blue and green just works so well. Or I think it does, anyway.
Okay.
And I'm going to do the same up the bottom there.
The Charmaine flick.
Yep, that's it. Get it on. Get it on. And to be honest, if I'm sat at home, this is exactly what I do. I might do a bit more, might keep going. It's exactly what I do at home when I'm colouring in and making my samples up.
Nice.
I don't just leave it to the girls to do the samples, because I've got to get a feel for the things.
You've got to have fun too.
Yeah, too right. Sometimes it's very hard when stock comes in. This is me having a wee moan about it now. When stock comes in and you really want to play with something.
Yeah.
And you've got to do paperwork.
Like, oh,
proper
boo.
paperwork.
Boo. Adulting.
Computer work.
Yeah.
And you're like, I just want to play. Big kid. And then I go off to my playroom. I say I'm working. Robert doesn't. He says I'm playing. I'm working. Yeah. If sorry, say that again, love. Of course you can.
Okay, so what we'll do is just give you a quick update because we are busy for everything at the moment. This is the final call to your last live hour with Charmaine and Dolly Dimples, and I have to say we're going out in style. Do not miss out. So the complete collection, it's sold out. It is back on extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched on the 5th of June. So 5th of June for the complete collection. Only a couple of days, but within that complete collection, let me just put this into context, and it's just for the benefit of any new viewers because we always have new viewers joining us. The one-day special has been busy, but most of you are going for the complete collection. I'll tell you why. One-day special is $43.95, and you are getting a collection of the most beautiful stamps. So they're really embracing the cakes, but each one has its own personality, its own flair. Let's go through. I'll just turn that around and show you. Look, you've got so many elements in that one stamp. You see how original they are. So you're going to get all 5 stamp sets for $43.95. Now, we had some stencils on the show. They, if you're quick, because individually we did call technical sellout. I think a couple have bounced back. So if you're quick, you can get those. But why would you? I'll tell you why. Because you can get the saving, which you're about to show you here. So the £9 saving from the one-day special, the £11 saving from the, £9 saving from the stencils, the £11 saving from the one-day special, and then a further £9 on top of that. And if you're a Freedom member, it works out for the stencils 99p. That's the price. You're getting the one-day special that you're seeing here, and then you're getting the set 3 stencils, the complete collection for 99p more than you'd pay just for the one-day special. That's why the majority of you have been going for the complete collection, and I absolutely do not blame you. There is a flexi payment on there as well. If you do want to get a hold of it, your item number is 129632. Now we're going to move on to some papers. So these are fantastic papers. Backing papers, we can cut, we can stamp on these and create something really special. So what you're getting is a lovely array of designs. They're 120 GSM, and what you'll get, if I just show you here, there are some, the line papers are fantastic. I'm not going to be holding them up only because it strobes on TV. So it's just nature on TV, but how good is that? Or what about this? Really nice sort of colorways, but then design. So it's got a bit of a vintage vibe, grunge, regal. There you go. Well, how about here? Or this. So you're getting 28 sheets in total, and they are A4.
Slightly smaller than A4.
Just a touch smaller.
Just a touch smaller than A4. So if you were to mat them straight onto an A4, you'd have a nice perfect border.
Okay, there we go. 594164, your item number. We're going to carry on down. We have mentioned the handmade papers. They are incredible, and I need to show you this. Look at that, and this gives you an idea of why the handmade papers are so popular. That is beautiful. They colour so well. Die cut beautifully too. Or what about creating that? So think about your journals. Using the handmade papers. Come on, that's awesome. So for your journals, that looks spectacular as well. Got to tell you, 70% of the stock's gone. I want to put this into context because £57 saving. Now, Charmaine was saying, if I show you here, you see the size of the handmade papers. Charmaine would typically sell one sheet for £3, and that's fair enough. Handmade papers, you would pay a premium for. It works out with the deal we're offering you, just over £1 each. You're going to get 15 colourways. I can't promise you they're going to be these exact colours. This is a good representation, but I can't promise you're going to get these colours, but you will get 15 individual colours, 2 of each colour. One thing to do with these, by the way, these are flying. We're now approaching 80% of the stock. Let me just show you a couple of things you can do. What about this? Creating your own file. Now, Charmaine, I actually made this with Charmaine, and we did a show earlier on. And what she did, she just took, you know when you get packages, this was just a cardboard package. Let me just show you. You know delivery packages you get inside, so like for a book or something?
Book wrap. It's not glued, so you can actually open it out and then show where the gluing is. And it just makes it nice and easy for everybody to understand. But it's so easy to do, isn't it, Yanis?
So easy, but then, and how did you get that silver effect on there as well?
Right, so that was spray glue.
Yeah.
spray glue onto the paper, embossing powder, chuck it on. The tricky bit was me trying to get it back into my tidy tray when I was doing a whole sheet at once.
Fair enough.
I should have done a bit at a time.
But that is incredible. But then we can do something like that. Can we have a look at this lamp? Is that okay? And look at that. I mean, that looks so good. You can see here. So with the lamp, I mean, that's incredible. Again, using the handmade papers. So you really start to appreciate, we've shown you wallets, we've shown you journals, we've shown you book wraps, we've shown you flowers. How about this with regard to like construction boxes now, getting your handmade papers on the construction box. The handmade papers you can do so much with. I mean, look at that.
And you could only get them here.
Huh? You can only get them here?
Yeah.
Oh, we love a craft store exclusive. Let me just pop that down there as well. So lots you can get with these. Price is great, and there's a thing you can do with these as well. If you wanted to fold these over and cut them up and use them within your actual journals, just as page for your journals, you could too. £32.97 is your price there, saving £57. They are massive sheets of handmade paper with a massive saving as well. 876-639, your item number. We're just going to talk about a pick and mix we have. Beautiful imagery. So it's the original imagery. It's license free now for your Alice in Wonderland. How beautiful is this? £10.99 is your price, and I just think it taps into something. The little kid in all of us, we can all relate to these beautiful illustrations of Alice, and there's so much you could do with it. There's the hare, or the rabbit, I should say the hare. There's the dodo, Alice. So lots of beautiful stamps to explore, and effectively you're saving it. They're half price. You're saving £10.99. So you're getting two. You buy one, you're getting one free. 042867, your item number. We also have something else, the bling kits for you. Now I've got two sets of the bling kits. Great saving. This is set number one. You're getting an awful lot of bling for your money. Saving £9.99. It's 10 kits in total. It should be £25 more. So it should be £34.99. £9.99 for all 10 of those is incredible. 058294, your item number there. That's set number one. And there's set number two. Again, another incredible saving of £25. £9.99 your price for set number two. 058294 your item number. So we're going to head back to Charmaine. What you've got for us, Charmaine?
Okay, this is one of my mop-ups from earlier on using one of the stencils. I've chopped that piece that I did previously in the last show in half, and now what I'm going to do is I'm going to ink up in white first, and I'm going to do half the side in white. Now I have to do it like this, it's the way my brain works, so I need that side, which is this side. Okay, so I'm doing half of it in white because I'm going on to the chocolate brown there, and I'm doing the other half in black. What I'm aiming for is to get the flourishes that I chopped off. So we've got the white there, because one, I need to see where it is, and two, now I can see where the white is on there, so I want black on the opposite side. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
Just the way I have to work, otherwise I'd end up doing the wrong side. It's like when you've missed a bit, you have to just like put my finger on it and spot it, go back. I keep re-inking the wrong area. So because this is raised up, I'm going to have to give it some serious sort of pressure there, but I'm not bothered too much about getting that centre bit because I'm going to cover it with the one that I've already done. So we put the flourishes back in there. Okay, so you can see the white, you can see the black that I've used, and then the one that I've coloured in, I have cut it out. So everything that I've done you've seen already, but what I have done is I've gone on the top of it with little bits, so little bits like that. So we put hundreds and thousands on, and it's just little lines like that over the top, and then down at the bottom here, my other little bits are little stars. So instead of little flowers, so you just do crisscrosses like super kisses, and we'll do half kisses up there, and it's as simple as that. And it's easy. Easy peasy chocolate squeezy. There we go. I'm thinking of cake. Cake, chocolate cake. There we go. Oh, not that question again. Coffee cake.
We were discussing favourite cakes. Now, you've said this a few times. I think you need to get you some coffee and walnut cake.
Do you know what I had before I came on?
Coffee and walnut cake?
I just love coffee and walnut cake.
Yeah.
I had a cappuccino bar from the place with 2 initials. Amazing, amazing stuff.
Yeah.
I love it, I love it. There was one time when we were setting off and we come down here, I opened up the bar, I took a bite out of it, I dropped it, it went right down the footwell. Now I'm not in a car, I'm in the van.
Yeah.
So of course, strapped in, I can't unstrap and go down the footwell to get my chocolate bar.
Oh, that's
I was like an hour away from here before I was done. There was no way I put it up on Facebook. They go, can't I just pull over into the hard shoulder? I'm like, what? This is how serious we are about our chocolate bars. Wow. Can you imagine the police arresting you for pulling over in the hard shoulder? She dropped her chocolate bar. Emergency. How is that an emergency? Do you want to live with a woman who's lost her chocolate?
The officer would understand.
Yeah, probably if it was a man, and if it was a woman, definitely. But you just don't do these things. Oh dear, so it's kind of a running joke now. There we go. I think that's pretty much it. Maybe a bit of bling.
Okay, yeah. Oh, well, now, speaking of bling, I've just got some boards I'd like to share with you, because the boards show you what you're getting in the bling kits, and I think you need to see how much you're actually getting here. We've totted it up. You're getting 946 pieces on set number 1. But when we say 946 pieces, the butterflies you're seeing here, that's 1 piece. So there's 6 there. The strips here, that's another piece. So it's not like counting each individual piece here. I love the gemmed alphabet and numbers going through there, so you can really zhuzh something up and bling it up. And the coloured buttons are fun too. So you're getting all of that, all 10 sets, for £9.99, saving £25, 058 294 your item number. We also have set number 2 as well. Just going to show you set number 2. Again, set number 2 is classy. Just like set number 1, the amount you're getting for your money. There's colour gems in the mix as well. But equally, if with set number 1 or set number 2, you can always colour them in yourself too. So all of those, £9.99 your price, saving £25, 058 294 your item number. How are we getting on?
Oh, we're going to go wild with buttons, so sticky buttons. You can use, I actually used 2 of the white buttons on that book wrap.
Oh, okay.
So I've used 1 and a bit on there, and what I did is I took it off the actual, because they are proper buttons, I took it off the sticky back and used 2 white buttons, because I couldn't find 2 matching white buttons. I've got lots of odd ones, but I used that on the inside bit where the elastic is.
You're just seeing that there. So
you know, there's a stopper.
Clever. Yeah, that's clever.
So I just used 2 of them, one
Using
on the
your
inside,
noodle?
one on the outer. Using my noodle. Oh, yeah. Only once in a blue moon that happens. Do you want a recap, or do you want a really fast one?
You go for it.
Really fast one?
We got time.
Really fast. Speedy. How many minutes?
19, so you have, don't worry about speedy. Take your time.
Speedy. We could do speedy on this.
Okay.
Right, I thought what I'd do is I'd use some perfect pearls. This is really simple. Yeah, here we go. Pearl X Perfect Pearls mica powders, whichever one that you possess.
Yeah.
Possess? Is that the right word?
Ones you
Not
get.
possess, is it? Is it?
It's a possession.
Yeah, okay. I was thinking of demons and things then. Right, so I'm going to use the butterflies, and we'll just use a regular slim and take the candle off of there. I'll pop that one up there so I don't lose it, pop that back later. So I'm just going to use the butterflies. So I'm using like the accent stamps on that come with them. So this one's with this cake, and it's got the 2 great big butterflies on there. So now we're going to use the Versamark ink, and we're going to ink and stamp. Where's the candles? Here we go, and we have one here. And just flex, not bend. That should be okay.
A little bit of a flex.
And then we're going to grab some powder. So I'm going to do 1 at a time. Okay. Ooh, must have really liked that colour. So in we go, and we're going to pop that down. So we're going to have the top bit pretty pink, and we're going to have the bottom bit a pretty blue. Go. And this reminds me of that invisible painting that we used to do when we were kids, or magic painting they used to call it.
Oh, yeah.
You just pop the water on and all of a sudden the picture emerges. Right, so we've got that one there. Just pop that one back and grab the next one. And you should just squeeze in here. And then same principle. So this would make a fab background as well to a card, but I'm going to make it as a focal piece. Okay. Here we go. One. Great for the Mad Hatter as well. Popped him on. And we're going to do the same thing again. Pink. You see that okay?
Yes. No. That was it.
I've actually brought my dirty ink pad so that when I'm stamping and embossing, you can actually see it. Yeah. But you can't on black, obviously, can you? But when you put it on white, you can actually see it. So a bit more on. Here we go. So this is on my black cardstock.
Yeah,
put the lid back on there.
It's a very good black premium cardstock. We've got the details on the bottom of your screen for that.
Here we go. I love this because it's great for die cutting as well. So it's not too thick to go through your die cutting machine. So it mixes with things. And of course, if you wanted to mount things on top, because it's solid black all the way through, it's perfect for that. So I just want some wee flowers now. All right, there we go. Them two will do nicely. Pop that one on, 1, 2, and we'll go random on that one. So I'm just going to move that on the other way around. These are the skinny slims from Be Crafter, and I don't take my blue off of it because then I don't lose them. Anything clear, it disappears, mate. So we're going to have 2 there. I don't normally do it that way around. I normally take my ink pad to it, but we're just going to go with it. And couple here, and down there. Right, here we go. That should be enough. And shall we go for another colour? Yeah, why not? So here we go. The flowers are all going to be this colour now.
Oh, there you go. Now that colour you can really see.
Yeah. And go.
Nice.
There we go.
It's one of those when Charmaine picks up, and we'll show it to another camera, because on the overhead, because it's looking down and we can't really give it a good old wiggle, you can't appreciate what I'm seeing here. I've got a better view.
I'll wiggle it just a little bit. Right.
Charmaine's patented wiggle.
Yeah, we're going to give it a quick flick, so I'm just going to turn and flick off the powder, and then we're just going to take a bit of blue roll.
Yeah.
So I've got some mucky finger marks. Here you go. And you ready for the wiggleability?
That's it. Well, there. See, that looks good, Charmaine.
It's so simple to do.
It's so effective.
And occasionally, you know, I forget about it. I put all my Pearl X and micro powders and things all in the tub together.
Yeah.
And they're in the drawer and I forget to get them out. And then, oh, I'll just do that. It's fast. It's fast. Okay, so we've got that done. If you want to do a recap, what I'm going to do is I'm going to trim a bit off of it and just pop it on some white cardstock. So that's all I would do.
Okay, all right. Well, I'll let you do that and then we'll come back to you and see more fun and techniques. If you've got any questions for Charmaine, we'd love to hear from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. So we have got the one-day special. The one-day special featuring a set of 5 stamps. Beautiful, beautiful stamps. There are 29 stamps in total here. Each one, and we're exploring the theme of cakes. And when do you typically want to have a cake on a card? Birthday cards, covered. If you want maybe a really different, quirky, elegant wedding card, covered. But then if you just want get together, afternoon teas, done, quirky, original artwork in here that's just screaming for colour, and you can go in so many different directions, but it's the touches, it's the nuances that you're getting here. Sit down, stuff your face. Yes, that's a sentiment. I'm not just saying that, but genuinely, I love the sentiments that you're getting in here. I always carry a fork in my purse. Come on, I love this. Where have you seen stamps with this kind of humour in them? So you've got the original artwork. You've got, and we've all have friends who would appreciate the stuff your face and cake design, or I always carry a fork in my purse. You know, they're quirky, they're fun. $43.95 is your price there, saving £11. Can I just say though, with the one-day special, we have a complete collection, and here's the thing: as a Freedom member, if you're a Freedom member, with the complete collection, you're only paying an extra 99 pence for everything. So 99 pence more than you would pay just for the one-day special, and you're also getting the set of 3 fantastic stencils, which I think they might have sold out. I know a couple bounced back. Yeah, they've gone. So stencils have technically gone again, so make sure to check those out. But now the only way you can get them is part of the complete collection. The complete collection sold out. It's back on extended delivery, and you don't have to wait too long. It's the 5th of June for the complete collection, but it's proving very, very, very popular. A lot of you still going for that complete collection, and I do not blame you. When you can come up with inspirations like this, I mean, come on. Let's just think about this card that I'm holding in my hand. Who would you be giving this to? Cake is for life, not just for birthday. It's so true. Cake life. Love that. Or how about something like this? So incorporating the Alice in Wonderland stamps with these. Or maybe something like that. So now I think birthday cards, absolute. And this is the one card we make a lot of. The most of is our birthday cards. But you've still got the humour in there. Or what about this for quirky? I mean, this is what I love about Dolly Dimples. Different, different, different. So it's got its own personality. Tiered, it's jaunty, it's fun. $49.93, your price, saving £9 on top of the £20 you would have already factored into the price if you go for that complete. It gets even better if you're a Freedom member. 129632, your item number there. How are we getting on, Charmaine?
Okay, I've got some of the bling, and I've decided on purple because I love purple, and I'm just going to follow it up the line. So I've mounted it onto some of that cream smooth, and I'm going to follow it up the line of the black card there, and join them up. So I'm going to leave a little bit of a gap in between this one and this one. There you go. So it's kind of symmetrically placed, but. So like you wanted to do a fast card for somebody and you think, oh, poop sticks, I've forgotten so-and-so's birthday, you know, from 3 doors up the road.
It happens.
You know, quick, in the craft room, and out you go with something like that. So I'm going to spin it around and do the same on the other side. So I'm going to do 2 runs, and then I'm going to piece in from one join, so get that on. What I tend to do is hold it quite firm and pull down, and that'll keep you going with the straight line. So that's same again on this one. There we go. And then leave a little gap again. And pull down. Come on. Here we go.
Perfect.
And then the last 2 bits, ooh, you're a bit duller. So I'll just colour in one. So I'll run my pen straight up.
And what pen do you need? Permanent marker?
Just a permanent marker. I mean, I'm using an alcohol pen, but a permanent marker will do it. And it's quite fast drying as well. So pop that one off and add that to it. And that is another one. I'm not going to put a sentiment on this because it could be one of those just in case cards.
Yeah. That's good.
I do like them just in case cards.
We all need a just in case card.
We all need a birthday book where we keep them, but then somebody just comes along and says, oh, it's so-and-so's birthday today.
No.
Blast, how did I forget that one? Bottom fish bananas. Off you go, pop up the stairs and make another one really quickly. So that's what I class as a quick card. Okay, so I'll just do a wiggle on that one.
Okay.
Butterflies the right way around. Pop a sentiment on, job's good. Good, and you could have a big bow on there if you wanted. Whatever.
Would you get a shot of that?
Oh, sorry.
Yeah? Okay.
Wiggle too fast. I can't see because the actual camera is there. So, are we there? Are we nearly there? Is that the one?
That's the one.
Yeah, there's the wiggle shot.
Beautiful. Okay.
Okay.
We've got about 8 minutes. I just wanted to let you know, Alice in Wonderland stamps picnic proving very popular. Yeah, shall we? We can have a look at that. Let's jump onto the website and have a little look. So it's the original license-free imagery and illustrations from Alice in Wonderland. So wonderful. You're choosing any 2, and they are awesome. Really are special. For $10.99, I mean, come on. How can you not want to pop these into your basket? Even just literally stamping these out, black ink, done. You don't have to do anything. And obviously, if you want to add watercolour, then you can achieve something very special indeed. So it's effectively a 50% saving. Buy one, get one free. $10.99 your price. Just fill your boots.
I'll leave that same for Right, I folded a piece of cream cardstock in half.
Okay.
I'm taking a piece of this and I'm doing the measurement guide of by eye. So holding my finger there, and that's my guide here. So move that one to one side, take the ruler and keep it straight. Line that one up. This is the backing papers. Woo. Do a wiggle with my knife and straight down there. So this is the piece I'm going to be working on. That's the piece for Ron. Pop that in there. And Ronnie's my mate later on. just in case you don't know. So PVA glue or double-sided tape, which is your preference. But if we put in the PVA glue on, we need to get the bone folder and get that there and smooth it out like you were wallpaper pasting. So where's it gone? Right, yeah, where are we? Here we go. So we'll just mix this up. So we've got the backing papers, the cream cardstock, and then we're gonna. Shall we have cake and one of the Alice stamps?
Yeah.
Oh,
they work very nicely together.
Of course, cake works with everything. Of course. Just unless you were at one of them slimming clubs. You could, but I bet you'd sell loads of cake afterwards, wouldn't you? If you had a little cake stall.
It might be a bad shout. Yeah. Just outside. Delicious calorie-free cake. Yeah.
Do you know, no, they go and get weighed, and then straight afterwards they go and have the sins because they're just been...
So I've done such a good job, I've earned a bit of cake.
Yeah, so that could be a new career. What have I done with this? Oh, there they are, they're hiding. That could be a new career, couldn't it? Bake some cakes outside one of those little clubs there. So let's do the one that I think it was on Alison's card. Okay, so she used him. Yeah. So now my mass doesn't seem to be there, so I'm just going to have to be extremely careful how I do this. Okay, so but we wing it because we can. So we'll have him, and he's going, and if I'd cut out the stamp, I'd stamped it and coloured it in and cut it out, I'd just place it over the top. So you can stamp this as is. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So I'm going straight on the backing paper. We're going to have him wonky donkey. We're totally copying her idea. And we're going to get the black ink. We're going to get a piece of this blue special tissue that happens to be there because I didn't. My mask isn't there. We're going to do that, and he will stick there, and then we'll get these going on here. There we go. And where did that black? Oh, it's coming through into it. We'll get another bit of this special, not so thick blue stuff, and put it on like so. If it goes Pete Tong, what we can do is the piece that, because I don't throw anything in the bin, the piece that, go, Shabby, yeah. The piece that, if it's on there and I do my next piece, what I can do is stamp the actual cake, stamp it onto a different backing paper, fussy cut that bit out, or use something that's not translucent. Okay, for the bottom piece. So let's pray to the crafty Lord that this comes out, because it is a little bit thicker there, obviously, so we're trying to get, oh yeah, I'm happy with that, we'll go with that. Does look weird, doesn't it, without his head on? Somebody who chopped his head off? It was that naughty queen, wasn't it? The coup. How dare she?
I love, I mean, you see that hatch detail, and we are busy for our Alice in Wonderland stamps, or Alice stamps. It's pick a mix. Great price on these as well, so a 50% saving, effectively buy one get one free, and you get to really zero in and pick whichever designs you like. This is one collection I would be sorely tempted to get a couple times, maybe even three, and really build up. So there's, oh, this is nice to know though, the team, they have Kirsty, our producer, she's got these and absolutely loves these. She said she's using them for some wedding cards. For a sister-in-law, that's nice.
I remember when you told me, yeah. Right, what I've decided is Alison's card, she's used the one with the wee little mushroom on, yeah? Okay,
Yeah.
Is that correct? I remember rightly, okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a different one instead. Okay. So we put that on.
So clever.
That goes on his head like that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, no, that's a serious hat.
He's just going to look awesomeness, isn't it? And we want the black ink again. We're doing for time. Whoa, we're going to make it out. We're going to make it.
Okay. So showing you how using the complete collection or the one-day special in conjunction with Alice just absolutely works.
I think all I would do, we've just got a little bit where it's just out of sync there, but simply grey pen to fix that. Come on, you can do it, Charmaine. Just a grey pen in there, that bit of the base. And
just a reminder, this is the final call for a fantastic one-day special with Dolly Dimples. The last live hour, you can still get hold of the one-day special and the complete collection up until 6 o'clock, so don't miss out, though, if you want to get hold of it. After that, the one-day special will revert back to its original retail price. The saving will disappear.
There we go. I had to go in a little bit darker because it was still showing, and it was just annoying me. But you could go in and colour. If you'd mask both of those off, if I had my mask for that one and mask for that one, you could splash some colour behind if you wanted. There's loads and loads of options. You know, once you've got them, you do whatever you want with them. You can sit and colour to your heart's content, or you can just go black and white and use the papers to accent it with, you know, a white gel pen, a black pen, and you're sorted, aren't you? So just a little bit down there, a little bit there, and a couple of X's. And are we ready for the wiggle?
Let's do it. And they're having our fantastic Mad Hatter. And what a hat for your Mad Hatter. It's that wonderful combination of the original artwork from Alice, license free, and then in conjunction with the one-day special, or the complete collection. I have to say, complete collection has been very, very busy. This is the last live show with Dolly Dimples. All I will leave you with is complete collection. If you're a Freedom member, you're only paying 99 pence more than you would pay just for the one-day special. Something to consider, though it is on extended delivery. It's going to be dispatched only a few days, 5th of June. Can I say a huge thank you to Charmaine? You've been an absolute star.
Thank you, Yanis.
Hopefully you'll be back very soon.
Yeah, not tomorrow.
Thank you for your company. Oh, don't miss it. Our lovely Hayley will be up next with Handmade by Hayley, and she's got some amazing things to share with you. After that, a launch of our brand new one-day special. It is Heartfelt Creations, and then Pink Frog Crafts will be here for a happy hour.
Hi everyone, I'm Phil Martin. I've been a paper crafter for well over 20 years now and a designer for just over 10 years. Sentimentally Yours is my multi-award winning brand of clear stamps, rubber stamps. I've now also introduced lots of craft dyes in there, designer papers. I have my mediums where we've introduced the Flawless Media brand into the Sentimentally Yours family. We aim to inspire you, to be educational, and to teach you how to get the most from the products that we're bringing to you. The Sentimentally Yours family has grown to include my good friend Julia Watts and our new designer Trudy Howard. Hopefully we're all going to bring something different to the show, so you're going to be enriched with lots of different ideas and inspiration.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon, and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies. We've been crafting since we were very young. My mum got us into crafting and we've been loving it ever since.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks.
We've got a fantastic design team who help us with all our designs for the stamps, and we've got a great range of inks which we manufacture ourselves here in the UK.
Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hello there and welcome to an hour with little old me and some of the fabulous things that I love to bring to you. And this all kind of stems from personal hobbies, personal journeys, and questions that I often get asked from people who want to get into quilting and want to get into sewing. So hopefully I'll tick some of those boxes for you. And if you've already got involved with Mocha Block or the dies, I would love to hear from you. Studio at thecraftstore.com if you fancy getting involved, and send us your photos as well if you've got any photos of those quilts you've been creating. But I'm here with the monthly mega deal. Now this kicked off, I think it's about the 26th of May, and it's been a very, very popular one because it's set out as a set of dies, but then you've got quilt patterns to work with those dies. So if you are completely new to quilting, if you've never picked up a rotary cutter in your life and it's a case of you've got a die cutting machine that you use for your paper crafting, but have always wanted to get into quilting, well, this is a fabulous way for you to do so, and incredibly affordable as well, because you are saving a whopping great £31 with this monthly mega deal. Now it's been a popular one, as I say, it's only been going probably a little over 10 days, something like that, but already rapidly approaching 70% of the stock has gone. So it's been busy even in between the shows, if that makes sense. And I know that lots of people have been investing in their die cutting machines as brand new sewers potentially to the die cutting world. Now let me explain what you are getting. So you're getting your 6 dies. Now these will relate, or die sets should I say, these will relate to the Mocha Block system. So if you've already got involved with that, which obviously gives you the opportunity to design your own blocks quickly and easily, then you've got all of the dies here that are going to cut out those shapes from your Mocha Block. If you're thinking, what on earth is she on about? I'll explain to you in a little while, the Mocha Block, but the details are at the bottom of your screen if you're wanting to add that in. I would certainly suggest you do add that in because the two work alongside each other so beautifully, and because you've got your monthly mega deal on 2 flexi buys, it means you're only paying an extra tenner on each of those payments to get the Mocha Block system. And as I say, it all makes sense when I'll show you in a moment. Now, something special about the the monthly mega deal is you are getting 9 patterns. Now, the patterns that you've got all relate to the dies that we've got here. So you can see these 6, 3 either side, these are available on a pick and mix, as well as they're included within your monthly mega deal. But within your monthly mega deal, you've actually got 9 patterns because you've got a bonus of 3 patterns that aren't available on the pick and mix that utilise all of those dies. So all 6 die sets come together to create these fabulous quilt patterns. But of course the dies will work with the pick and mix, as will your traditional cutting methods if you tend to use a rotary cutter. All of that information is included within those patterns as well. But the monthly mega deal is the way to go with this one because it makes life so much easy, and you've got multiples of your dies. So if you've ever come across quilting dies before, quite often you will just get one shape per kind of element. So for instance, your quarter square triangles, and I hate using all these long words, these long-winded words, because quite often if you are new to quilting, it's one of those ones that you get all confused by. But basically you cut a square into quarters and you end up with quarter square triangles. Now usually when you're buying dies, you just get one of those, which means that you need to cut another 3 to make your full square. Well, with this one, you've got all 4 of those in there already. The square, the large square, you're going to get 2 of those. You can see you've got 3 of your slender 3 of your slender rectangles, 2 of your wider rectangles, 2 of your large triangles, which are your half square triangles, and then you've got your 4 smaller squares, which all come together to make a larger patch. Now, all of these, when they're stitched together, come to a 3-inch patch. Again, I will explain that to you as time goes on, but it just makes it so easy. There's no maths involved, and that's one of the things that make things so kind of scary for people, is adding in those additional ½ inches, ¼ inches, 7/8 of an inch. It makes it really, really complicated, but you don't have to worry. These dies have got your ¼ inch seam allowance involved, so every single one of these, when you're making a patch up, you will make it traditionally to a 3-inch size patch, but there's versatility included, which I'll explain to you as the hour goes on. Now, we've got some fabulous quilts around us, which I'll explain to you on our journey. But before we do that, shall we have a little look at the marker block, because that gets involved with this system, as I say, as well. So with the marker block, this all started, it's about 12 months ago I got involved with Crafts2, and I showed them the marker block and said, do you think it's something that our lovely viewers would love? And they said yes, and they got involved. So what you've got in the marker block is a whole series of shapes. But you've also got your frames as well. Now, we'll explain these to you when we get over to the demo area, but you've got 4 corners which come together to make a fabulous little frame. You've got your extenders in there as well, which mean you can make a bigger frame. Again, I'll explain that to you in a few moments. But then you've got all of your shapes. Now, you're going to get, in total, 64 of these patch pieces. You're going to get large squares, small squares, your large triangles, your small triangles. You're also going to get your rectangles in your 2 different sizes. And you'll notice with each one of these, they have got the description of what they are actually on them, and that corresponds with the dies, which is why it all comes together so beautifully. Now, alongside this, you will get your patch calculator, which I will explain to you in a few moments, and this all comes together, and it means that you've got all of your kind of shopping list for the elements that you need for you to create your blocks. But what kind of blocks are you going to create with these? Well, that's down to you, because you become the block designer, and this is kind of how it works. So there you go. You can see how you can create and design your own fabulous blocks. Now, don't forget, if you are going for the monthly mega deal, you are going to get quilt patterns in there. And the patterns behind me, and you've probably seen them all over the set here, they are created using those patterns. Now, they are available as a pick and mix on the website, along with the dies in their individual bundles. You've also got, well, there's loads on there. If you're wanting to go for additional dies, you can do, or you just want to try them out, you can do. You've also got the marker block system there with some fabulous reviews on there. Thank you to everybody who's left those. And if you do prefer a traditional way of cutting your fabrics, then you have got the quilt ruler set, which does work alongside the marker block. Of course, you've got your Kaleido there. That's the machine that I use to actually cut my fabric set, and I'll give you some hints and tips on that as we go. And then some fabulous tools and elements there that are going to help you when you are quilting. If you've not got a walking foot already, please do consider adding that one to your basket, because it does make it very easier for you to get your fabrics to pass through. And you will see me working with my grab and go bag. Again, it's a familiar favourite, and again, it's a popular one if you want in the pattern. So there you go, loads of different things. And if you're going for your grab and go bag, we have got bundles of zips for you to create these as well. So your grab and go bag, this is how I keep all of my kind of marker block and dies together. So it's got this fabulous little bag that I've designed myself, sized it perfectly for a need that I had, because I had rather a few of these. Now, don't judge me. Yes, takeaway containers. We had quite a lot of them. You may have some of them in your cupboards as well. But they are useful not only for your mocha block pieces, but also for your dies as well. So I've got all of my dies in here, although I have got my magnetic sheets because it makes it easier when you're wanting to figure those out. But that will accept 2 of those little tubs that you've got there, so you can make these in all sorts of different styles for different things to go in there. But it also gives me my corners as well for me to create with my mocha block. So let me bring these in to show you. So you've got 4 of these to start with, and the way that they come together is literally like a little jigsaw puzzle. They just lock together like so. And obviously when you're working with it in this scenario, oh, Samara, have I done that? I'm not quite sure how I've done that. I'm not quite sure. I don't know. That is very bizarre. I'm not quite sure. I'm not going to think about that because that's going to confuse me. Not quite sure how that's happened, but there we go, it's the mystery of life. So you can see there that your frame is going to come together. Now the frame that you've got, it leaves an aperture in there which measures 9 inches, and that's kind of a regular size block. It's a nice manageable size block, but move that one out of the way because it's just baffling me. I'm not quite sure how that happened, and bring in these boards just to explain to you how they work. So you've got a 9, and I've just added a bit of cardboard on the back here, it just makes it easier when you're moving it around. So you've got a 9-inch block. Now that's your finished size. So when you're actually stitching elements into your quilt, what you finally see is your finished size. But when you're cutting your fabrics, you have your cut size. This is when it gets confusing, and I don't want to lose anybody along the way, but basically your fabric needs to be bigger because when you're sewing it together, it gets smaller. That's the top and bottom of it. So this is kind of your finished size, and it's split into 3-inch squares because it makes it nice and easy for you to actually work out your patches. So the idea being is you would take your mocha block shapes. Would suggest if you can stretch to a couple of sets of these, and it's always worth doing it, because what you can actually do is it gives you more pieces to work with. Now incidentally, when you get yours, you will have these little extenders in there, and what the extenders do, they give you the ability to make your 9-inch patch into a 12-inch patch. So you can see you've got 4 across, 4 down, so you can see that makes it 12 inches, makes it into a larger block, but it also gives you 16 squares to work with, which is what they call a 16 patch block. So we're working with a 9-patch block here. And then all you do is you take your pieces and you pop them in wherever you want them to go when you come to designing your block. So it might be that you choose that you want to put your large triangles in the corner. Now you can flip them over because they're light on the opposite side. So you could, if you wanted to, bring them and put them together so that you haven't got any spaces. But I kind of maximise my pieces just by leaving gaps. And you've got all sorts. So you've got your large triangles, you've got your large rectangles, you've got your squares, your smaller triangles. So you basically position these as and where you want them to go to get your overall design. And then when it's all come together, then you start getting ready to start getting your fabrics together. So it might be that you're creating a block something like that, or you might think, well actually I want it to be like this and I want that to go over there, and you basically just start playing around with it. So when you've actually got all your pieces together, you will have your block maybe something along the lines of this one, or alternatively you might have gone for a larger one like so. Well, this is now where your patch calculator comes into it. Now your patch calculator is included. It's kind of laminated, so if you have got one of those kind of wipe clean pens that you've got for your notice boards, then you can actually use that on here as well. And what you will notice from this is you've got the shapes all relating to the pieces that you've got within your block here. So this is where you start making your shopping list. Now if you want to, you can download this free of charge. You can print them off as often as you like, or you can photocopy that one and use it if you're wanting to. But if you go on to handmadebyhayley.tv, you can download this free of charge, and that's not a problem at all. But save it on your computer, print it off as many times as you like, that's not an issue at all. So what you'll notice down the side here is you've got your different little patches. So if I bring in my little frame, you can see when we look at this, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 squares that we're going to be making up. So if I put a little frame around there, you can see that is one of the patches. So all I need to do is find that particular patch on my design here, or on my list here, and you can see it's there. Sometimes you have to kind of rotate them round to get them in the same direction, but I'm going to need, for my block, 1, 2, 3, 4 of those, because I've got them in all the corners. So I'm just going to write down number 4 there. Next one that we've got is made up of your triangle, not your triangles, your rectangles. So you can see they've got 1, 2, 3, and I've got one of those there, and one of those there. So I'm going to find that again on my list there. So I'm going to need 2 of those. Then the wider one that we've got there, I've got 1 there and I've got 1 there. So that means I need 2 of those fatter ones, which is that one there, 2 of those. And then finally in the middle, I've got the one that's made up of my little triangles there. So I'm going to need 1 of those. So I'm just going to pop that onto my list as well. That's over this side. Again, 1 of those. So good thing to do at this stage is to make sure that all of these add up to 9. So we've got 1, that's 3, 7, 8, 9. And that means that I have now kind of calculated all of those 9 that I've got there. So this is when I decide, am I going to make a block that's going to go in the centre of a cushion? In that circumstance, I only need 1 of these, or am I going to make a quilt? So say if I was going to make this and I wanted 10 of those in my quilt, then all I need to do is, in the next column, and it's all explained at the top there, is write the number 10. Write the number 10, and then write 10 in each of these as well, because I'm going to need 10 of each of those patches. And it's just a little bit of elementary maths, really. So for that particular block there, I'm going to need 2 of the lighter triangles and 2 of the darker. So 2 times 1 times 10 is 20. I think that's right, isn't it? Yeah, 2, 20. Just double check myself there. There we go. And again with this one, again, I'm only going to need 1 each time, but I'm going to need 2 of those in the block. So again, that's going to be 20 again. So I'm going to need 20 of those rectangles, 20 of those rectangles. And then flip over on this one, I'm going to need 4 of those. So I've got 10 blocks, that's going to be 40 of those. The same again, 40, 40 of those. And then down at the bottom here, I need 2 each of those. So again, it's 20 of those and 20 of those. So straight away, I have got a list of all of the pieces that I need to actually create that particular block. So I can get the dies, which all correspond to these, and actually cut out those pieces and cut out the quantity that I need and know that I've got the right amount for the particular block that I'm going to create. And the beauty is, when it comes to creating blocks, you can do so many different styles. So here you can see we've got quite a few where, again, we're using that 9-inch. You can see there, that's 1 there. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So that's a 9 patch. That one again is another 9 patch, as is that one. And you can see how creating with your fabrics, we're moving over now onto the 16 patch. So it shows you how you can create with these over and over again. Loads of different styles. So these are going to be very much unique to how you design them. But the beauty is what you can do, now these 2 are both 16 patches, but if you're cutting in a traditional method with a rotary cutter, you might want to make your squares smaller. So those again, both are 16, but one is using 3-inch patches and one is using your 2 inches. So you can see how it varies so much with these. But then you can get really creative, because you can create things like your letters, you can create things like characters with your house, and we did see this in that little video, the house cushion that had been created with a little bit of embroidery on there. So that's pretty much how the mocha block system works. And then, as I say, you've got all of the different dies work with these. So I'm going to get my dies ready to start cutting out a block. So yeah, this is what you can do with your mocha block. Now, of course, that's when you start creating your own blocks. But, of course, within the monthly mega deal, you've got the patterns. So you don't have to, do you? Because they're already done for you. So very, very quickly, I'm just going to show you those patterns that you're going to get included. Now, the only way you can get hold of the twister quilt, the Labour of Love, and the Sail Away quilt patterns are within the monthly mega deal. So we're going to actually look at the twister quilt to start with, and this is one of the ones that we had on the set over the far side, which I will show you in just a few minutes. It's got fabulous kind of green tones in there. You've got a dark green, almost like a kind of like a it's like a barber pole, you know how you've got that stripy look with this one. So here, as you can see, around the outside edge, you've almost got that twist of fabrics. Now this will utilise some of the entire range of the dyes that you've got. That's just been created out of some fabric just out of my stash. The one to the side of it, that is your Labour of Love, and that's been created with Liberty fabrics. Oh, that was a fun one to create with. Beautiful fabrics. But of course, we talk about Liberty fabrics and we start thinking, oh my goodness, hang on a minute. This is going to be expensive. I can't stretch to fabrics like that. Well, do you know what? You don't have to. Behind me, we've got 3 quilts. In fact, this particular one here has been created utilising old shirts. So where you've got the light green and the dark green and the yellow, those were all 3 shirts that were basically dismantled, chopped up, introduced some lighter fabrics with the white and also the brown. And then I've actually got, just to show you here, I've got the leftover bit. So there was the cuff. So there you go, with the buttonholes. You could still get some fabric pieces cut out of there. The sleeve, look at that. Sleeve gives you a really good amount of fabric there, as you can see there. So don't worry about unpicking, literally just cut those seams. You don't have to worry about that at all. So that was that used up. Also as well, the quilts behind us, the one over the far side over there, that one's been created using charm packs, and charm packs are only quite small pieces of fabric, but the beauty is with the dies you can position them exactly where you want them to go, so you've got complete control with regards to those. So it's not a case if you've got to spend a lot of a lot of money on your fabrics. You really can make it nice and easy. So within your patterns you will have your block layout similar to the mocha block that we were just looking at, and it will explain to you the different elements that you need in dependent on the different pattern that you're working with. So let's have a little look at this one here on the twister. So I'm going to kick things off. We're going to need the large die for the square. We're going to need your half square triangles as well. And I've got some fabrics here ready to go. So all I need to do is bring in my die cutting machine. And I tend to use, oops, there goes my water, the Kaleido. And it's a brilliant one. You can use a variety of different die cutting machines if you're wanting to. I tend to use this one because it's just so portable. I just like the magnetic plate that you get with this one. The dies don't move around and things like that. So this one we have got available for you. It's at the bottom of your screen. You can get hold of it. Brilliant value for money, and spread the cost if you're wanting to with it as well. And of course, if you want to, you could add in your monthly mega deal with it, which I know a lot of you did do the last time that when we launched the monthly mega deal. So with the Kaleido, you're going to get your Kaleido machine, which I've got here. You're going to get your platform and your plates, and I'll explain those to you in a few moments, but you get a lot more besides because you can use it for your paper crafting as well. So this is the bundle that you're going to get with regards to this one. So you can see you've got your Kaleido there, very, very portable. Doesn't take up an awful lot of room. It does make it very easy though when it comes to actually cutting out your dies, and it is a really nice machine, and I'll show you how you can cut out multiple layers of your fabrics in one pass as well. So that's the beauty of that one. Get your different plates. You get a 3mm plate, you get a 5mm plate with it as well. You also get your magnetic platform. You get some additional bits and pieces, which you'll have to forgive me. I don't know the finer details of this because I only use it for my paper, for my fabric, and not so much with regards to it. But you've got foiling in there, and of course you have got the ability to actually foil using the, obviously when you plug it up to the electricity, but you don't need to do that when you're working with your dies. I'm just getting my dies out, ready so as I can grab at those in a few moments and spreading out already. So our fabric. So we're going to cut out some half square triangles. So let me move my machine out of the way to start with. So what you can do is you don't have to cut your fabrics to a particular way to start with. You can literally just take your scraps of fabric, you can cut them up as you want to, like so. And what I tend to do is I look at my pattern and decide where I need the different fabrics to be. So say if this is the lighter fabric, like so, okay, and we're going to use that kind of pale blue as my pattern. I'm going to put those right sides together and I'm going to start cutting out my pattern pieces. So I'm going to cut out, where am I? 1, 2, 3, 4, I need 5 half square triangles. Now, fabric wise, what I always do is I don't put any more than 4 layers of fabric through. So I've put them right sides together because that's the way I'm going to sew them. I'm just going to double that over, and then what I'm going to do is I'm going to put my platform down. I'm going to put my cutting plate down, doesn't matter whether it's the 3 or the 5, and I'm going to put down my magnetic shim. Now these should be available on the website. They come from Crafts 2, and as I say, it's just brilliant because what I find is the dies cutting through fabric go really well into the actual metal that you've got of your shim here, so it makes it easy. Now I don't need to know the size of this square. Quite often when you're working with shapes, you have to have a particular size square. If you're cutting it with your traditional rotary cutter, you need to know how much of an additional seam allowance you need, and there's loads of different kind of styles of cutting, which I'll show you in a few moments. But what I'm going to do is I'm going to take those, I'm going to put that plate on top, bring my machine in, and all I'm going to do is I'm going to pick that up and I'll pop it through there, and then I can just slide that through and off it goes. Cuts through. If you want, you can pass it through twice. I don't tend to, I must admit. And then what you will find is you'll have your die cut pieces. Now, occasionally machines have little sweet spots, so you just might have just a couple of little threads there you just need to nick away, but then it makes it nice and easy for you to literally trim those pieces out if you need to, just a couple of little threads there. And that can be down to the nature of your fabric. It can be where you're positioning it on the plate. You'll get to know your machines and how they work. And then basically what I've got then are the pieces all ready to go. So I just literally take those to my machine. So I'm going to take those over to my machine now and stitch those out. So I know that we've been busy for the bundle of the dies. We're also busy for the Kaleido as well. So as I head over to my machine, I don't know if there's anything that you need to look at in the meantime, because this space is going to go a little bit empty. So, shall I just show you, just as I head over to the machine, if you're wanting to work with, obviously, the monthly mega deal, then you've got all the different beautiful quilts that you're going to be able to create. And here we go, kicking off with the Sail Away quilt, which you can only get the pattern for within your monthly mega deal. Check these out. Makes life so much quicker. I actually made a die cut a quilt out the day before yesterday, and I stitched it and finished it this morning. So that's how quick you can bring those quick quilts together. So yeah, there were 9 quilts for the monthly mega deal and created in roughly the same period of time, 9 weeks. Not often you can say that. So I've got my little pieces here. Now I'm going to cut put these through the machine, and I'll explain to you as I'm doing this why I love working with these dies. Now, as we pop them through, what you will notice, oh, let me just get my little stiletto. It's just cut. Now, on my machine, I'm fortunate that I have a walking foot built in on mine. Now, if you don't, you can get a walking foot which you can attach. So I'm just making sure that's not caught there. Just using the stiletto that we've got, that it's nice and useful with regards to stitching through. Means I don't have to get my fingers near that horrible needle, which can be rather sharp. So all I'm going to do is just pass those through. There we go. Off it goes. I don't know why that's caught. Let me just pull that out. For some reason, it's doesn't like the end of the fabric. Sometimes what happens is you no, Jenny Raymond does this often. She has a little piece of fabric that she feeds through to start with. Some machines don't like going straight from nothing onto the fabric, so let's pull this in a bit closer. There we go, it's happy now. So you're just following, now the edge of my foot is a 1/4 inch foot, so I know that when I'm stitching, I am stitching 1/4 inch away from the edge of the fabric. Now I was just working with a little stiletto, and the stiletto comes in a bundle with a little magnetic guide. So if you don't have a 1/4 inch foot, then what you can do is get the little magnetic guide here, which you can place down where your 1/4 inch is going to sit. So that would be on the edge of my foot there. I'm not going to use mine because it's very close to the foot that I've got, and I don't want it to have a bit of detrimental effect. But if you don't have a guide, obviously if you're wanting to, then what you could do is just put a little marker with your fabric pen or something like that. But it's a useful guide to have because you can put your fabrics against it and just run them through the machine. Now these are all pieces that have been cut out. Sorry, went a little bit quick then, a bit noisy. These are all my half square triangles. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to feed these through and show you one of the things that I love about this machine, not the machine, these dies should I say, because what it does is it cuts off your dog ears. Now if you are an existing quilter, you'll know exactly what I mean by those little dog ears, because what happens is, and I'll show you, is you end up with little pieces that you have to snip away, because when you come to press, what happens is they stick out. So these are pieces that I've just done quickly and easy. I've done 4 half square triangles. And the beauty is these are all ready to go now. So they're 3-inch patches. So if I wanted to use these alongside any of the other pieces, then I can do it very quickly and easily. But they are good to go. There's no snipping involved with these. It's all been done with the dies because that lovely rounded edge that you've got there enables you to do so. So there you go. You can see how quickly and easily you are able to create your half square triangles, which is what we've got there. But how does this work versus the kind of traditional, the original method? Well, let me show you, because if you were looking at doing, say, something like your quarter square triangles, and this is where you have to know about your fabrics to start with. So remember me talking about my 3-inch patch. So this is a 3-inch piece. Well, it's actually slightly larger because you need to make sure that it's got the right size on it. So it's 3.5 inches because this has got the seam allowance on it. So you need to know if you want a square, it needs to have the seam allowance on there. Okay. So say I wanted to create this particular half square triangle formation. I have to start off with a square that's actually bigger than that one that we looked at a few moments ago, because when you introduce your seam, you're losing some of your fabric. So again, you need to know the maths of adding that on. If I wanted to actually make it into quarters like this one, then I have to go even larger. And that's when it can get confusing, because you've got to figure out how big that seam allowance needs to be, and then basically cut out your fabrics accordingly. So the dies take care of that for you. So usually if you were doing something like your quarter square triangles, you would cut out your fabric. We see this very often. People here will draw a line corner to corner, you stitch either side of that line, and then what you would do is you'd cut your fabrics in half like that. So then you end up with your 2 half square triangles. So when you're actually making them into quarter square triangles like this one, what you would do is you take those 2 that you've created and you place them face to face opposite. Now, can you see straight away you've got these jutty out bits, these bits that stick out? Those are your dog ears. You don't get those with the dies. So what you have to do is literally keep snipping those away. So again, you would draw your line, you draw either side of those 2 till you ended up with your little quarter square triangles, and you'd end up with your 2 patches. And again, you've got to go in, you've got to trim off those little pieces like so. You've got quite a lot of bulk sitting in the middle there. Well, let me show you a way that you can actually create those using the dies without having to snip all these horrible little bits that end up everywhere. So first of all, if you were starting off with that original method, you need to have a piece of fabric that's wide enough to accommodate for your quarter square triangles. Well, with the dies, you don't have to. So I have got the equivalent of a strip roll here. And you can see, making your 1/4 inch triangle, you're not going to do that from that size. It's not going to work with that traditional method. But what we can do is we can use the quarter square triangles that we've got within the monthly mega deal and use those to cut out of our shapes. So again, I've taken my fabrics and I've put them right sides together. 4 layers, no more than 4 layers. And then basically you just position these where you want to on your fabrics like so. So let's bring in the platform and we'll do it this way. So the platform with the Kaleido, you get everything except for the magnetic sheet, which you should be able to get on the website. But if not, we have got those on my website if you can't get them on the website here. I'm sure they're on there somewhere though. I'm sure they're on there. And then basically just position your dies like so. Put your plate on top, pick that up, bring it through. So I've only used 2 of the dies with this one. If you've got a larger die cutting machine, then what you can do is actually put all 4 of those on, or depends on the piece of fabric that you're working with, to be fair, as to how you want to lay them out. So there you go. You can see I've got my pieces there, all my pieces ready to go. Move my dies out of the way, move my machine out of the way, and these are all now ready for me to stitch together. So again, I'm going to take them to the machine. They're all ready to go, so they're already in their pairings because I took the time to put those fabrics together. So I haven't got to take the time now separating them all up, and I can literally just take those to the machine and then just chain stitch them through. So that's what I'm going to do, go from one piece to the next. So off we go, I'm going to press them, feed them through. So there's the first one, then we've got the second one. Just make sure that when you are stitching, you're stitching where you're meant to and you don't flip your pieces over, because the problem that you can get is when you flip them over is that you've got them in the wrong kind of layout for what you're working with. So 1, 2, and there we go, 3, 4, like so. Cut my threads there. and then just snip them on the side of the machine, like so, like so, like so. Bring them over to my pressing mat, so bring that back in, and then bring in the iron. So I've got my pieces. No dog ears, don't have to trim anything off, so you can see there, you've got that lovely rounded edge there. So all I need to do is press these, so press that one, press that one, press that one, press away. Now, what could be a case of that I've actually created kind of these in multiples of 8, which you can do quite easily. So let me move that out of the way so you can see what I'm doing. So then all I need to do is take these in their pairs, so face them together. And these, I have to say, since I've been working with the dies, I rarely struggle at lining up the corners, because this is the other thing. You've got several points that you can actually line them up with, because you kind of got that curve. So it's easier for you to line the curve up with your top fabric and your bottom fabric and your halfway point than when you've just got kind of like a sharp angle. I just find it easier doing that way. So let me go over to the machine now, and I'm just going to stitch these 2 little triangles that I've created. So the first one, again, half square, 1/4 inch seam, off we go, stitch that one, so away it goes. And then obviously I'm not using any clips or pins. If you prefer to, then you can do. Just going to stitch across there like so. And then again, come with this one, line that up like so. And again, stitch it up across there, 1/4 inch seam, like so. Off it goes again, cut my threads. And then I will show you just how quickly and easily. So here we go, back it in now, press those open. Still not snipping away those dog ears, but there you go. You can see you've got your line up with regards to these, and these are now little patches that if I wanted to, I could line up with those ones that we made earlier. Do you remember? Don't judge me on my patterns. They don't necessarily go together. But what I've got here is I've got 2 different styles of patches now, but when I actually line those up, those are now perfect to line up and stitch through, and you can see there's no dog ears with them. You haven't got the bulk in the centre that we saw before, and as I say, you're not having to snip away anything. You're not ending up with the time that it takes to literally sit and snip those away, and then heaven forbid you vacuum them up as well. And that's the thing, it takes the time. But straight away I can take that piece, I can stitch one to the other, and you can see how quickly your blocks can come together when you're die cutting them. That's the beauty of this, it makes it so much easier. Let me just cut that thread and just show you how beautifully that lines up. So there you go. Obviously the fabrics don't necessarily go together, but you can see there how easily, but no measuring, no dog ears, just spending the time designing and sewing, and that's the fun bit. That's the thing that I love about this. Now, of course, if you are going for any of these items, you've got your postage for each one of these. All can start to mount up, and that's why it's always good if you're wanting to spread the cost using Freedom. You're not paying your post and packing. Check this out.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with a craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888, and join Freedom today.
So there you go. That's how you can avoid having to pay your post and packing with your Freedom membership. And of course, don't forget, you can spread the cost as well, even if you're a Freedom member or not a Freedom member. And that's, of course, when we are talking about Flexi Order, which is what you've got with your monthly mega deal. Now, what is your monthly mega deal? Well, it's all of the dies that you need to create the most incredible quilts. Now, you're going to be able to make your 3-inch patches, and that doesn't matter whether you're cutting them straight as squares or whether you're choosing to do them as quarter square triangles or any combination. combinations, they are all in there, but you are getting a bumper bundle of dies. So with these, you are getting 2 of your squares, you're getting 4 of your quarter square triangles, you're going to get 2 of your half square triangles, 2 of your large rectangles, 3 of your narrower rectangles, and 4 of your 4 smaller squares. So you're actually getting 16 dies in total. Now these aren't like your regular dies, these are designed to actually cut fabrics in multiples. Now I always cut 4 layers of fabric, I don't cut any more than those. The dies can cut more, but what you can tend to find is that your plates warp and bend. Now the plates that I used earlier on in my demonstration are the exact same plates that I have been using to create all of these quilts that you can see around me. So as long as you utilise them and you're not putting too much pressure on your plates, then you don't have to worry about them warping and going like bananas. But your monthly mega deal, you are getting your fabulous dies, but you're also going to get 9 patterns that will enable you to create quilts straight away. So if you've never sewn before, the instructions are so simple, so clear. This is something that I pride myself on, is taking things back to basics, making things easy, making you get the enjoyment out of the bits that we need to enjoy, and that's the sewing. It's not the maths, it's not the cutting the little corners off, it's not making the mistakes, it's knowing that the fabrics that you've got you are utilising, and you are utilising them in a way that you are going to love. Now the patterns that we're looking at the moment are available on the pick and mix, and the details are at the bottom of your screen. You can choose any 3 of those for a tenner. That is amazing value for money. But if you're wanting the bonus patterns, these are the ones that are utilising all of the dies that we've got in the set. You're going to get your twister quilt pattern, you're going to get your sailor weight quilt pattern, you're going to get your labour of love quilt pattern, all of these included, and then you can create the most incredible quilts that we've got around us. Shall I show you the quilt that my daughter made? She's never quilted before in her life. So I said to her, Phoebe, I need some help. I've got 9 quilts I need to make. Not going to lie, I need a bit of help. So she said, yeah, I don't mind. And I said, well, which one would you like to make? So she chose the pattern, and I thought, you've not chosen the easiest ones there, to be honest. So this is the one that she's chosen. Now, bear in mind, she has never created a quilt before in her life. So off she went. I didn't help her. She chose her fabrics. She chose which element worked with each of the different colours featuring in there. She cut out all of her die cut pieces. She even gave me some little suggestions of bits that she found a little tricky to do, so I changed the instructions to make it a little bit simpler. But she has created this, and she's created the most incredible quilt. She's so proud of this one, bless her. So that's the one that she created. Now the quilt that I was telling you about earlier on, I cut the pieces out on, what day are we today? Thursday, aren't we? So I cut the pieces out on Tuesday, I think it was. Then I stitched them together yesterday, and I actually backed the quilt and put the wadding in place and did the border this morning before I came to work. So there you go. So this one is your all-together quilt. So if you like the look of this one, and this is basically bringing, we originally had 2 sets of dies, so all of the dies from one particular set came in that particular one. So what else have we got behind us? We've got the twister one, we've got the Liberty one over there, which is the one that we were looking at, which is the, what did I say? Labour of love. It was a bit of a labour of love, I'm not going to lie, and that was because I didn't follow the instructions. So my guide is to follow the patterns when you've got them in there, because it is broken down into the blocks and the blocks come together. Another one there, working with those diagonals. If you like working with your diagonals and your squares, then there you go, you can see. The finished samples, I hope, show you just how much fun you can have with these. And the beauty is you don't have to work with large pieces of fabric. So I'll show you in a few moments how literally you can turn your scraps into quilts, just like that one that we've got there. So if you are wanting your monthly mega deal, the details are there on your screen. 438598. Over 70% of the whole month stock has gone. So this is designed to last until the 26th of June, I think it is. I think that's the date. That's the date that we launched it in May. Anyway, so that would be when it would naturally come to an end, and it will go up in price by £31. But at the moment, it is a phenomenal deal. Now, if I can break it down just in a slightly different way, we've just looked at the patterns there, and we've seen how the patterns themselves, you're looking at, where am I, 3 for a tenner. Usually you'd be paying about £5 for a pattern, to be fair, with a quilt pattern, and those ones are meant to be £5 each. So if you look at 9 quilt patterns for £5 each, which I think is a very fair price, you'd be looking at £45. So that means that when you're actually looking at the bundle that we've got here, what a fair price that is with regards to the dies that are going to help you create those fabulous patterns. And don't forget as well, if you're thinking about going for your patterns, if you're thinking of adding in a couple of those pick and mixes, just for a little bit extra, you are going to be able to make that first flexi buy to get everything. So to get the 2, because if you're going to go for those 3 patterns, then it'd be a tenner. If you go for those 3 patterns, it'd be a tenner. So what it actually means that when you're paying for the extra 3, which would cost you a tenner if they were for sale, you'd be looking at £39.94 for your dies. Now these are dies that are going to last you and last you and last you. You don't need to add to these. You can be able to create with these in your block formation, but you can also go a little free rein with these, which I'll show you in a few moments. Doing things like your flying geese. You don't have to stay within the boundaries of your frame. The frame is there purely for novice quilters to understand the concept of how a block comes together. Once you've got that confidence, or if you're an accomplished sewer already, you don't have to use that. You can create in whatever way you like. Let me leave those details with you. 438598 if you fancy getting hold of those. But rapidly approaching 80% of the stock of the monthly mega deal have gone, and these are the patterns that you could be creating with. I don't know what I've done with it. I don't know what I've done with it. I'm looking for my little bags of scraps and I don't know where I've put them. I put them in a safe place, but not to worry, I can show you. So what I've got, what I wanted to show you was that basically what I do, any time that I'm sat watching the TV, and you'll know this as a crafter, you can't just sit there and not do anything. You need to be doing something with your hands, keep yourself busy. So what I tend to do is I will sit and I will get all my scrap fabrics, the odd shapes, bits that you've got, things like this, and turn them into usable pieces. So what I've got here is my deflector, which I love, but in here I have literally got all of the pieces using the dies, cutting them out in a different formation. So I've got loads and loads of half square triangles, I've got loads of quarter square triangles, I've got all my rectangles, all my different bits and pieces coming together. So at any time I can literally come together and create a quilt or a quilt block in my own time. So that's the beauty of this. But let me just grab a piece, let me just grab a couple of pieces. I kind of showed it to you, I've got that under, I don't know what I've done with it. Don't worry, Ben bless him, he's having a proper little root around. I'll find it 2 minutes after we finish, you know what will happen, but not to worry. So what I've got here is I've got just some old little scraps here. So these are things that you might find in your stash at home that you're looking at and you're thinking, well, they're too big to throw out. I don't want to throw them out, but I can't really do anything with them. So what I tend to do is I will take my die cutting machine and I'll literally sit and watch the telly like this. So I'll be sat at my kitchen worktop with the telly on, and I've got my platform in the same way, and I'll bring my dies in. Now it might be with these, I don't necessarily know how I'm going to be working with them, so I don't always line them up right sides together. But what I can do is I can think to myself, well, quarter square triangles, I use loads of those quarter square triangles, I'm going to cut some of those out. So you can see, you can really kind of mash these pieces like so. So here, I can just literally put them like that, utilise that scrap, I can put that piece of fabric, that plate on the top there. The only thing that you need to be careful of is those dies are not overlapping. Now I'm working with a Kaleido, so all you need to do is pop it through your machine. Just make sure that you're lining it up properly as it goes. The only thing I would suggest you add in alongside your Kaleido, if you are working with your Kaleido, oh sorry, it's all right, it's running, I'm on a mat so it's sliding away a little bit, but do add in that magnetic plate, because the magnetic plate is a useful one to go. Now if for some reason it's not feeding in, like it's not feeding in that way, it could be because everything's butted up at the one end. Just rotate your plate round and pass it through the opposite way, and sometimes it's just, it needs that little bit bit to grab hold of. Now the dies on this one have shifted slightly, but we should be okay. I think it's cut through. Might not have cut through that end piece, but if you do find that, all you need to do is just slide it. Try not to slide it too much, like so. There we go. Now apparently Katie has found the magnetic sheet. Is it on the website, the magnetic sheet? Oh, we're not sure. It'll be under the crafts 2 section anyway. And you might find it's kind of like an end of call item. I'm not entirely sure, but anyway. So there we go. So now I've cut out my little pieces here. So that one's the one that was a bit funny because I hadn't lined up the map properly. But I brought all these pieces together. And then what I can do is actually create using my scraps at any time. So we're going to do a little bit of scrap busting, I think. So while I get my plain fabric ready, should we have a little look at something? What should we have a look at then? Should we have a little look at the website, because there's all sorts on there. Obviously, we've got the dies. Lots of people have invested in the dies prior to the monthly mega deal. Yeah, it's a fabulous deal, I have to say. It really is a bumper bundle of dies that are going to give you the opportunity to create all sorts. Now, it does work alongside your mocha block. So if you want the opportunity to get your mocha block, then you can do. Because the beauty is it works alongside it. So all of the different shapes that you've got within your mocha block, you will have a die that will work with it. Some really nice reviews. Hayley, you are a genius. Oh, bless. I have never sewn before, and these make it so simple. Let's hope there are more goodies to come. Now, these, I must admit, I've not actually read these. I've never seen them before. For some reason on my phone, I can't read the reviews on the website, so I didn't know what people were saying, but that was lovely. Thank you. But that's the kind of thing that you will get. You will get the satisfaction without necessarily needing to know the science of quilting. Now, what have I got here? I've got a fat quarter. And I just wanted to show you just how you can cut multiple layers. So say if you've got a fat quarter, what I tend to do, or a larger piece of fabric, I will fold my fabric no more than 4 layers, because I don't want it to be too thick going through the machine. But what I can either do is I can either trim it down if I wanted to, just with a pair of scissors, and then just make it into the size that I'm wanting to. I'm going to be quite frivolous on this occasion. I'm just going to leave it as it is there. So what I'm going to do is, so I've got 4 layers there. I'm going to put the fabric on there like so. So there's a lot of layers there, but then because I've got 4 repeats of the same die, usually when you buy quilting dies, you'd only be able to cut out 1 of those at a time. So I'd cut out 4, but I'm going to cut out not 4, not 8, not 12, but I'm going to cut out 16. And I'm going to cut out 16 in one pass. So you can see how quickly you can create those pieces that you need for your quilt. And I'm not going to cut the fabric. I'm going to leave this tail here because it's going to be the last thing that passes through the machine. I wouldn't use the machine with the loose ends of the fabric going through first because of the rollers. So let me just slide that to the one side and bring the machine back in. So I'm just going to pass that through. You'll hear a crunch. Now, if you've never worked with a die cutting machine before, please don't be afraid when you hear that crunch. And if you want to, you can pass the machine, should I say, rotate the handle back again, so you kind of get a double cut with those. So bear in mind, we've just done a couple of passes there, just in a few seconds. And I personally would suggest you do to roll it back to you, because it's a lot quicker, I think, than coming in with your scissors. So here you go. We have got 16 half square triangles there. All I would do is that I'd literally cut across there. So let's see, we've got 16 there. So that didn't take us long at all, did it? I'm going to line it up again. I'm going to put more through. So here we go. So get those half square triangles again. Might be that my pattern would need me to do rectangles. I can bring those in as well if I want to. And I'll literally just lay those on there, come back in with the plate, load it up on the machine. So we've got 16 so far. Okay, so put that through. Again, I'm just going to bring it back to me, just because it saves a bit of time with the scissors. So 16, and another 16. So I'm not going to break this down. So we've got, where am I? 16, 16, 32 in total. 32 there. So that's 32 half square triangles. So I'm going to cut that again here. I'm being quite frugal with this, but I am not frugal, quite generous, should I say. I'm going to keep these to the side just to show you, because if you think that you're really going to be wasting your fabric, you're not. I've gone quite wide with this, but what you could do is you can position it where you're wanting to, but as I say, just for speed. Now that die's upside down. Do not cut upwards. You need to cut into your fabric. So we've done Where am I? 32, and we're going in with another 16. So Katie, I'm trusting you to do the maths on that one because my brain's frazzled. So let's pass that through again, and off we go. So the quilt behind me with all these beautiful colours, that is your colourful shards, that one's called. So I thought, well, let's do a version of that, but what we'll do is we'll actually utilise some of the scraps that I've got in my scrap buster box. So what did we decide that 3 16s were? So it's gone 48 in total. Wow, 48, and I've still got bits that are left over there. So I could, if I wanted to, again, move that over there. I've still got room here, so I could literally cut out more of those, or I might want to use the rectangles with those if I wanted to, but I'm going to use that, put that there. Can I get one on that side? Not quite, but I will be able to when I open it up because it's on a fold. I'm going to pull that back in and pass that through. So, what's that, 52 once we've cut this? Is that, oh, now hold on a minute though, because we've gone from, what did you say, 40? 48. Now on this one, I've only got 4 because of it being one that. So yeah, 52, that's right. Sorry, I do apologise. I'm not keeping up. Again, I'm going to snip that there. 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 Cut that across there. Just be careful when you're snipping. So again, with here, can we fit a couple in? The beauty being, because I've got a non-directional fabric, I don't need to worry about where the dies are going to go. I think I'm going to be pushing it a little bit there, but it could be potentially that I could get a larger triangle in there, maybe not. But I'm just going to utilise that. I'm just going to use that bit there. So I'm still going to get a couple. So what was that? 52 did we have it up to? So we've got 54 half square triangles within just a few minutes. Now, of course, we have got sewing time. So what's 52 divided by 4, Katie? She does the maths for me. 13. So that's 13 patches that we could be making, utilising those if I'd done them in different styles of fabrics. And out of a fat quarter, that is the waste that you've got. I would still keep pieces of these because you've still got little pieces that you could use for applique, but you can see you're not wasting an awful lot of fabric and you've not needed to get a rotary cutter involved. So how do we do the shards? Well, what you do is you bring in your scrap busting box, and that's when you start using your fabric. So I've got mostly quarter square triangles. You see, I've got loads of them in here. So you just start choosing your fabrics that you're wanting to make them up with. So literally, I would just take these, pick them out, put them together in whatever combinations I'm wanting to, and straight away I could be making 13 patches, just literally taking those. You stitch a couple together. I need to get 2 the same so as they work. So there we go. So that's going to come together like so. And then this one, I might have put through 2 layers of fabric at the same time, they're being a bit speedy. Bringing this one together, like so. Stitch through again along that edge there. Okay, cut that. Now I probably won't have time to actually put these together, but hopefully I'll be able to show you. If I go over to the quilt, can I show you just roughly how these would be fitting within your quilt? So for instance here, look at this corner here, you've got one little patch there, so that would be that would be that together, and basically those are creating those little diamonds that you've got utilising your scraps. So we would be creating 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. That's how much of that quilt we have just cut the fabrics for. So you can see how quickly and easily those dies can make it. So you spend your time sewing and haven't had to cut any dog ears in the process as well. Now, if you're wanting your monthly mega deal, please be aware that 80% of the stock has gone. This is designed to run right the way through to the end of June. Now, I don't know whether that will happen or not. That's down to you guys. But what I can say is if you're wanting to get hold of it and you want to get hold of it now, you are guaranteed to get hold of yours. They're all ready to ship. All the patterns are there. You've got 9 quilts to get you started. And of course, if you add in your mocha block, then you could be creating your own patches, and, or blocks, should I say, and making it go even further. That's the beauty of this system. It's one of those systems that you use over and over again, and you will just wow yourself with the things that you're creating. Look at that quilt that my lovely Phoebe made, her first ever quilt. Whether you're utilising Liberty fabrics, whether you're using recycled fabrics from shirts, or whether you're literally just using the scraps that you've got left over, you're going to turn something into an amazing quilt, and I know you're going to have loads of fun with it. Now, if you've got anything in your basket, please do check your baskets out, but stay tuned, we've got lots more coming up. We've got a brand new One Day Special coming up after the break. We have indeed, and it's a Heartfelt Creations one, and it is absolutely beautiful. Then you can join me for Pink Frog Happy Hour before I team up with the lovely Nikki to see what's going on with the One Day Special. So I'll see you a little later.
Hi, I'm Andy from Picture This. I've been a painter all my life. Picture This was actually formed on the back of a throwaway remark from one of my art students. The stamp range covers a broad spectrum of imagery. We started out with architecture, fairly cute, fairly folksy, very well received. This has since been broadened out into vehicles, people, basically everything works around a scenic image. The stamps are all hand-drawn by me, they're made in the UK, most important was a Picture This, and we have so much more to bring you.
Stamperia are an Italian company. They launched in 1995 with stamps, stencils, paints and an incredible product, the world famous rice paper. They were actually the first company to print on rice paper, and they're now absolutely renowned for it. The product range that Stamperia offer is really diverse. They bring us incredible stamps, obviously the world famous rice paper, but they're always trying to bring new techniques as well. So they'll bring different mediums, beautiful moulds, so there's always something for every type of crafter. So make sure you don't miss the Stamperia shows.
Hi, I'm Jo, and I have the pleasure of demonstrating for That's Crafty. That's Crafty are a family-run business that started online in 2005. Initially, as an online business, the company has grown, and Graham joined the business in 2015, and they now produce their own surfaces and stencils. That's Crafty have a wide range of products, including stamps, surfaces, stencils, paints, inks and mediums, all geared up for mixed media and papercraft alike. I hope I can inspire you by bringing along my experience together with the That's Crafty products. So make sure you don't miss the That's Crafty shows.
It is here, everybody. So many of you have been waiting for this release. All I'm going to say, and I'm going to introduce you to Nikki in just a moment. So this is your Heartfelt Creations Climbing Clematis I Want It All collection. The price is incredible. Can I just show you the Freedom price on here as well? We are under £100. We haven't even, this is literally the start of the show. We're approaching 10% of the stock. That gives you an indication of how busy we are. This is going to be a busy show. Nikki, you were saying, Nikki, that you were getting a lot of emails from fans of Heartfelt Creations saying they wanted to go for this.
Yes.
And you were telling them, it's exclusive. At the moment, as it stands, it is exclusive till the craft store until like next week. And also you're saying that price on
hold
this
off.
is very good.
There was a bit of social media talk, and obviously I couldn't say anything because I can't. But
you did say our price is going to be good.
But the price always drops. So obviously the price yesterday was a lot higher than what you're going to announce in a second.
Well, that's it, because yesterday it was £136.92. That is the regular retail price for this collection. You are saving £28. The saving goes up if you're a Freedom member, $38.69. It is a why not deal, which means if you're not a Freedom member, pay your £7.95, become a Freedom member, £7.97, apologies, pay your £7.97, become a Freedom member. You're saving a £10 Freedom member, so you've more than covered your Freedom membership. And look at that, $32.68, your first flexi payment as a Freedom member. So it's 3 flexi payments, your first at $32.68. We're very busy. Over 10% of the stock. All I can say is Nikki has done, we did our research, we had a little look and saw prices elsewhere. We're competitive, and elsewhere you're going to have to wait till next week. I've got to point out, to place your order, that is. Now, it is on extended delivery with us. It's going to be dispatched on the 14th of June, but that's only because it's the time it's going to take to come from the States, because obviously Heartfelt Creations, it's an American company, but you do not need to worry about import duty. You don't have to worry if you're a Freedom member, and I want everybody to become a Freedom member on this. Freedom member, you don't have to worry about your P&P, that's covered as well. And then enjoy Freedom membership for a month. At the end of the month, opt out. Enough about the housekeeping. Let's immerse ourselves into set. Heartfelt Creations are incredible with their releases, and I look forward each month to the Heartfelt Creations release. The Climbing Clematis as a flower is... Can I just show this? This one example here, I had a look at it and said, oh, sold. That is, I mean, Nikki, that's beautiful.
Thank you. But, do you know, it is what Heartfelt give us, because they give us the paper pad, so that's going to give us our backing papers and a nice image to work with. But then they've given us the stamps and those dies to create the three-dimensional flowers. And we do have the mould with this as well. So if you've never ever used a Heartfelt mould, do watch my first demo. And I must say, this is one of the best moulds that they have brought out, because you have to do absolutely, really nothing apart from put it through the mould.
We said before, we worked together a number of times, Nikki, and we said, you can tell a Heartfelt Creations card. Come on.
Yes.
That is a Heartfelt Creations card. Absolutely stunning. The flowers are incredible, and that is really the heart of this release. But then you've got the papers and everything. Just going to go through what you're getting in this collection. So this is the I Want It All collection, and you are getting it all. So you're getting the Clematis stamp and die, which you can see here. And one thing I absolutely love about Heartfelt Creations, the quality, so red rubber that you're working with, the quality of the dies, it's foam mounted, the rubber, they're all pre-cut for you, but having the dies, no fussy cutting whatsoever.
No fussy cutting, and they fit perfectly over your stamped image, and you can see where you're putting that die as well, because they're kind of see-through, they're open. And it's really easy and quick. And what Heartfelt have done is, rather than just give us one stamp and one die, we've got various... Oh, I thought you'd pick the individuals up. We'll show you in a moment. But you've got various different amounts of the flowers. No, that was that's fine. I just happened to look over.
That's my mistake. That was a spray.
So you've got, I think there's 4 of the small clematis on one, and 2 of the medium and 2 of the large. So you're stamping 2 all in one go. You're die cutting 2 all in one go.
I mean, look at the size of these.
And even down to the leaves, you know, they haven't just given us 1, they've given us 2, which, because they know that we are going to want to make lots of these flowers.
And then you get the corresponding die in there as well. So it is stuck down, so I won't open that up, but you can see there, let me turn that around, and you can have a look at the dies that you're getting. Actually, I believe it is open, so let me just...
Yeah, so the dies are literally a smidgen bigger than your stamp, which means that when you stamp your image, that die is going to fit perfectly over it. Really, really easy to use. If you've never ever made any flowers, Heartfelt flowers, I would say, are so easy to create.
If you had to sort of ask me with regard to Heartfelt, what do I think of? When you say Heartfelt Creations, what's the first thing that comes into my mind? 2 things: flowers and also the
paper pad. Yeah, we both said that at the same time, because the paper pad is the heart of the collection. And basically what you've got is you have got a full collection, so you can create right from the minute you get it home. You've got your paper pad, you've got your florals in there, you've got your panels in there, you've got some spaces for your sentiments. Then you've got on the other side, because they are double-sided and you're getting 2 of each, so you've got 12 designs, 2 of each. But then you've got some other colours in there, sort of like, so you've got your backing papers in there, all in one paper pad. You've got tags in there as well, and you've also got some images in there that correspond with your dies, which means that if you haven't got time to die cut and stamp, all you've got to do is take those images and die cut.
I will just have a flick through the paper pad, and if you do want, and I know a lot of viewers like to go with regard to the paper pad, they like to, oh, is that for me to undo it? Thank
no,
you.
I just slide it down, but if you can...
I'll just pull that in. Wait a second.
The thing is, we've spent too much time talking about it before the show. We weren't actually prepared, because we normally get all this ready, don't we?
Yeah, I'll just show you. Now, we are approaching 20% of the paper pad by itself. If you do want to go for one extra, I know so many viewers do like to do that, because what it does is gives you that ability, obviously, to make more cards. Because you're saying in each one of these, a minimum of about 80 cards.
Oh, easy.
Minimum.
Each paper pad is slightly different now. I think up until about a year ago, I could safely say every single paper pad, but every paper pad they do now are slightly different. But as you can see, you've got your large 6x6 panels, you've got your 12x12s in there, great for your scrapbooking. I know I've got some scrapbooking fans out there, and watch tomorrow's noon show, because I will be doing a scrapbook layout with these paper pads. But as I say, the images are absolutely beautiful. You've got your birdhouse there, you've got your bird in there, and you've got other images that are going to correspond with other collections that we've brought out as well. So everything mixes and matches. So they're the elements. You know, this is why I say it's more of a paper kit, because you can die cut these out. And normally you'd buy a paper pad, then you'd buy some packs of all the elements and all your matting and layering, but it's all in here. Your 6x6s are in here as well.
Stunning. So that is your paper pad in the mix. We're busy at the moment. You're also getting your you've got your packaging as well, so you've got to keep your collection in there. You've got your storage within there as well. And let me just show you too some inspirations, because this is the kind of thing that you can make with this collection. Having a look here, and we need to stress you're getting the mold within this as well, and the mold is exceptionally good. Now, the mold just by itself is worth £21.99, and I will just show you that mold. Have a look at this, because suddenly we can batch mold, I should say. And
your flowers.
Deep that is just ridiculously deep.
And it works. It even works with those images from the paper pad as well. So as I say, if you don't have time to stamp, colour and die cut, all you've got to do is die cut them out. And it honestly takes absolute seconds to put through your machine.
Yeah. Just going to have a look, because I didn't show you here the stamps that you were getting. We had a look at the spray. You didn't see this one here with the birds. So just showing you, that's your birdhouse and trellis. You even got the little Tweety birds in there as well. See those? Then the birdhouse and the trellis. You've got the corresponding dies in there as well, of course. You have got those corresponding dies, so no fussy cutting whatsoever. Nikki, I know we're going to get the demonstration in a moment. Can I just show a few more examples?
Oh, absolutely.
And I want to say, this is why we are so busy right now. Because when Heartfelt bring you a release, they bring you a release. And look at the inspirations in front of me. They are breathtakingly good. This is the kind of thing you can make.
Yeah, and I mean, the thing is, you can go absolutely to town. Like, is this Lynn that's done this one, I think? So Lynn has absolutely adorned the whole card with the clematis, but then you can go something a little bit more simple. Something like this, just put a few flowers on there with a decorative die, and it works beautifully.
All I'm saying, you're going to put the flowers on everything, because the flowers are stunning. So you really would, wouldn't you?
I don't actually think I've made any cards with this one where I haven't put any of the three-dimensional flowers on.
Well, why? I mean, with the mould, and you're going to have these as a resource, you're going to want to put them on everything because they look fantastic. So this is our brand new release. Things to point out. No way. No way. We're 10 minutes into the show and a quarter of the stock, and let me put that into context. This is Heartfelt Creations. So first up, we get a lot of stock from Heartfelt. So a quarter of the stock that's meant to last 24 hours has gone in the first 10 minutes of the show. I want to point out that this, as it stands today, is exclusive to the craft store. You cannot buy this anywhere else. And if you do, I mean, next week, I know next week some other suppliers might be offering it, but you're still going to have to wait. And you're not going to get flexi, and you're not going to get the price we have as well. So the price is exceptional. For Freedom members, under £100 for a release that includes 6 incredible stamp sets. You're getting the coordinating dies, and you're getting the flower shaping mould, and you're getting the foundation piece, which is the paper pad, for the beautiful Climbing Clematis collection. If you want it all, now is the time to get it. As a Freedom member, and I've got to stress, nobody pay this full price, because Freedom members get an additional £10. So 10%, and it's £10.90 actually that they get. That more than covers your Freedom membership. So become a Freedom member, enjoy Freedom membership for a month, then opt out at the end of the month. No harm, no foul. And during that month, you get exclusive Freedom member discounts, and you also get your P&P including anything that you purchase, which includes this order right now. We're going to jump on the website as we head to demonstration. There are other goodies to be discovered on the show as well, other things you might want to add in. So if you're going to go for the I Want It All, now you might also want to put another paper pad in the mix. Yeah, so we get another paper pad. And the storage too, because we've got the storage folder. Now when you go to check out, there's something interesting here. And Nikki, I love this, because Nikki knows. So there you can take a bunch of flexi, but Nikki was saying with the stamens, it's a good one, and you can see them all here. Look at all the stamens that you can get, the different sets. You've got brights, assorted pearls, pastels. So all of these you can add into your order as well. I mean, look at that saving on that one too. But these, you can only access these once you're checking out. So you won't see them on our website. You need to access them when you're checking out, but they can be added into your order. But stamens just work so well with this release, and you will absolutely be using these. So do have a look when you're checking out. If you don't have access to the internet, you can always talk to our lovely call centre staff, and they will talk you through your options. Enough from me. We're busy. We're going to head to our first demonstration. If you do have any questions for Nikki, please get in touch. studio@thecraftstore.com.
Right, so the clematis. You have got 3 sizes. So you've got the large, the medium, and then you have a small. And you can layer them up as many times as you like, or you can use them singularly. But obviously the first thing you need to do is colour them.
Yeah.
So to colour these, I need 2 more pale pink ones. So I'm going in with my spun sugar, and I'm basically just putting my base coat on. Okay, so it's a little bit like putting your foundation on. So I'm putting my base coat on there, using the daubers, really easy, really quick. This is a really nice pale pink, because I want to get 2 tones in here.
Yeah.
So as you can see, with Heartfelt, where the artist has given us, she's given us everything that we need. I'm saying she, I'm not quite sure if it is a she. Apologies if it isn't. So I've got the lines down here. So most clematis have that kind of deeper colour going down, like the vein of the, I might actually go for this slightly deeper one. So I'm going in with a deeper pink, but I'm trying to catch more of the tip now of my
So we're just using the tip.
dauber, and just going down the centre. So if I was at home, I actually stand over it, but obviously I want everyone at home to see what I'm doing. Okay, so just add in basically a line, and it gives it a really nice kind of effect, so it's blending out once I get to the centre.
Okay.
And I'm doing exactly the same with my other one. Just going down a couple of times, using my dauber, but using more of the tip. Okay.
And that's the beauty of the dauber, because you can go really fine with the tip, or we can go for more
or you can
expansive
go
coverage.
more like this that I'm doing now, so I'm covering the back in a darker pink. Just do the back of this one as well. As you can see, the daubers make it really easy and quick. I will be using my watercoloured pens today as well. We have got the trellis and we've got the birdhouse, which I've been using my watercoloured pens, but the daubers make it really easy and quick. How did that didn't take seconds?
Just very quickly, I just want to mention that we have got an essentials collection as well. So if you do want to go for the essential, if you can't quite stretch to the complete, that's absolutely fine. With the essentials, so you're going to get your Climbing Clematis stamp and die, So you're climbing clematis, stamp and die, and you're also getting the paper pad in there as well. All of that for £46.97, saving £5. 968 480 your item number.
So I'm just going to do a leaf as well, because you have got the leaves in the full collection. Doing the back and the front in twisted. I seem to go through phases. You've probably seen me use these same colours for the last 3 months, but I might change my mind next month and go to completely different shades. But at the moment, these are working for me.
A lot of crafters do that. I certainly do that.
It's just a phase that I go through. So with this, now I'm going in with my mowed lawn and just shading that up. And again, seconds to add my colour onto my leaves. So the next thing is, I'm going to take my daubers out of the way, I'm going to bring the mould in. So as you can see, you've got lots of different spaces. It's basically like a jigsaw puzzle. You know the children's ones where you get the... Do they still do those? The wooden ones with the little... and you could put little...
I know the ones.
Yeah,
sure they
little
do.
bit like that. Okay. Not sure where that just came from, but... And then you can pop them in. I'm popping these in with my image face down.
Okay.
That's the design of the clematis that I'm doing for this demo, but you can have a play. You can put more than one layer in as well. You can put 2, maybe even 3 layers in at a time. And then I'm going to pop a leaf in. If I was at home, I would completely fill it, but I don't need to. And then I'm going to lightly spritz it with water.
Okay, cheeky spritz.
Just a light spritz, and then I'm going to pop that top on. You know which way it goes. As I say, you can see where they're going to fit, but you've also got some feet that will help keep that in place.
It feels to me like that is the deepest mould I think I've seen.
It's one of the deepest, it is, yeah. And honestly, it is... When I first used it, I thought, wow, I'm not going to have to use my hand tool. So you very often see me put my flowers through the mould and then I use my hand tool to add just a little bit more. But with this one, it just does it all for me. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to add a shim, which I should have had ready. A shim is basically a piece of card or a paper to add just a little bit more pressure when I pop it through the machine. You will need a deep dish machine. Just move those out of the way. And that's going through nice and easy. So you don't want, if you're feeling that you're really having to sort of like put some pressure on to get that through, I would say you don't need a shim.
Okay.
But everyone's machine is different. So the next thing is, let me move that plate out of the way. So if you're not sure if your machine will work with the moulds, if you go onto Heartfelt Creations website, they have a full list of all the machines that you can use your mould with. And there...
Now look at those.
I'll tell you what, we'll take the bigger one.
And do you know, it changes the nature of it. If you drop it, you can hear the change.
It does, it goes harder.
Yeah.
But look, there's the flat one.
I mean, you can't compare. The realism you get, once it goes through the mould, it's a game changer. And anyone can use those
so
moulds.
Easy. Okay, so I've now got 2, 2 and 2. So I've got 6 flowers all together. And there's my leaf as well.
Would you put like 2 or 3 through the mould?
You can put 2 or 3 through the mould and it works just as well. But what I would say is, when you spritz, if I know I'm putting more than 1 layer, so I'll spritz my plate first, put my first layer on, and then give the second layer a second, very, very light spritz. Else what happens is the bottom one won't get any spritz and it just doesn't work so easy. So then I'm going to take my flower shaping mat. So I am using my flower shaping tool now, but very, very minimal. So with these ones, I'm just going to lightly, very lightly lift my centre. And very lightly again, lift that one. Take my glue gun and just add a little bit of glue. So this is the larger one.
Lovely.
Okay. And then just alternate that so the petals go in between each other and just lift that up.
Perfect. Oh,
And that's pretty, okay?
That's really
now we
pretty.
spoke about the stamens.
Yeah.
Okay, so what we're going to do is we've got 5 shows, so I'll be showing you different ways to make your flowers, different ways you can shape them, and different stamens as well. So in each show I'll be using different stamens. Now for this one, I've used the very top ones I did notice on the screen a moment ago. So I think these were the first ones. So I've got 3 of them, and I've literally twisted the wire around to keep those together.
Okay.
And then, just to pretty it up, I do believe these may be near the bottom. These are very tiny pearl ones. And I sort of like U-shaped them and folded them in half, like that.
Okay.
And then just pop them on, and then I've got a couple more, so I'm keeping that in my hand. It's something that you might find a little bit fiddly to start with, but once you've done a few, it's easy. And there is the centre. So if you're using a flower with a wire, all you need to do, look, is just twist that wire around, and that will keep that together.
Perfect.
Easy as that. And then just take your scissors, and then that's my stamen. So what I need to do now is just make a hole in my flower. So what I'm going to do, every heartfelt crafter probably does it all differently. We all have our own techniques, but I like to use my knife because that's quite thick, and just pop that in.
Do you still want a tight fit there?
Like that? Yes. Not too, you don't want it too big. So I've probably done that too tight. And before I come on air, every time I do this, I put hand cream on. So my hands are really slippy, but we'll go up. Probably could have done with a little bit bigger, but there we go. And I've just moved them around slightly now.
Okay.
But there you have, and then you can do is you can lift those petals up like that.
That looks so good.
Or you can lay them flat like that, and I would actually pull those stamens through a little bit more, but my hands are slipping on there. But I tend to, I don't know, I like them
One thing I'm
going up like that.
Is
And I've done nothing else with those flowers.
What you're showing there is so achievable. It really is. Whatever level
Anybody
of
can
crafter
do
you are,
this.
everybody can achieve that.
I always say it doesn't matter what you're doing, whether you're decorating, whether or not you're in the kitchen, you're cooking. If you've got the right tools, it makes the job so much easier.
Very well, I mean, words to live by. Can I just show you one sample? Because I think when you start, and you know as crafters, if you see something you're like, I want to do that. What I'm about to show you, when I saw this, that was it. I was sold on this collection. Have a look at that. What a beautiful, beautiful card. And it is that perfect balance of using your pattern papers that you're getting in the collection that are designed to work wonderfully with the climbing clematis. Then the flowers, the 3D flowers that you're going to make effortlessly using the mold. But beautiful realism that you can achieve with your 3D flowers in there as well. Or would you like to make something like this? Now we're really starting to explore why this is such a popular collection and release. You've got that wonderful bird cage, and you've got all of that. Is that nice?
And then just think about all the other dies that you may have. Yeah. So you may have the diamond shape that we've got on there. You may have some decorative dies. Maybe you brought the gateway dies that we released a few months ago. They will all work beautifully with this collection. There is actually a scrapbook layout just underneath there. It has no photos because I'm in the process of moving and I don't have any available. So imagine there is 2 photos in there. Okay.
Well, that's, I mean, that is a lovely scrapbook layout.
Using the birdhouse to kind of differentiate, I can't say the word, but there we go, you know what I mean. Your photos, and then just sort of like, I've sort of like put those cascaded those flowers.
Lovely.
Down there.
I've got to hit you with some facts, because with 30% of the I Want It All collection in 26 minutes of the release. Now that's 30% of stock that was meant to last. This stock, we really did anticipate and hope we had enough stock to last a full 24 hours. This is exclusive. As it stands today, this is an exclusive bundle to the craft store. You're also getting the 3 flexi payments and the freedom price. And I tell you something, have a look, do your own research, because I think other places you can kind of pre-order, but we've got it right now. Look at that price. Under £100, £98 and 3 pence as Freedom members for the complete collection. Got to point out, if you're not a Freedom member, it's actually worth becoming a Freedom member. It's a why not deal. You will still be saving money as a Freedom member. So become a Freedom member, then have all the perks of Freedom membership for a month, then opt out at the end of the month. You're getting 10 stamps, 10 dies, 24 pages of your paper pad and the flower shaping mould as well for £98 and 3 pence. The saving is phenomenal. I mean, £38 and 89 pence saving, but for a release that, forget the price at the moment. I know obviously price is important, and we have got flexi payments as well, which means today you're not paying £98. As a Freedom member today, £32.68, and you're spreading those payments over 3 months. So you've got 2 more payments after that. But it's not about the price. It's not about the flexi. It's about ultimately buying something that, because however good a price is, are you going to use this? And the answer, in my view, is absolutely 100% yes. The flower shaping mould, and this is something Heartfelt Creations have been bringing us for a while, is an absolute game changer. So, I mean, £21.99 by itself. The depth, I was shocked. I really was. I'm just going to show you here. So the flower shaping mould. Look at how deep that is. That's the depth of emboss that you're going to get from your flower shaping mould. They are phenomenal. Do you know, Freedom members are saving just shy of the mould and the pad. I mean, if you think about it, I'm just shy, but let's say, getting both the mould and the pad. I think the difference is like £1.09. But look at that. So that gives you an idea of the saving that you're getting included in this set. But it's Heartfelt Creations as well, and we are approaching a third of the stock. We are busy. I will just show you a couple more inspirations of stuff you can do. I mean, come on. I promise you that when you get this release home, you are going to use the molds on everything. The flowers, because they look visually so fantastic, you're going to want to put them on everything. And the mold does pretty much everything for you.
Yes, so these ones are from the paper pad.
Yeah.
The stamens in the centre are from paper, which we will do on the 8 o'clock show.
Right.
For one of my demos. And the flowers I actually put in the mould with the image faced upwards, so it actually shapes them slightly different.
Because you've got your die cut sheets within the mould as well, which are, I mean, beautiful. But then obviously once those run out, you can just use your stamps, and you can use your markers, your alcohol markers to colour. But I think
this is definitely one of those paper pads that you may want to go for a second paper pad. We all have our favourites, and I think this one is going to be a lot of your favourites. I think it's generic. Yeah. Basically, it's for birthday, it's for Easter, it's for anniversaries, even weddings. It is such a pretty paper pad.
It's such a great, the clematis as a flower is such a beautiful flower in itself, but what you can achieve with this collection is staggering. I'm going to show you one more and then we're going to get back, because I know there's lots more Nikki wants to share with you, but I mean, look at this. This one of yours, Nikki? No, it's not.
It isn't. That's Lynn, I do believe, from the design team.
Wow.
And what I like about this is the fact that she's used other elements from other collections. So she's used the clematis leaves in there. Yeah. But I can also see that she's used some rose leaves in there as well. So think about what else you've got at home. And mixing and matching. Maybe you brought the magnolia. That would work absolutely beautifully with this collection.
The wisteria too.
The wisteria,
yes. The and wisteria together would be very, very pretty.
Yeah.
We're going to head back to Nikki. What would you like to show us next, Nikki?
Right, so we're going to make a card.
Right.
So, but before we do, should I just show you these flowers that we're going to put on it? So I've done it in exactly the same way. I've layered it up twice, but just look at those stamens in there, just giving it a completely different look. Again, you will find these stamens on the website. It's end of checkout, isn't it?
Yeah. End of call, yeah.
end of call. Is that what we call it? End of call. Okay, I will get it right.
Okay.
So yeah, so largest, smallest. So you can see you've got various different sizes that you can use there. Okay. So what I've done is I've already gone ahead and stamped my image. Now with this one in particular, I wanted to show you how the die worked. So I haven't die cut it out yet, but I'm just going to show you how I've coloured mine in. So I'm using some watercoloured pens. When I'm doing an image like this, I always do it. So I go from the centre image first, so that was the birdhouse, so I coloured that in first. And then I would do my leaves, and then I would go in and do my flowers. But obviously, I'm doing it a slightly different way. But again, look, all the image, all the detail is there for me. And because I know I'm going to be die cutting, it doesn't matter if I go out the lines a little bit. Okay, so just going in there with a nice light lime green.
It makes a big difference for me as a crafter having the corresponding dies, because something like this to fussy cut, and it would bother me leaving a sort of border around. I'd want to get in on all the detail.
You would want to get all the detail in there.
That would take you forever to do.
But you don't have to use your dies. You could stamp it and have it flat. I mean, maybe you want to make a nice quick card that you're going to be posting, so you don't want to decoupage it up. So you can still have it flat. So I've gone in now with that darker green, then gone in with my lighter green and just blended that. Then I'm going in with a very pale green, a pale pink on this one. Again, you could use your daubers, but I just wanted to show everyone different ways of colouring. Okay, easy. Then I'm going in with, now let me see if this is the right pink. I don't think it is. I think it's this one. It is. So I'm now going in with a really vibrant pink, and again, on those lines, on my clematis, I'm just flicking, lightly flicking. I'm hardly touching
gentle flick,
my paper. Okay, and then I'm going back in with my pale pink, and I'm just going to blend that
That's
in.
lovely, Nikki. We've got viewers joining us in America.
Oh, that's nice. Hello,
We've got
everyone.
viewers joining us in Europe, UK. This is because Heartfelt Creations is an incredible international company. They sell across the globe, and they've got fans across the globe. And we like to think here at the Craft Store, we're an international brand as well. So it's so nice, wherever you're watching, whether it's the States, Europe, or the UK, you're part of the Craft Store family, and thank you so much for tuning in.
So now I'm just going in with my yellow, just adding the stamens in there.
Lovely.
And then we're going to go in with that dye.
Yeah.
Okay, so as I say, the dye is what I would call a smidgen bigger than my image.
Okay.
And it literally sits over my image.
Perfect.
Absolutely perfectly. I can see even down to these little tiny kind of, what do they call them, fronds?
Yeah.
The twisty things on a clematis. It's even going to die cut those out. So tape it down, which is really important, because when you're popping it through your machine, you don't want it to move. And then just pop that through.
It's just, the counter shakes.
Sorry. Oh, they look so beautiful on there as well. So obviously remember, when you've taped it down, just to gently release that tape from your paper. And then, there's that bit of tape there, so we'll take that off. And that piece there. And there you have, if I put it on my flower shaping mat, you can see where that's cut all that out, look.
In seconds, and you imagine.
And you can as I say, you can batch stamp, batch die cut. I always batch make everything, because then I've got all my elements to go to when I want to make a card.
Lovely.
So, talking about card, I've got my card ready here. So I'm going to do this one normal way, and then I've cut my image. So this is from the 12 by 12 full sheet.
Yeah.
And what I've done is I've just cut out just one small corner.
Okay.
And I'm going to glue that down. As you can see, it is double-sided, but you are getting 2 of each design. So just going to pop that down. I've done it a little bit smaller, so I've got that nice white edge around my card. Like that.
Okay.
And then what I've done is I've cut a circle, or taken, it was a heartfelt circle die, and I've just cut one of the small cottages from the paper pad.
Okay.
But I've also cut out one of Heartfelt's decorative circle dies.
Yeah.
So I know a lot of you might have this one, so I'm going to pop that up there. And it may, I don't want to cover too much of my fence up, so I'm going to have it just coming off of my card.
Yeah.
And then got some pads on there. Tell you which image this was from. It was the panels. So I cut it from one of the, I think it was the 4 by 6 panel or 3 by 6 panel.
Right.
So that's where that image came from. And then I've got my birdhouse. But what I want to do is just add a little bit more detail. So image face down on my flower shaping mat. And I'm not going to add too much, but just enough just to lift a few of those leaves up. And there's a flower there. I'd love a glass of water, please. I've got a bottle in the car and I forgot to bring it in.
Sorry.
Always go croaky. I think it's all the
We'll
excitement.
get you a little water.
Thank you. And then when I turn that over, I can just add a little bit more on my flowers.
Lovely.
And it just lifts them up slightly.
It's
that
such a
one there.
nice image. I love that birdhouse and the beautiful clematis just climbing
It's
up
just
as well.
so pretty and refreshing, isn't it?
That's a
bring
good description.
my
It is
card
refreshing.
over and some foam tape. So I'm just going to add some foam tape to my birdhouse. Oh, getting sticky tape everywhere. So just add one piece there. Oh, more fingers and thumbs today. And then a little bit just down there.
Right.
And pop that just there. So it's nice, bright and vivid. So you've got your lilacs on the paper pad and you've got sort of like a dusky kind of pink. But then I've decided to go a little bit brighter. So now I've got one of the arches that I've coloured as well. But what I want to do on that, well, in actual fact, I might do it on my flowers as well. Because the colour is slightly different to what I've actually just coloured in. I'm just going to add some glitter. You've probably seen me quite a lot just recently using this. It's a really kind of chunky crystal glitter.
Oh, yeah.
And I'm just going
to
to
use a
pop that
glitter.
in there. Isn't it just? Absolutely get covered in it. And then I'm just... Can you see that? You can still see the image through that.
Well, that is twinkling.
Isn't that gorgeous? And it is on your website because that's where it came from, but I can't remember what make it is now because I've put it in my tub.
Yeah.
But it's definitely
good chunky glitter.
One of that is available on the website.
Nice.
So I'm now just going to add a little bit of foam tape to that arch. Oh, squashed in my glitter. And then that is just going to sit on the top there. And then I've got my flowers. So first of all, as you can see, I made a mistake and I coloured one of the petals in green, which should have been pink.
Okay.
So no mistake in crafting, I will not throw anything away. But if I put a flower there, you see, that's hidden it. But I don't want to hide too much of it either.
No,
I want it to still be a nice focal point.
What a lovely cottage as well.
Isn't it? We've had this in
picture-perfect.
quite a few of the collections. So if you think about, I'm trying to think, I think we had the cottage in the Zinnia collection.
Yeah.
I think I remember seeing it even in the Dahlia collection as well. So, as I say, this is going to work really well with lots of other, I think all florals anyway will work very, very well together. I don't want to hide too much of that, so I'm just going to put one flower. So if you see what I'm doing, rather than just put one big cluster, I'm trying to even it out on the card, so it's kind of balanced out. And then we've got a couple more here, so we'll just put one there. I think in actual fact it took me longer to do and put the stamens together than it actually did the actual flower making and the colouring of the flowers.
Wow. Well, it's all down to the mould.
So
Mould
it is.
speeds up the process, and you can really batch make. So would you, I mean, typically at home, would you batch make? Would you do a load and put them in some storage and then just have them there waiting to be
I do.
used?
You know me. I'll show you some. There we go. Batch stamping and die cutting.
Yeah. Done. Ooh, you've
And
been
it's
busy.
all there ready to go. And then what I do is I have another tray. I don't have a house full of trays, so don't think I've just got a house full of trays. Once I've done my collections, they go in plastic sleeves, and then they go in like a file cabinet kind of thing, so I go to. But then I have my flowers all in little compartments and my little food trays.
Love that.
And then some that have already been through the mould as well. So I've got a bit of everything to go to.
Yeah.
It just makes it really easy. So when it comes to putting a card together, I'm just going to add my sentiment on here. And this says birthday blessings. Now the sentiment, I'm going to pop down there, but the sentiment is actually from the Wild Rose collection that we brought back last month? Or it wasn't long ago, we brought it back. So again, mixing and matching. So what I'm going to do is just take my fingers, I don't want too much. I still want to see my gorgeous flowers. But if you just add a little bit here on the birdhouse, and then just take my little spoon, a little ice cream spoon this is, thanks to my friend Lorraine. She sent me these, this is when I didn't live close to her, and she sent me a packet of 6 of these little spoons, and I said, what do I want them for? And she said, for your glitter. She'd seen me struggling on the show.
Oh, that's nice.
But yeah, so little ice cream spoon there, and there you have, don't know whether I'll put that sentiment up right, a really beautiful but really easy to make card.
And using all the elements that you're getting, that is a stunning card, Nikki.
Thank you.
Absolutely beautiful. Had a lovely email in from Jules. I've got to read this out. So Jules was saying, hi, I'm new to Heartfelt and I'm totally addicted with their unique products and the flower making. So true, it is addictive in the best sense of the word. Now check this out, Jules, I'm impressed. Jules has bought the last 5 collections and has just purchased this one.
Wow.
So Jules, you are officially a Heartfelt creation fan there.
I would say yes, you're probably a Heartfelt addict, and if you haven't done, do join the Heartfelt groups on social media. There's the official Heartfelt group, and I've also got one, Nikki and Friends, I always forget this, don't I?
Crafting with Heartfelt?
That's it, Nikki and Friends Crafting with Heartfelt, and you'll see lots of ideas and techniques. The Heartfelt group is one where you'll see all the design team work as well.
Now, Jill's actually got a question, speaking of techniques. So please could you ask the wonderful Nikki if she thinks using alcohol pens or watercolour pencils makes the flowers and leaves look more lifelike. So I'm thinking Jules is asking, which would you prefer, alcohol pens or watercolour pencils? Which would you think?
I would try both, because I think each will give you a completely different look. And I tend to go for watercolour because it's a lot quicker, and I do make a lot of flowers,
Okay.
as you can appreciate.
Yeah.
But alcohol markers, I think, would work beautifully with them as well.
So give them both a go and see it. It is,
Yeah.
I mean, two different styles, but they're both fantastic.
As I say, you normally see me using the Daubers, and I use the Daubers because, one, I've got tons and tons of inks, but it's just so easy and quick. But when you have got a lot of time and you enjoy colouring, which I do, sometimes you can lose yourself in colouring. And use your alcohol
Take your time.
markers and
Jules also added, many thanks for all of your tips and hints. You're a joy to watch and learn from.
Oh, thank you.
Heartfelt
Aw,
hugs. Jules,
lovely.
that's such a lovely email, so thank you so much for that. If you've got any questions or you just want to say hello, we'd love to hear from you. studio@thecraftstore.com. So this is the launch of a one-day special. It is the latest release from Heartfelt Creations, and my goodness, has it been busy. This is the Climbing Clematis I Want It All collection. Within this collection, you're going to get 10 stamps, 10 of the coordinating dies. And when we say 10 stamps, we are talking large, beautiful stamps. Let me just hold this up and show you. That is the trellis that you've just seen. So when we say 10 stamps, we're not talking about itty-bitty stamps that you're getting in there. And you also have the coordinating dies in the mix too. So no fussy cutting whatsoever. You get your coordinating paper pad as well, and that really is the foundation, the heart of the release. So within there you've got so many elements. You've got your topper sheets within there, having a look, and a lot of real hardcore Heartfelt Creation fans will double up, and they are double-sided, so you can see that is the reverse on there. I mean, look at this, chopping into these, making your cards, but then you've got your larger elements in there too, which are absolutely beautiful. And something else Heartfelt do is give you the die cut sheets as well. These marry up to your dies, so you'll just cut those out and it's already pre-coloured for you. So that is your pad, but we're not stopping there because you're getting the mould too. And if you have just tuned in, I need to show you this. The depth of the mould is absolutely incredible. I mean, it really is. It will blow your mind when you see this. Let me just show you. Look at that. That is seriously, the depth really does go down, and that's what gives you such great relief and dimension to your pieces. We are a third of the stock gone for this release, a third of the stock that's meant to last the full 24 hours, and we are busy. All I want to point out, as it stands right now, this is exclusive to the Craft Store. And something else that the Craft Store offers, Freedom membership. Freedom membership takes the price under £100. It is a why not deal, which means you're better off becoming a Freedom member and then taking advantage of that Freedom price. And as a Freedom member, you don't want to pay, look, 36, 31, no. You're going to pay the Freedom price for your flexi payment, taking it down to £32 and some change. There it is, £32.68 as a Freedom member. So exclusive to us. The price is incredible as well. Have a look. You know, if you've got a smartphone or a tablet, do a cursory search and see other places you'll have to pre-order. With us, you're placing your order right now. I do want to point out though, and everyone's in the same boat here, it's the time it takes, there is extended delivery on this, the time it takes to come from America. So it will be dispatched from us on the 14th of June. Take advantage of the savings, take advantage of the fact it is exclusive to the Craft Store, and start playing. Nikki, you've got 7 minutes.
Right, so we'll do a different technique now with the flowers, with the stamens really, because as I say, they are so easy to put through your mould.
But
so
the flowers, I mean, with 3D cards, look beautiful. How do you tend to post yours? It was a question that we had from Julie.
I tend to, you know, the bubble wrap.
Yeah.
What do you call it? They've got a name, haven't they? Envelopes.
Yeah.
So if it was something like the one that I'm doing now, it would go in that. But if it was something like this one,
box envelope,
I would make a box.
Yeah.
Yeah, which are actually really easy to actually make. There's
there,
lots and lots of tutorials out there.
Put it in a box envelope, yeah.
But definitely a box envelope for that one. But this one that we're going to do, I would say do they call them jiffy bags?
Yeah, I think, yeah.
I think
it might
so.
be branding.
Jiffy envelope.
There might be others out there, but yeah.
Yeah, bubble wrap.
Bags.
Yeah, bubble wrap. Right, so this is actually a really easy card to make. So I've got my flowers, pop them through the mould again. So with these ones, I'm going to just pop them in there. when you first look at the mould, you think the flowers are actually too small, but that's because of the depth in the mould.
Yeah.
Right, so I'm now going to spritz that because I've got to need another purple one, so we'll just pop that one in there and just give that very, very light spritz of water. Now, I did have a question, and I do apologise, Brenda, I haven't had a chance to answer you. So Brenda has asked a question about the mould. So her problem is she's using the Heartfelt Creations paper, which is basically what I'm using today. And when she's putting them through the mould, what she's saying is sometimes the actual petals sometimes break a little. I would say it may be your pressure in your machine, or if you're layering the flowers up, you didn't actually mention whether or not you was layering them up, maybe you're putting too many layers in and it's breaking them up. But sometimes that does happen. It's just how I've got that white plate in there again. It's just how the mould works, especially if it's a really deep one. So I'm just because I'm saying that, I'd like it to happen to me now, so I can just show everybody. It's nothing you're doing wrong. What she asked was she doing something wrong? It isn't. It's just sometimes, if the flowers are really tiny and delicate, you may get an odd petal that kind of breaks, but it's not going to happen on this one. It has happened to me with these sometimes. So there's one here